Yeah, are you still in bed? If you don't get up now, you'll miss the family ninja dog contract. Hearing the shouting from downstairs, Ya groggily opened his eyes. What ninja dog contract? Didn't I just complete my Pokemon encyclopedia? Ya mumbled as he reluctantly sat up. It's worth noting that he had endured a grueling 38 hours to collect all the entries in the encyclopedia. As he surveyed the unfamiliar room, he noticed its peculiar decor, with the walls adorned with various photographs of dogs. Where am I? It seems I'm still not fully awake. With that, he turned over to continue sleeping, when suddenly, a wave of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. Once the memories subsided, Ya swiftly leaped out of bed. Me? Inazuki Ya? In disbelief, he stumbled to the mirror in his room. What greeted him was a head of black, spiky hair resembling a wolf's mane, and a distinctly red inverted triangle on his face. Ya pinched his own cheek in disbelief. Ouch. This doesn't seem like a dream. He rubbed the red inverted triangle on his face, realizing it was not something that could be wiped away. It seems this isn't just painted on. This punk style isn't my usual flair. At that moment, another shout echoed from downstairs. Ya, if you don't come down now, all the good ninja dogs will be taken by others. Inazuka Pa, seeing his son still upstairs, couldn't help but urge him again. Though he was the clan leader of the Inazuka family, the selection of ninja dogs was mutual, as once chosen. A ninja dog would be a lifelong companion. I'm coming. Ya descended the stairs, and Inazuka Pa looked at his son. Why are you wearing a hat today? And your style has changed? Ya pulled a black beanie from the wardrobe, donning a simple black short-sleeve shirt and shorts. Hee, I just wanted to try a different style today. Feeling a bit shy, he scratched his face. Inazuka Pa, noticing this, refrained from further questioning and led Ya to the doghouse. Curiosity piqued, Ya glanced around. Although the memories had melded into his mind, everything around him still felt novel. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Pokémon Reversal System Binding. Ding! This system will assist the host in reaching the pinnacle of the Pokémon world and becoming a Pokémon master. Please work hard, host. Initially, Ya's expression brightened at the awakening of his golden finger, but the next moment his smile froze in disbelief. A Pokémon system? A Pokémon master? In the world of Naruto? Fortunately, having watched both Pokémon and Naruto anime, he was not completely oblivious to the situation. Come on, system. Open your eyes and tell me what world I'm in. Did you bring me to the wrong place? However, in response to Ya's inquiries and shouts, the system remained silent, mechanically initiating. Task instead, ding. Newbie task released. Go to the professor to receive your initial Pokémon. Task rewards. Pokémon Encyclopedia X1. Pokeballs X5. Seeing that the system ignored him and continued to issue tasks, Ya's expression fell. Where was he supposed to find a professor to receive a Pokémon? He guessed that after this task, the system would likely shut down. Inazuka Pa, noticing the peculiar expression on his son's face, asked, What's wrong with you today? Your face looks strange this early in the morning. Did you sneak some dog food again? I've told you countless times that it's for dogs. Even if you want to understand their traits, there's no need to eat their food. Ya, already in a foul mood, grew even more despondent from his father's words that I got it, Mom. Finally, they arrived at the doghouse, where other members of the Inazuka clan were already selecting their ninja dogs with their children. Some positions in the doghouse had emptied, prompting Inazuka Pa to urge Ya to choose a suitable ninja dog. Hurry, Ya. I wonder if Kuro's son has already been picked by someone else. Upon hearing Inazuka Pa's words, Ya began to search within the doghouse. The newly born pups, each with their large, round, dark eyes, looked up at Ya with curiosity and caution. As he examined them, he stopped in front one particular kennel. Before him was a completely white dog with brown fur on its ears. As if guided by fate, Ya crouched down and gazed at it. Will you be my partner? Woof! Ya felt as though he understood the little dog's response and smiled. All right then, I'll call you Little Black from now on. Woof! Upon hearing this, the little dog displayed a fierce expression and leaped as if to bite Ya. Ya swiftly extended his hand to hold the pup down. If you don't like it, just say so. Why resort to biting? You're acting like a dog. After a moment of teasing, Ya continued, Seems like you don't like the name Little Black. How about I call you Little Chick instead? He felt the pup wriggling even more beneath his hand. Hey, you're a bit too picky, aren't you? You don't like this name or that one? Bang! A fist thudded against Ya's head. Inazuka Pa had approached from behind without Ya noticing. Stop playing around. This is Kuro's son. It's already fortunate that it chose you. Initially standing nearby, Inuzuka Pa had felt satisfied when he saw his son stop at Kuro's offspring. However, upon witnessing Ya's antics, he grew curious and approached to see what was happening, only to hear the names Ya was suggesting. Choose a proper name, or I'll do it for you. Hearing Inuzuka Pa's icy tone, Ya mumbled something about lacking rights before saying, then let's call him Akamaru. Finally, having heard a somewhat reasonable name, Akamaru ceased its struggle. At that moment, the little dog's mind reflected on its father's words that is it truly all right for me to follow this guy. As Ya finalized the choice of Akamaru and named him, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Newbie task completed. Task rewards. Pokemon Encyclopedia X1. Pokeballs X5. That upon hearing this, Ya's eyes lit up. Having almost given up and resigned to a mundane existence in the Naruto world, a surge of excitement welled up within him. It seems this system is merely a bit off. It's not entirely useless. It should still be functional. His mood brightened unexpectedly as Akamaru, following Ya home, looked curiously at his new master, feeling an added weight in his little heart. Ya returned to his room with Akamaru and promptly claimed his task rewards. As he gazed contemplatively at the Pokemon Pokédex and the 5 Pokeballs in his hands, he reflected on their significance. The Pokédex served as a repository for the documentation and analysis of wild Pokemon information, while the Pokeballs, when thrown, offered a chance to successfully capture these creatures. He tossed the Pokeball playfully in his hand, pondering, Tsubaki, there are no Pokemon around here. Do you wish for me to hurl this Pokeball at the resurrected Uchiha Obito? Imagining the scenario where he might throw a Pokeball at the reincarnated Obito, only to be met with a fierce fire attack, left him certain that he would be utterly obliterated. With a resigned sigh, he turned his gaze to the foolish dog in the room, tearing apart his books, and casually threw the Pokeball towards Akamaru. A flash of red light enveloped Akamaru as he was drawn into the Pokeball. To Ya's astonishment, the Pokeball wobbled on the floor for a moment before emitting a satisfying sound, its red light extinguishing to signify a successful capture. Goodness! Ya exclaimed, striding over to release Akamaru from the Pokeball. Inquiring about Akamaru's experience within the confines of the ball, he was met with confusion. As Akamaru gazed at the Pokeball in Ya's hand, bewildered by how he had ended up inside it. Not wishing to dwell on Akamaru's inability to articulate his thoughts, Ya instead found himself lost in contemplation as he observed the Pokeball. It dawned upon him that if the Pokeball could capture Akamaru, perhaps it could also ensnare other summoned beasts and even-tailed beasts. With this realization, a sense of accomplishment washed over him. He promptly retrieved the Pokédex to examine Akamaru's details, and indeed, the device displayed his information. Name, Akamaru. Category, Ninja Dog. Pokemon type, normal. Pokédex entry, the initial Pokemon of Trainer Ya. Possessing a keen sense of smell that allows him to discern the strength and condition of his opponents through scent. After perusing Akamaru's description, Ya nodded thoughtfully. A normal type was acceptable. If it had an element of ground, it could enhance resistance to electric attacks. That evening, Inuzuka Zaku observed Ya, who was engrossed in his meal, and gently reminded him, now that you possess your own ninja dog, you must take good care of Akamaru. This is a family secret. Ya lifted his gaze to the scroll resting beside him. Truth be told, he held little interest in its contents, but to avoid incurring his family's wrath, he obediently tucked it away. Meanwhile, Akamaru lingered beside his father, Kuro, lamenting the unreliability of his new master. The following day, Ya brought Akamaru to the training ground. Motivated by the new beginner task released by the dog system that morning. Beginner task, proof of friendship. Achieve a bond level of 255 with your Pokemon, Akamaru. This bond is the cornerstone of becoming a master. Reward, heart scale, effect. Select one Pokemon to use. Upon use, you fully acquire that Pokemon's attributes and abilities. Failure penalty, none, but subsequent tasks cannot be initiated. Observing Akamaru crouched before him, Ya commenced training, endeavoring to teach him new moves and hone his battle instincts. Akamaru. Side jumps. Woof. Akamaru responded, springing back and forth. Akamaru. Dog paddle. Woof. Chakamaru's front legs abruptly plunged into the ground, subsequently scraping the soil backward. Chakamaru. Jump. Touch the little chicken. Woof. Woof. With a powerful push from his hind legs, Chakamaru leapt into the air. Upon hearing Ya's command, He instinctively extended his front paws towards his dear companion, but suddenly realizing something, Chakamaru hastily withdrew his paws, tumbling back to the ground. Observing Chakamaru's fall, he sheepishly scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. My apologies for the mix-up. After spending several days together, the bond between Ya and Chakamaru gradually deepened. Once their training concluded, you noticed that the intimacy progress bar was almost full and cheerfully said to Chakamaru, "Let's go. Today, I shall treat you to a grand meal." Woof. Chakamaru responded joyfully, following closely behind Ya. Upon arriving at the shop, the proprietor looked at Ya with a smile and inquired, "What can I get for you, young one?" Ya pondered for a moment before replying, "A bag of premium dog food, please." The shopkeeper's expression turned slightly troubled. "I'm sorry, but we don't have any." After a brief pause, he contemplated and suggested, "Then how about some fresh beef?" The smile vanished from the shopkeeper's face, yet he replied, "I'm sorry. We don't have that either." "What? Not that either?" With a hint of impatience, Yo exclaimed, "Goodness, in such a large store, what on earth do you actually sell?" Without waiting for a response, he turned and left with Chakamaru. As the shopkeeper watched Ya's retreating figure, he furiously shouted, "That insufferable brat. This is a ninja tool shop. A ninja tool shop. Please pay attention." At that moment, a little girl with adorable bun-shaped hair emerged from the shop, gazing quizzically at her angry father. "Dad, why are you so upset?" "Oh, Tian, it's just that some brat came into our ninja tool shop asking for dog food and meat. It's ridiculous." "Huh. Well, he sounds rather amusing," Tian giggled. Meanwhile, Ye had taken Chakamaru to another shop. Spotting the barbecue on the signboard, he remarked to Chakamaru, "There should be meat here. Goodness. The writing here is so difficult to read. I don't recognize a single character. It seems I need to study more." At only 3 years old, it was understandable that Ye was unfamiliar with many characters. Although he felt far older in spirit, he had been a citizen of the Dragon Nation, recognizing only a few vaguely similar symbols. Just as Ye was about to enter, he suddenly noticed a yellow figure cowering in the corner by the entrance, timidly peering into the shop. Seeing this, Ye approached directly. "Hey, are you hiding here with intentions of mischief?" The sudden voice startled Naruto, who took a step back. Feeling intimidated by Ye and Chakamaru, Ye immediately recognized Naruto, who at that moment appeared disheveled, his clothes dirty, perhaps bullied by someone or simply wearing worn-out garments. I didn't mean to." Naruto planned to procure some food today, yet he was driven away by the disdain of the villagers, even chased by a fierce dog. He exerted considerable effort to escape, and upon arriving at a certain location, he caught a whiff of tantalizing grilled meat. Curiosity piqued, he lingered for a moment, though he had neither the means to enter nor the expectation that the proprietor would serve him. "Do you wish to eat grilled meat?" Though Naruto was puzzled by why Kiba inquired, he nodded earnestly. "Call me Big Brother and I shall take you to dine." Naruto hesitated momentarily. "Be Big Brother?" Hearing Naruto address him, Kiba nodded with satisfaction and led Naruto into the barbecue establishment. Initially, the shopkeeper wore a smile, but upon spotting Naruto, that smile morphed into a grimace of disgust. "You foul demon fox dare enter my establishment? Get out." He reached for an object nearby, intending to hurl it at Naruto. Kiba quickly interjected, "Hey, if you persist with such words, I shall inform Lord Hokage that you are mistreating a child." The shopkeeper paused, yet his gaze remained hostile towards Naruto. "I will not serve this demon fox." Kiba, recognizing the futility of persuading the proprietor, requested to take food to go and departed with Naruto. The village's animosity toward the demon fox was not something Naruto could easily dispel. Arriving at a scenic spot, Kiba unwrapped the grilled meat. Akamaru, unable to contain himself, immediately began eating upon receiving Kiba's permission. Kiba shared the remainder with Naruto. "What are you staring at? Eat. You aren't repulsed by dogs, are you?" Naruto shook his head. Seeing that Kiba not only acknowledged his identity as a demon fox, but also did not disdain him, and even offered him grilled meat, Naruto joyfully accepted and began to eat. The aroma of the grilled meat delighted his palate. It was the most exquisite food Naruto had ever tasted. Soon, the trio, 2 boys and a dog, finished the grilled meat before them. Kiba and Naruto introduced themselves, getting to know one another. As they prepared to part ways, Naruto tentatively asked Kiba, "Can I come to play with you again?" "Of course. We are friends now, especially since you call me Big Brother." Friends. Naruto realized he had made his very first friend, and even upon returning to his home, a smile graced his face. Kiba and Akamaru returned to their abode. And after Akamaru finished the grilled meat contentedly, their bond finally reached a level of 255. As for Kiba's motives for befriending Naruto, it stemmed from his own inadequacies as a ninja. Unlike the formidable peers he observed, he lacked invincibility from the outset. Thus, for the sake of dual assurance, it was prudent to cultivate a good relationship with the child of destiny. Ding. Friendship achieved. Kiba gazed at the heart-shaped scale in his hand. He had initially worried that he might become a weakness, leading other ninjas to bypass Akamaru for an easy defeat, as the Pokémon world primarily focused on training Pokémon, while being a Hokage relied on one's own strength. For the time being, he need not fret about that concern. In the next moment, Kiba directed his attention towards Akamaru. After their interaction, you sensed an inexplicable bond with Akamaru, feeling attuned to everything about him. Time flew by, and the day of enrollment finally arrived. Inuzuka-san looked at you and inquired, "Do you want me to accompany you to school tomorrow?" "No, I can manage on my own," you replied. Seeing that you preferred independence, some cautioned, "Just be careful." I understand, you responded. The following day, upon rising, you set off toward the school with Akamaru. Along the way, he encountered Naruto, who greeted him with a cheerful wave, to which you nodded in acknowledgement. The enrollment ceremony concluded, and Irika led the students to Hokage Rock to listen to the Hokage's speech. During this time, Hinata blushed upon seeing you, and his heart warmed at her reaction. Having established a rapport with Naruto earlier, you found himself interacting more frequently with him, which prompted his mother to call him for a conversation. Naturally, any interaction with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki within the village warranted scrutiny. One day, when you witnessed Hinata being bullied, he promptly intervened, driving the assailants away and kindly escorting her home. He felt a sense of responsibility, as Naruto's elder brother, to alleviate any emotional obstacles between Naruto and Sasuke, thereby fortifying their bond. As the third Hokage's monotonous address drew to a close, you officially embarked on his academic journey. On that day, practical combat training commenced. Students were paired up for matches, and the long-awaited system notification chimed once more. Ding. Novice task. First battle. You have developed a harmonious synergy with your initial Pokémon. It is now time to engage in your inaugural Pokémon battle. Reward, skill, insight, effect. Enter the insight state to perceive the opponent's movements, including stealth, clones, and illusions. Note, effectiveness is influenced by the disparity in strength. Upon reading about this skill, you internally praised its brilliance, realizing it would enable him to unveil the true form amidst clones, provided the opponents were not too powerful. As battles commenced in the classroom, even Naruto took to the field. Observing Naruto's drooping demeanor, you intuitively understood he had lost. Just as he prepared to offer words of comfort, he suddenly heard his own name called. The matchup was between Inuzuka and Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto cheered him on, and you nodded before proceeding to the training ground. Sasuke approached, casting a glance at you while ignoring the small dog by his side, as Akamaru was still too diminutive to pose any threat. With Irika declaring the match to begin, Sasuke charged toward you. Akamaru, fight him, little brother. Upon hearing Yu's command, Akamaru hesitated for a moment before springing into action. From Sasuke's perspective, as he reached you, he noticed the mischievous smile gracing Yu's face. As Sasuke was engulfed in confusion, Kiba made his move, launching a punch towards him. Observing Kiba's actions, Sasuke raised his hand to catch the incoming fist. With an air of aloofness, he remarked, "Your speed is too slow." Suddenly, an excruciating pain emanated from his groin. Without a moment to spare, Sasuke glanced down to his lower region, only to find a small white dog clinging tightly to him, its mouth firmly grasping his private area, its hind legs kicking intermittently to maintain its precarious grip. In pain, Sasuke swiftly grabbed Akamaru, preparing to teach the dog a lesson when Kiba seized the opportunity to strike. With a swift motion, Kiba delivered a blow to Sasuke's neck, causing his vision to darken before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Akamaru, now freed, escaped from Sasuke's grasp. Irika, observing the match, fell silent before hastening to check on Sasuke. Upon lifting Sasuke's pants and discovering only a faint bite mark, he exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, this was the son of the Uchiha clan leader. Any misfortune befalling him here would spell disaster for Irika. After confirming Sasuke was unharmed, Irika turned his attention to Kiba. "Kiba, how could you attack Sasuke in such a manner? Do you not understand that a man's vulnerability lies there?" Kiba retorted, "But he is not a man." Irika, somewhat exasperated, declared the end of classes. When Itachi arrived to pick up his younger brother, he found Sasuke sitting alone on the ground, brooding instead of the usual cheerful demeanor. Noticing Itachi's arrival, Irika recounted the day's events. Upon hearing that his beloved younger brother had been bitten by a dog, Itachi's gaze turned icy. However, considering that it was a sensitive time for the Uchiha clan and that Sasuke had been confronted by the son of the Inuzuka clan leader, he chose to let the matter rest for now. Meanwhile, in the Inuzuka household, Inuzuka Asuma observed Kiba devouring a chicken leg. "I heard you faced off against the Uchiha today and emerged victorious?" Kiba, without lifting his head, replied, "Of course. It is our duty to uphold the glory of the Inuzuka clan." Asuma's lips twitched in response. "Who taught you such tactics? Sending Akamaru to bite someone? Do you realize that when Hokage-sama called us today, Uchiha Fugaka's expression was dark as thunder?" Kiba sighed. "It was merely a child's scuffle, nothing to take so seriously. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm full and heading to my room." With that, Kiba stood up, carrying Akamaru as he dashed upstairs. Asuma watched Kiba's retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. "I wonder who he resembles now. I hope Hana is taking care of herself at the medical department." Back in his room, Kiba set Akamaru down and checked his mission rewards. Ding. Initial battle completed. Reward, skill recognition. Automatically stored in backpack. Upon discovering that he had backpack space, Kiba curiously opened it, only to find that it could only store items rewarded by the Pokémon system. Initially, I had hoped for an additional dimensional pocket, yet it turned out to be a mere figment of my imagination. Nevertheless, this arrangement is quite satisfactory as it permits me to store various items. Subsequently, I placed the remaining 4 Pokeballs and the Pokédex into my backpack. With a singular thought, a Pokeball materialized in my previously empty hand, proving to be rather convenient. After conducting my experiment, I withdrew the skill reward, which resembled a disc akin to those found in video games. How shall I utilize this? "Akamaru, come here." I summoned Akamaru and gently set the disc upon his head. The adorable creature, perplexed by my intentions, simply rested his head against the disc. After a brief moment of inactivity, I lifted the disc in anticipation. To use it, I tentatively addressed Akamaru. At that moment, the disc illuminated, transforming into a cascade of starlight that infused itself into Akamaru's being. I promptly checked Akamaru's information. Name, Akamaru owner, Inuzuka Ya species, ninja dog Pokemon type, normal skill, detect evaluation, subpar gazing at the newly acquired skill and evaluation. I held Akamaru's furry head and fell into contemplation. The following day at school, I encountered Uchiha Sasuke. Upon seeing me, Sasuke instinctively stepped back a few paces, his arms subconsciously shielding his younger brother. Observing Sasuke's behavior, I couldn't help but tease, "Hey, you needn't act as though you're guarding against a pervert. Those unaware might think I harbor inappropriate intentions toward you." Sasuke, unfazed by my words, merely scoffed and quickened his pace, soon vanishing from my sight. Days passed, and upon returning home from school one day, the unorthodox system issued yet another task. Ding. Investigate the rampage of legendary Dark-type and Ghost-type Pokemon. Task reward, Flash of Lightning. Effect, instantly doubles one's speed. I stared at the task before me, my lips twitching in dismay. Legendary. Just hearing it sounded perilous, especially with Dark and Ghost types, notoriously difficult to handle. Most importantly, here I am in TM Konoha. Where on earth am I to find a Pokemon rampage? The previous tasks were at least related to my own experiences, requiring minimal contemplation. I could easily deduce the meaning behind the tasks issued by this abstract system. Yet, now I was suddenly tasked with investigating a rampage without so much as a hint. As I prepared to head home, I abruptly halted, causing Akamaru, who had been trailing at my feet, to look up in confusion. At that moment, my mind was racing, recalling recent events that might transpire in Konoha. Fortunately, my time since crossing over has not been extensive, and I still vaguely remember the overarching plot. Suddenly, I clapped my hands, startling the crouching Akamaru. Of course, at this juncture, the Uchiha clan is on the brink of annihilation. Could this be the event in question? With this realization, I swiftly set off toward the Uchiha clan's territory. After all, a considerable amount of time had elapsed since school let out, and Uchiha Sasuke should have returned by now. Logically, the situation there would be nearing its conclusion. With a swift run, you arrived at the territory of the Uchiha clan, accompanied by Chiburu. Unlike before, he could distinctly sense the surrounding stillness, a faint yet palpable scent of blood wafting through the air. You swallowed hard and whispered, Chibaru, activate your perception. Chibaru, with his keen sense of smell, had already detected the intense odor of blood. Upon activating his ability, he noticed several figures perched at a distance, their gazes seemingly fixated on them. Chibaru relayed this information to Ya, whose steps became somewhat rigid. I can't possibly be meeting my end here, he thought. Feigning ignorance, Ya pressed on, only to gasp in astonishment upon encountering the lifeless bodies of the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, a figure manifested before him. It was Uchiha Itachi. His gaze icy, a dagger clasped in his hand, and his Sharingan fixed intently on Ya. To his surprise, it was this little brat. Perhaps it was time to teach him a lesson for the antics he pulled on Sasuke. As he pondered, the Tomo in Itachi's eyes began to rotate slowly. Ya felt an inexplicable mental force surge into his mind, instantly altering his perception. Before him, fierce wolves lunged towards him, aiming to attack his younger brother. Ya's expression darkened, and he promptly activated his perception. The scene before him seemed to freeze, allowing him to discern the flaw and break free from the illusion. Itachi, standing across from him, was taken aback that his Jinjutsu had been dispelled by this young boy. Regaining his composure, Ya turned and fled with Chibaru, shouting as he ran, Help! Something's gone wrong. They're going to kill. Itachi watched as Ya's figure disappeared into the distance, and the space beside him twisted, revealing a figure donning a tiger-striped mask. Aren't you going to eliminate that brat? Itachi cast a cold glance his way. The task was complete. There was no need to create further complications, especially since that boy belonged to the Inuzuka clan, whose untimely demise could attract the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. After hearing Itachi's rationale, the masked figure did not argue. After all, he regarded the boy as insignificant. Once he had exited the Uchiha territory and confirmed he was not being pursued, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they had no intention of killing me. Yet, Uchiha Itachi, that overprotective brother, truly is petty. He resorts to Jinjutsu merely for a little teasing of his brother. Calming himself, he returned home and recounted the events concerning the Uchiha clan to his mother. Upon hearing this, Inuzuka promptly rose and headed towards the Hokage's office. The next day, Ya awoke to find that his mission had been accomplished. Ding. Investigation mission complete. Final cause identified and reported. Reward, lightning flash. He descended the stairs to find his mother had returned. Inuzuka, seeing her son, urged him to hasten his breakfast. After hearing Ya's report the previous day, she immediately notified the Hokage, but curiously, the Hokage did not seem surprised. Nevertheless, he took her and others with him to the Uchiha clan stronghold. When they arrived, Inuzuka was stunned by the sight before her, bodies strewn across the ground. After dealing with the situation, Inuzuka returned home well past midnight. Joie gazed at Ya, who was engrossed in his meal, and curiously inquired, By the way, what were you doing at the Uchiha clan's residence yesterday? After finishing his porridge, Ya replied irritably, I merely went to check on that Uchiha Sasuke fellow. I feared the previous battle might have left him traumatized. Joie nodded in understanding and expressed relief. Fortunately, the assailant had already departed by the time you arrived. Otherwise, you could have been in grave danger. Do be more cautious next time. Always keep your wits about you. Understood, Ya replied. I'm off to school now. Finishing his meal, he dashed off to school with Akamaru in tow. Upon arriving at the classroom, Ya glanced at Sasuke's seat, which was, as expected, empty. Time flew by, and before long, graduation day arrived. After passing the graduation exam, Ya noticed Naruto sitting alone on a swing, lost in thought, and approached him. What's wrong? You look rather dejected. Did you fail the exam? Naruto nodded despondently. Yeah, I didn't pass. Ya nodded sympathetically, and then revealed the forehead protector he held. It's all right. This item isn't all that significant. Just put in more effort next time. Perhaps a miracle will allow you to pass tonight. As he spoke, he waved the forehead protector in front of Naruto's face. Naruto, gazing at Ya's display, replied somewhat exasperatedly, Thanks, Ya. Your words are always so comforting. But could you please keep that forehead protector away from my face? It's almost touching me. All right, I'm off. If you find yourself really despondent, just go home and find a rope to hang yourself with. It might lighten your mood. With that, Ya departed with Akamaru, having noticed that Mizuki had been watching him from a distance. If I linger any longer, I suspect certain individuals might become anxious. Naruto watched as Ya left, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. That Ya, how could I be defeated by such trivial matters? I will train diligently and earn Irika-sensei S recognition. Regaining his determination, Mizuki approached Naruto shortly after, engaging him in conversation and urging him to steal the sealing book. That night, Naruto successfully pilfered the sealing book, and upon learning of Mizuki's true intentions, he utilized the shadow clone technique he had acquired from the book to defeat him, ultimately gaining Irika's approval and securing his forehead protector. The following day marked the day of team assignments, with each team to be accompanied by a guiding teacher. Upon entering the classroom, Yu was unsurprised to find Naruto already seated. Upon seeing Yu, Naruto beamed. "Look, I've graduated too." "I see. It seems the quality of the forehead protectors has diminished," Yu teased as he sat beside Naruto, while Akamaru leaped onto the desk. Ignoring Yu's jibe, Naruto continued to smile brightly. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke walked into the classroom, his expression as cold and unyielding as ever. The female students in the class erupted into a flurry of excitement. "Wow, it's Uchiha Sasuke. So handsome. Indeed. I've heard he is incredibly strong." Naruto, upon overhearing the girls in his class boasting about Sasuke, felt a twinge of annoyance. This fellow is indeed quite conceited, having once been bested by you, right, Kiba? Kiba lazily scratched Akamaru, yawning as he spoke. Those events belong to the past. The present may tell a different tale. Why not take a closer look? Observe what makes this guy stand out. Naruto considered this advice, leaping onto Sasuke's desk. He crouched down, his gaze fixed intently on Sasuke. Noticing Naruto's head encroaching into his space, Sasuke felt a mix of exasperation and surprise. Just as he was about to ask Naruto to move, he realized their faces were drawing ever closer. In the next moment, the two shared an unexpected kiss, much to the astonishment of their classmates. After a brief pause, they both recoiled, gagging in unison. Kiba, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but smirk. "Ah, I do enjoy being helpful, knowing the bond you share with your best buddy." Akamaru, having strolled over, looked at his owner with a bemused expression. Moments ago, they were playfully scratching each other, and now he was unceremoniously tossed towards Naruto. Thankfully, he landed nimbly on Naruto's back. The classmates fell into a momentary silence at the sight of the two kissing. Before the girls who fancied Sasuke shot daggers at the retching Naruto, he shivered, feeling as though he were under the gaze of something sinister. At that moment, Irika-sensei entered, calling for silence. Naruto returned to his seat beside Kiba, muttering about his misfortune. "Very well, I shall call out names to form groups. After the groups are arranged, your mentors will come to collect you." As names were announced one by one, students gradually formed their teams. Next group: Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame. Hinata, seated in the corner, raised her head shyly upon hearing she was in the same group as Kiba, who coincidentally turned to smile at her. Instantly, Hinata blushed and lowered her gaze. Hee, what a shy little girl. Meanwhile, Naruto, anxious about his own grouping, wondered when it would be his turn. Next group: Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha. Upon hearing he was paired with Sasuke, Naruto's expression darkened, and he voiced his displeasure. "Why must I be grouped with that guy?" Irika, responding to Naruto's complaints, replied matter-of-factly, "It's for the sake of team balance. You are the lowest achiever this year, thus naturally grouped with the top scorer, Sasuke Uchiha." Naruto, feeling indignant at Irika's remark, closed his mouth in frustration. As the group assignments concluded, mentors began to arrive for their respective teams. At that moment, Kurenai Yuhi entered the classroom, smiling at her group members. "All right, let us go." After exchanging a brief greeting with Naruto, Kiba departed. With Kiba gone and his mentor yet to arrive, Naruto resignedly rested his head on the desk. In the training ground, Kurenai surveyed her trio of students. "First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Sunset Red, your mentor for the time to come. Now, I would appreciate it if you could each share a brief introduction about yourselves." Upon finishing her statement, Sunset Red directed her gaze towards Kiba, who appeared to be the most animated among them. Perceiving the attention, Kiba spoke up. "In that case, I shall go first. My name is Inuzuka Kiba, and this is my companion, Akamaru. I have no dislikes, and my dream is to raise an alpaca." "Raise an alpaca? What a peculiar hobby," Sunset Red mused, slightly puzzled, as she realized she had never encountered such a creature before. An alpaca, commonly referred to as the grass-mud horse, is a mythical beast, arguably more perilous than the tailed beasts. Kiba explained. Sunset Red's expression turned serious upon hearing this. Perhaps it would be wise to reconsider that aspiration. It would pose quite the danger within the village, she cautioned. Then turned her attention to Hinata, who had been blushing since earlier, seemingly shy for reasons unknown. I am Hyuga Hinata. I look forward to your guidance. She stammered, lowering her head in embarrassment. Observing this, Sunset Red shook her head in resignation, finding the girl adorably bashful. I am Aburame Shino, and my passion lies in insects. I am keen to learn about various species of bugs, Shino stated. With all three having introduced themselves succinctly, Sunset Red resolved to assess their overall capabilities. Very well, the next segment will be a simple spar. Allow me to witness your strengths. Ding. Psychic Gym Challenge. Task requirement. Complete the strength test set forth by the gym leader and gain recognition. Reward, ground attribute. Ground attribute, immunity to electric-type skills. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Kiba thought to himself, as expected. He had gradually come to understand the nature of this system's quests, which typically aligned with the narrative. He surmised that accompanying the main characters would likely trigger even more quests in the future. Positioned at the center of the training ground, Sunset Red smiled and said, "Whenever you are ready, we may begin. Do not hold back. Come at me with full force." Shino silently adjusted his sunglasses, and a swarm of silent insects cascaded from his sleeves. Hinata, feeling nervous, assumed a gentle fist stance. Please, guide me well, Teacher Red." Meanwhile, Kiba crouched low, waving his right hand and shouting to Akamaru, "Akamaru, it's time. You're up." Sunset Red. "Akamaru, use dog paddle," Kiba commanded. As Akamaru dug his front paws into the ground, sending a cloud of mixed grass and dirt flying straight towards Red's face. Caught off guard by such a street-fighting approach, Red instinctively recoiled, her vision briefly disrupted. "Shino, it's your turn," Kiba called out. In response, Shino calmly raised his hand. Secret technique, insect sphere. A swarm of dark insects surged toward Red. Red effortlessly formed seals, illusion technique, tree binding death. In an instant, Shino felt branches emerging from the ground, ensnaring him. As the scenery around him began to warp, realizing Shino had become entranced by Sunset Red's illusion, Kiba understood his comrade was now under her spell. Sunset Red, now more focused, blurred momentarily and conjured two shadow clones, charging towards Hinata from 3 different directions to evaluate her prowess. Hinata's Byakugan allows her to perceive the true form, yet the simultaneous pressure from 3 directions leaves her momentarily bewildered. "Hinata, do not fear," Kiba shouts. "Akamaru, use your insight. Identify the true form and strike with lightning flash." Encouraged by Kiba, Hinata focuses intently, locking onto the true form of Yugao. "I see it. The true form is to the left. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams air palm." A powerful chakra shockwave accurately shoots toward Yugao's true form. Surprised, Yugao deflects with a kunai, being forced back a couple of steps. Akamaru's charge follows closely, and although Yugao sidesteps, she still gets hit on the shoulder. "Nice job, Akamaru." Feeling the pain in her shoulder, Yugao finally stops holding back, unleashing her Jonin chakra and vanishing in an instant. When her true self reappears, she is already behind Kiba, with her kunai poised at his neck. It's over. Kiba senses the movement behind him and suppresses his instinct to dodge. With the battle concluding, Yugao gains a clearer understanding of their strengths. "Impressive," she genuinely praises. "Shino, your control over insects is exceptional, and Hinata performed admirably at a critical moment." Finally, her gaze shifts complexly toward Kiba and Akamaru. "And you, Kiba? All this time, you've merely directed Akamaru while refraining from engaging directly." Kiba grins, a notification sound echoing in his mind. Ding. Gained the recognition of the Super Ability Master. Mission accomplished. Acquired ground attribute. As the test concludes, Yugao instructs them to return. As Kiba passes by her, she softly remarks, "When I appeared behind you, you would have been able to evade, right?" Kiba, holding Akamaru, pauses at her words and replies with a smile, "Yugao-sensei, what are you saying? I lack the strength to evade a Jonin's attack." With that, he heads home. Yugao watches Kiba's retreating figure, thinking, "I initially believed Kiba would be the weakest in this team, yet he has surprised me in unexpected ways." Upon returning home, Kiba sets Akamaru down. "Oh dear. I almost let it slip. The observation skills of a Jonin are indeed formidable." His gaze then shifts to the newly acquired ground attribute of Akamaru. At that moment, Akamaru's attributes appear switchable in Kiba's eyes. Curiously, Kiba changes Akamaru's attribute to ground. Instantly, Akamaru's limbs transform from white to a brownish-gray reminiscent of the earth. and the attribute shifts from ordinary to ground. Switching attributes allows for transformation. Kiba muses, stroking his chin, noticing Akamaru's significant resistance to lightning. Kiba glances at a nearby electrical plug. Under Akamaru's terrified gaze, Kiba presses the exposed wire of the plug against Akamaru. Woof! Akamaru barks in alarm, instinctively preparing to dodge. But when the electric current touches him, he is astonished to find he feels not a single sensation. Gaze fixed upon the expression of Chiharu. You comprehended the exchange that followed. Indeed, Chiharu had become immune to lightning. After concluding the experiment, you prepared to switch Chiharu's attributes, only to discover that the transition was under a cooldown period of 1 day. Henceforth, any attribute switch would necessitate a waiting period of a day before another could be executed. In the days that ensued, Hong began to lead Ya and the others in undertaking some straightforward sea-level tasks. Upon the completion of one such task, Hong noticed Asuma approaching. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Asuma regarded Hong and proposed, "Shall we dine together this evening?" Upon hearing this, Hong smiled and nodded in agreement. "I'll go inform them." At that moment, the system, which had remained silent for some time, finally resonated once more within Ya's mind. Ding! Attribute resistance training. Use a water-type move to attack a fire-type gym leader. Reward: Wave of Water. Wave of Water launches a wave of water, vibrating with sound, towards an opponent, inflicting special damage, with a 20 chance to induce a state of confusion in the target. State of confusion. A confused target has a 50 chance to attack itself before each action. To think it was an attacking move. I must find a way to accomplish this. You pondered while observing Asuma, who leaned casually against the wall, awaiting Hong. All right, this task is concluded. Everyone may take a few days to rest. I shall notify you of future assignments, Hong stated before preparing to depart and join Asuma. Ya, noticing this, promptly followed suit. Hong cast a puzzled glance at Ya. What is it? Do you have something to discuss? Nothing. I am merely passing by. After hearing this, Hong did not pursue the matter further, and Ya trailed behind him and Asuma. Ya's gaze fell upon Chiharu at his feet. Currently, Chiharu possessed no water-type moves. Wait, water? A sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Ya's mind. Recalling a specific move from the original narrative that he had taught Chiharu, a slight smile graced his lips. He then bent down and whispered to Chiharu, "Woof? Yes, just like that. Do you feel it? Woof, woof. Is that so? Splendid. Let us unleash something powerful." As Hong and Asuma heard the exchange between Ya and his canine companion, Asuma remarked, "Has this little fellow always been like this?" Hong replied. Upon reaching a bend in the path, you seized the moment to toss Chiharu into the air. "Go forth, Chiharu. You are the one." Woof. In midair, Chiharu adjusted its stance, then positioned its paws before its little brother, aiming at the smoking Asuma. "Chiharu, use water gun." Woof. Woof. A column of water, still steaming slightly, erupted from Chiharu's little brother, striking the still smoldering cigarette. However, perhaps the force was not well regulated, for after extinguishing the cigarette, the water stream directly hit Asuma's face. Woof. Chiharu executed a perfect backflip as it landed gracefully. Ding. Attribute resistance training. Successfully attacked a fire-type gym leader with a water-type move. Task completed. Reward: Wave of Water. The sound of task completion echoed, yet a palpable tension enveloped Ya. After a moment of daze, Asuma regained his composure and turned his gaze towards Ya. Hong stood frozen in place. Ya met Asuma's eyes and implored, "Teacher Asuma, please allow me to explain. It was not my intention to deceive you. Teacher Hong dislikes the scent of smoke, and I felt compelled to resort to this drastic measure. Surely, you can forgive this small transgression of a child." Upon finishing, Ya cast a pitiful glance at Hong. "Teacher Hong." At that moment, Hong approached Ya and gently patted his head. "You little rascal. You mustn't behave this way again. Now off you go." After all, he was her student, and it wouldn't do for Asuma to chastise him. Once he departed, Hong turned to Asuma. "You should head home and take a shower. We still have to go out for dinner." Seeing that Hong had spoken, Asuma felt he could not be petty in front of the woman he admired, nor could he trouble her student, so he resignedly made his way home for a shower. "That dog must have eaten something foul. The odor is unbearable," Asuma mumbled as he walked towards his house. With the little incident behind them, Team 8 returned to tranquility. However, after each mission, Asuma's figure waiting for Hong was never to be seen again. It had been a long time since he had heard the system's task notification. He gazed at Shino, who seemed lost in thought. Sigh. The system is hardly proactive. Why must I do all the pondering? Observing the insects dancing at Shino's fingertips, you felt a surge of inspiration. He promptly approached Shino. Shino, are we not good friends, brothers, and teammates? Shino, wearing sunglasses, buried his face in his collar and muttered, if you have something to say, just say it. I have no money left. Shino vaguely recalled the last time he had spoken to him, so politely, was when he had borrowed money. Hee, it's just a small matter. When I walk by over there, you should say, by the looks of you, you must be a Pokemon trainer. Come battle with me. And then you can release a bug to fight against my Akamaru. What do you think? After hearing Ya's proposal, Shino fell silent. Releasing a bug to battle a dog? Is that something a person would say? Shino thought to himself, yet ultimately nodded in agreement under Ya's fiery gaze. Delighted by Shino's acceptance, Ya rushed to the side and then approached Shino again. As he drew near, Shino felt an inexplicable embarrassment about the lines he had just agreed to. Sigh, I shouldn't have agreed so quickly. Had I known, I would have declined. Despite his regrets, Shino steeled himself and uttered, by your appearance, you must be a Pokemon trainer. Come battle with me. Shino stammered out the words and then released the weakest bug Pokemon he had. He looked at Shino, smiling brightly. Ding. Challenge from the bug catcher. Defeat the bug catcher using your Pokemon. Reward. Look at me. Look at me. Attract the attention of those around you. Indeed, the system task has emerged. Ya, brimming with excitement, promptly summoned Akamaru. Observing the minuscule creature before him, akin to a fly, Akamaru swallowed it whole. Ding. Challenge from the bug-catching youth completed. Reward skill. Look at me. Satisfied with the task's completion, Ya nodded appreciatively. Meanwhile, Shino discreetly shifted to the side upon witnessing this. Feeling that Ya had his sights set on his own bug simply to offer Akamaru a change of taste. As days passed, the tasks merely revolved around catching cats and dogs. During this time, the curious Yo attempted to use a Pokeball on ordinary animals, only to discover that it had no effect whatsoever. One day, Naruto approached Ya, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, Ya, we have received a particularly remarkable task, escorting someone home. How thrilling is that? Indeed. Though it seems you've merely swapped animals for people, look at how pleased you are, Ya retorted. Humph, I see you're just envious. Naruto replied with a triumphant smile before bidding Ya farewell. As Ya watched Naruto's retreating figure, he murmured to himself, it seems I must devise a plan to blend in with Naruto and the others. Perhaps this is the only way to increase the likelihood of triggering tasks. That day, while completing tasks in the wilderness, Kurenai, as usual, prepared to escort them back to the village. Suddenly, Ya spoke up, Kurenai-sensei. I intend to explore the surrounding area for a bit. You all can head back first. Kurenai, slightly puzzled, considered the proximity to Konohagakure and deemed it relatively safe. Thus nodded and cautioned, all right, but be careful and do not wander too far. I understand, sensei, Ya declared, watching as Kurenai led Shino and Hinata away before swiftly turning to run in a specific direction with Akamaru. He retrieved the map to the Land of Waves, hurrying along while inquiring of Akamaru, can you sense Naruto's scent? Woof. Upon hearing the response, Ya furrowed his brow. None. It appears we still have a distance to cover. I hope it isn't too far, or we may miss him this time. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions had just dealt with the attacking Ghost Brothers. Kakashi evaluated their performance, noting that Sasuke had done well, adjusting swiftly upon sensing danger, while Naruto. Before Kakashi could finish his thought, Naruto interjected, I won't be as weak as before. I am destined to become Hokage. Hearing Naruto's declaration, Kakashi gazed at him, momentarily lost in thought, as if he were witnessing the figure of his former teacher. Given that, let us continue our journey. However, remain vigilant, as we have encountered attacking ninjas, and the situation may become even more perilous. After gathering their belongings, the group set off once more. As they neared the seaside, a thick fog began to envelop the surroundings. Suddenly, Kakashi's demeanor shifted, sensing a strong aura of malice. He urgently warned everyone, get down. Immediately, a colossal, decapitating sword, accompanied by a howling wind, whirled past the heads of the group at high speed. With a resounding thud, the sword embedded itself deeply into a nearby giant tree. A figure silently materialized upon the hilt of the executioner's blade, towering in stature and robust in physique. His face was obscured by bandages, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes. The forehead protector he bore a distinct scar, marking him as a rogue ninja. Zabuza Momochi. adopting a condescending demeanor, coldly addressed the scene. Oh? I never anticipated encountering Konoha's copy ninja, Kakashi, here. The sudden appearance of Zabuza instantly put Kakashi on high alert. Recognizing his adversary, Kakashi identified him as the defector from the hidden mist, Zabuza Momochi. The murderous aura emanating from Zabuza was almost palpable, instilling a paralyzing fear in Naruto and Sasuke, who were experiencing such pure terror for the first time. Observing the distress of his students, Kakashi swiftly took action. He lifted the forehead protector he had always worn, revealing the concealed Sharingan. Sasuke, witnessing Kakashi's possession of the Sharingan, displayed a look of astonishment. He too possesses the Sharingan. Be cautious, prioritize protecting Tizuna, Kakashi instructed, his gaze fixed intently on Zabuza. Zabuza sneered, promptly performing hand seals, hidden mist technique. The surrounding fog thickened to an almost impenetrable density. Zabuza's voice echoed chillingly from all directions: throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Which vital point shall I strike? Hearing Zabuza's words, Naruto and the others huddled together in anxiety, while even Kakashi remained vigilant, scanning the obscured surroundings. Suddenly, the mist swirled, and Kakashi instinctively reacted, raising his kunai to defend himself. Clang! The clash of metal sparked brilliantly. Kakashi had successfully parried Zabuza's lethal strike. A glimmer of appreciation crossed Zabuza's face. Kakashi's reflexes were indeed commendable. Yet, in that fleeting moment of praise, a figure emerged behind Zabuza. Kakashi had inexplicably positioned himself at Zabuza's rear, while the figure that had blocked Zabuza's attack transformed into a watery form. A water clone. Zabuza's pupils constricted as the real Kakashi, now behind him, thrust his kunai toward Zabuza's back. With a piercing sound, Kakashi's kunai penetrated Zabuza's form, only to his astonishment. It too morphed into water. A slicing sound resonated as the executioner's blade descended once more, and Kakashi raised his kunai to defend, the immense force propelling him through the air. He adjusted his body mid-flight, skidding across the ground for several meters before coming to a halt. His gaze fixed on the re-emerging Zabuza. It seems I must resolve this matter swiftly, but you truly are a troublesome opponent. How about you hand over that old man to me, and we part ways? Kakashi retorted with a cold snort, ignoring Zabuza's presence. Unperturbed by Kakashi's dismissal, Zabuza swiftly performed hand seals, while Kakashi's hands began to move in tandem. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Two immense torrents of water roared as they collided, instantly creating a light drizzle in their wake. Just as Kakashi prepared for his next move, he was taken aback to discover that Zabuza's figure had vanished. In the next moment, a silhouette surged forth from behind him. Water style, water prison. Kakashi had barely the chance to leap away when a colossal sphere of water ensnared him. As the thick mist dissipated, Naruto and his companions beheld Kakashi trapped within Zabuza's watery confines. At that moment, Zabuza formed hand signs with a single hand, summoning a water clone. Humph. As long as I can confine you, my clone will easily handle these brats. Sasuke and the others watched with grave expressions as the water clone advanced towards them. Wow. What a commotion. Can I join in? A voice rang out, followed by a swift black figure darting towards Zabuza's water clone. The clone immediately raised its weapon to defend, but was pushed back several steps by the force of the impact. When Zabuza finally discerned the source of the collision, he was astonished to find that it was merely a dog. Naruto caught sight of Akamaru and then turned to the figure emerging from the woods. Kiba. Kiba? What are you doing here? Kiba grinned as he stepped forward. I just finished a mission nearby and heard the commotion, so I rushed over. It's quite reasonable that Kiba's mission site is 40 kilometers from here. Kiba steadied his breath, having nearly exhausted himself during the run. Zabuza, perturbed by the unexpected addition of another brat, felt a twinge of irritation, had it not been for his clone's swift reaction. That last strike might have obliterated the water clone. Noticing Kiba's labored breathing, Naruto inquired curiously, Kiba, why do you sound a bit winded? Huff. No, I'm just breathing. A bit harder. Ding. Water-type gym challenge task initiated. Please defeat the water-type gym leader, Kato. Task reward, water cannon. Water cannon has a 50 chance to unleash a powerful water cannon attack. Ding. Initial encounter with the dark-type overlord. Defeat a Pokémon belonging to the dark-type overlord. Task reward, shadow clone. Shadow clone. creates numerous afterimages through rapid movement. The system simultaneously issued 2 tasks, causing Kiba's eyes to sparkle with excitement. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. Despite the presence of Kiba, Zabuza remained unfazed. Although his chakra reserves were dwindling, summoning another water clone was still feasible. His priority was to maintain the water prison and prevent Kakashi's escape. Zabuza formed hand signs once more, conjuring yet another water clone. The new clone charged forth, aiming its strike at Sasuke, who was closest. Sasuke promptly sprang into action, dodging and drawing several shuriken from his pocket to hurl at the clone. The water clone raised its weapon, deflecting the shuriken with ease. Observing this, Naruto quickly began forming hand signs. Ninja art, multiple shadow clone technique. Dozens of Naruto's clones materialized, all rushing towards the 2 water clones, only to be swiftly dissipated into smoke as the water clones wielded their weapons. The water clone swiftly appeared before Naruto, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. It then turned its gaze towards Kiba, while another clone focused its attention on Sasuke. Akamaru, lightning flash, collision. Returning to Kiba's side, Akamaru propelled himself from the ground like a bolt of lightning, charging towards the water clone. The water clone, having anticipated the attack, effortlessly countered Akamaru's strike. Akamaru, wave of water. With a fierce bark, a surge of water erupted in response to Akamaru's call, hurtling towards the water clone. Caught off guard at close range, the water clone was unexpectedly struck by the wave and sent flying. As the clone was attacked, it dissipated into water. Zabuza, observing from a distance, displayed a look of astonishment. That little pup possesses impressive abilities. He has managed to eliminate my clone, having successfully dispatched 1 clone. The last remaining clone continued to press the attack on Naruto and Sasuke, relentlessly assaulting them without allowing a moment's respite. Akamaru, use. Look at me. Barking excitedly, Akamaru drew the attention of everyone present. Even the water clone, which had been focused on Naruto, glanced back momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Kiba had stealthily approached the clone and plunged a kunai directly into its neck. With a splash, the last water clone was vanquished. Zabuza, who was still entangled with Kakashi, muttered a curse under his breath. As he dispelled the water prison, he made his escape, casting a glance back at Kiba. Kid, I'll remember you. Kiba, hearing Zabuza's words, felt a mix of disbelief and irritation. Come on, man, even without me, you wouldn't have won. Ding. Encounter with the evil type king. Mission accomplished. Defeated 2 Pokemon. Mission reward, Shadow Clone. Exhausted but liberated, Kakashi approached Naruto and his companions. Noticing Kiba's presence, he found it peculiar. After listening to the explanation, he nodded and said, "It seems we must alter our plans. I didn't expect Zabuza to show up. I need to report this to the Hokage." Naruto, realizing Kakashi intended to return, unleashed his persuasive charm to convince him to continue the mission. Kiba chimed in, "I'll help too." Faced with the determination of his team, Kakashi reluctantly acquiesced. He was somewhat surprised by Kiba's prowess, not expecting him to synchronize so well with his ninja dog, successfully eliminating both of Zabuza's water clones. Sasuke, feeling dissatisfied with his own abilities, reflected on his previous defeat to Kiba. Though he was reluctant to admit it, Kiba's displayed strength seemed to surpass his own. Clenching his fists in frustration, Sasuke resolved to improve. The group then set off towards the land of waves with Tazuna. On board the vessel, Kakashi began to rest. Having expended a significant amount of chakra and mental energy during the battle with Zabuza, and he desperately needed to recuperate. Under the guidance of Dazna, Naruto and his companions finally arrived at Dazna's residence. The door was opened by Dazna's daughter, Tsunami. "Father, what has transpired?" she inquired. "Let them in to rest. We shall discuss matters inside." Subsequently, they entered Dazna's home, where Naruto cast a glance at a small boy sitting nearby. "Greetings, I am Uzumaki Naruto." The boy, Inari, merely glanced at Naruto before scampering away. Dazna then spoke, "This is my grandson, ever since Kaisa's demise, alas." The group settled in temporarily at Dazna's abode. After a day of rest, Kakashi regained his energy. Reflecting on the previous battles, he resolved to initiate special training for them. Ding. Teaching task activated. Walk on water. Instruct a Pokemon to learn to walk on water. Reward, surf. Surf. Summon a colossal wave to crash upon the opponent, while also learning to traverse freely upon water. Thus, in the following days, Kakashi began training Team 7 in chakra control, starting with tree climbing exercises. After yet another fall from the tree, Naruto observed Inuzuka Kiba lounging comfortably nearby, a hint of irritation crossing his face. Why must we endure such arduous training while you lounge about so comfortably? Kiba shot Naruto a bemused glance. I'm not part of your team, and I am training too. Did you not see Akamaru diligently learning to walk on water? Naruto turned his gaze to the side, where Akamaru was earnestly attempting to control his chakra, cautiously walking upon the lake's surface, though he soon sank into the water. Kakashi-sensei has us climbing trees, while you're training a dog to tread water. Is there truly a difference? Kiba innocently retorted, leaving Kakashi somewhat speechless. It is essential for a ninja to cultivate their own strength. External aids merely serve to embellish one's abilities. Kakashi contemplated, intending to remind Kurenai upon his return. Frustrated, Naruto approached the tree once more, striving to evenly distribute his chakra beneath his feet in his ascent, yet once again, he lost control and fell. Remember what I just said, control your chakra output. It must be evenly distributed while maintaining bodily balance, Kakashi advised the trio. Akamaru, having failed once more, lifted his head from the water. Recall my previous words. Precise output requires a well-calibrated chakra amount. Imagine a solid surface beneath your feet to step upon, and react and adjust promptly. Observing Akamaru's repeated failures, Kiba spoke up again. Kakashi, hearing Kiba's words, was taken aback. He knew the nuances of water treading quite well. Meanwhile, Sakura, after several attempts, finally reached the top of the tree, her face lighting up with joy as she descended. At that moment, Kiba called out to Akamaru. Even Sakura succeeded. Are you truly incapable of matching her? Originally, Sakura wore a cheerful smile, but in an instant, the joy within her vanished. It seemed that Inuzuka's words provoked Akamaru, who, after stumbling on the water's surface, began to run with renewed vigor. Ding! Task completed. Water walking accomplished. Reward, surfing. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke, who were still resting, began to doubt themselves upon witnessing Akamaru's triumphant sprint across the lake. Are we truly inferior to a dog? As this brief interlude passed, Tazuna once again beseeched Kakashi and the others to fulfill the late Kaisa's wish of repairing the bridge for passage. During his time with Inari, Naruto resolved to assist them, determined to prove to Inari that perseverance would inevitably lead to success. Thus, on the following day, Naruto overslept. When he awoke, only Kiba remained by his side. Where are Kakashi-sensei and the others? He inquired, puzzled. Kiba, leisurely sipping his porridge, replied, they've already gone to the bridge with Tazuna to resolve the matter. As for Kiba's lack of urgency, it was simply because the protagonist was still asleep. With Naruto absent, they could continue their training without concern for an imminent conclusion. Upon hearing Kiba's words, Naruto sprang from his bed, ready to head to the bridge when suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. A group of ragged wanderers, bare-chested and armed, appeared. What are you doing? Tsunami screamed in terror, only to be shoved to the ground by one of the warriors. You're the ones trying to build the bridge. Thwarting Boss Kato's plans, aren't you? The wanderer leered at the fallen Tsunami, not bad-looking. How about we before he could finish? A stone flew swiftly and struck him on the head. Ah, damn it. Who was that? Inari rushed out, positioning himself protectively in front of Tsunami, and bellowed at the group of wanderers. You vile scoundrels! Leave my home. The wanderers regarded Inari with amusement. You little brat, daring to strike me? Clearly, you have no idea of your own insignificance. With that, the injured warrior lunged at Inari, swinging his fist toward him. Seeing the fist approach, Inari resigned himself and closed his eyes. Naruto and I did it. I am no longer cowardly. I will protect my family like a man. Instead of the anticipated pain, a faint sound of lament reached his ears. Cautiously, Inari opened his eyes to find the previously arrogant wanderers now sprawled on the ground. Naruto looked at Inari and gave him a thumbs up. Well done, Inari. You've finally acted like a true man. Inari, receiving Naruto's affirmation, allowed a smile to grace his face. All right, stop showing off in front of the kids. If you don't hurry to the bridge, the battle will be over. Heeding Kiba's reminder, Naruto immediately set off toward the bridge. Meanwhile, at the bridge once again, Zabuza faced off against Kakashi, but this time, he was accompanied by a masked figure. Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on Zabuza as he quietly cautioned Sasuke and Sakura nearby, urging them to exercise caution, as he might be unable to protect them during the ensuing battle. Zabuza also spoke, instructing, Haku, leave those brats to you. Sasuke's eyes turned towards Haku, who stood not far away. As the battle commenced, Kakashi and Zabuza engaged in fierce combat, their figures darting around, each clash igniting sparks. Haku positioned himself in front of Sasuke, declaring, "You should leave this place. I have no desire to harm you." Sasuke scoffed at this warning, drawing several shuriken and launching them at Haku. An ice wall arose, deflecting the incoming projectiles. Observing this, Haku prepared to counter. Ice release. Demonic mirroring ice crystals. Massive ice formations erupted around Haku, enveloping both him and Sasuke within their confines. Sakura, witnessing the dire situation, attempted to rush in to assist, but was halted by Sasuke's voice from within, commanding, "You protect Tazuna. I will handle this." Inside the demonic mirroring ice crystals, Haku regarded Sasuke with a dismissive demeanor. "Give up. You are no match for me." Sasuke surveyed the icy surroundings, swiftly forming hand signs before inflating his cheeks. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A colossal fireball materialized, hurtling towards the adjacent ice surface. Haku made no attempt to stop it, merely watching as the fireball collided with the ice. To Sasuke's dismay, the ice remained unscathed, save for the scattering sparks. "Damn it, not even the great fireball is effective?" Sasuke muttered under his breath, redirecting his gaze to Haku. "If that's the case, I must defeat this person before me." Sensing Sasuke's intent, Haku withdrew, merging seamlessly into the ice. Subsequently, reflections of Haku appeared in every ice surface. Haku raised his hand. Slender Senbon nestled between his fingers. With a swift motion, countless Senbon were launched towards Sasuke, who was left to desperately evade the barrage. "Sasuke, I'm here to save you." A flash of yellow suddenly burst onto the scene, joining Sasuke's side. Naruto, having learned of Sasuke's predicament from Sakura, rushed in without delay. Meanwhile, Kiba remained outside. Kato had surprisingly arrived earlier than in the original tale, leading a group of rogue samurai, intent on swiftly dealing with Tazuna. Kiba observed Naruto's hasty departure towards Sasuke after hearing of his plight. Truly love, he thought, reflecting on how quickly Naruto rushed to his friend in danger. Returning his focus to the assembly of rogue samurai before him, Kiba turned to Akamaru, saying, "Let us get serious. We need to dispatch them quickly. Bring me that chubby guy with glasses hiding at the back." "Woof." Akamaru replied eagerly, dashing towards the throng of rogue samurai. As the small dog charged, the samurai scoffed. "What is this little pup doing? Is he here to serve us a meal?" "Ha ha." The others, upon hearing the commotion, instinctively burst into laughter, only to realize their grave mistake moments later. The diminutive figure of Chiharu weaved through their midst, each leap accompanied by a precise kick aimed at their nests. An indescribable pain surged from their lower abdomens, compelling them to clutch their legs and fall to the ground. The other wandering warriors, regaining their senses, swiftly drew their weapons, striking at Chiharu, yet each slash met only with the phantom of the agile creature. Moments later, the previously formidable warriors lay on the ground, groaning and clutching their groins. Kato watched as the small Chiharu approached him step by step, his hands instinctively shielding his vulnerable parts, his body retreating slowly. In a flash, Chiharu appeared before Kato, delivering a crushing blow that sent him tumbling, then clutched the nape of his neck, dragging him toward Ya. With Chiharu's victory over Kato, Ya's task was finally accomplished. Ding! Defeated the water-type gym leader Kato. Task reward, water cannon. As you observed the dragged Kato, he was about to inquire about the whereabouts of Kato's money when a powerful, ominous chakra surged into the sky. Ding! Side quest. Capture the legendary Pokémon. Task reward, 10 Pokeballs. Skill, flamethrower. Flamethrower unleashes intense flames from the mouth with a 10 chance to inflict a burn on the opponent. Upon hearing of the side quest, Ya's gaze shifted toward Naruto's position. At that moment, within the mirror of ice, Naruto had undergone a transformation. His once clear blue eyes had turned into fierce red beastly orbs, his body resembling a wild beast, limbs sprawled on the ground, a foreboding red chakra swirling around him, subtly forming the shape of a fox. Hidden beneath the ice, Haku furrowed his brow, sensing danger emanating from Naruto. Naruto lifted his arm, and with a mere flick, a chakra-infused claw mark shattered the previously unyielding ice surface. Haku, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt a surge of dread. In the blink of an eye, Naruto stood before him, shattering the ice and sending Haku flying. The sheer force propelled Haku several meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground. Coughing. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth beneath the mask, and Haku attempted to rise, only to find himself utterly incapacitated. After neutralizing Haku, Naruto surveyed the battlefield. Kakashi, still embroiled in a fierce struggle with Zabuza, sensed impending doom. This was bad. Naruto must have lost consciousness, and the tailed beast within him was about to erupt. Just as Kakashi prepared to intervene, Zabuza launched another attack. "Are you so bold as to be distracted while fighting me, Kakashi?" he taunted. Kakashi blocked Zabuza's strike once more, anxiety gnawing at him. Naruto's gaze finally settled on ya. Noticing Naruto's focus, you smirked. "Heh, you don't think your sudden surge of power gives you free rein, do you?" In a flash, influenced by the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto appeared before ya. With a claw that had already undergone a beastly transformation, he struck towards ya. In a flash of lightning, Ya's figure flickered, narrowly evading Naruto's attack. "Is that all you can do?" Four-legged technique. Chakra surged around Ya, and his form began to alter. His once short black hair rapidly lengthened, forcing off the headband that had been perched atop his head, which fell to the ground. His pupils shifted from black to a brilliant amber hue, revealing fangs and beastly claws. At this moment, you resembled a feral creature far more than Naruto. "Well then, this is my first time fully harnessing this power." After utilizing the heart scale on Akamaru, you had also trained in the Inuzuka clan's secret techniques. However, compared to the original work, the techniques he learned had undergone some transformation, possibly due to the influence of the Pokémon system. Naruto, now in a berserk state, detected a whiff of danger emanating from Ya, but was immediately engulfed by the tumult within. He propelled himself off the ground with great force, launching towards Ya like a cannonball. Shadow clone. Ya swiftly maneuvered, creating multiple afterimages around him. As Naruto shattered one of the illusions, he crashed down, creating a vast crater in the earth. Realizing his attack had missed, Naruto scanned for Ya's whereabouts. Where could he be? Ya's voice echoed from behind him, and he swiftly initiated his assault. In a flash of light, Ya charged at Naruto, raining down a flurry of strikes that landed upon him like a torrential downpour. The rapid onslaught left Naruto unable to react, rendering him defenseless against the barrage. With a charged punch, Ya sent Naruto hurtling through the air, then raised his palm. Water cannon. A colossal sphere of water materialized and hurtled towards Naruto's position. Boom. The water cannon struck Naruto with explosive force, showering the area in a fine mist. Meanwhile, Kakashi, locked in a fierce battle with Zabuza, stole a glance at Ya, who was engaged with Naruto. This guy's strength can actually suppress the rampaging Naruto? Kakashi thought, feeling an eerie chill creep down his spine as Zabuza's massive sword came slicing through the air. He swiftly turned to block with a kunai. Breathing heavily after an intense series of attacks, Ya felt his body tremble slightly. It seemed his physical form was still too weak after entering this mode. He couldn't sustain it for long. However, he mused that the technique's name could be altered. Perhaps he would call it Frenzy from now on. Approaching Naruto, who lay unconscious in the crater, you realized that Naruto had reverted from the Nine-Tails Berserk mode. "It's over. I got too carried away and forgot the mission. But it was merely an unachievable side quest anyway. Well, next time, I'll have Naruto make up for it." Ding. Side quest. Capture the Pokemon from the legend. Quest failed. With Ya's battle concluded, Kakashi and Zabuza finally reached a resolution in their confrontation. Under the gaze of Kakashi's Sharingan, he quickly discerned Zabuza's weakness. Thunder roared in Kakashi's hand as lightning coalesced at his fingertips. Lightning Blade. Kakashi seized the opportune moment, charging towards Zabuza and thrusting his Raikiri towards the latter's chest. However, in that fleeting second, a figure unexpectedly materialized, positioning itself between Kakashi and Zabuza. It was Haku. Zabuza gazed incredulously at the sudden appearance of Haku, while Kakashi had already unleashed his Raikiri. At that moment, two crimson orbs manifested, crashing down upon Haku and Zabuza. A flash of red light enveloped them, drawing both into the spheres, leaving Kakashi's assault thwarted. The orbs tumbled to the ground, rolling twice before a burst of red light erupted, revealing the forms of Haku and Zabuza once more. After a brief moment of disorientation, Zabuza shielded Haku behind him. Kakashi, realizing his attack had missed its mark, exhibited a hint of surprise but quickly regained his composure, eyeing Zabuza with renewed vigilance. "Hey, you should cease hostilities. Kato is already in my grasp. Speak up, or you may find yourselves in grave peril," Yagura declared, gripping Kato and unceremoniously tossing him to the ground, subsequently placing a foot upon his ample belly. A terrified Kato immediately implored Zabuza, "Stop, please." Recognizing the capture of Kato as a sign of their mission's failure, Zabuza turned to Haku. "Haku, we must retreat." Haku nodded, following Zabuza as they departed the scene. Kakashi watched their exit intently, only exhaling in relief once they had truly vanished. "What a taxing ordeal," he muttered, feeling utterly drained after the confrontation. Yagura, somewhat exasperated, lamented the waste of 2 Pokeballs, which had proven ineffective for capturing humans, yet capable of temporarily ensnaring them within. This outcome surprised him, but at least he had discovered another potential use for the spheres. Kakashi approached Yagura, curious about why he had intervened to save Zabuza and the nature of the orb's throne. Upon hearing Kakashi's inquiry, Yagura replied with a hint of frustration, "Kakashi-sensei, observe the situation. Had you eliminated Zabuza's subordinate, could you withstand his retaliation in your current state? Naruto and Sasuke are unconscious, and I lack combat capability. Should we rely on Sakura? As for those 2 orbs, I found them during a mission, but I have no further knowledge of their origin." Nearby, Sakura felt a twinge of indignation at being disregarded. Kakashi contemplated Yagura's words, finding some merit in his reasoning, and struggled to conceive any other rationale. He could hardly speculate that Yagura, a member of the Inuzuka clan residing in Konoha, harbored ulterior motives for aiding Zabuza. "Very well. Kakashi-sensei, you watch over Naruto and the others while I deal with this fellow," Yagura said, summoning Akamaru, who took hold of Kato and prepared to depart. "Just hand that guy over to the Mist Village. Remember to make contact." Acknowledging Kakashi's reminder, Yagura waved his hand, signaling his understanding. Leading the way, they finally arrived at Kato's hideout. He directly stated, "I present you with 2 options. Either I eliminate you and seize your assets myself, or you surrender everything to me, and I shall depart." Upon hearing this, Kato trembled and promptly chose the latter. "I will give you the money, all of it." Kato led you to his vault, where stacks of gold bars and cash lay before them, momentarily leaving you in a daze. "So much wealth. I cannot take it all. It seems I must relocate it elsewhere." You took what he could carry, concealing the remainder in another location. "Well, I have kept my word, this time. I shall spare you. Should I encounter you again, it will be your end." With that, you departed with Akamaru. Kato watched Ya's receding figure, his eyes clouded with malice. "That wretched brat. Just wait. If I do not eliminate that fool, I will hire more formidable ninjas. You shall learn the consequences of crossing me, Kato." "Understood, understood," came Ya's voice from behind Kato. Hearing the voice, Kato involuntarily shuddered and turned around. You regarded him with a smile. "Were you not listening? I did say that the next time I see you, it will be your demise." As he spoke, a shuriken slipped from Ya's hand, aimed straight at Kato's heart. At that moment, Akamaru, who had been by Ya's side, leapt up and sank his fangs into Kato's neck. Ugh! Kato's eyes widened, desperate to cry out. But all that emerged was a whimper. After dispatching Kato, you crouched down to stroke Akamaru's head. Meanwhile, Kato's blood had stained Akamaru's pristine fur. In this world, we must adapt to such circumstances. I look forward to our future endeavors, Akamaru. Woof. Whether you spoke to Akamaru or to himself, he released a heavy sigh before rising. Are you hungry? I shall treat you to a feast upon our return. We are now wealthy. Meanwhile, Kakashi had brought Naruto and the others back to Dazna's home. When the unconscious Sasuke and Naruto awoke, you had also returned. Kakashi glanced at you, but did not inquire about the outcome. Naruto sat up, feeling sore all over. Ugh, I feel so achy. What on earth happened? Still disoriented, Naruto looked around and realized they had returned to Dazna's home. Zabuza has fled, and Kato has been dealt with. Our mission has been successfully accomplished, Kakashi said slowly to Naruto. Upon hearing this, Naruto leaped joyfully from the bed. That's fantastic. But what about these injuries? They hurt so much, as if I had been thoroughly beaten. Hearing Naruto's lament, Kakashi discreetly glanced at you. Perhaps you've simply been lying in bed for too long. Your body has stiffened. You should get up. You still need to train. You interjected, seemingly disconnected from Naruto's injuries. After Naruto and Sasuke had sufficiently recuperated, Dazna and his companions finally completed the Grand Bridge, aptly named the Bridge of Hope, symbolizing the essence of unwavering perseverance and the enduring presence of hope. Once the mission was accomplished, Kakashi led the group back to the Hidden Leaf Village. Observing the influx of unfamiliar ninjas within the village, Kiba realized that the Chunin exams were imminent. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and his comrades, instructed them to disperse, and made his way to the Hokage building. As Kiba prepared to head home, he was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Hinata. You, my friend, have been rather sneaky, quietly joining Kakashi's team for a mission. If it weren't for Kakashi's letter, I would have thought something terrible had happened to you, she remarked. Feeling somewhat awkward, Kiba scratched his head, acknowledging his fault in this situation. Well, I just happened to come across them in a dangerous situation and lent a hand. Humph. You little rascal better not let this happen again. I have another matter to discuss with you. The Chunin exams are just around the corner, and I have registered our team. I don't expect any specific rankings from you. I merely want you to experience it. I've already spoken to Hinata and Shino, and now I'm informing you, she stated. All right. Thank you, Hinata. Kiba responded, nodding as Hinata gave him a glance before turning to leave. Ding. The Pokemon League Conference has commenced. Task: participate in the concluding match. Reward: Cross-Dimensional Pass X1, Cross-Dimensional Pass. Upon usage, you will be transported to another world and will only return after completing the ultimate task. Note: the flow of time in the cross-dimensional world differs from this world at a ratio of 101. Upon seeing this reward, Kiba's eyes sparkled with excitement. Travel to another world? The very flow of time is different. How intriguing. If I could enter a world where I could capture Pokemon, wouldn't I soar upon my return? Lost in delightful fantasies, he was jolted back to reality when Akamaru tugged at his pant leg. Are you hungry? Let us go to the barbecue. After enjoying a satisfying meal of grilled meat, Kiba and Akamaru returned home, content. Upon his arrival, Pakken inquired, I heard you are also participating in the Chunin exams? Yes. Hinata-sensei wanted us to familiarize ourselves in advance, so we are joining, Kiba replied. Then make sure to give it your all, and remember, safety first. Understood. Kiba retreated to his room, lying on his bed while Akamaru curled up in his nook. Let me see what treasures I have acquired this time, he mused. Checking Akamaru's information. Name: Akamaru owner. Inuzuka Kiba category. Ninja dog Pokemon type. Normal, ground skills. Detect, quick attack, water pulse. Look at me, shadow clone, surf, hydro pump. Evaluation. Gradually evolving from a mere pup into a refined canine. A refined canine, Kiba muttered, then turned his attention to his remaining possessions, 2 Pokeballs. One was used on Akamaru, and the other 2 were utilized to rescue Zabuza and Haku, those unfortunate companions. Lastly, there was the Pokédex. Recalling the Pokédex, Kiba suddenly pondered whether, in the future, he could use it to identify Pokemon before attempting to capture them. If it could identify them, wouldn't that imply he could capture them? I'll have to try that next time. As the dates for the Chunin exams approached, many unfamiliar faces began to appear in the Hidden Leaf Village. On that day, Kiba and Naruto were leisurely wandering through Konoha when they suddenly heard Sakura's voice. Sakura? Naruto's expression shifted to one of anxiety. You must have misheard. That's not possible. Kiba quickly dismissed Naruto's concern without a second thought. You all stop it. Sakura's voice rang out once more, prompting Naruto to dash towards the source of the sound. It was indeed Sakura's voice. Kiba, observing Naruto's hasty retreat, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Oh, Sakura truly is a hopeless romantic. After this quip, Kiba ambled along with Akamaru in tow. At that moment, a menacing figure, his face smeared with purple paint and a mummy-like figure strapped to his back, was glaring fiercely at Sakura while clutching Konohamaru in his grip. Sakura, trembling with fear, took a few steps back but resolutely commanded, release him at once. She steeled herself against Kankuro's intimidating gaze, just as Kankuro was about to respond. Naruto arrived on the scene. Seeing his recently recognized subordinate, Konohamaru, being bullied, Naruto rushed forward. You, let go of Konohamaru, he shouted, attempting to strike. But Kankuro deftly evaded him, delivering a kick to Naruto's abdomen that sent him sprawling. Where did this little runt come from? Is this the quality of Konoha? Kankuro taunted. Akamaru, water gun. With a bark, Akamaru unleashed a torrent of water, casting a shadow over Kankuro. The sudden deluge splashed across Kankuro's face, causing his makeup to run and leaving him feeling queasy from the unpleasant odor. Realizing what had just occurred, Kankuro, filled with rage, discarded Konohamaru and detached the puppet from his back. You foul mutt, I shall slay you. Enough. Kankuro. A figure approached slowly, his striking red hair glinting in the light. A kanji for love etched upon his forehead, and a massive gourd slung over his shoulder. Kiba, witnessing Gaara's arrival, pulled out his Pokédex, only to find it unresponsive. It seemed that without the manifestation of tailed beast characteristics or chakra, it did not qualify as a Pokémon. Yet, hadn't the Uchiha clan been treated as Pokémon during the Night of Annihilation? Such a perplexing system, Kiba mused, but chose not to dwell on it further. Is it not enough to be humiliated? Gaara's icy voice cut through the tension. Kankuro paused his aggressive stance upon hearing Gaara's words. Gaara's frigid gaze swept over those present before finally landing on Kiba. Interesting. What is your name? Yamamoto Baboji, Kiba replied. Yamamoto Baboji? Gaara echoed the name. Baboji. I shall remember you. After this, Gaara turned, leading Temari and Kankuro away, but not before casting a glance toward a figure perched atop a tree. You are also intriguing. What is your name? Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, sitting atop the tree and tossing stones nonchalantly, shot a disdainful look at Gaara. Gaara cast a fleeting glance at Sasuke before turning to leave. At that moment, Naruto rose to his feet and shouted at Gaara's retreating figure, "Hey, stop right there. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and you better remember that. Be cautious when you encounter me again." Upon hearing Naruto's call from behind, Gaara hesitated slightly before departing. Soon, the Chunin exams officially commenced. Kiba united with Hinata and Shino, and they proceeded toward the examination venue. Upon arriving at the hall, Kiba led the way to the second floor, addressing the two individuals responsible for disorienting the candidates. "All right, step aside. This trivial trick won't affect many." Recognizing that Kiba had seen through their illusion, the two complied and allowed them to reach the final examination site. Kiba surveyed the surroundings and noticed Naruto was absent. It seems he hasn't arrived yet. He is probably still battling Lee. After a while, Naruto and his companions finally made their entrance. Upon seeing the multitude present, Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. All the participants turned their attention to him, at which point a bespectacled individual with a gentle smile approached. "You'll attract attention from the other competitors with such a display, which could be detrimental to your forthcoming matches," Kabuto quietly cautioned Naruto while introducing himself. "I am Kabuto Yakushi, and this is my third time participating in the Chunin exams. Let me share a secret with you. I have gathered considerable information about many individuals." Intrigued by Kabuto's statement, Naruto inquired, "Is that so? Can you tell me about Kiba?" Sasuke, standing nearby, also exhibited curiosity at the mention of Kiba. "Kiba?" Kabuto's expression momentarily flickered with confusion. "No information?" Kabuto paused, slightly embarrassed, and admitted, "My data is still being compiled, so I have limited information on lesser-known ninjas." "Not even Kiba's details?" "Forget it. We won't bother," Naruto remarked dismissively, feeling disinterested in learning about others. Throughout his life, it seemed that no one had ever taught Kiba a lesson. Sasuke shared Naruto's lack of interest. Having been defeated by Kiba once, he recognized Kiba's strength surpassed his own. Observing Naruto and Sasuke's disinterest in seeking information about others left Kabuto momentarily perplexed. Who exactly is this Kiba that they wish to learn about? Logically, they should be more interested in profiles like Gaara's. Kabuto felt that his prior preparations had been in vain. Fortunately, the awkwardness did not linger for long. As the first exam officially commenced, Kiba and the others gradually took their positions. At that moment, the chief examiner, Ibiki Marino, entered the room. Clad in a black trench coat, his head and face marked by intersecting scars, Ibiki leaned on the podium, surveying the candidates below with a keen gaze. The first test serves as a theoretical assessment, wherein candidates must respond to the questions presented on the paper. Those who pass will progress to the next round. It is imperative to note that any individual who fails the examination or is caught cheating will be escorted out of the examination room, resulting in disqualification for their entire group. Now, the examination commences. Naruto gazed at the test paper before him, utterly bewildered. This is a disaster. I can't comprehend any of this. Meanwhile, in stark contrast, Kiba appeared remarkably relaxed. Beep. Task. Cultivating a trainer's qualities. Knowledge is power. Successfully complete the first test of the Pokemon League Conference. Reward. Learning device. Learning device. This item can be bound to a single Pokemon, enhancing the learning capabilities of the bound Pokemon and allowing it to replicate simple skills from adversaries. Upon hearing the task, Kiba promptly placed Akamaru atop the table and pushed a pen toward him. "I'll take a nap. You handle this." With that, Kiba rested his head on the table and fell into slumber, while Akamaru, with dexterous claws, clutched the pen and began to laboriously scribble on the test paper. As time elapsed, numerous candidates were caught cheating or plagiarizing and subsequently lost their eligibility to continue. Ibiki's gaze drifted toward Kiba's position, where he observed a dog diligently filling out the test, a bemused expression gracing his face. As the time drew near, Ibiki announced, "Now, we shall introduce a final question. You may choose whether or not to attempt it. Those who opt out will be considered to have forfeited the examination. However, those who choose to answer must be aware that an incorrect response will result in the permanent loss of eligibility for the Chunin exams. You may now decide to proceed or withdraw." Upon hearing Ibiki's words, Naruto found himself in a state of inner conflict. He did not wish to burden Sasuke and the others, yet he was reluctant to concede. Ultimately, he stood up and slammed his hands on the table, declaring his resolve. The loud noise stirred Kiba from his slumber, causing him to roll over in annoyance. Ibiki, observing the remaining candidates, finally broke into a smile. "Excellent. Congratulations to those of you who remain. I hereby declare that you have all passed the test." Suddenly, several shuriken flew in through the window, their tails adorned with red cloth, obscuring Ibiki's figure. Anko's silhouette appeared in the classroom, and gazing down at the candidates, she expressed her dissatisfaction. "To think there are still so many of you. Your performance in this round has been lackluster, Ibiki." Behind the curtain, Ibiki smiled wryly at her remark. Anko continued, "Since that is the case, let us commence the second examination, during which I intend to eliminate at least 2/3 of you." The commotion finally roused Kiba, who, upon seeing Anko on the stage, understood that the first examination had concluded. Beep. First league test completed. Reward, learning device. Kiba examined the learning device within his backpack and promptly bound it to Akamaru. The benefits of the device remain concealed externally, and its effects manifest immediately upon binding. The second examination began, with Anko leading the candidates to their next destination. As the crowd dispersed, Ibiki began to tidy up the examination papers on the table. Upon noticing Naruto's blank sheet, a look of astonishment graced Ibiki's face. What a bold little rascal he is. After murmuring this, Ibiki resumed collecting the papers. When reaching Kiba's desk, he found himself lost in thought as he gazed at Kiba's paper, which bore a few haphazardly scrawled words alongside several dried, indeterminate stains. "The master sleeps, the dog takes the exam. Who, then, is the true canine?" Another amusing little imp. This year's examination promises to be quite entertaining. Kiba Inuzuka, the young scion of the Inuzuka clan. Ibiki gathered all the papers and exited the classroom. Meanwhile, everyone had arrived at the venue for the second event, the Forest of Death. A row of rusted iron bars enclosed the forest, and an eerie atmosphere permeated the air. Akamichi began to outline the rules of this examination. "There are a total of 26 teams participating, and I will distribute scrolls to each of you. These scrolls are divided into 2 types, heaven and earth. You must collect both types and reach the central tower within 5 days to submit them. Failure to do so will result in disqualification from the examination." After Akamichi concluded his briefing, Naruto could not restrain himself and exclaimed, "Finally, no more exams. Just leave it to me. I will help you seize other scrolls." Before Naruto could finish his sentence, a shuriken whizzed by, grazing his cheek and leaving a crimson mark. Akamichi directed a piercing gaze at Naruto's position. "Please allow me to finish speaking before you interject. If you dare to interrupt me again, I shall end you." The murderous intent in Akamichi's eyes left Naruto frozen in place. At that moment, a candidate wearing a straw hat extended his tongue, presenting the shuriken that Akamichi had thrown. After receiving it with a nod of thanks, Akamichi resumed his explanations. Kiba observed this scene, silently retrieving his Pokédex. Pokédex entry, number, name, Orochimaru, classification, shedding serpent Pokémon, type, poison ghost, abilities, shed skin, possesses a chance to heal from status ailments. Cursed body, when attacking, may leave a unique curse mark on the opponent. Height 1, 79 m, human form, 70 m, serpent form. Weight, 573 kilograms, human form. 980 kilograms, serpent form. Pokédex version information. Emits a chilling laughter and achieves immortality through periodic shedding. This legendary Pokémon exhibits an extraordinary obsession with those possessing unique eyes. Kiba pondered the Pokédex entry regarding Orochimaru, lost in contemplation. Should I throw a few Pokeballs at Orochimaru now as a sign of respect? Realizing that even successfully captured Pokémon might not obey commands, Kiba promptly dismissed the thought. Never mind. I have no desire for self-destruction at this moment. Capturing him must await my ability to overpower him. Abandoning these unrealistic notions, Kiba collected his scroll from Akame and ventured into the Forest of Death alongside Hinata and Shino. Upon entering the Forest of Death, a task resonated once more. Ding. Side quest, Adventure in the Wilderness. Capture a wild Pokémon. Reward, 10 Pokeballs, sandwich recipe. The sandwich recipe, capable of crafting various dishes favored by Pokémon, with a certain probability of enhancing their attributes or size. Hearing the system's announcement, Yi murmured to himself. Capture a Pokémon. I wonder if I will encounter one suitable for capture. Glancing at the heavenly scroll in his hand, Yi resolved to complete the task first. We only need to obtain the Earth Scroll to accomplish our mission. Akamaru sniffed the air, detecting the nearest team. Hearing Yi's command, Akamaru took a whiff, while Hinata instinctively activated her Byakugan, surveying the surroundings. Woof! Akamaru growled softly, then directed his gaze toward a specific location. 300 meters away, there was a chakra fluctuation, indicating the presence of a team. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Yi smiled and praised her. Well done, Hinata. You found them instantly. Woof! Akamaru pondered, confused. He had already informed you of the position the moment he caught the scent. Did you not hear his bark? Ignoring Akamaru's questioning glance, Yi hurried toward Hinata's indicated location. Upon arrival, they spotted 3 figures donning straw hats, identifiable as ninjas from the Rain Village. One of them, carrying an umbrella on his back, looked at Yi and his companions with a cruel smile. What luck! We stumbled upon 3 little leaf ninjas. If I kill them, Leaf Village probably won't say a word. His 2 companions stood beside him, their faces mirroring his malevolent expression. Yi, uninterested in idle chatter, commanded, Akamaru. Lightning flash. Throat slash. The Rain Village ninja, still sneering, suddenly found a white figure before him, and in an instant, he struggled to breathe, instinctively clutching his throat. However, his severed windpipe gushed blood like a ruptured pipe, producing only whimpering sounds. The other 2 Rain ninjas, witnessing this horror, were paralyzed with fear, instinctively turning to flee. Secret technique. Insect sphere. Suddenly, 2 swarms of insects silently enveloped the fleeing pair, and when the swarm dissipated, only 2 lifeless corpses remained. He glanced at Shino. Well done. Shino. Shino, acknowledging the praise without a word, habitually adjusted his sunglasses. He stepped forward and retrieved the scrolls from the fallen ninjas. It seems luck is on our side. They possessed the Earth Scroll. He handed both the Earth and Heavenly Scrolls to Shino. Shino looked at Yi with some confusion. I have a matter to attend to alone. You and Hinata should head towards the central tower. I will catch up with you. Shino did not press for details, but simply replied quietly, Be careful. Hinata, upon hearing this, displayed a worried expression on her rosy face as she looked at Yi. Yeah, please, be careful. Yes, I will, and you too. Yi replied softly, reaching out to gently pat Hinata's adorable watermelon hairstyle. At the foot of the tooth, the little creature Akamaru widened his eyes in astonishment, having never realized that his master could speak so gently. As he watched Shino and Hinata stroll away, Yi nudged Akamaru's rear with his foot. All right, let us embark as well, to seek out any Pokémon suited for my capture. Meanwhile, on another front, Naruto and his companions encountered an adversary. Having strayed from the group to relieve himself, Naruto was suddenly confronted by a colossal blue serpent, which swiftly engulfed him whole. Back with Sasuke and the others, they awaited Naruto's return when, unexpectedly, a figure resembling Naruto emerged. Sasuke scrutinized the apparition before confirming their previously agreed-upon code phrase. As Naruto flawlessly recited the password, Sasuke's demeanor instantly shifted to one of wariness. Sakura, step back. This individual is not Naruto. Sakura, though puzzled by Sasuke's words, complied and retreated. What is happening? Sasuke, didn't Naruto just recite the code correctly? Sasuke positioned himself protectively in front of Sakura, his gaze fixed intently on the foe Naruto. Fool, with Naruto's intellect, would he be capable of recalling the entire code? Besides, the injuries on his face have vanished. Upon hearing this, Sakura's realization dawned, just as the false Naruto revealed a sinister grin. Huh, so that's how it is. Was the code you mentioned meant for my ears? How intriguing. As the transformation technique unraveled, Orochimaru gazed at Sasuke with keen interest. Confronted by the enemy before him, Sasuke assumed a combat stance, poised for an attack. What have you done to Naruto? He demanded. Are you referring to your little comrade? He has likely become nothing more than the waste of a serpent by now. Infuriated, Sasuke silently cursed his misfortune as Orochimaru began his own examination of Sasuke. Well then, are you prepared to face me? Orochimaru declared, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Under the weight of Orochimaru's formidable presence, Sasuke's body trembled involuntarily. This man's aura surpassed even that of Zabuza, whom they had encountered in the Land of Waves. Could he truly be a competitor like us? Sasuke's quaking form yearned to act, yet he despairingly discovered that his body was paralyzed. Orochimaru, relishing the sight of Sasuke's fear, casually hurled a shuriken toward him. Observing Sasuke's immobility, Sakura felt a surge of anxiety. Sasuke, move quickly, as the shuriken hurtled closer. Sasuke attempted to will his body into motion, but found his feet rooted as if bound to the ground. Thud! The shuriken struck the tree trunk, while Sasuke's figure vanished from sight. Orochimaru turned his gaze toward the concealed Sasuke, his eyes lingering on the blood seeping from Sasuke's thigh, filled with admiration. In your final moments, did you think to use pain to conquer fear? At that moment, within the belly of the serpent, Naruto prepared to unleash a shadow clone technique to burst forth from the creature's gut. Just as he was about to perform the hand seals, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Huh, at last, I have discovered a Pokémon recognized by the Pokédex. The excited voice of you reached Naruto's ears. Throughout this entire search, whether it was a colossal bear or a lizard, even when encountering other candidates from different teams, you would always utilize the Pokédex, only to find that none were actual Pokémon. However, before him lay a magnificent blue serpent, which at last yielded information within the Pokédex. Pokédex entry, number, name, blue serpent, classification, serpent Pokémon, type, poison dark, ability, intimidate. Upon entering the field, it has a certain probability of lowering the opponent's attack power. Hidden ability, Fury Point. When struck in a vital area, its attack power significantly increases to the maximum. Height, 100 m, weight, 1,000 kilograms. Pokédex version information, a common Pokémon dwelling deep within the Dragon Cave, possessing average strength. Astonishingly, it is Orochimaru's summoning beast, albeit the most ordinary of blue serpents. Nevertheless, it matters little. I shall capture it first and nurture it later. By the way, once I capture it, can Orochimaru still summon it back? Ding. The rights to the Pokémon captured by the host belongs solely to the host. Unless permitted by the host, no one else can utilize it. Upon hearing this prompt, you felt reassured. Otherwise, if he were to train the blue serpent, only for it to become Orochimaru's summoning beast, he would surely suffer a grave loss. Is that you? Yeah? A muffled voice emanated from within the blue serpent's belly, interrupting Ya's thoughts. This voice, Naruto? Having consumed Naruto, the blue serpent, which had been resting on the ground, was taken aback when a human appeared before it, disregarding its presence and initiating a conversation with the food in its belly. Feeling its dignity disrespected, the blue serpent raised its enormous body, its cold, serpentine eyes fixated on Ya. Inside the serpent's belly, Naruto sensed the movement and prepared to emerge. Oh right, I was swallowed by this serpent. Just a moment, I'll be out shortly. Hearing Naruto's words, Ya feared that Naruto might inadvertently destroy the Pokémon he had painstakingly found, so he hastily exclaimed, wait a moment. I need to capture this serpent. Just hang on. Naruto, within the serpent's belly, paused his hand seals upon hearing Ya's words, slightly puzzled. Capture? Feeling itself persistently ignored, the blue serpent let out a furious roar directed at Ya, then opened its gaping maw to bite down. In a swift motion, Ya dodged, positioning himself above the blue serpent, and struck down with a powerful punch to its head. Inside the serpent's belly, Naruto felt himself tumbling up and down, but eventually, it quieted down. After imparting a sound lesson to the blue serpent, you observed the creature lying on the ground, resembling a lifeless snake, and grasped a pokeball, throwing it forth. A flash of red light enveloped the blue serpent, drawing it into the pokeball. The pokeball rolled on the ground, shaking back and forth, until it emitted a definitive ding, signifying a successful capture. Ding. Side quest, adventure in the wild area. Capture a wild Pokémon. Completed. Reward, 10 Pokeballs, sandwich recipe. With the replenishment of Pokeballs, Yo acquired another 10, along with a recipe for sandwiches. Currently, I find myself in possession of 11 usable Pokeballs, a rather ample supply. You released the blue serpent. In that moment, the serpent felt a peculiar bond with Ya, compelling it to instinctively heed Ya's commands. Release Naruto from your belly, Ya instructed. The blue serpent nodded in compliance. Naruto, nestled within, sensed a sudden jolt of motion before once again basking in the sunlight. At last, he was free. Taking a deep breath, Naruto suddenly recalled something. Oh no. Sasuke and the others are still waiting for me. Without a moment to spare for pleasantries with Ya, he hurriedly bade farewell and dashed away. Ya watched Naruto's retreating figure, then returned the blue serpent to its pokeball. It seemed that Sasuke and his companions had encountered Orochimaru. I shall join the fray. Orochimaru continued to test Sasuke. But under the overwhelming pressure of absolute power, Sasuke's confidence began to wane. As Orochimaru drew ever closer, Sasuke produced a scroll from his possession. This is our scroll. I give it to you if you let us go. Upon seeing Sasuke unveil the Book of Heaven, a sly smile crept across Orochimaru's face. Oh, you are actually offering me the scroll? He took the scroll, igniting it in flames and reducing it to ashes. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. Orochimaru bore a chilling grin. However, I must apologize. Your scroll does not pique my interest. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Sasuke turned without a moment's hesitation. Sakura, run. At Sasuke's urgent warning, Sakura instinctively turned to flee, only to find a figure materializing behind her. Orochimaru's hand rested lightly on Sakura's shoulder, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Should you attempt to escape, her head might just find a new residence. Orochimaru's indifferent voice halted Sasuke in his tracks. Orochimaru regarded Sasuke with an amused expression. Fight or perish. Should you fail to amuse me, you shall meet your demise. Sasuke glared at Orochimaru, swallowing hard at the non-existent lump in his throat. How infuriating. To think I would be reduced to such fear. How then can I avenge myself against that man? The image of that figure flashed in Sasuke's mind, his resolve swelling within him. Do not underestimate me. Sasuke's spirit erupted, his Sharingan transforming into the form of two Tomo. Orochimaru, observing the Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes, momentarily revealed a glimmer of greed. Fascinating, it is precisely those eyes. Sasuke fixed his gaze on Orochimaru and swiftly hurled four kunai toward him. Orochimaru, noticing the projectiles, tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the kunai that whizzed past his ear. Such trivialities cannot harm me. Orochimaru began, but before he could finish, a sound of slicing air echoed from behind. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru vanished from sight. As it turned out, the shuriken that Sasuke had just launched rebounded in midair, striking at an oblique angle toward Orochimaru's back once more. Orochimaru observed the four shuriken embedded in the ground where he had previously stood, a hint of surprise gracing his features. Quite an impressive throw. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke approached Sakura. You should leave this place. I'll handle it from here. Although reluctant, Sakura retreated to a distance. Knowing that her current abilities would only serve as a hindrance to Sasuke, Orochimaru silently watched her departure. Would he allow his companion to leave while he held the rear? Sasuke remained vigilant, watching Orochimaru closely, and felt a slight relief when he did not intervene. Taking action once more, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. He unleashed a barrage of small fireballs, resembling the fruits of the phoenix flower, directed at Orochimaru. As the straightforward fire attack approached, Orochimaru waved his arm, summoning a fierce wind that extinguished the fireballs. Yet, as they dissipated, several shuriken were concealed within. With a sudden thrust, the shuriken struck Orochimaru's body, forcing him to stagger back a few steps. Hidden shuriken within the fireballs? Before Orochimaru could fully comprehend, Sasuke launched another volley of shuriken, instinctively raising his arm to defend. He discovered that the shuriken, upon colliding in midair, changed direction. Each one was tethered with transparent threads, swiftly binding Orochimaru to the massive tree behind him. With Orochimaru now under his control, Sasuke gathered his remaining chakra. Fire style. Great fireball technique. He concentrated chakra in his throat, summoning a colossal fireball that soared toward the ensnared Orochimaru. Boom. In an instant, Orochimaru's figure was engulfed in flames. After executing this maneuver, Sasuke leaned on his knees, panting heavily as he gazed at the spot where Orochimaru had been consumed by the inferno. Finally, it was over. However, as the flames receded, Sasuke's pupils dilated in shock. There stood Orochimaru, seemingly unharmed, approaching Sasuke with an air of calm. He tore away the charred skin from his face, revealing his original visage. Impressive, indeed. In that case, allow me to present you with a gift. With that, Orochimaru's neck elongated, entwining around Sasuke's entire body. His head drew close to Sasuke's face, sinking his teeth into Sasuke's pristine neck. What are you doing? Let Sasuke go, cried Naruto, who had just arrived with Kiba. Witnessing the scene of Orochimaru bestowing a cursed mark upon Sasuke. After implanting the mark on Sasuke's neck, Orochimaru licked it with his tongue and whispered, "If you seek power, come find me." He then retracted his neck and turned his gaze toward Naruto and Kiba. Sasuke clutched his neck, where he had been bitten by Orochimaru. The searing pain caused his consciousness to wane, and soon, darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. Naruto rushed to Sasuke's side, and upon seeing his friend unconscious, he glared furiously at Orochimaru, the power of the Nine Tails subtly surfacing, hinting at a potential outburst. Nearby, Kiba clicked his tongue in disapproval. Not only had Orochimaru bitten him, but he had also licked the wound, leaving Sasuke tainted. Orochimaru cast a glance at Kiba and Naruto before turning to leave, having achieved his objective. However, at that moment, Naruto sprang into action, launching himself toward Orochimaru after forcefully stomping the ground. Sensing the movement behind him, Orochimaru did not even glance back as he deftly evaded Naruto's incoming punch, then seized Naruto's shoulder and slammed him down into the ground with brutal force. The impact left Naruto's body embedded in a crater. Orochimaru had no interest in toying with Naruto. He lifted his foot and stomped heavily on Naruto's abdomen, the immense weight causing Naruto to involuntarily arch his body. "Akamaru, you look at me," barked Kiba. Suddenly, a sharp bark echoed, drawing Orochimaru's attention. By the time Orochimaru regained his focus, Naruto, who had just been beneath his foot, had vanished without a trace. Kiba swiftly rescued the dazed Naruto, his expression grave as he regarded Orochimaru. "From the Inuzuka clan? Are you prepared to fight me?" Kiba inquired, feeling a sense of resignation. He recognized that he was not yet a match for Orochimaru, but seeing his little brother harmed in front of him left him no choice but to act. He gestured toward the unconscious Naruto. "Yes, my little brother, understand?" With that, Kiba charged at Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at the approaching Kiba with disdain for his speed. Too slow. In a flash of lightning, Kiba, who had been in front of Orochimaru, suddenly vanished from sight. Moments later, a tremendous force struck Orochimaru in the abdomen, sending him flying. After knocking Orochimaru back, Kiba turned his gaze toward Akamaru. Secret technique. Double-headed wolf. Akamaru leaped onto Kiba's shoulder, and as the smoke cleared, a massive wolf with two heads appeared before Orochimaru. Stabilizing himself, Orochimaru was astonished to find that this young boy had struck him despite his earlier restraint. Cold, serpentine eyes fixed on the dual-headed wolf, Orochimaru raised his arm. Hidden shadow snake hands. Several venomous snakes erupted from his arm, surging toward the double-headed wolf. Water pulse. The double-headed wolf unleashed a torrent of water, effortlessly sweeping away the approaching snakes. A flicker of interest crossed Orochimaru's eyes as he witnessed the wolf's use of ninjutsu. "So, you can utilize ninjutsu?" Hidden shadow multiple snake hands. Raising his arm once more, this time even more snakes poured forth from Orochimaru's sleeves, swarming toward the double-headed wolf like a dense school of sardines. Shadow clone. The two-headed wolf swiftly maneuvered its body, evading the oncoming venomous serpent, while charging directly towards Orochimaru. As the two-headed wolf advanced, Orochimaru formed hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A fierce gust of wind surged forth, forcefully propelling the charging wolf away. The wolf spun through the air, then kicked off a tree trunk with its hind legs, launching itself at Orochimaru once more. Orochimaru sidestepped the wolf's assault, and from his sleeve, the Kusanagi sword slipped out, which he wielded to slash at the wolf that had just passed by him. Release. Boom. He immediately separated from Akamaru, and the chilling glow of the Kusanagi sword sliced through the space between them. Ya and Akamaru swiftly adjusted their stances, sliding several meters on the ground before stabilizing themselves. Noticing that Ya had evaded his attack, Orochimaru wore a hint of admiration on his face. "Remarkable talent. Come away with me, and I shall make you stronger, while revealing the world's wonders to you." Upon hearing Orochimaru's seductive words, Ya was momentarily taken aback, then firmly declined. "No thanks. I'm afraid my mother would spank me if I went." Seeing Ya's refusal, Orochimaru prepared to take matters seriously and eliminate him. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he directed his gaze towards a particular spot. Never mind, time's up. Let us call it a day. If you're ever interested, feel free to seek me out. With that, Orochimaru's body slowly descended, vanishing before Ya's eyes. Shortly after Orochimaru's departure, a figure hurriedly approached. Red Bean, upon seeing Ya and his companions, furrowed her brow when her gaze fell upon the cursed seal on the unconscious Sasuke's neck. In an instant, she appeared before Sasuke. Red Bean lifted Sasuke's collar, fully exposing the cursed seal to her sight. Indeed, it's that scoundrel Orochimaru. He has truly come. After discovering a faceless corpse on the side of the Death Forest, Red Bean, prompted by a notification, rushed to investigate, and an unsettling premonition had surged within her. I can't believe you've shown up, this time. I must capture you at all costs. With this thought, Red Bean turned her attention to Ya. Where did the one who left the cursed seal go? Ya shrugged. I don't know. He vanished right after plunging into the ground. Upon hearing this, Red Bean's expression darkened, and she quickly departed to continue her pursuit of Orochimaru. After a fruitless search, Red Bean left with a grave expression to report to the Hokage. Ya looked at the two unconscious figures on the ground, shook his head, and then turned to the hesitant Sakura beside him. I'll leave this to you. I have matters to attend to. He wasn't their caretaker. He would only assist if he felt inclined. Had it not been for the increased chance of triggering missions by following them, you would have been disinterested in lingering around. Sakura watched Ya leave, hesitating to speak, before finding a secluded spot to tend to the unconscious Naruto and Sasuke. Having completed her side mission, Ya then made his way towards the central tower. He wondered if Hinata and the others had arrived yet. As he approached the central tower, Akamaru suddenly barked. Can you smell Hinata and the others? Beside them stood a figure imbued with a pungent scent of blood. It appeared that they had encountered Gaara, and without hesitation, Kiba quickened his pace towards Hinata's position. At that moment, Gaara was ensnaring the three members of the Rain Village in a suffocating embrace of sand, lifting them into the air. Sand binding coffin. As the sand constricted, the bodies were crushed to mere remnants, and blood erupted forth, creating a rain of crimson. Just as Hinata and Shino were making their way to the central tower, they fortuitously stumbled upon this gruesome spectacle. They halted in their tracks under Gaara's unyielding gaze, which bore into them with an expressionless countenance. You too. Are you the companions of that guy, the skewered chicken? Upon hearing Gaara's words, Hinata and Shino exchanged puzzled glances. Was he addressing us? Skewered chicken? Who is that? Confusion was etched on their faces as they remained oblivious to the identity of the skewered chicken Gaara mentioned. Yamamoto skewered chicken, where has that guy gone? I can hardly contain my desire to savor his blood. Gaara's aggressive proclamation prompted Shino to respond slowly. I do not know who you refer to as Yamamoto skewered chicken. Gaara's irritation flared upon hearing Shino's lack of recognition. It seems you do not wish to divulge his whereabouts. If that is the case, I shall eliminate you. And when he learns of your demise, he will undoubtedly come seeking me. Handing behind Gaara, Temari noticed his impending aggression and hesitated to speak. Gaara, Silence. If you continue to chatter, I shall dispose of you as well. Gaara's icy words silenced Temari. Beside her, Kankuro tugged at Temari's sleeve, signaling her to refrain from further comment. Gaara directed his attention back to Hinata and Shino, raising his arm. The air filled with a rustling sound as countless grains of sand converged, enveloping Shino and Hinata. Secret technique. Insect sphere. In response, Shino raised his arm, unleashing a swarm of tiny insects that surged towards Gaara like a horde of locusts. Yet, as they advanced, a wall of sand emerged, repelling the insects. The two forces clashed, resulting in black specks falling from the sky, the remnants of insects meeting their demise against the sand. Shino, exerting control over the insects, began to perspire. This cannot continue. He thought. Akamaru. Water cannon. A colossal sphere of water coalesced, launching itself towards Gaara like a cannonball. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Gaara's sand instinctively erected a defense, a mound of sand emerging to shield him from the oncoming water. However, upon contact, the sand was effortlessly penetrated, akin to paper being pierced by a bullet, and the force of the water cannon struck Gaara with unmitigated power. The tremendous impact sent Gaara hurtling several meters away, crashing into trees before finally coming to a halt, buried beneath the splintered wood. Temari gazed in astonishment at Gaara, now concealed under the debris. Gaara. As Gaara was propelled away, Shino finally ceased his assault. Hinata looked at Kiba, a joyful smile gracing her face. Kiba, oh, it seems I have arrived at a most opportune moment. Very well, let us depart. Huh, that fellow. Hinata pointed towards Gaara, who had been sent flying. Pay no heed to that individual. Our priority is to leave. With that, Kiba firmly grasped Hinata's small hand. In that instant, as he took her hand, Hinata involuntarily trembled, her face turning a vivid shade of crimson, and a warm mist seemed to manifest above her head. Kiba led Hinata away, followed closely by Shino, who was unperturbed by the unfolding events. Boom. Shortly after their departure, the debris covering Gaara was violently swept away by a powerful surge of sand. Gaara emerged slowly, his voice reverberating through the forest with fury. Yamamoto Baboji. At that moment, Gaara's face was marred with cracks. And as the sandy shell crumbled, his fierce expression was revealed. Witnessing Gaara's wrath, Temari and Kankuro were rendered speechless, gripped by fear. Gaara. Upon hearing Temari's soft call, Gaara turned his gaze, his icy pupils brimming with murderous intent, before the tumultuous sand began to settle. We shall proceed. Before long, Kiba and his companions arrived at the central tower, where the proctor overseeing the monitoring room expressed surprise upon seeing them. How quickly they have returned. Has a team already completed their task? Upon hearing this, Anko curiously peered at the surveillance screen. Is that the little rascal? Recalling the earlier encounter while tracking Orochimaru, she was astonished at their impressive prowess, having advanced so swiftly through the second phase of the exam. Just as Anko was praising Kiba, Gaara's team soon made their entrance as well. It appeared that the candidates overall exhibited commendable strength, with yet another team arriving. As time passed, other teams gradually arrived. And when Naruto's group finally reached the venue, the second phase of the exam came to a close. Anko stood on the observation platform, observing the remaining candidates. Excellent. Congratulations to all of you for passing the second phase of the test. However, as the number exceeds our expectations, we shall implement an additional preliminary round at the commencement of the third phase. Ding. Defeat other Pokemon trainers to complete the preliminary round. Reward, Swords Dance. Swords Dance, a special dance that enhances one's attack power, doubling it with each performance. The effects are cumulative, requiring longer dance durations, with a maximum of 3 performances. Oh, a task has arrived. Swords Dance, a divine technique to bolster one's attack power. While Kiba pondered this, Gaara, standing not far away, was fixated on him. Just as Kiba was contemplating how to utilize Swords Dance, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back and turned to see Gaara's unwavering gaze upon him. Does this fellow harbor an affection for me? Alas, it's burdensome to be so charming, drawing admiration from all ages. After casting a sidelong glance at Gaara, Kiba returned his focus elsewhere. Yamamoto Baboji, I hope to encounter you in battle. I shall show you the true meaning of cruelty. As Anko concluded her remarks, the third Hokage ascended the stage, delivering yet another impassioned speech. All right, aside from the contestants who have already forfeited, I hereby declare the preliminaries officially commenced. With the words of the third generation, the preliminaries have indeed begun. In the first match, reminiscent of the original work, Sasuke faces off against the Copper Armor. Due to the unique strawberry cultivated by Orochimaru, Sasuke is unable to unleash his full potential. However, he still manages to defeat the Copper Armor using the taijutsu he had previously replicated from his battle with Lee. As the matches progress, we swiftly arrive at Kiba. Next up, Inuzuka Kiba versus Uzumaki Naruto. Upon hearing that he would battle Kiba, Naruto immediately leaped to the arena, while Kiba ambled down at a leisurely pace. Naruto gazed at Kiba with uncontainable joy. Kiba, this time, I will definitely defeat you. As his best friend, Naruto had challenged Kiba numerous times during their childhood, but he had never once emerged victorious, not even against Akamaru. This time, however, he was resolute in demonstrating his growth to Kiba. In stark contrast to the excited Naruto, Gaara in the stands began to exhibit signs of instability in his demeanor. Inuzuka Kiba? He is not even called Yamamoto Baboji. Even his name is a deception. Handed and Karui, observing the situation, instinctively took a few steps back. What is wrong with Gaara? Handed inquired. He seems emotionally unstable lately. Karui shook her head. I don't know. Perhaps he has been triggered by something. In the arena, as the referee announced the start, the clash between Kiba and Naruto ignited. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. Ninja art. Multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, dozens of Naruto's figures manifested on the scene. On the stands, Guy, seated beside Kakashi, exclaimed, "What an astonishing amount of chakra! He can create so many shadow clones." Kiba stood calmly in place. Akamaru, use the insight technique, then dash forward like a flash of lightning. Woof! Akamaru's gaze sharpened, swiftly locating Naruto's true form among the multitude of shadow clones. With a powerful push of his paws, Akamaru shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Wow, this ninja dog is incredibly fast. The other contestants murmured, while Sasuke's eyes were fixed on Kiba. I wonder how strong you are now. Just as Naruto was preparing to launch an attack on Kiba with the shadow clones, he suddenly noticed Akamaru had already dashed right in front of him. Damn it! How did Akamaru find my true form? Without time to ponder further, Naruto hurriedly raised his hands to shield his face. Akamaru leaped up, crashing towards Naruto's face. Successfully blocking Akamaru's attack, Naruto felt a heavy weight on his hands, and then his body was propelled back, rolling several meters across the ground before finally coming to a stop. Regaining his balance, Naruto controlled the clones present, simultaneously restraining Akamaru while encircling Kiba, ready to take him down. Relying on Akamaru every time in battle. This time, I will take you down first. Naruto plotted silently, then maneuvered around Akamaru and charged toward Kiba. Sensing Naruto's intention, Kiba did not instruct Akamaru to intervene, but instead allowed him to frolic with the shadow clones. Well then, I suppose I should get a little exercise as well. As Naruto stood before Ya, he raised his fist and swung it towards him. Akamaru, look at me, woof. Woof. Suddenly, Akamaru barked, diverting the attention of everyone present, including Naruto, who was mid-attack. Seeing Naruto's gaze shift towards Akamaru, Ya seized the opportunity to launch a powerful punch at him. The immense force sent Naruto flying. The turmoil within his chakra caused his shadow clones to dissipate. Frustrated, Naruto scrambled to his feet and glared at Ya. Damn it, why did Akamaru distract me the moment he barked? At this moment, Kakashi's expression shifted to one of intrigue as he lifted the mask covering his Sharingan. This guy's ninja dog-esque bark seemed to carry an illusion technique. Naruto rose from the ground, attempting to regain his composure. Damn it, my shadow clones can be detected, and fighting you will only result in Akamaru interfering. Before Naruto could ponder further, Ya and Akamaru launched their attack once more. Secret technique. Beast clone. Naruto watched as Akamaru's chakra fluctuated, transforming him into a replica of Ya. The two figures intertwined, advancing towards Naruto with fervor. Surrounded by Ya and Akamaru, Naruto was subjected to relentless kicks, strikes, and tackles, leaving him battered and bruised in no time. Observing Naruto's injuries, Ya showed no mercy. Coordinating with Akamaru, they sent Naruto hurtling through the air once more. Are you going to continue? Ya inquired, watching as Naruto struggled to rise, a smile still adorning his face. Of course, I am destined to become Hokage. I want to fall here. Ya, witnessing the unwavering smile on Naruto's face, nodded in acknowledgement. Initially, he had approached Naruto merely to establish rapport for future security. But as time passed, he could not deny the qualities in Naruto that he deeply admired. Then let us continue, Ya declared, placing his hand atop the transformed Akamaru's head. Secret technique. Two-headed wolf. Boom. As the swirling dust settled, both Ya and Akamaru vanished, replaced by a colossal white wolf with two heads. Naruto gazed at the magnificent creature before him, his smile widening. Ha ha, it seems you are serious now. In that case, I cannot be underestimated. A surge of ominous power coursed through Naruto, unaffected by Orochimaru's seal. As the chakra of the Nine Tails overflowed from within him, a chilling sensation gripped the spectators. Gaara's gaze shifted from Ya to Naruto. This guy harbors a monster within him, much like I do. Gaara could distinctly sense Shikaku, who had remained dormant, beginning to stir restlessly. Temari noticed Gaara's unusual demeanor. Gaara is at it again. I should inform father. Gaara's seal needs reinforcement. At this moment, Naruto's appearance began to transform, with crimson beastly eyes re-emerging and his hands gradually morphing into claws. He propelled himself off the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth to shatter like fragile glass beneath him, and his body surged forward towards the two-headed wolf like an arrow released from its bow. The formidable creature raised its massive paw to intercept him, meeting Naruto's charge head-on. A deafening clash resonated as a white shockwave erupted from their collision. The wolf's limbs dug into the ground, leaving deep gouges in the earth as it steadied itself. Meanwhile, Naruto skidded several meters across the surface. carving a profound trench along his path. After catching his breath for a brief moment, he launched himself once more at the two-headed wolf. He darted around the beast, attacking with the agility of a fox. His swift movements combined with overwhelming power, rendering the creature momentarily unable to respond. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto charged at the wolf's abdomen, bending his legs before unleashing a powerful punch that propelled the creature into the air. Recalling the techniques he had witnessed from Sasuke during their previous battle, Naruto's mind began to conjure up moves that would suit him. With hands forming seals, dozens of shadow clones materialized around him. As the wolf hung, suspended in midair, the clones unleashed a torrent of attacks, prolonging its airborne state. Naruto's clones, the figures hovering above, aimed at the wolf's two heads and struck down with great force. Just as Naruto believed he could conclude his assault, he suddenly caught sight of a mocking expression on the wolf's face, one that was disturbingly human-like. Just then, the wolf's body twisted violently in midair, causing Naruto's attacks to pass harmlessly through its afterimage. By the time they realized what had occurred, the two-headed wolf had inexplicably reappeared on the ground below, with its hind legs firmly gripping the earth. The creature contorted its body like a rubber band stretched to its limit. Wolf Fong. The ground shattered instantaneously as the beast transformed into a colossal drill bit, charging towards Naruto in the air. With acute precision, the wolf's strike found its mark, hitting Naruto's true form. The drill-like assault collided with Naruto, sending him crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. As the two-headed wolf reverted to its normal state, it gazed down at Naruto, who lay unconscious within the pit. Fortunately for the protagonist, there was no resurgence of explosive retaliation. The referee, observing Naruto's unconscious form, declared the wolf the victor. Ding! Mission accomplished. Reward, sword dance. Upon regaining consciousness, Naruto found himself beside the wolf. You're still as strong as ever, wolf, but next time, I will defeat you, just you wait. Upon hearing Naruto's challenge, the wolf reached out and gently tapped his forehead. No fever? Why are you babbling nonsense? Initially taken aback, Naruto quickly regained his composure. Humph, just you wait. Hinata watched the banter between the two with a smile that crinkled her eyes. The next battle, Hyuga Neji versus Hyuga Hinata. Hinata, upon hearing her name, was momentarily taken aback. After exchanging greetings with Kiba and the others, she proceeded to the battlefield. There, Neji gazed at Hinata with a calm demeanor. You should concede, you are no match for me. Hinata shook her head in response. Kiba had once told her that regardless of the outcome, lacking the courage to even attempt was the true failure. Noting Hinata's refusal, Neji chose not to utter another word, instead adopting a fighting stance. The battle unfolded as it did in the original narrative, with Hinata being thoroughly overwhelmed by Neji. As Hinata once again rose to her feet, a flicker of impatience and an indescribable anger crossed Neji's face. Humph. As the heiress of the main branch, you should remain quietly at home, since you are so stubborn. Allow me to show you the harshness of reality. Neji assumed the 8 trigrams palm position and aimed a strike at Hinata's chest. Just as the blow was about to land, he felt a gust of air rush past him, and his body was suddenly lifted. Kiba had surged into the arena, gripping Neji's throat tightly and hoisting him up. His cold blue eyes bore into Neji. Do you wish to die? Kakashi and the others, realizing the situation, rushed to Kiba's side. Kiba, stop. Inuzuka Hana noticed Kiba's unusual state and urgently tried to dissuade him, fearful that Kiba's impulsiveness could lead to irreparable consequences. At that moment, Neji was unable to produce any sound, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. Seeing this, Guy reached out to grasp Kiba's arm, but to his astonishment, he could not compel Kiba to release his grip. This guy possesses tremendous strength, and his speed was astonishing. While Guy was taken aback, Kakashi narrowed his eyes. This is the state Kiba had utilized previously in the Land of Waves. Taking a deep breath, Kiba finally relinquished his hold on Neji's throat. Neji collapsed onto the ground, coughing incessantly and gasping for air. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had caught a whiff of death. Kiba turned to assess Hinata's injuries, relieved that the final strike had missed, and thankfully, she was not gravely harmed. Once Neji had somewhat recovered, he cast a scornful glance at Kiba's back. As expected, someone from the main branch is afforded protection and regard. Without that status, she is nothing. She is my comrade, the one I cherish. If you dare to harm her, I will make you truly understand regret and fear. Kiba's icy words retorted to Neji. Is that so? Then I shall await you in the finals. Kiba ignored Niji, instead lifting Hinata into his arms and heading toward the medical room. Due to Kiba's intervention, the ultimate victor of this match was Niji Hyuga. Inside the medical room, Hinata's complexion had turned crimson, her mind echoing with Kiba's earlier words. The one I cherish. The one I cherish. What should I do? Is Kiba confessing his feelings to me? How should I respond? If I remain silent, will Kiba feel disappointed? At this moment, Kiba did not ponder much. He observed Hinata struggling against Niji from the stands, feeling a pang of sympathy for her, yet refraining from intervening. After all, Hinata was a ninja and thus must accept the possibility of injury. However, when it became apparent that Hinata had lost her fighting capability and Niji still sought to deliver another blow, Kiba could no longer stand idly by. He immediately activated his berserk mode and rushed forward. Gently, he patted Hinata on the head. Are you all right? Hinata shyly shook her head and softly responded, I'm fine. Are you okay? Kiba sensed that continuing the conversation might lead to overly sentimental remarks. What could possibly be wrong with me? You should rest well. I'll take my leave now. Hinata watched Kiba's retreating figure, her thoughts unvoiced. Feeling inadequate, she buried her head into the blanket. Returning to the stands, Ino inquired about Hinata's condition, and upon learning she was unharmed, expressed her curiosity. What happened just now? You suddenly transformed. Ino recalled Kiba's earlier state. A wild aura surrounding him that even she, a Jonin, found somewhat oppressive. It's nothing, just a secret technique of the Inuzuka clan, Kiba explained, and Ino, recognizing its origins, chose not to press further. The match resumed, culminating in the most thrilling showdown, Gaara versus Rock Lee. As the referee signaled the commencement of the duel, Lee initiated the attack. In an instant, he appeared before Gaara. How swift! Naruto exclaimed from the stands, though he couldn't help but compare it to Kiba's speed, which seemed equally impressive. Lee launched a flurry of taijutsu strikes. Konoha Hurricane. A wall of sand emerged, thwarting Lee's assault. Realizing his attack had failed, Lee swiftly repositioned himself behind Gaara. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Another strike. Yet again, it was met by Gaara's sand defense. Gaara remained stationary, arms crossed, his expression unchanged. Your attacks cannot reach me. After failing to land a blow, Lee distanced himself from Gaara and cast a glance towards Guy in the stands. With a nod of encouragement from his mentor, Lee removed the weights bound to his legs. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The seemingly ordinary lead weights had left a massive crater upon impact with the ground. With the weights lifted, Lee's speed surged once more. As he approached Gaara, the sand around Gaara struggled to keep pace with Lee's newfound velocity. Konoha Gale. Executing a sweeping kick, Lee's attack outpaced the automatic defense of the sand, landing a solid strike on Gaara's face. Cracks began to appear on Gaara's visage, and the sand armor slowly began to crumble. You are the second person capable of inflicting harm upon me. I shall use your blood to quell the turmoil of my sand, Gaara declared, commanding the sand to surge towards Lee. Lee quickly evaded, maneuvering rapidly around Gaara. Despite the persistent challenges posed by Gaara, Lee ultimately unleashed the 8 gates of opening. Under the amplification of this powerful technique, Lee's speed surged once more. In an instant, he appeared before Gaara and delivered a fierce kick that sent him sprawling. Swiftly regaining his composure, Lee lunged at Gaara again, striking him squarely on the chin and propelling him into the air. Before Gaara could comprehend the situation, Lee's figure was upon him once again. Leaf Hurricane. Lee's bandages, which were wrapped around his arms, began to unravel, ensnaring Gaara's body. The two then spiraled like a whirlwind, crashing down to the ground with tremendous force. The impact produced a cloud of dust, and as it settled, Lee stood panting nearby, the intense pain coursing through his body causing it to tremble involuntarily. Gaara, who had been slammed to the ground, slowly rose to his feet. In that fleeting moment, he had utilized sand as a cushion, or else he might have lost his fighting capabilities entirely. His gaze turned menacing as he regarded Lee. Well done. You have managed to reach this point. Now let your blood nourish my sand. A surge of sand rushed toward Lee, and instinctively, he prepared to evade it. However, his body, having reached its limits, could not react in time. He instinctively sidestepped, yet his right arm was ensnared by the sand. As Gaara's half-closed fist tightened, the sand coiling around Lee's arm constricted suddenly, crushing it with a sickening snap. Hearing Lee's anguished scream, a smile finally graced Gaara's lips, and a massive wave of sand surged toward Lee once more. Suddenly, A flash of green darted through the air. Guy had arrived on the scene, dispersing the sand that was about to ensnare Lee. Gaara looked at Guy in confusion. Why? Why do you impede our battle? Guy, with a frigid gaze, replied. Because he is my beloved student, and I cannot stand by and allow you to harm him. With that, Guy conceded to the referee, leading Lee away to the medical room for treatment. Gaara remained, seething with rage, muttering to himself, Why? Why? It was not supposed to be this way. Memories of his childhood flooded his mind, recalling how Yashimaru, who had always treated him kindly, ultimately sought to take his life. The preliminary rounds had finally concluded. Upon returning home, Kiba was intercepted by his mother. Akamaru stood guard at the door, blocking Kiba's path. You need to explain yourself. Your instructor mentioned that you possess remarkable strength, especially when you rescued that girl from the Hyuga clan. You truly surprised her, saving the damsel in distress. Little brother? Hena chimed in, joining the playful banter as she emerged upon Kiba's arrival. Kiba, exuding exasperation, replied, That's not true. I've always preferred to maintain a low profile and focus on my tasks. Please don't listen to others' exaggerations. Maintain a low profile? When you were 4, I sent you out to buy something, and you had the audacity to have little Akamaru pull you there. He returned completely exhausted and needed 3 days to recover. Once again, you were tasked with caring for the newly born puppy, but you found its incessant barking unbearable and resorted to binding its mouth with tape. By the time I returned, it was on the verge of starvation. Furthermore, Stop. Mother, I admit my mistake. Please cease your admonitions. Inuzuka Zaku did not continue his reprimand, but instead spoke softly to Ya. My greatest wish is for your safety. You must never act recklessly in difficult situations. Feeling her mother's concern, Ya nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Zaku watched as you ascended the stairs and let out a faint sigh. If Ya's talent were mediocre, he could live a stable life under the protection of the Inuzuka clan. However, the astonishing gifts he exhibited filled Zaku, as a mother, with trepidation. Geniuses either meet an untimely end or soar to great heights. Those who can lead a tranquil life are rarely true prodigies. Returning to his room, he lay on his bed. He now possessed 2 Pokemon. Gazing at the Pokeballs containing Chawamaru and Ranshaw, he fell into contemplation. Name: Chawamaru owner. Inuzuka Ya category: Ninja Dog Pokemon type. Normal, ground skills. Breakthrough, quick attack, water pulse. Look at me, shadow clone, surf, hydro pump. Swords dance item. Learning device evaluation. Delicate dog name. Ranshaw owner. Inuzuka Ya category: Serpent Pokemon type. Poison, dark skills, tackle, bite. Bind item. Evaluation. Ordinary little snake is the low evaluation due to the lack of formidable skills. While pondering this, you also considered the distribution of skills for the future. It seemed unwise to allocate all skills to Chawamaru at once. Otherwise, the variety would become overwhelming, and given Chawamaru's stamina, it would be impossible to utilize all the skills effectively. Following the conclusion of the preliminary rounds, the third official match would take place a week later. During this time, Kakashi took Sasuke for special training, while Naruto, in his usual boisterous manner, insisted on enhancing his own strength. Reluctantly, Kakashi agreed to arrange for a teacher, which finally pacified Naruto. Excited about the training plan for today, Naruto cheerfully made his way to the destination. I will strive to improve my abilities. Next time I face ya, I will surely prevail. While lost in his daydreams, a figure wearing dark sunglasses appeared before him. You are Uzumaki Naruto, the little demon of the nine-tailed fox? Naruto regarded the person before him, a hint of disdain in his gaze. You are the one Kakashi-sensei sent to instruct me? The man adjusted his glasses. Indeed, and I am also the tutor of the Hokage's grandson. After hearing this, Naruto still felt that the individual before him seemed somewhat unreliable. Can you withstand a single attack from me? Oh, just one attack? I could easily handle you, even if you were to unleash 10. Upon hearing this, Naruto began to form hand seals. Ninjutsu, harem technique. In an instant, Naruto transformed, summoning a stunning beauty with golden pigtails, completely naked, standing before the bewildered figure of Ebisu. The sudden impact caught Ebisu off guard. A rush of blood surged to his head, followed by a spurt of blood from his nose. Realizing he had been bested by his own technique, Naruto reverted from his transformation, disdain evident on his face as he remarked, "Your strength is truly lacking. Incapable of withstanding even my single strike." Regaining his composure, Ebisu furiously pointed at Naruto, exclaiming, Who knew you employed such ninjutsu? Amid their bickering, Naruto suddenly noticed someone lurking by the women's bathhouse and pointed it out to Ebisu, saying, "There's a fellow over there peeping at the women's bath. Can you handle him?" Ebisu glanced in the direction Naruto indicated and spotted a lecherous figure crouching nearby, promptly striding over. "What are you doing, you creep?" Jiraiya, engrossed in his observations, was startled by the shout from behind and instinctively struck Ebisu on the neck. In an instant, Ebisu was rendered unconscious. Observing how swiftly Ebisu had been dispatched, Naruto rushed forward. "Hey, why did you knock out the person responsible for my training?" To prevent Naruto from alerting the women in the bathhouse, Jiraiya led him away. Subsequently, under the influence of Naruto's persuasive words, Jiraiya agreed to instruct him, beginning with the summoning technique. After witnessing Naruto's repeated failures, Jiraiya decided to push him to the edge of a steep cliff to awaken the latent power within him. Meanwhile, Kiba, wandering nearby, finally encountered Jiraiya. "I suspected Jiraiya would show up here in the past few days. Today, I finally found him." Pointing at the lecherous old man, he demanded, "What have you done to my good friend?" Initially awaiting Naruto's breakthrough, Jiraiya was interrupted by Kiba's call. "Who are you, kid?" Upon Jiraiya's inquiry, Kiba proudly stated his lineage and declared, "Naruto is my dear friend. Why did you push him in there?" Seeing Kiba's concern for Naruto brought a smile to Jiraiya's face. "Kid, I was training him." Before Jiraiya could finish, a massive figure erupted from the cliff's base. A colossal toad soared into the air, with a diminutive silhouette perched on its back. Kiba, realizing the situation, swiftly retrieved his Pokédex. Number, name, Toad Wanta. Category, Toad Pokemon. Type, Water Dark. Ability, Hard Shell Armor. Immune to critical hits. Height, 170 m. Weight, 5,000 kilograms. Pokédex entry. Leader of the Mount Myaboku Toad Clan. Known for its volatile temperament yet unwavering in promises, it always carries a massive short sword at its side. It only acknowledges trainers it deems worthy, fighting alongside them. As Kiba perused the information in his Pokédex, he could hear Naruto's anguished cries from above. Another Pokémon available for capture, and one of the leader class at that. Ding. Acknowledgement of a hero. Captured a rare leader Pokémon. Reward, Skill Transfer Device. Skill Transfer Device allows the transfer of previously used Pokémon skills to other Pokémon. In the depths of his mind, he was calculating his next move. Meanwhile, Naruto was struggling on the back of Bunta, having heard the toad mention that staying on its back would earn its approval. Jiraiya observed the leaping Bunta and yawned. "Kid, since you are Naruto's friend, I shall leave this to you while I venture elsewhere for materials." With that, Jiraiya vanished from Ya's sight. He glanced down at Akamaru. "You have time to rest now. A battle is likely imminent." "Woof." Akamaru responded with a hint of confusion, yet obediently settled down to rest. The echoes of Naruto's anguished cries reverberated around them, persisting from noon until the sun began to set. Just as you pondered how much longer this would continue, a colossal shadow loomed overhead. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, accompanied by dust rising from the ground. Bunta, using its tongue, dragged the exhausted and unconscious Naruto from its back and placed him at Ya's feet. "What a remarkable little brat. Where's that Jiraiya fellow?" "He has gone to gather materials. He asked me to wait here for you." Bunta's enormous eyes fixed on Ya. "In that case, you shall return this little one home." With that, the giant toad prepared to depart. At that moment, he called out to Bunta, "Hey, great toad, wait. I want to tame you." Bunta, pipe clenched in its mouth, regarded Ya with its characteristic horizontal pupils. "Kid, don't be absurd. I have no time for your games." The toad scoffed, about to leave. Had it not known Naruto's background, Bunta would not have lingered so long. Seeing that Bunta ignored him, Ya readied himself for action. "Akamaru, use look at me." "Woof woof." The barking interrupted Bunta's departure. As Bunta regained its focus, a figure appeared above it. At this moment, Ya had entered a frenzied state. "Water cannon." Ya raised his hand, summoning a massive water cannon that crashed heavily onto Bunta's head. The sudden assault caused Bunta's head to dip momentarily. When it regained composure, a flicker of anger crossed its face. "You dare to strike me, little brat?" Bunta swung its arm down forcefully towards Ya. In a flash of lightning, Shadow Clone. Ya accelerated, creating several afterimages. "Akamaru, water wave." Woof. A torrent of water surged towards Bunta, which swiftly leaped off the ground to evade Akamaru's strike. Dance of the Sword. Ya silently activated his sword dance state, while Akamaru used Surf to charge at Bunta once more. Growing increasingly irritable, Bunta drew a short blade from its back, and with a flash of cold light, it cleaved the oncoming wave in two. Akamaru landed, panting heavily. The repeated use of skills had exhausted its energy. Just as Bunta prepared to discipline Akamaru, a menacing aura surged from behind. Having completed the sword dance 3 times in succession, you seized the opportunity while still in a frenzied state to deliver a swift blow, a flash of lightning striking down upon Wentai's head. The tremendous force rendered Wentai momentarily dazed, crashing heavily onto the ground. As the earth was struck with such might, it fractured instantaneously, resembling a sprawling web. Pushed to his limits, you promptly retrieved a pokeball, hurling it towards Wentai. A crimson glow enveloped the scene as Wentai was ensnared within the sphere. The pokeball quivered twice upon the cracked surface, and in the next instant, Wentai reappeared. Without hesitation, you launched another ball, repeating the action until he had thrown 5 in total, yet all attempts to capture were in vain. At this juncture, Wentai regained consciousness, shaking his groggy head, only to find a small red sphere before him, subsequently plunging back into darkness. Ya, having exited his frenzied state, anxiously observed the pokeballs rolling about on the ground. Ding! A crisp sound resonated, and you leaped up in excitement. Success! Ding! Recognition of the champion. Task completed. Reward, skill converter. You retrieved the pokeball that contained Wentai and released him. Upon reappearing, Wentai gazed at you, a curious sensation flickering in his eyes. Little imp. What is your name? Inazuki-ya. Yeah, you say. I acknowledge you. From this moment forth, you shall be my companion. A voice within Wentai's heart emphasized their bond, compelling him to heed Ya's commands above all else in the event of any discord with his contract partner. Meanwhile, the sleeping toad sage on Myoki Mountain suddenly opened his eyes. What is happening? The future I envisioned has shifted? Fate has begun to unravel. As the toad sage pondered this perplexity, you found himself in distress. If I capture Wentai in the pokeball, he cannot return to Myoki Mountain. Yet if I release him back to Myoki Mountain, I cannot summon him? Ding! The pokeball produced by the system is a specially designed pokeball. Once the host opens it to capture a Pokemon, it can be released directly without needing to be placed inside the ball. Upon hearing the system's words, the blue serpent still within the pokeball appeared rather comical. Oh, so that's how it is. With the last remnants of concern and doubt dissipating, you decided to return Wentai to Myoki Mountain, where he would be more at ease and suited for their training. Before departing, you also released the blue serpent, allowing it to accompany Wentai. At that moment, Jiraiya, busy gathering materials in a quaint shop, suddenly felt a jolt within, as if something significant had transpired. He glanced around, ultimately finding nothing amiss, and lowered his guard. Ya, exhausted, placed the weary Akamaru atop his head while carrying the equally fatigued Naruto on his back. I truly am a good person. You all need not lift a finger. I shall carry you home. Upon returning home, you examined the skill converter he had acquired. Fortunately, it is not a one-time affair, yet the moment for transition has not yet arrived. After all, my affinity with Wentai is rather low. Without obtaining the heart scales from him, it is prudent to refrain from transferring skills. Should I bestow all water-type techniques upon Wentai now, it would significantly diminish my current strength in the battle against Akamaru. The days have passed in tranquility for several days, and tomorrow marks the day of the 3rd examination. In the evening, Inazuka-san specially prepared a grand feast for me and Akamaru. As I savored the delectable meal, I suddenly paused, quickly finished my food, and rushed out with Akamaru. Mom, I'm full. Let us take Akamaru out for a stroll. Woof. Akamaru held a chicken leg in its mouth, looking regretfully at the table laden with dishes. Sum watched as I disappeared in a flash, shaking her head in resignation. This child. At that moment, I was fervently analyzing my task. Ding. Side quest. Witness the legendary Pokémon evolution under the moonlight. Reward, Moonstone. Moonstone can resonate with certain Pokémon, enabling them to evolve into special forms. Legendary Pokémon, the only ones previously classified as such by the system, apart from Orochimaru, are all related to tailed beasts. Currently, there are only 2 tailed beasts in Konoha. The likelihood of Naruto being one is slim, leaving only Gaara. As I sprinted, I leaped onto the rooftop, scanning the surroundings. The resting area of Sunagakure lies in that direction. At this moment, in the resting place of Sunagakure, Gaara stood atop a rooftop, gazing vacantly at the moon above. Ever since he became a Jinchuriki, he has never enjoyed a good night's sleep. Most of his time has been spent in this manner. Feeling the agitation of the tailed beast within him, Gaara placed a hand over his forehead, and his body began to swell and transform rapidly. In the next instant, a creature adorned with mysterious purple patterns emerged beneath the moonlight. Half-tailed beast Gaara fixed his gaze in the distance, sensing an unshakable feeling that, aside from the people below, someone else was observing him. Below, watching Gaara, Maki and Kabuto coldly scrutinized the half-tailed beast transformation. This plan must succeed. Otherwise, if Konoha catches wind of it, we're finished, Maki expressed with some concern. The moonlight glinted off Kabuto's glasses, obscuring his expression. Rest assured, Lord Orochimaru has arranged everything. However, Kabuto's words trailed off as Maki's gaze shifted to a certain spot. There's a little bug. Allow me to deal with him, Maki stated before vanishing from sight. Ding. Quest completed. Witnessed the evolution of a legendary Pokémon under the moonlight. Reward, Moonstone. Upon hearing that the task was complete, I withdrew my gaze that had been silently observing Gaara. Thankfully, I remained undetected, otherwise, it would have caused trouble. Yet, this fellow is quite perceptive, nearly sensing my presence from such a distance. I hurriedly made my way, finally arriving just as Gaara was on the brink of his half-tailed beast transformation. Just as I was preparing to leave, the sounds of a battle suddenly erupted, drawing my attention as the noise grew increasingly closer. Your swordsmanship is commendable, yet it ultimately falls short. Maki aligned his fingers, summoning a blade of wind, and struck out once more at Moonlight Gale, already gravely injured. Moonlight Gale sustained a deep gash across his chest and collapsed heavily to the ground. Maki loomed over the unconscious and severely wounded Moonlight Gale, preparing to deliver a final blow. Suddenly, the abrupt barking of a dog caught Maki's attention. By the time he regained his focus, the injured Moonlight Gale had vanished from beneath his feet. Maki turned to see Moonlight Gale being whisked away in the distance. Just as he contemplated pursuing, he was intercepted by the medic. Forget it. He is gravely wounded and will likely remain unconscious for some time. If necessary, I shall infiltrate the hospital later to resolve this matter. For now, pursuing him might raise alarm. Maki nodded in agreement, though a flicker of unease stirred within him. Tooth, having carried the wounded Moonlight Gale, left him at the hospital entrance before departing. His intention was to perform a good deed anonymously. He had simply set out to accomplish a task, unaware he would stumble upon the scene of Moonlight Gale's demise. A troublesome circumstance, yet it should not pose significant issues. The plan for Konoha's collapse is soon to commence, and the impact should be minimal. Having quietly done a good deed, Tooth returned to his room, curiously retrieving the Moonstone and directing his gaze toward his 3 Pokeballs. Among them, only the information on Chiharu indicated it was available for use. Thus, Tooth summoned Chiharu and placed the Moonstone atop its head. A brilliant radiance enveloped the room as Tooth beheld Chiharu's new form, astonishment filling his eyes. The following day, the 3rd round of examinations commenced at last. The participants began to enter one by one, and after a brief introduction by the 3rd Hokage, the competition officially began. As Tooth awaited the matches from the stands, his gaze fell upon the judges below. It seems they have changed judges. Moonlight Gale must have sustained serious injuries. Akamaru replaced the judge and began announcing the first match's participants. The first match, Gaara of the Sand versus Uchiha Sasuke. As the names were called, the audience erupted in excitement. Among the spectators, Naruto, seated beside Sakura, expressed his envy. Wow, so many people. I wish I could compete in the finals too. Sakura nonchalantly replied, well, Kakashi-sensei is just training us. We'll have another chance to improve next time. Naruto nodded and remarked, I wonder how Sasuke is faring in his training with Kakashi-sensei. Gaara, having taken the stage, noticed the absence of Sasuke. Concerned, Naruto thought, I hope Kakashi-sensei isn't late again. What if Sasuke loses his chance to compete? In the highest seats, the 3rd Hokage and the Kazekage sat observing. Noticing Sasuke's continued absence, the Kazekage spoke. I have heard that Uchiha Sasuke is the last remaining prodigy of the Uchiha clan. If he were to be disqualified merely for tardiness, it would be a great pity. Should we consider delaying their match? The 3rd Hokage, upon hearing this suggestion, nodded thoughtfully and gave the necessary instructions. As Shiranui Genma was about to announce Sasuke's disqualification due to his tardiness, he suddenly received a directive from the Hokage. He proclaimed, in order to provide everyone with an exhilarating match, we have decided to postpone the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara of the Sand. Now, I call upon Inuzuka Kiba and Hyuga Niji to take the stage and commence the competition. Kiba, who had anticipated this, was unfazed as he descended from the stands with Akamaru in tow. Niji also approached from the opposite side, and upon reaching the battlefield, he regarded Kiba with an indifferent expression, stating, "All fates are already predetermined. Though you ambushed me last time, you still stand no chance in this bout." Kiba shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "How would you know unless you try? Don't think I'm bullying you. This time, I won't even lift a finger. Let my dog entertain you." Humph, such arrogance. Niji scoffed, activating his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes bulging prominently. The Kazekage observed Kiba with interest and remarked, "One hails from the Hyuga clan, while the other appears to be from the Inuzuka clan. Their match should prove quite entertaining." The third Hokage nodded in agreement, "Perhaps. But the Hyuga clan is known for its rare prodigies. I suspect the battle will conclude swiftly." The Kazekage, hidden beneath his hat, revealed a hint of amusement on his face. "Is that so? I wouldn't be so certain." In the arena, Niji assumed his initial stance, while Kiba exclaimed, "I knew it would be you." Akamaru. Notification. Side quest. Defeat the Kung Fu Kid. Reward, Sonic Punch. Sonic Punch, a rapid flurry of punches, though lacking in power. Upon hearing the quest notification, Kiba couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, only those with a flair for the dramatic would trigger such quests. Akamaru leaped to the forefront, his gaze fixed intently on Niji. Ignoring the canine's presence, Niji maintained his focus on Kiba, his chakra flowing steadily within. Did he truly believe that a mere dog could defeat me? What a jest! Gentle fist. 8 trigrams palms. Niji's feet seemed to manifest in 8 trigrams formation, enveloping Akamaru and Kiba before he lunged fiercely towards Kiba, disregarding Akamaru entirely. Akamaru. Lightning flash. With a sudden burst of speed, Akamaru darted toward Niji like a bolt of lightning. Thanks to the Byakugan, Niji discerned the incoming canine and swiftly sidestepped, extending his fingertip. Gentle fist technique. Chakra point strike. Niji pinpointed Akamaru's chakra points and aimed to strike the dog's abdomen. Akamaru. Shadow clone. Niji's attack, which was poised to hit, merely passed through Akamaru's form, striking nothing but an illusion. As Akamaru landed, he unleashed another lightning flash, targeting Niji's midsection. Seeing the imminent strike, Niji furrowed his brow. 8 trigrams palms. Heavenly spin. Niji rapidly rotated, resembling a spinning top, creating a hemispherical shield around him. Akamaru's impact was deflected by the heavenly spin, sending him tumbling several meters before coming to a halt. Niji ceased his motion and directed his Byakugan at Kiba, asserting, "Your attacks are futile against me. My heavenly spin can repel any assault." In the spectators' area, Hyuga Hizashi, the clan leader of the Hyuga clan, marveled at Niji's unexpected use of the Byakugan, exclaiming, "Niji's talent truly is formidable. He has already mastered the Byakugan at this stage." Beside him, Hinata felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, unconsciously clutching the hem of her garment. "Kiba, you must give it your all. I believe you will emerge victorious." Meanwhile, Akamaru, having fallen to the ground, rose with unwavering determination in his gaze, fixating on Niji. Upon hearing Niji's confident declaration, Kiba responded, "If that's the case, I suppose it's time for Akamaru to take things a bit more seriously. Akamaru, show him your new power. Activate moon form." With a bark, Akamaru's body suddenly radiated a silvery luminescence. As the light dissipated, a majestic wolf, elongated in form and cloaked in fur reminiscent of moonlight, appeared before the crowd. Compared to the previous Akamaru, a distinct blue crescent mark now adorned its forehead, and its eyes had transformed into a striking golden hue. Beneath its robust limbs, the beast's claws glimmered ominously. The spectators were momentarily silenced by Akamaru's transformation, only to erupt into fervent exclamations of awe. "Wow, what kind of creature is that? It looks magnificent. Indeed, it exudes such grandeur." Naruto, witnessing Akamaru's metamorphosis, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. "Akamaru has become so regal. I wish I could have a pet like that." He recalled the summoning beast he had recently signed a contract with and shook his head. In the highest tier of the stands, the Kazekage observed Akamaru's transformation with a glint of intrigue in his eyes. The summoning beast can transform on its own. How unique. Is this a characteristic exclusive to the Inuzuka clan? The third Hokage, hearing the Kazekage's inquiry, found himself engulfed in contemplation. based on his knowledge of the Inuzuka clan. They merely collaborated with their ninja dogs in combat and tasks, with no remarkable distinctions otherwise. This transformation of a ninja dog was a sight he had never encountered before. He had only witnessed the Inuzuka clan enhancing their powers through teamwork with their canine companions. In the arena, Niji felt the overwhelming pressure that accompanied Akamaru's transformation, causing him to feel a sense of trepidation. Kiba nodded in satisfaction, revealing Akamaru's new form had been a plan he meticulously devised. Given the Inuzuka clan's history of combined transformations, he figured that if anyone questioned him, he could easily concoct an excuse, claiming it was a modification derived from the clan's secret techniques. Reflecting on the scene he had witnessed the previous night, Kiba was astonished for quite some time and even scanned Akamaru with a Pokédex. Number, name, Silver Moon Akamaru classification, Moonlight Wolf Pokemon type, Dark Fairy ability, Keen Eye, accuracy does not decrease, able to pierce through mist and illusions. Hidden ability, speed increases by 50 under moonlight. Exclusive move, Lunar Charge. Lunar Charge strikes the enemy at incredible speed, doubling its own speed with each use. Capping after 3 accumulations. Height, 18 meters. Weight, 950 kilograms. Silver Moon Akamaru. Tear him apart. Lunar Charge. With a powerful push from its limbs, Silver Moon Akamaru vanished from its original spot in an instant. The underground passage was unfavorable for Niji, who promptly assumed the gesture for a reversal and swiftly spun his body. Once again, the assault from Silver Moon Akamaru was deflected, and after flipping in midair, Niji regained his stability and launched into a moonlight charge. The already rapid Silver Moon Akamaru astonishingly accelerated further. Upon executing the reversal again, Niji was taken aback to find that Akamaru's speed matched his own spinning maneuver. Seizing the opportunity, Akamaru darted forward towards Niji. Before Niji could react, he felt his vision invert, and in an instant, he was toppled to the ground. Silver Moon Akamaru opened its massive jaws and lunged at Niji, causing his upper body to vanish in a mere instant. Watching the unfolding scene, Hinata Hayashi stood frozen in shock before rushing into the arena. Niji, 8 trigrams air palm. Hayashi activated his Byakugan and unleashed a chakra shockwave towards Silver Moon Akamaru. Sensing the attack, Akamaru promptly leaped away, still clutching the upper half of Niji's body in its mouth. Kiba, observing the situation, expressed disdain. All right, Akamaru, enough of the play. Can't you see the boy's guardians are anxious? Akamaru displayed a bemused canine expression and then let out a bark, expelling Niji's upper half from its mouth. It turned out that Akamaru had not severed Niji's body, but merely swallowed his upper half, leading onlookers to mistakenly believe Niji had been consumed. After the saliva baptism, Niji appeared bewildered. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself embraced by Hayashi. Niji, are you alright? Hayashi urgently inquired. For Niji was the son of his brother, who had sacrificed himself for the clan. If he failed to protect Niji, he would have no face to present to his brother in the afterlife. Feeling the long-lost concern, Niji momentarily hesitated to respond. Hayashi, realizing his discomposure, gradually released his embrace and, with a complex gaze, remarked, "There are certain matters I had wished to keep from you, but it seems prudent for you to be informed now." Just as Hayashi was about to elaborate, Kiba's voice interrupted. "Hey, uncle, are we still competing, or what?" Remembering that the match was still ongoing, Hayashi felt a tinge of embarrassment, having just expressed concern for Niji's safety while simultaneously directing an attack at Akamaru. At that moment, Irika arrived on the scene and declared, due to the interference of clan head Hayashi, the victor of this match is Inuzuka Kiba. The audience had no objections to this announcement. Having witnessed the earlier events, Akamaru had indeed swallowed Niji, and had there been malice, Niji might not have been left with a complete corpse. Ding. Defeated the martial arts lad. Mission accomplished. Reward, Sonic Fist. With the match concluded, Akamaru reverted from its lunar form, appearing somewhat fatigued. Kiba lifted Akamaru and affectionately patted its head. "Next time, don't eat random things. It's not good for dogs." Meanwhile, Niji, dripping with dog saliva, felt a sense of indignation. As the sun set, Naruto descended with Niji, prepared to unveil the long-buried truths of the past. Following the conclusion of Kiba's match, the remaining battles unfolded in a manner reminiscent of the original narrative, allowing Kiba to relive the essence of the Naruto saga. At last, the moment arrived for Gaara to make his anticipated entrance. with Sasuke and Kakashi making their flamboyant appearances at the last possible moment, inciting a wave of astonished gasps from the audience. Sasuke's expression once again radiated arrogance, embodying an aura of invincibility. Seeing Sasuke finally take the stage, Gaara, who had been holding back for far too long, was the first to launch an attack. The gourd on his back released a cascade of fine sand, transforming into surging waves that rushed towards Sasuke. Activating his Sharingan, Sasuke deftly maneuvered through the sea of sand, showcasing a speed that left Gaara's assaults utterly futile. From the stands, Lee watched in awe, pondering the sheer prowess of genius. Is this the power of a prodigy? After all my relentless training, he has only trained for a few days. Beside him, Guy placed a reassuring hand on Lee's shoulder. Do not be disheartened, Lee. Our youth has only just begun. As the battle escalated, Sasuke swiftly evaded the incoming sand attacks, and a thunderous cry erupted from his hands, reminiscent of a multitude of birds taking flight. Chidori. Sensing imminent danger, Gaara quickly enveloped himself in sand, retreating into a protective sphere. Sasuke, with the Chidori's piercing call, scratched against the wall, carving a deep trench as he charged toward Gaara. From the stands, Kiba observed Sasuke's actions with confusion. Wouldn't rubbing the Chidori against the wall diminish its power? Is he honing a blade? As he mused, Sasuke reached Gaara's sand sphere and thrust the Chidori forward. With a piercing sound, the Chidori effortlessly penetrated the sand sphere, and Sasuke felt the warm, viscous sensation of blood on his hand. Noticing the sphere tremble before him, Sasuke swiftly withdrew his arm, a crimson drop trailing from his fingertips. Inside the sand sphere, Gaara stared blankly at his wounded shoulder, trembling as he reached out to touch the injury. The sight of blood brought him to a state of shock, murmuring, "Blood. Mother, blood. I am bleeding. It hurts so much." The sand sphere began to writhe ominously, an unsettling aura emanating from within. Sasuke, sensing the impending danger, instinctively retreated a few steps. High above, the third Hokage, watching the unfolding events, detected Gaara's rampaging tailed beast chakra and turned to the Kazekage, only to witness him suddenly rise and, in an instant, appear behind the third. A kunai poised at his throat. The third felt the cold steel against his skin, confusion etched across his face. Kazekage, what is the meaning of this? Do you wish to shatter the peace we have maintained for so long? Unperturbed, the Kazekage began to lead the third away from the scene. The Umbu, noticing the third's abduction, rushed to inform the higher-ups in Konoha, while others followed closely behind the captive Hokage. Once the Kazekage brought the third to a prearranged rooftop, he finally released him from his grasp. For figures had been waiting for some time, and at the moment the wind shadow was released, they simultaneously unleashed their ninjutsu. The four purple flames formation. For beams of purple light converged, forming a colossal cubic barrier that ensnared the third Hokage and the wind shadow within. The approaching Umbu, eager to assist, found themselves engulfed in flames the moment they touched the purple barrier. Witnessing this scene, the other Umbu who were poised to breach halted in their tracks. The third Hokage observed the wind shadow, who was also trapped within the barrier, perplexed by his intentions. Do you truly wish to incite war between our villages? Haha. You remain so naive, my teacher, the wind shadow replied, slowly removing his conical hat to reveal his appearance. The third Hokage looked upon the unfamiliar visage of Orochimaru. Is that Orochimaru? At that moment, Orochimaru, having undergone the impure world reincarnation, appeared youthful, yet his features had transformed. Sensei Sarutobi, you have grown old, he remarked, a complex expression flashing in the eyes of the third Hokage as he gazed at his former disciple. I should never have spared you back then. Allow me to rectify my past mistake today. The third Hokage, realizing the gravity of the situation, instantly connected it to Orochimaru's involvement. Hearing the third Hokage's words, Orochimaru gradually spoke. Sensei Sarutobi, Konoha has decayed. Only through its destruction can it be reborn. Permit me to be the wind that stirs the withered leaves. The last part of his statement went unspoken. Sarutobi scoffed at Orochimaru's declaration. Wherever there are leaves in the wind, there shall be fire. The shadow of the flames will illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. You will never comprehend this, Orochimaru. As he spoke, Sarutobi removed his Hokage cloak, revealing a fitted black combat outfit beneath. Is that so? I shall prove you wrong, Sensei Sarutobi. Orochimaru swiftly formed hand signs and slammed his hands onto the ground. Impure world reincarnation. Suddenly, the ground trembled as coffins began to rise slowly. Sarutobi, noticing the numbers on the coffins, felt a surge of urgency and immediately launched an attack to disrupt their ascension just as the third coffin began to emerge. As the coffins opened, the figures of the first and second Hokage appeared. Sarutobi gazed at their forms, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, before furiously shouting at Orochimaru, "Orochimaru, how dare you toy with the souls of the deceased?" An eerie smile spread across Orochimaru's face. "Let your teachers and the first Hokage accompany you on your final journey." Meanwhile, chaos erupted after Gaara's rampage. The scene descended into turmoil as white feathers began to fall from the sky, causing the ordinary spectators to succumb to slumber. Noticing the anomaly, Sakura swiftly intervened, glancing at Naruto, who had fallen asleep beside her. She promptly slapped him awake. "Huh? Who? What happened?" Naruto stood up, bewildered, as Sakura pointed to the unfolding chaos. "There's a problem. That guy seems to have lost control." At this moment, Gaara's arms had morphed beyond recognition, resembling robust appendages forged from sand, adorned with intricate violet patterns. On the brink of madness, Gaara dashed toward a certain direction, prompting Sasuke to hastily follow suit. However, before Sasuke could set off, a figure had already surpassed him. Kiba, having descended from the stands unbeknownst to anyone, swiftly outpaced Sasuke. His eagerness stemmed from the enticing rewards of this mission. Ding! Resolve the Pokémon Rampage incident. Reward: the Life Gift of Xerneas. The Life Gift of Xerneas enhances the essence of life, significantly boosting cellular vitality, regenerative abilities, and lifespan, while ensuring a permanent youthful appearance. Can be permanently bound to a Pokémon. Although Kiba was not yet troubled by the concept of lifespan, with the emergence of cross-dimensional passes, he sensed that his journeys to other worlds would become increasingly frequent. Given the varying flow of time in each realm, relying solely on his finite lifespan might lead to his demise within them. As Kiba observed Gaara drawing nearer, he seized the moment, darting swiftly to Gaara's back and delivering a powerful kick. Taken by surprise, Gaara was sent crashing from the treetops to the ground. Rising to his feet, he found Kiba standing defiantly before him. Confronted with Kiba, Gaara's inner fury ignited. "Yamamoto Bobo. No. Inuzuka Kiba. You've toyed with me all this time. I shall make you pay." Kiba, bewildered by Gaara's outburst, pondered their lack of prior interaction. Had he not merely tricked Gaara once during their earlier introductions? Was such anger truly warranted? What a petty individual, Kiba mused internally, while Gaara's body underwent a swift transformation, with much of it consumed by the Shikaku within. Gaara swung his colossal sandy arm toward Kiba's position. Kiba deftly evaded Gaara's strike. "Akamaru, you look at me." Woof woof. Akamaru's barks momentarily diverted Gaara's attention, allowing Kiba to flash into Gaara's presence. Water cannon. A formidable jet of water erupted, crashing directly onto Gaara's head, the immense force driving him into the ground, creating a massive crater upon explosion. Gaara emerged from the pit, the half of his head transformed by Shikaku obliterated. Inuzuka Kiba. Gaara's gaze locked onto Kiba's position. Akamaru barked once more, drawing Gaara's focus again. Kiba reappeared before Gaara, and as Gaara regained his senses, Kiba had already raised his hand. Water cannon. Upon hearing the familiar name of the technique, Gaara instinctively shut his eyes, bracing for pain. Yet, after a moment, the anticipated agony did not arrive. When Gaara opened his eyes, he found Kiba looking at him with an awkward expression. "Haha, my apologies, I failed to execute the technique." Ya scratched the back of his head, recalling that the water cannon had a 50% success rate, a fact he had long forgotten due to the absence of issues in the past. Gaara, witnessing Ya's playful demeanor at such a critical moment, felt his composure shatter completely. "Haha, die, let everything perish," Gaara roared, his body swiftly overtaken by the Shikaku within him. In the blink of an eye, a colossal tanuki, formed entirely of sand and adorned with violet floral patterns, materialized before Ya's eyes. Number, name, Shikaku, classification, Sandfall Pokémon, type, ground dark, ability, undying, when damaged. It can mend its body using sand. Hidden ability, cursed body, attacking may seal the opponent. Height, 500 m, fully unleashed. Weight, 5,000 kilograms, variable. Composed of sand, Pokédex entry, a legendary Pokémon formed from the vast chakra and natural resentments of ancient times, one of the nine-tailed beasts. Its temperament is extremely volatile and loquacious, referring to itself as this lord. It can manipulate sand freely for offense and defense, creating an absolute defensive sand shield and a devastating sandfall. Ya perused the information in his Pokédex with keen interest. Indeed, tailed beasts could be captured as Pokémon. But now was not the time. He needed to wait until his strength reached the level of a super shadow for a more secure approach. Suppressing his desire to capture the tailed beast immediately, Ya retrieved a Pokeball from his backpack. You shall be the one, Bunta. At that moment, Bunta, who had been lounging atop Mayaboka Mountain, was leisurely observing the training of a blue serpent. Just as he was about to speak, a black void suddenly appeared before him, swallowing him whole. When Bunta opened his eyes again, he found himself face to face with Shikaku. Huh, a tailed beast? How did I end up here? Still bewildered, Bunta felt the presence of another being atop his head. Bunta, our objective this time is to defeat it. That should be a trivial matter. Upon hearing Ya's nonchalant tone, the pipe in Bunta's mouth trembled involuntarily. You really overestimate me, kid. This is a tailed beast. I am no match for it. Don't worry. I'm here to assist you in teaching this Tanuki a lesson. A single punch to awaken the slumbering Gaara should not pose a problem for you now. This is a rare opportunity to test your abilities against a tailed beast. Bunta, you take the initiative to restrain it. I will coordinate with Akamaru. Understood. Bunta grunted, drawing a short blade from his waist. On the other side, upon seeing Bunta's emergence, Shikaku erupted into a sinister laugh. Ha! You dare to appear before this lord? Allow me to crush you. Humph. Such arrogance from a mere Tanuki, Bunta retorted, leaping towards Shikaku with a fierce strike. A gleam of cold light flashed as one of Shikaku's arms was severed, but in an instant, the severed limb reformed from the sand. Oh, you, this formidable frog, possess quite the strength, managing to sever my arm. In that case, I shall not hold back any longer. Wind release. Air bullet technique. Shikaku inhaled deeply, then struck his belly, unleashing a colossal air bullet towards Wentai. With his legs coiled in preparation, Wentai evaded the onslaught. Boom. The spot where the air bullet struck created a massive crater, the tremendous shockwave obliterating the surrounding trees. At that moment, Sasuke and Naruto finally arrived. Their astonished gazes fixed on the scene before them, rendered speechless. Upon catching sight of Wentai, Naruto exclaimed in surprise, "Boss Frog." In the midst of battle, Wentai cast a fleeting glance at Naruto before swiftly averting his gaze. Shikaku, undeterred by Wentai's evasion, continued to pound his belly rhythmically, spewing forth successive air bullets aimed relentlessly at Wentai. As Wentai continued to dodge, fatigue began to set in, prompting him to call out to the figure above him. Hey, kid, how much longer? At that moment, he had already pushed Akamaru's sword dance to its limits. Given that the power of the moon could only be utilized once per day, Akamaru was not yet able to transform. Akamaru, use surf. Wentai, use water release. Upon hearing Ya's command, Wentai instinctively performed the water release. Water release. Iron cannonball. A gigantic water sphere, resembling a cannonball, emerged, accompanied by a towering tidal wave crashing forth. The deluge struck Shikaku with immense force, driving it into the ground, cracks appearing in its sandy form. Before Shikaku could react, Wentai's iron cannonball came crashing down, obliterating a significant portion of its body. Fortunately, Shikaku swiftly adjusted Gaara's position, or else this blow might have awakened him. You observed Akamaru, who lay exhausted atop Wentai, unable to move. At its current capacity, after reaching its zenith in sword dance, Akamaru would be rendered powerless after executing another technique, as an eightfold amplification of strength was simply too taxing. Recognizing Akamaru's limits, you prepared to conclude this battle. Meanwhile, Shikaku had regained its composure, its destroyed form beginning to restore itself. Wentai's gaze remained fixed on Shikaku, just as he intended to caution you to be wary. He suddenly sensed a shift in the aura emanating from above. Frenzy. Power of the moon. A ferocious energy radiated from Ya, his once lengthened black hair transforming into a shimmering silver, reminiscent of moonlight. So this is the power of the moonstone. Thanks to Akamaru, I too can wield this strength once a day. Wentai leapt to Shikaku's side, declaring, "Leave the rest to me." Upon hearing Ya's words, Wentai sprang high towards Shikaku. Infuriated, Shikaku began to gather air bullets once more. Die, you fool. This time, the air bullet was more powerful and swift than before, rendering Wentai unable to evade. He swung his short blade to shield himself, but after mere moments, the overwhelming force sent him flying. This is bad. Without jumping to Wentai's side, Yet initially intended to alert Gaara, but soon realized that Gaara's figure had vanished from above him. In that moment, as the empty bullet attack approached, Gaara, with a flash of lightning, surged toward Shikaku's position. Landing upon Shikaku, you observed Gaara's body ensnared within Shikaku, and he charged directly at him. Shikaku, sensing Ya's presence, immediately swung his palm toward him. Shadow clone. Numerous phantoms emerged, causing Shikaku's attack to miss. Undeterred, Shikaku commanded the sand upon his body to sweep toward Ya, attempting to thwart his approach to Gaara. Moonlight charge. Ya's speed intensified once more, transforming him into a streak of silver moonlight. Gazing at Gaara before him, Ya unleashed his fists. Sonic punch. Rapid strikes. Ya swiftly rained down punches upon the slumbering Gaara. The latter, still in a deep sleep, sensed the pain and promptly opened his eyes. Subsequently, the once menacing Shikaku was sealed back within Gaara. Unable to move, Gaara's body plummeted from the sky, while Ya relinquished his berserk form, feeling an overwhelming soreness throughout his body. Just as the two were about to crash to the ground, a colossal toad's palm reached out, catching them both. Naruto and the others soon arrived, gazing at the immense Wentai, with Naruto curiously exclaiming, "Hey, Toad Boss, what brings you here?" Wentai gently placed Ya and the others on the ground, followed by setting down Akamaru. "I was summoned by this little rascal. Well, the task is complete, so I'll be on my way." As he spoke, Wentai glanced at Ya, who nodded in acknowledgement, before returning to Mount Myaboku. Upon Wentai's return to Mount Myaboku, he found himself surrounded by a multitude of toads. It turned out that upon witnessing Wentai being consumed by a black hole, they promptly informed Fukusaku. Concerned for Wentai's safety, and organized a search for him. Even Jiraiya was stirred. After a brief explanation from Wentai, the toads dispersed. Noticing Wentai's disappearance, Naruto turned to the exhausted Ya and curiously asked, "Ya, have you signed a contract with the Toad Boss too?" "Sort of," came the response. Gaara, now devoid of strength, remained expressionless as a crowd gathered around him. At that moment, Naruto crouched down, fixing his gaze on Gaara. "So, you too have a monster within you, just like me." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Gaara's eyes shifted toward him. Gradually, under Naruto's influence, Gaara began to feel a change within himself. Observing this, you could only marvel at Naruto's persuasive prowess. Given that the Sand Village had participated in the attack on Konoha, you proposed that they first escort Gaara back to their village, leaving the subsequent decisions to Konoha's higher-ups. As you dealt with Gaara, the battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru was also reaching its climax. Sarutobi gazed resolutely at Orochimaru, who controlled the first and second Hokages. Reaper Death Seal. A colossal shadow of the Grim Reaper emerged, clutching a dagger in its mouth. In an instant, it penetrated the bodies of Orochimaru and the reincarnated first and second Hokage. Orochimaru gazed at Sarutobi in terror, then seized the Kusanagi sword to thrust it towards Sarutobi's chest. The pain radiating from his chest caused Sarutobi to loosen his grip on Orochimaru's arm. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru broke free and fled with his four sound ninja companions. Even so, Orochimaru found his hands sealed. When Inuzuka and the others returned to Konoha, the battle had already concluded. Upon hearing the news of the third Hokage's demise, Inuzuka felt little emotional upheaval. As for why he hadn't warned the third Hokage beforehand, he was no fool. He would wager that had he spoken up, he would have found himself sipping tea in the roots the very next day. The ramifications were far too extensive, and unless he possessed overwhelming strength, remaining discreet was the better course of action. This was also why he had never commanded Akamaru to employ water-based techniques during the tournament. A mere ninja dog could unleash a formidable water jutsu, and attracting the attention of the ever-watchful Danzo was far too precarious for him at this juncture. Ding! The Pokemon Rampage event is complete. Reward: Life Gift of Xerneas. Ding! The Alliance tournament has concluded. Successfully entered the finals. Task complete. Reward: Cross-Dimensional Pass 1. Having accomplished 2 consecutive tasks, Inuzuka noticed a vibrant green seed in his backpack and promptly chose to utilize it, binding it to Akamaru, of course. As the seed gradually dissipated, both Inuzuka and Akamaru sensed a transformation within themselves, though they could not articulate it. Would they forever retain their youthful appearance? If some women were to discover this, chaos would surely ensue. His gaze then fell upon the black card nestled within his backpack. A cross-dimensional pass? The plan to bring Konoha to its knees had concluded. This assault had inflicted significant damage upon Konoha, resulting in widespread destruction and the sacrifice of the third Hokage. During the memorial service for the third Hokage, the assembled ninjas, clad in black, wore expressions of profound sorrow. Days later, as Konoha began rebuilding the devastated areas, two unexpected guests arrived at the village's outskirts. Their distinctive black cloaks bore red cloud patterns, and the conical hats adorned with bells jingled with their every step. While seated in a dango shop, Kakashi glanced up at them, but upon looking again, he found their figures had vanished. Kakashi immediately rose and nodded at Asuma and Kurenai, who stood outside the shop. The three exchanged glances, instantly understanding the unspoken thoughts in each other's eyes. In a park within Konoha, the two newcomers halted, facing Kakashi and his companions who stood before them. Kakashi scrutinized the pair, uncertain of their intentions for visiting Konoha. With a clang, the two removed their hats, causing the bells to emit a crisp sound. Long time no see, Hatake Kakashi. Upon seeing their faces, Kakashi's pupils constricted. A rogue ninja from Konoha, Uchiha Itachi, and the other, a rogue ninja from the village hidden in the mist, Kisame Hashigaki. Upon recognizing the visage of another individual, Kakashi immediately discerned his identity. The moment Kakashi called out his name, the figure of Kisame Hashigaki, with his shark-like countenance, broke into a grin, revealing a row of sharp teeth that gleamed ominously. I never expected someone to recognize me, Kisame chuckled. Kakashi and his companions instantly adopted a defensive stance. I can't believe you dared to return, Kakashi remarked gravely, lifting his mask to reveal his Sharingan, fixating his gaze upon Itachi. Asuma and Kurenai sprang into action. Asuma brandished a unique chakra blade, the chakra flowing and coalescing into a vibrant blue blade. Kurenai's eyes were locked onto Itachi as she swiftly formed hand seals. Jinjutsu. Tree binding death. The scene before Itachi began to shift, and when he regained his senses, he found himself bound to a grand tree. Kurenai's silhouette emerged from the tree's upper branches. Kunai aimed directly at Itachi. Don't move. You are now under my Jinjutsu, she commanded. Yet, Itachi remained expressionless, softly advising. I suggest you refrain from rash actions and take a good look at your predicament. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Kurenai was stunned to find her body suddenly immobilized. As she glanced around, she discovered that Itachi, once ensnared by her illusion, now stood before her, while she found herself bound to the tree. The moment Itachi sensed Kurenai's Jinjutsu, he employed the mirror heaven and earth change, reflecting her illusion back upon her. In an instant, Kurenai coughed up blood, collapsing weakly to the ground, the consequence of her own technique rebounding upon her. Kakashi watched in astonishment as Kurenai, renowned for her mastery of illusions, was swiftly subdued by Uchiha Itachi. The three Tomo in Itachi's eyes began to rotate slowly as his gaze shifted to Kakashi. Noticing the Sharingan in Kakashi's eyes, he warned, Your eyes are transplanted, aren't they? It would be wise not to meet my gaze. Kakashi remained vigilant, drawing a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, prepared to strike at any moment. However, in the next second, the scene before Kakashi transformed dramatically. A blood-red moon hung ominously in the sky, and he found himself bound to a cross, unable to move. In this altered space, Itachi's figure appeared, wielding a short blade, advancing towards the crucified Kakashi. In this realm, I control space, time, and sensation. For the next 72 hours, you will incessantly experience the agony of my blade piercing you. Kakashi's anguished scream echoed within the space. In reality, he had merely exchanged a glance with Itachi, yet his complexion paled, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Itachi's Sharingan had changed its pattern, blood trickling down from his right eye. Meanwhile, Asuma, engaged in combat with Kisame, found himself at a disadvantage. Observing the gash on his shoulder inflicted by Kisame's blade, his expression turned grave. The chakra enveloping his blade was now being siphoned away by that peculiar weapon. Kisame flashed a wicked smile. Heh, I find great joy in my Jono, so let me indulge a little. With that, Kisame raised his hands to form seals, preparing to unleash a jutsu. Wait, Kisame. Your jutsu is ill-suited for this place. The commotion it would create could attract unwanted attention. Allow me to handle this, Itachi interjected. Reluctantly, Kisame ceased his hand signs, allowing Itachi to take charge. Upon seeing Itachi's arrival, Asuma's heart tightened, his gaze darting towards the positions of Kurenai and the others, only to find them sprawled on the ground. This is bad. Just then, as Itachi was about to make his move, An unexpected bark echoed through the air. Woof! The trio turned their eyes towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, Kisame sensed a disturbance behind him and swung his Jono to shield himself. Boom! A massive water cannon surged forth, and though Kisame bore a smile, he suddenly realized that his Jono was unable to absorb the chakra within. The tremendous force sent him flying, while Itachi transformed into a crow, scattering to evade the explosive aftermath. Struggling to rise from the ground, Kisame appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend why his Jono could not absorb the chakra from the earlier jutsu. Had Fong been aware of Kisame's confusion, he would have surely mocked. You are attempting to absorb chakra while I wield skills granted by the Pokémon System, which have no connection to chakra. Each time Fong and Akamaru utilized the skills provided by the system, they only drained their stamina, which explained why Akamaru often collapsed after excessive use of Pokémon techniques. Fong had also experimented with infusing chakra into these techniques, but thus far, only the four-legged technique had succeeded, transforming into a berserk mode. Everything else had shown no change. With no solutions at hand, Fong could only wait and see if opportunities for chakra fusion would arise later, as relying solely on the Pokémon skills provided by the system would be insufficient in the later stages. Through his explorations, Fong had discerned the power levels of Pokémon skills. Skills with a power rating below 50 corresponded to C-rank ninjutsu, while those between 50 and 100 were B rank. Skills exceeding 100 reached A rank, and those at 150 attained S rank status. As for the forbidden jutsu in the world of Naruto, Fong had yet to uncover any parallels, as any Pokémon skill of S rank was invariably a Pokémon's ultimate move, often accompanied by severe side effects, such as destructive beams of light or ultimate impacts. The scattered crows reformed, coalescing into Itachi's figure. He regarded Fong with surprise. So it is you. I did not expect you to possess such strength now. The water cannon Fong had just unleashed held considerable power, equivalent to A-rank ninjutsu. To master A-rank jutsu at his age was already a mark of genius. Receiving Itachi's praise, Fong smiled. Did you come here to check on your foolish brother? As the words left Ya's lips, there was not a hint of emotion on Itachi's face. However, in the presence of Ya, who was already in the state of perception, he noticed a subtle shift in Itachi's expression. Your conjecture is rather tedious. I have no time to concern myself with such a useless being. Let him struggle on in his pitiful existence. Ya wore a look of feigned amusement as he regarded Itachi. Just as Itachi was poised to reprimand the irritating brat before him, a swift figure darted away from the spot. A green silhouette charged forth. Guy, clad in his signature green jumpsuit, flashed a radiant smile, his gaze landing on Itachi and Kisame. I must say, my timing is impeccable. Itachi regarded the newly arrived Guy, moving closer to Kisame. Let us depart. If we linger any longer, it may become increasingly difficult for us to leave. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Kisame cast a glance at Guy, nodded, and then departed alongside Itachi. Guy's gaze remained fixed on the vanishing figures before he approached the gravely injured Kakashi, ensuring his transport to the hospital. With a series of incidents befalling the Leaf Village, the higher-ups, Monin and Mito, sought out Jiraiya. Currently, there is no suitable candidate for the position of 5th Hokage. Otherwise, you could take the role. Upon hearing Monin's suggestion, Jiraiya immediately waved his hand in rejection. I am not suited for such a position, and I have my own matters to attend to. However, I do have a far better candidate in mind. Who might that be? Mito inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. That individual would undoubtedly be more fit for Hokage, Tsunade. That woman. Upon hearing Jiraiya mention Tsunade, Monin and Mito exchanged glances. To be fair, Tsunade is indeed more qualified, yet her whereabouts are currently unknown. Leave that to me. I will find her. This time, I intend to bring Naruto along. Naruto? You mean that brat, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Absolutely not. A Jinchuriki cannot leave the village. What if something goes awry? Jiraiya interrupted Monin's protest. Rest assured, I can handle it. After all, he is the child of my disciple. I did not have the chance to return when that incident occurred, and I must take action now. Seeing Jiraiya's unwavering determination, Monin and Mito had no choice but to acquiesce. Acknowledging their tacit agreement, Jiraiya vanished from the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, Yu was enjoying a bowl of Ichiraku ramen with Naruto. Indeed, after training, nothing satisfies quite like a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. With Kakashi and Sakura recuperating in the hospital, Ya and Naruto, after completing their training, found themselves at Ichiraku. As you listened to Naruto's musings, he remained silent, although the flavor of the ramen was delightful. It paled in comparison to the myriad of culinary delights from his original world. After finishing their meal, the two prepared to return to their respective homes when Jiraiya's figure appeared, addressing Naruto. Rest well today. Tomorrow, I will take you out for training. Initially taken aback, Naruto soon brightened at the prospect of going out to train. Wow, that's fantastic. We can go out. Observing the two, you suddenly interjected, may I join you? Jiraiya turned his gaze towards Ya, recalling what Winta had previously mentioned to him. He intended to inquire about the peculiar contract he had formed with Winta, thus he nodded. Let us proceed together. I have matters to discuss with you. You was well aware of the inquiry Jiraiya was about to make, primarily revolving around Winta's transformation into his Pokémon. Initially, you had no desire to partake in this affair, yet the allure of the system proved too tempting. Ding. Seek the champion of the Kanto region, address the aftermath of the nefarious organization's disruption, reward, Vitality Fragments. Vitality Fragments restore a near-death Pokémon to half its health. Upon seeing the task reward from the system, you understood that this was a quest he must undertake. Possessing the Vitality Fragments would essentially grant his Pokémon an additional life. After informing his mother of his plans, you prepared to set forth with Jiraiya the following day. On the morrow, the two awaited Jiraiya's arrival at the entrance of Konoha. Jiraiya soon appeared before them, extending his hand. Hand over all your wallets. Why? Naruto queried, bewildered. What I am about to teach you is the discipline of a ninja. Money is the root of corrupted will. I shall keep it safe for you, lest you falter. Despite his lingering skepticism, Naruto ultimately surrendered his bulging toad wallet to Jiraiya. Jiraiya weighed the wallet in his hand, satisfaction blooming within him as he noted its substantial heft. He then turned his gaze towards Ya, meeting Jiraiya's eyes. You pointed to his own nose. Perverted sage, do you take me for a fool? Am I not aware of how money affects my will? Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly at Ya's retort. What a splendid day. Well then, let us be on our way. With that, Jiraiya strode ahead, while Naruto, realizing he'd been tricked, quickly dashed after him. You lecherous sage. Return my money. Before long, the trio arrived at a nearby hot spring inn. Upon reaching their lodgings, Jiraiya addressed Naruto and Ya. I shall gather materials. You two may train separately. We shall embark tomorrow. With that, Jiraiya vanished before their eyes. You found this scene somewhat familiar. Oh no. Jiraiya has fled. Itachi should be arriving shortly, he thought, and resolved to take Naruto out for a stroll. Hey, Naruto, shall we go explore? Naruto nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to leave, Akamaru, who had been trailing at Ya's heels, barked a couple of times. Woof woof. What? The two from last time are already nearby? Akamaru had caught the scent of Itachi and Kisame. As he pondered this, a knock resounded at the door. He gestured for Naruto to open it, while signaling Akamaru to prepare for battle. Oblivious to the unfolding situation, Naruto opened the door, revealing two figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. One of the shark-faced individuals, with a mocking expression, remarked, Is this little brat the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha? Just as Naruto was about to retort, he heard Kiba's voice from behind. Instinctively lowering his head, Naruto felt a chilling sensation at the back of his skull, as if something had passed overhead. Standing at the doorway, Kisame had barely registered what had transpired when a tremendous force struck his chest, propelling his entire body against the opposing wall. Itachi, positioned on the other side, narrowed his eyes as he could only perceive a fleeting shadow. After landing, Kiba exhaled heavily. Having successfully sent Kisame flying with the combined speed of the sonic punch and 2 layers of sword dance, Itachi, spotting Kiba again, spoke in a calm tone. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. As he spoke, the 3 tomo appeared in his eyes, and he turned his gaze toward Kiba. Upon locking eyes with Itachi, Kiba sensed trouble. Sure enough, in the next moment, the scene around him shifted, and he found himself bound to a large tree, with Itachi materializing before him, kunai in hand. Feel the pain, Itachi declared as he prepared to thrust the weapon toward Kiba. However, Kiba utilized his ability to dispel the genjutsu, regaining his consciousness and breaking free from the illusion. Oh, you've managed to break my genjutsu again? Itachi recalled their first encounter when Kiba had intruded upon the Uchiha clan's territory, and he had cast a simple genjutsu that seemed to have had no effect on him at the time. Was Kiba particularly adept at dispelling illusions? Or did he possess some unique ability? Itachi pondered this internally, preparing to employ a stronger genjutsu against Kiba. Boom. From the pile of rubble, Kisame clumsily emerged, directing his gaze toward Kiba. It's you again, little brat. This is the second time you've sent me flying. This time, I will teach you a lesson. Kisame, gripping Samahata, swiftly appeared before Kiba. So fast. Kiba thought in astonishment as he witnessed the blade descending toward him. Shadow clone. Multiple afterimages appeared, and Kisame's strike crashed into the ground, creating a massive trench. Seeing his attack evaded, a hint of surprise flickered across Kisame's shark-like face as he looked at Kiba, who had managed to sidestep the blow. Not bad for a little brat, Kisame acknowledged. Kiba, on guard, regarded Kisame warily. Had Kisame's speed been any quicker, he would have sustained a serious injury. As Kiba activated his ability, Kisame's assault resumed. Meanwhile, Itachi, observing Kisame's attack on Kiba, shifted his attention to Naruto, his three tomos slowly rotating in his eyes. In the next instant, the chakra of the Nine Tails enveloped Naruto, pulling him from the Genjutsu. The Nine Tails, Itachi noted, maintaining his calm demeanor as he recognized the disruption to his illusion. Uchiha Itachi! A furious shout echoed from the corridor. Itachi glanced over to see Sasuke, having arrived unexpectedly. Sasuke gazed at Itachi's sudden appearance, and the hatred in his heart surged forth. He unleashed Chidori, charging toward Itachi, dodging the attack from Kisame. He stole a glance at Itachi and Sasuke. As expected, Itachi merely raised his hand to seize Sasuke's wrist, effortlessly dispelling Chidori, and then cast Tsukuyomi, causing Sasuke to collapse to the ground. The sound of slicing air reached his ears as Kisame dodged once more. You little brat. Daring to divide your focus while fighting me, Kisame thought, feeling a twinge of frustration as his strike once again missed its mark. This kid was as elusive as an eel. Capturing him was no easy feat, and my jutsu is ill-suited for this situation. Seeing Sasuke unconscious, Naruto rushed forward to intervene against Itachi, only to be kicked in the stomach and sent flying. Fortunately, Naruto was caught by Jiraiya, who had just arrived. Naruto looked up at Jiraiya, exclaiming, "Perverted sage, you finally made it. Hurry and save Sasuke." Rising to his feet from Jiraiya's embrace, he anxiously stared at the fallen Sasuke. Jiraiya set down the unconscious woman he had been carrying and turned his attention to Itachi. "Did you really think a mere woman could deceive me, the Toad Sage Jiraiya? You underestimate me." "Yes, at least 3. Jiraiya instinctively replied upon hearing an unexpected voice, then glanced at Kisame's attack, which had narrowly missed him. "You little brat. What nonsense are you spouting? I am the Toad Sage, impervious to the allure of women." Understood. I'll leave the rest to you." With Jiraiya's arrival, the tension eased for the young boy. Noticing the boy had reached Jiraiya's side, Kisame swung his sword to continue his assault, but was halted by Itachi's hand. "Wait. That man is Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 of Konoha. Be cautious." Jiraiya, no longer engaging in banter with the boy, focused on Itachi and Kisame. "Your attire. Are you members of that organization? I happen to have some inquiries for you." With that, he formed hand seals and struck the ground. Summoning technique. Toad mouth binding jutsu. The walls around them began to be enveloped by writhing flesh. Jiraiya addressed Itachi and Kisame. "This place has now been summoned into the esophagus of the great toad of Miyaboku Mountain. If you do not promptly divulge your intentions regarding Naruto's capture, you may find yourselves digested." Itachi, watching the encroaching mass of soft flesh, decisively commanded, "Kisame, let us go." Heeding Itachi's words, Kisame followed suit. With a thunderous explosion, Jiraiya rushed toward the sound, only to find a massive exit blown open before him, surrounded by ominous black flames. Naruto and the boy soon arrived, gazing at the strange-colored flames. Naruto reached out to touch them, but Jiraiya quickly intervened. "Do not touch that." Startled, Naruto withdrew his hand as Jiraiya produced a scroll. Sealing technique. Fire sealing method. The surrounding black flames were drawn into the scroll, after which Jiraiya prepared to stow it away. At that moment, the boy suddenly spoke up. "Perverted uncle, can I have that scroll?" What do you need that for?" "The flames within are indeed perilous. My curiosity compels me to study them." Jiraiya gazed at Kiba, pondered for a moment, then nodded, handing over the scroll. "Exercise caution when utilizing it. Simply tear the scroll in the direction of your target, and the flames will emerge. However, be wary, for the flames are uncontrollable." Once the battle concluded, Naruto hoisted the unconscious Sasuke onto his back, preparing to return to Konoha, only to encounter Guy. After entrusting Sasuke to him, Jiraiya and the others resumed their journey towards Tsunade's location. Along the way, Jiraiya began instructing Naruto on the technique of the Rasengan, while Kiba, intrigued, started to imitate and learn as well. Observing this, Jiraiya refrained from commenting, having not intended to exclude Kiba during Naruto's instruction. On that day, Jiraiya spotted Kiba seated beneath a tree, presuming he was still contemplating the training methods for the Rasengan. He approached, intending to offer guidance. Akamaru, yes. Extend your paw and channel your chakra, he instructed. No, do not pierce the water sphere with your claws. Instead, you must twist it with chakra. Upon approaching Kiba, Jiraiya finally discerned what he was doing. Are you teaching a dog to perform the Rasengan? Upon seeing Jiraiya, Kiba nodded affirmatively. Yes. I believe Akamaru's intellect is sufficient for him to master it. Jiraiya glanced at Akamaru, diligently attempting to break the water sphere, and then at Naruto, who was also earnestly training nearby. As long as you are happy. As Kiba continued to instruct Akamaru, Jiraiya settled down beside him. By the way, what is the situation with One Tai? Is he now your summoning beast? Or how have you managed to control him? While Jiraiya's tone was casual, his gaze remained earnest, prepared to take action should anything seem amiss. In response to Jiraiya's inquiry, Kiba recounted the explanation he had long prepared. One Tai is now a companion I have tamed. Much like Akamaru. A companion? So, is he your summoning beast? Kiba shook his head, producing a pokeball. I captured him with this. It is an heirloom of the Inuzuka clan. Upon acquiring it, I learned how to use it. As long as one earns the approval of the ninja beast, they can use this ball to form a contract with them, akin to that of a summoning beast. Intrigued by Kiba's explanation, Jiraiya examined the pokeball, and upon Kiba's permission, he held it in his hand, finding nothing unusual about it, before returning it. In that case, after some time, accompany me to Mount Myaboku. You will effectively be forming a contract with them. Jiraiya's inquiry stemmed from not having seen Kiba's name on the contract scroll, yet during his last visit to Mount Myaboku, he had heard Lord Shinsaka mention One Tai. He had visited One Tai and found no signs of enslavement or genjutsu control, which is why he had questioned Kiba for assurance. Is that extra blue serpent from Mount Myaboku also your summoning beast? Kiba nodded in affirmation. Unlike the contract summoning beasts, I can only summon the spirit beasts I have tamed, rather than having the ability to summon an entire clan like a contract scroll. Upon hearing Ya's explanation, Jiraiya began to grasp the meaning behind Ya's notion of taming spirit beasts. The three of them began their training while simultaneously searching for Tsunade's whereabouts. In a small street, Tsunade was particularly fortunate today. As she won money, Shizune, sitting beside her, couldn't help but tighten her grip on the stack of bills. Wow, Lady Tsunade is truly impressive today, winning so much. In contrast, Tsunade, despite her winnings, wore no expression of joy. Shizune, let us go. With that, Tsunade rose from her seat, prompting Shizune to hurriedly gather the money on the table before following Tsunade out. They entered a restaurant and took a seat. However, just as they placed their orders, several figures approached and sat down. Long time no see, Tsunade, Jiraiya remarked, observing the still youthful Tsunade with a hint of nostalgia. Wow. Sister, you look stunning, Ya exclaimed, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Tsunade's ample bosom before he quickly redirected his attention. Ignoring Jiraiya, Tsunade turned her attention to Ya, who had just complimented her. You little brat, you're rather cute. Are you this lecherous fellow's disciple? Ya quickly shook his head. No, this yellow-haired one is. He pointed at Naruto, who was currently fixated on Tsunade. You perverted sage. Is this the ninja you mentioned who was from your era? Does that mean I have to call her grandma now? Upon hearing Naruto's words, a tick mark appeared on Tsunade's forehead. It's evident that this idiot is Jiraiya's student. Naruto, offended by Tsunade's remark, glared at her. I'm not an idiot. I see you're not cut out to be Hokage either. Hokage? Tsunade asked, glancing quizzically at Jiraiya. With a resigned sigh, he lifted his cup and took a sip before explaining the purpose of their visit. Tsunade promptly shook her head in refusal. I have no interest in being Hokage. Only a fool would aspire to such a position. Naruto, indignant at Tsunade's disdain for the Hokage role, retorted. Who are you to look down on the position of Hokage? My dream is to become Hokage. Tsunade dismissed him with a glance, finding Naruto utterly unimpressive. Even compared to the charming Ya. Having consumed several cups of sake, Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze becoming slightly hazy as she addressed Naruto. It seems you are quite stubborn. In that case, I offer you a challenge. Let us step outside for a duel. I will use only one finger. And if you can make me move from my spot, I shall concede victory to you." Upon hearing Tsunade's challenge, Naruto immediately stood up from the table. "All right. A promise is a promise, Granny Tsunade." The way Naruto addressed her made Tsunade clench her fists. "Heh, little brat. I will ensure you pay for your words." Two individuals stood outside a restaurant, watching the unfolding battle with a sense of trepidation. "Is it truly all right, Lord Jiraiya?" the anxious Shizen inquired. Jiraiya, filled with a certain enthusiasm, reassured her, "There is nothing to worry about." As the conflict between Naruto and Tsunade commenced, Naruto initiated with his signature shadow clone technique, multiple forms of himself charging towards Tsunade. With a mere extension of her finger, Tsunade punctured the ground, causing it to crumble like fragile tofu. Debris erupted, obliterating all of Naruto's clones. "Humph, with such feeble strength, you dare to aspire to become Hokage? Only a fool would entertain such thoughts," Tsunade taunted, her voice dripping with scorn. "I will prove you wrong. I will become Hokage." Naruto's defiant voice emerged from the swirling dust, and as it cleared, 3 Narutos remained. The central figure extended his palm, and the clones maneuvered to either side, forming a blue sphere that surged towards Tsunade. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of the Rasengan, Tsunade momentarily faltered, seeing a reflection of her brother in Naruto's visage. With a swift step, she caused the ground to quake, destabilizing Naruto as he charged forward. Tsunade then flicked her finger, striking Naruto's forehead protector. The tremendous force sent him hurtling several meters away, crashing heavily against a nearby wall. Rising from the rubble, Naruto glared at Tsunade with indignation. A smile graced Tsunade's lips as she retrieved an inconspicuous pendant from her bosom. "It appears you have failed this time. However, let us wager again. You utilized that Rasengan given by Jiraiya, did you not? If you can master it within a week, this pendant shall be yours." Naruto eyed the mundane necklace with disdain. "I don't want it. It looks utterly unremarkable." Jiraiya interjected. "That is, after all, the necklace of the first Hokage. Is that so? Then I accept your wager. I will master it within a week," Naruto declared resolutely. After a brief sparring session, they returned to the restaurant to continue their meal. Before they concluded, Tsunade cast a complex glance at Jiraiya, who had succumbed to intoxication. The following day, Jiraiya, still in a deep slumber, was roused by a flurry of urgent sounds. Awakening, he felt utterly drained. Shizune, visibly anxious, exclaimed, "It's over. It's over. I saw Lady Tsunade's letter. She said she is going to see Orochimaru." Upon hearing Orochimaru's name, Jiraiya sprang to his feet, only to find his body unresponsive. Memories of the sake he had shared with Tsunade flooded back, and his expression shifted dramatically. "Oh no, has Tsunade poisoned me?" With no time to ponder, Jiraiya instructed Shizune to relay all she knew as he prepared to search for Tsunade. Just then, Kiba and Naruto approached. "Let Akamaru guide us. He should be able to locate Tsunade." Woof. Subsequently, several individuals followed closely behind Akamaru, hastening towards Tsunade's location. At that moment, in an open space on the outskirts of Short Book Street, Orochimaru observed Tsunade, who had approached alone, a smile gracing his visage. "At last, you have arrived, Tsunade. Have you acquiesced to the terms I proposed?" Tsunade's expression appeared fragile as she gazed at Orochimaru, murmuring, "Can you truly resurrect Dan and Nawaki?" "Of course. I can bring them back to life, allowing them to remain by your side eternally, provided you heal my arms," Orochimaru replied, confidence radiating from him. As long as Tsunade restored his arms, he believed he could dictate the subsequent events. Tsunade nodded slowly, making her way towards Orochimaru. At that moment, Kabuto, who had been by Orochimaru's side, suddenly stepped in front of Tsunade. "Kabuto?" Orochimaru inquired, puzzled. Kabuto regarded Tsunade with a serious expression. "Lord Orochimaru, be cautious. Her chakra is exceptionally active." He had sensed Tsunade's anomaly. Realizing her intentions had been uncovered, Tsunade ceased her pretense and delivered a powerful punch aimed at Orochimaru. Prepared for her assault, Orochimaru evaded, and a massive crater was formed where Tsunade's fist struck. After dodging, Orochimaru's cold, serpentine eyes fixed upon Tsunade, a knowing look upon his face. "It seems you wish to forsake any reunion with your brother and beloved." "No. More than anyone, I yearn for their return. Yet, I understand that even if they come back, it would be an illusion." Tsunade's gaze remained resolute as she addressed Orochimaru. "Rather than allowing you to manipulate them, I would prefer to eliminate you directly." "Huh." Tsunade, You truly have not changed, Orochimaru remarked softly, while Kabuto advanced directly towards Tsunade. Tsunade regarded Kabuto with disdain. What? Do you wish to fight me? Kabuto immediately feigned humility. Of course not. I am well aware of your prowess as one of the legendary 3 ninjas. However, as he spoke, he drew a kunai and pierced his own palm, blood cascading before Tsunade. Momentarily stunned by the sight of the crimson liquid, Tsunade found herself ensnared by memories she wished to forget. Observing her reaction to the blood, Kabuto swiftly focused chakra into a surgical knife, manifesting a blade of chakra in his hand. With a swift motion, the chakra knife grazed Tsunade's body, and she felt her control slip away, collapsing to the ground. Kabuto adjusted his glasses that had slipped to the tip of his nose. I have severed the nerves that control your body. Now you can only lie quietly on the ground. Just as Kabuto prepared to execute his next move, Jiraiya and his companions finally arrived. Jiraiya immediately spotted Orochimaru. Orochimaru, how dare you? Humph. Jiraiya, you remain ever so naive, perpetually oblivious to my true intentions. I care not for your intentions. This time, I shall capture you. Observing Jiraiya's slightly labored breathing, Orochimaru discerned his weakened state. In your current condition, that may prove challenging. Meanwhile, Shizen stood protectively in front of the fallen Tsunade. What have you done to Lady Tsunade? Just let her rest for a moment, Kabuto replied with an indifferent tone. Upon witnessing this, Shizen immediately knelt down to tend to Tsunade, while Naruto cast a sharp glance at Kabuto. It's you. I never imagined you were working for Orochimaru. Kabuto mocked Naruto's naivety, and soon a battle ensued between them. Meanwhile, Kiba stealthily approached Orochimaru from behind. Sensing something amiss, Orochimaru swiftly dodged the water cannon aimed at him. Observing the massive crater left on the ground, Orochimaru turned his gaze toward Kiba. You little brat, I didn't expect you to be with Jiraiya. So, how have you contemplated my previous offer? Join me, and I can make you stronger, at least more useful than that worthless Jiraiya. Jiraiya, noticing Orochimaru attempting to manipulate Kiba, interjected, Don't be ridiculous, this kid would never follow you. Kiba nodded in agreement. Your world is too dark for me. Akamaru would get fleas if he stayed there too long. Akamaru, in a flash of lightning. Sonic pause. Akamaru surged forward, extending his paw to strike Orochimaru. Upon impact, Orochimaru transformed into mud, vanishing before Kiba's eyes. Be careful. Ninja art. Needle Jizo. Jiraiya swung his white hair, shooting it forth like 1,000 needles toward Kiba's rear. Suddenly, Orochimaru reappeared behind Kiba, his body pierced by the barrage of hair, resembling a hedgehog. Startled, Kiba quickly leaped away, distancing himself from Orochimaru. When did this guy show up? I underestimated the power of the legendary Sannin. Even in his current weakened state, he is not someone I can afford to take lightly. Kiba had thought that with Orochimaru's arms sealed, he could easily teach him a lesson, so he had let his guard down. Unbeknownst to him, if it weren't for Jiraiya, he might have already fallen victim to Orochimaru's bite. The thought of Orochimaru, who enjoys licking necks, made Kiba shiver involuntarily. No, only the opposite sex is allowed to lick my neck, not a creature like him. Kiba steeled himself. While not far away, Naruto was engaged in battle with Kabuto, desperately trying to protect Tsunade, when Kabuto pierced his chest with a single strike. Shizen had already been knocked down and lay unconscious nearby. Tsunade stood behind Naruto, staring blankly at the unfolding chaos. Just as Kabuto prepared to withdraw his hand from Naruto's chest, he found Naruto gripping his arm with one hand, while 2 shadow clones appeared beside him, simultaneously forming a blue orb in his other hand. Rasengan. With no time to evade, Kabuto was struck in the abdomen by the Rasengan, his body spinning through the air. After unleashing this powerful attack, Naruto finally succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed. Tsunade, witnessing this familiar scene, saw Naruto's form merge with that of her deceased brother, Nawaki. Rushing to Naruto's side, she disregarded the blood on him as a green light emanated from her hands. Please don't die. I beg you, don't die. Suddenly, Tsunade sensed something. She noticed Naruto tremblingly lifting his hand to touch the pendant around her neck. This time, I have won. Upon hearing Naruto's words, a smile graced Tsunade's face as she draped the pendant around Naruto's neck. You little rascal. Seeing that Naruto was largely unharmed, Tsunade's gaze shifted towards Orochimaru's position. Meanwhile, the injured Kabuto, after employing a healing technique, finally managed to suppress his wounds and swiftly approached Orochimaru's side. Hurry. Use the summoning technique. Upon hearing Orochimaru's command, Kabuto promptly bit his finger, smearing his blood across Orochimaru's arm. At that moment, Jiraiya had already formed hand seals and struck the ground. Summoning technique. Ding. A request to summon the host's Pokémon, Wanta, has been detected. Do you agree? I do not agree. Kiba curiously refused, then turned to Jiraiya. Boom. A cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing a small toad. The toad dragon stared blankly at Jiraiya. Why did you summon me? Seeing the toad dragon's appearance, Jiraiya wore a somewhat helpless expression. Where's your father? Father? He's resting. Upon hearing the toad dragon's words, Jiraiya attempted the summoning technique once more. Ding. A request to summon the host's Pokémon, Wanta, has been detected. Do you agree? I do not agree. Kiba rejected again. Boom. As the smoke cleared, a small toad resembling Wanta appeared. The toad Gigi looked at Jiraiya. Why did you summon me? Brother? The toad dragon greeted its brother, who had also been summoned. Jiraiya, realizing he had still not succeeded, felt a heaviness in his heart. Damn it. Is it because the effects of the medicine have not yet worn off, causing the chakra in my body to be chaotic? Observing Jiraiya's predicament, Kiba remarked, Do you wish to summon Wanta? Just tell me. As he spoke, Kiba took out a Pokeball and threw it directly. Simultaneously, Orochimaru and Tsunade also prepared themselves. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. It's decided, Wanta. 3 colossal figures emerged, with Orochimaru and Tsunade standing upon their summoned beasts. Wanta gazed in astonishment at the colossal snakes and slugs that had appeared. Wanta, today is the class reunion. I summoned you to join them. Looking down, Wanta saw Kiba calling out to him, with Jiraiya standing beside him. Seeing that Kiba had summoned Wanta merely by throwing a Pokeball, Jiraiya found it rather peculiar and subsequently climbed onto Wanta's back. The long-awaited gathering of the 3 legendary ninjas took place, while Kiba took out the Pokémon Pokédex to examine the information on the colossal snakes and slugs. Number, name, Viper Scale, category, Serpent Pokémon, type, Dragon Dark, ability, Intimidate, lowers the opponent's attack upon entry. Overconfidence, increases its own attack by 10 when at full health. Hidden ability, Sacrificial Pact, restores 1/10 of its maximum HP for each Pokémon sacrificed. Height, 300 m, capable of expanding at will. Weight, 8,000 kilograms. Pokédex entry. One of the most formidable serpent Pokémon dwelling in the dragon's depths, it possesses a fierce and arrogant temperament. Perceiving trainers as mere sacrificial offerings rather than companions, it will reluctantly heed commands only after receiving a tribute of 100 live Pokémon before battle. Otherwise, it may turn against its trainer post-fight. Number, name, Sluglet, category, Splitting Pokémon, type, Water Fairy, ability, Immunity, immune to status conditions. Regeneration, restores 10 health per second after exiting battle. Hidden ability, Infinite Division, can actively split into multiple smaller entities, each with independent HP and abilities. Capable of simultaneous healing or attacking, can merge back to restore its original form. Height, variable, weight, variable. Pokédex entry. A mysterious Pokémon residing in the fabled land of Wetbone Forest. It is the gentlest among the 3 sacred Pokémon. Its body is soft and blue-white, allowing it to freely divide into countless smaller entities for extensive healing and information transmission. Yao observed the fundamental details of Viper Scale and Sluglet, his gaze lingering on the latter. Perhaps I shall seek out Tsunade and see if I can have Sluglet as my Pokémon. 1 equals countless. What a lucrative thought indeed. The battle among the 3 ninjas concluded swiftly, ending with Orochimaru's retreat. After a brief respite in Shortleaf Street, Tsunade returned to Konoha with Shizune, Jiraiya, and others. With some preparations completed, Tsunade officially assumed the position of the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Ding. Task to find the champion and complete follow-up work accomplished. Reward. Vitality Fragment X1. Following the completion of the task, Ya congratulated Tsunade and mentioned his desire to capture Sluglet. On that day, Ya finally received notification from Tsunade. Training Ground Number 4. Tsunade regarded Ya as he arrived. I spoke with the Great Slug Sage regarding your earlier request. It wishes to meet you in person. Initially, Ya merely intended to capture a small clone, as Sluglet is essentially a singular entity. To his surprise, the Great Slug Sage in Wetbone Forest desired to see him. After a moment's contemplation, Ya nodded. Rest assured, the Great Slug is quite gentle. There is no need for you to be overly anxious. After reassuring Ya, Tsunade utilized the reverse summoning technique to transport him to Wetbone Forest. Waving farewell to Ya, Tsunade departed. Ya observed the mist-laden surroundings and gradually ventured deeper. Akamaru, feeling unaccustomed, shook his ears, sensing the dampness of his fur. Suddenly, a small sluglet appeared. "Follow me." With the sluglet leading the way, Ya and Akamaru slowly trailed behind. As the exploration deepened, towering stalactites emerged from the surroundings, occasionally accompanied by enormous luminous mushrooms. Each mushroom, at its root or apex, hosted several diminutive slugs. Under the guidance of these slugs, you arrived at a spacious area enveloped by stalactites, where an absurdly large glowing mushroom lay tilted upon the ground, its cap seemingly serving as a bed. Before you appeared a slug, its size surpassing even that of a tailed beast. "You have arrived," resonated the voice of the slug in Ya's ears. The massive slug lowered its body, its two antennae fluttering in the air. "Your life force is remarkably vibrant. As if blessed by some entity, it is indeed curious." The great slug sage expressed a hint of perplexity. Having summoned Ya due to the unusual vitality it sensed within him during the previous battle of the three ninjas. Now, even its own essence could not discern the reason behind this phenomenon. Upon hearing the great slug sage's words, you felt a jolt of surprise. How could it detect the gift of life from Xerneas within me? The great slug sage's gaze shifted from you to a nearby Akamaru. This little fellow possesses a similarly vigorous life force. It seems you have intertwined your lives. At this moment, you refrained from speaking, fearing that any utterance might reveal something to the ancient creature before him. Noticing Ya's silence, the great slug sage continued. "I heard from Tsunade that you wished to summon me. Is it to sign a summoning contract?" This time, you responded, echoing his previous explanation to Jiraiya. Upon hearing this, the great slug sage remarked, "In that case, feel free to use that so-called pokeball of yours to capture me." Upon hearing the great slug sage's suggestion, you promptly retrieved the pokeball and hurled it toward the creature. In the presence of the great slug sage's colossal form, the pokeball appeared as insignificant as an ant. A flash of red enveloped the space, and the great slug sage's figure vanished from atop the large mushroom. Moments later, the pokeball landed, and the great slug sage emerged from within. You observed this with intrigue. Was it a failure? Is it impossible to capture you? The great slug sage, now reappeared, expressed immense curiosity about the earlier event. "You managed to contain me entirely, and yet it felt so spacious inside. What a remarkable object." "Yeah," puzzled, inquired, "Did you resist just now?" "Resist? I could leave at any moment. What does resistance mean?" Understanding the reason behind his unsuccessful attempt at capturing the creature, you sighed in resignation. Given the great slug sage's formidable power, he surmised that unless it willingly consented, he could throw pokeballs until his last breath without success. Subsequently, you conveyed the conditions for the summoning to the great slug sage. Nodding in acknowledgement, the great slug sage replied, "I see. It is essential to harbor no conflicting intentions." After reconfirming with the great slug sage, you once again tossed a pokeball. As before, after rolling a few times on the ground, the figure of the great slug sage reappeared. You wore an expression of utter confusion. "I forgot to ask, if I were to be captured by you, would I have to remain inside the ball forever?" "No, it won't affect you. I will first communicate with you through the pokeball before bringing you out." "Oh, I see." You gazed intently at the great slug sage, and after a moment, reconfirmed, "There are no other issues, right? I don't have many pokeballs left." Having used 5 to capture Wentai last time, and now wasting 2, he was left with only 4. If he captured the great slug sage, he would have 3 remaining. While 3 seemed sufficient, it was far from adequate. After all, he wasn't a one-ball superhero. After reconfirming with the great slug sage multiple times, you threw out another pokeball. As the great slug sage's form was encapsulated within, Ya's gaze fixated on the trembling ball on the ground. With a satisfying ding, Ya's anxious heart finally found solace. Holding the pokeball containing the great slug sage, a foolish grin spread across his face. This was a spirit beast on par with the toad sage. Opening the pokeball, the great slug sage materialized once more atop a mushroom. Sensing a transformation within, the great slug sage regarded you. "I can feel that I seem to have formed a certain connection with you, even compelling me not to harm you and to heed your commands. It is indeed peculiar." Once he had successfully captured the great slug sage, he retrieved his Pokédex. The reason he hadn't taken it out earlier was that the great slug sage had already sensed something was amiss with its body. Bringing out the Pokédex then would have attracted its attention and unnecessarily heightened the risk. No. Name, Great Slug Sage. Category, Splitting Type Pokemon. Attribute, Water Fairy. Ability, Natural Recovery. Immune to abnormal states and naturally restores lost health. Hidden ability, Sea of Life. Pokemon staying near it will gradually recover their health. Height, unmeasurable. Weight, unmeasurable. Pokédex version information. The will of the wet-bone forest and the very source of life. Its existence has completely fused with the natural environment, making it impossible to summon its true form for battle. However, it can assist in combat through its split avatars. Upon reading the Pokédex information, he was taken aback. Indeed, he had anticipated too much too soon. The true form could not be summoned. However, he never intended to command the Great Slug Sage in the first place. After exchanging pleasantries with the Great Slug Sage, you prepared to depart. Before leaving, the Great Slug Sage requested that he return when he had the time, as it had something to teach him. Nodding in response, you surmised that it likely pertained to the mystical arts governed by the 3 great sacred lands. Upon returning to Konoha, you had barely settled in at home when he received a command from Tsunade. Sasuke is suspected of defection. You few are now responsible for bringing him back. Beep. Side quest. Pursuit. Stolen Pokemon. Reward. Z-Move. Z-Move enhances Pokemon's moves, increasing their power by 10-fold. Note, cooldown period of 24 hours. After a prolonged silence, the Pokémon System once again issued a mission, prompting you to prepare for departure alongside Naruto and others. As they pursued their target, you glanced at Neji beside him, noting how quickly he had recovered from his injuries. After all, he might become his brother-in-law in the future, and having already given him a beating, it was prudent to mend their relationship. Thus, he intended to express some concern. However, unbeknownst to you, his words seemed to Neji like a taunt. Humph, I want to lose to you again, don't get too cocky. Without allowing you a chance to respond, Neji dashed ahead of the group. You watched Neji's retreating figure, perplexed. Akamaru, did you bite him silly last time? Why is he so irate? Woof. Akamaru protested, claiming innocence and asserting that not everything should be blamed on him. As they continued their pursuit, it wasn't long before Shikamaru spotted the 4 individuals who had taken Sasuke. At that moment, in one of Orochimaru's hideouts, Kabuto stood before him, observing his deteriorating condition. Lord Orochimaru, you should complete the Edo Tensei first. After this, there will be a 3-year wait until Uchiha Sasuke's body matures to an appropriate state for you to seize it. Acknowledging his frail state, Orochimaru nodded. His current form was not only weak, but his hands also lay immobile. Once the Edo Tensei was complete, though his arms might not regain their former agility, at least he would have some functionality. Soon, the reincarnation ritual commenced, and Orochimaru transitioned into a new body. Sitting in a chair, he awaited the synchronization of his soul and physique. Has Kimimaro departed? Yes, he has already set off, Kabuto confirmed. In truth, he was the most suitable vessel, alas. The effects of the blood disease were far too severe. Kabuto felt a tinge of regret. Indeed, otherwise he would have been the ideal candidate. Then Orochimaru seemed to recall something. Keep a close watch on that boy Inazukiya. He gives me an unusual impression, one that suggests he is not ordinary. Before Kimimaro left, I instructed him to bring you back if encountered, and to eliminate him if he resists. Understood. Orochimaru's voice gradually faded, and he appeared to drift into slumber. Kabuto stood silently behind him, his gaze hidden behind glasses, deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, after being discovered by the Sound 4, Ya and his companions engaged in battle. In line with the original narrative, Choji took on the role of the rear guard. He did not intervene. Though he possessed many summoning beasts, he deemed it unnecessary to reveal them all at this juncture. Respecting the fates of others, he was not a caretaker. Furthermore, should he meddle and waste time, failing to recover Sasuke would jeopardize his own mission. As the team members fell back one by one, only Zaku remained when Kimimaro emerged. Kimimaro, having secured the box containing Sasuke, sprinted away. Zaku blocked his path, prompting you to turn to Naruto and say, "You pursue your old friend. I will be there shortly. Take this, it will assist you when needed." You threw the Pokeball to Winta, having just spoken to him about Sasuke's imminent appearance, ready to emerge directly from the ball and return to Konoha. Aware of the outcome of the battle between Naruto and Sasuke, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, instructed Wenta to accompany Naruto. As he watched Naruto's silhouette recede into the distance, you addressed Akamaru. Let us make this quick. We are pressed for time. Woof. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Zoken's face twisted into a malevolent grin. Heh, the little brat from Konoha has grown too arrogant. Today, I shall demonstrate the disparity in our strengths. No sooner had Zoken uttered these words than he realized that Ya, who had been standing right before him, had vanished without a trace. Hey, where are you looking? Zoken exclaimed in surprise, looking up to find Ya hovering above him. Ya raised his hand, conjuring a blue sphere. Rasengan. Boom. The Rasengan struck Zoken squarely in the forehead, driving him into the ground. As Ya touched down, he gazed at Zoken, who was now embedded in the earth. No wonder Naruto enjoys forming these spheres. They are indeed quite effective. After returning to the village, Ya had finally mastered the Rasengan, but compared to Naruto, his speed was considerably lacking. It could only be said that Naruto's talent in this technique was truly remarkable. Having dealt with Zoken, Ya suddenly sensed movement behind him. Ryukan, who had separated from Zoken, had quietly approached and was now glaring at Ya with a fierce expression. Hee, you will pay. Ryukan lunged at Ya with claw-like hands poised to strike. Woof. A bark echoed, and Akamaru appeared above Ryukan. Akamaru lifted his front paw, conjuring a diminutive Rasengan, which then struck Ryukan on the head. With a flourish of Akamaru's swift movements, the immense force drove Ryukan deep into the ground. You observed the two indentations before him. Quite the pair of brothers, each with their own pit. After this remark, Ya and Akamaru hastened to pursue the direction where Kimimaro had departed. Meanwhile, in an open grassy field, dozens of Naruto's shadow clones surged toward Kimimaro. Kimimaro maintained his composure, and as he maneuvered his body, his bones protruded from within, piercing through the attacking clones of Naruto. The real Naruto swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the bone spikes aimed at his abdomen. Damn it! Naruto cursed in frustration, then once more dispatched clones to engage. At this moment, the box containing Sasuke, which had been set aside, slowly began to open. Sasuke emerged, glanced at Naruto battling Kimimaro, and then turned away without a word. Seeing Sasuke appear, Naruto called out to him, but soon realized that Sasuke was ignoring him. Anxious to pursue, he was abruptly halted by Kimimaro. Naruto, go chase after your little wife. I will handle this. Ya arrived with Akamaru, urging Naruto to pursue Sasuke. Naruto looked at Ya and nodded before rushing in Sasuke's direction. Kimimaro regarded Ya, blocking his path. So, you are Inazuki Ya, as mentioned by Lord Orochimaru? Oh, to my astonishment, Orochimaru, that fellow, has mentioned my name. I find myself quite flattered. I extend to you another opportunity to follow Lord Orochimaru. However, Kiba shook his head. Never mind, I have little interest in that slippery serpent. Upon hearing Kiba's refusal, Kimimaro slowly raised his hands. In that case, you shall perish. 10-finger bullets. Kimimaro launched 10 bone projectiles towards Kiba, each like a bullet hurtling through the air. Shadow clone. Kiba swiftly maneuvered, creating numerous afterimages as the projectiles passed through them. He closed the distance, arriving right before Kimimaro. Sonic Fist. Kiba struck Kimimaro squarely in the face, sending him hurtling away before he could even comprehend the attack. After skidding several meters along the ground, Kimimaro regained his footing. Dance of the Camellia. The bones in Kimimaro's joints extended, and long bone blades emerged from his arms. He then charged swiftly towards Kiba's position. As Kimimaro approached with increasing speed, Kiba suddenly shouted, "What are you barking at?" While attacking, Kimimaro had been attentive to his surroundings. But at the sound of Kiba's shout, his gaze became fixated solely on him. Seizing the moment, Kiba's sword-dancing technique, Akamaru, reached its completed state. In an instant, Kiba appeared above Kimimaro, a colossal Rasengan swirling before his mouth. He then thrust it downwards with great force towards Kimimaro. Boom! The Rasengan engulfed Kimimaro, and the explosion sent shockwaves rippling across the grassy field. Kiba squinted, observing Kimimaro's condition, when suddenly a chill swept over him. He immediately retreated. As the smoke from the Rasengan dissipated, it revealed Kimimaro in his cursed seal second state. Dance of the Early Fern. Massive bone spikes erupted from the ground, spreading outwards until a vast forest of bone spikes materialized. Suddenly, a figure emerged from within the spikes, holding a colossal bone spear, lunging towards Kiba's back. Sensing the danger, Kiba activated his berserk state, narrowly evading Kimimaro's strike. Seeing his attack fail, Kimimaro melted back into the bone forest. Kiba, noticing Kimimaro's disappearance after his missed strike, couldn't he help but voice his thoughts. When he fought Gaara, he succumbed to his illness here. How is it that he can still battle for so long against me? He took a Rasengan of such magnitude and remains unscathed. Though he grumbled, Kiba executed a lightning-fast movement, vanishing from his position once again. Unbeknownst to him, Kimimaro had reappeared behind him, poised to deliver a fatal blow. As Kiba watched Kimimaro meld back into the bone forest, he retrieved a Pokeball. Come forth. Slug. A slug of average size appeared before Kiba. Slug. Use split and fill this bone forest. Understood, Master Kiba. The slug began to divide, countless smaller slugs emerging rapidly. Meanwhile, Kiba enhanced himself with sword dance, positioning 2 slugs on each shoulder. Junmaru reappeared, and through the slug, Ye had sensed his location. In a flash of lightning, Ye swiftly vanished from his position, arriving above Junmaru. Junmaru looked up at the descending Ye, and with a bone spear in hand, he thrust it forward. Water cannon. Ye extended his palm, and a massive water sphere, akin to a cannonball, plummeted towards Junmaru below. Boom. The collision unleashed tremendous force, driving Junmaru's body deep into the ground, shattering the surrounding bone forest in the process. As Junmaru rose once more, he touched the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Memories of meeting Orochimaru in his youth surfacing in his mind. After being struck by Chikamaru's Rasengan, many of his internal organs had been shattered. Although he had activated the Cursed Seal's second stage, his body had reached its limits. This was why Junmaru had been hiding earlier, avoiding direct confrontation with Ye. He had pushed himself to the brink, engaging Ye with his last ounce of strength, only to ultimately face defeat. As Junmaru stood, his head slowly bowed. The slugs in the bone forest crawled beside him, realizing that Junmaru had lost his breath, subsequently informing Ye of the situation. Upon hearing this, Ye withdrew the slugs and dispelled his berserk state. To his astonishment, he discovered that his body felt relatively unscathed. It seemed that in the future, he could summon the slugs in advance to heal himself before entering berserk mode. Having just concluded his encounter, Ye promptly hurried towards Naruto and Sasuke's location. He wondered about the outcome. Hopefully, sending Winta would not pose any significant issues. Under Chikamaru's guidance, Ye finally arrived at the Valley of the End. The sight before him left Ye astonished. At that moment, Winta the Toad was once again battling his old classmate, Manda. Meanwhile, Naruto lay unconscious on the ground, accompanied by 2 figures, Orochimaru and Kabuto. Sensing Ye's presence, Orochimaru turned his gaze towards him. To his surprise, he saw Ye again. If he was here, then what of Junmaru? Orochimaru lamented the loss of Junmaru, who had already perished. Orochimaru had truly appeared. Ye's heart raced, and he promptly withdrew the slug's Pokeball, ready to engage or flee at any moment. However, Orochimaru seemed disinclined to attack, perhaps still adjusting to his newly acquired body. Once again, Orochimaru extended an invitation to Ye, who feigned ignorance, remaining unmoved. Observing Ye's continued refusal and the conclusion of Naruto and Sasuke's battle, Orochimaru urged Sasuke to depart with him. He then recalled Manda, departing alongside Sasuke and Kabuto. Once they had left, Ye approached the now unconscious Naruto, with Winta jumping over to him. As Naruto confronted Sasuke, I emerged with the intention of taking Sasuke away. However, to my surprise, Orochimaru had already arrived and thwarted my efforts. Subsequently, Naruto and Sasuke engaged in battle, while Orochimaru observed without intervening. Upon hearing the account from Winta, Ye understood the unfolding events. Perhaps due to the inertia of history and Winta's interference, Sasuke was ultimately taken by Orochimaru. Ye glanced at the severely injured Naruto and decided to carry him on Winta's back as they made their way towards Konoha, with the system's voice echoing, ding. Side quest. Pursuit. Stolen Pokemon. Mission failed. Ye sighed, knowing the outcome was as he had anticipated. Upon returning to Konoha, the other young ninjas gradually arrived, some accompanied by Sand Shinobi, including Gaara and his team, who had come to assist. Upon learning that Sasuke had indeed been taken by Orochimaru, Tsunade temporarily classified him as a rogue ninja. In the hospital, Naruto lay on the bed, his mind replaying the scenes of Sasuke's departure. The melancholic strains of a song whispered into Naruto's ears. I miss you so much, truly miss you, your joy and your grievances. Turning his head, he saw Ye with a teasing expression on his face. What are you singing about? Ye approached Naruto's bedside. Just singing what's in your heart, reluctant to part with your dear Sasuke. Naruto replied gloomily, that guy Sasuke. But I will definitely bring him back. Just then, Jiraiya entered the room and noticed Ya's presence. Kid, you need to visit Myaboka Mountain. The great sage Fukasaku wants to see you. Understood, when to mention it to me, you replied. Jiraiya then shifted his gaze to Naruto from now on. You'll come with me. I'll take you out to train. Naruto shook his head resolutely. No way. I'm going to bring Sasuke back. Jiraiya reassured him. Don't worry. I've investigated. Orochimaru just changed bodies, and he won to be ready for at least 3 years. Sasuke will be safe during this time. Besides, your current strength is too low. You can't even defeat this little brat here, let alone retrieve Sasuke from Orochimaru. Ya overheard Jiraiya's slight against him and retorted. You think Naruto will defeat me? He might as well give up hope. Just wait, I will surpass you. Naruto, inspired by Jiraiya's words, rekindled his fighting spirit. After visiting Naruto, Jiraiya and Ya exited the hospital. After Jiraiya performed the reverse summoning technique, Ya was transported to Myaboka Mountain. Compared to the Wetbone Forest, this place appeared more serene and picturesque, and he spotted the blue snake training nearby. The blue snake had grown significantly since their last encounter. As he approached, Fukasaku came over, observing him for a moment before saying, Follow me. The great sage wishes to meet you. Ya nodded and followed Fukasaku through the winding paths until they arrived at a grand hall. The great sage Fukasaku sat majestically at the center. Quietly, he took out his Pokédex. Number, name, Toadmaru, Great Toad Sage. Category, Toad Pokemon. Type, Psychic Water. Ability, Dream Prediction. Upon entering the battle, it randomly learns one of the opponent's moves. Telepathy, has a chance to foresee the opponent's next attack. Hidden ability, Fate Weaving, temporarily enhances the causality effect of moves, subtly interfering with destiny. Height, cannot be accurately measured. Weight, cannot be accurately measured. Pokédex entry information. A legendary Pokémon that has existed for over 1,000 years in the Mystic Wood Mountain. Most of the time, it is immersed in slumber and dreams, yet its dreams provide glimpses of future fragments. It is revered as the Great Toad Sage by all the toads of Mystic Wood Mountain. The Great Toad Sage, Toadmaru, opens its frog-like eyes and gazes at ya. Ah, it is you. That explains the obscured future. Upon hearing the riddle-like words of the Great Toad Sage, Ya rolls her eyes dramatically. Oh, Great Toad Sage. If you have nothing to say, then there's no need to leave it half-spoken. Hee. The Great Toad Sage, unfazed by Ya's retort, chuckles softly before allowing her to depart. As she walks away, the Great Toad Sage extends its hand to twirl the beads around its neck. At the center of the massive beads, a modest red and white sphere comes into view. I never expected to see you after all these years. Aya. After murmuring to itself, the Great Toad Sage slowly closes its eyes, a faint smile appearing on its wrinkled face, as if it has drifted into a delightful dream. Upon exiting Mystic Wood Mountain, Ya exchanges greetings with Buntai and Lan Shi before taking her leave. Upon returning to Konoha, she learns that Jiraiya has already taken Naruto away for training. Arriving home, Ya finds her mother tidying up, and her sister is coincidentally present as well. You're back, Ya? You've been so busy lately, even less than your sister. Haha. As a ninja, there are many missions. Ya shares a laugh with her mother before retreating to her room. She retrieves the black card from her backpack. The cross-dimensional pass. I hope this world can augment my strength, for when Naruto returns, it will be the era of the wind. At that time, this world too shall begin to transform dramatically. With this intent in mind, Ya places the card back into her backpack and begins to examine the few Pokemon she currently possesses. Name, Akamaru. Owner, Inuzuka. Kiba. Category, Ninja Dog. Pokemon attributes, normal. Ground skills, Detect, Quick Attack, Water Pulse, Look at Me, Shadow Clone, Surf. Hydro Pump item, Learning Device form, Lunar form. Name, Blue Serpent. Owner, Inuzuka. Kiba. Category, Serpent. Pokemon attributes, Poison, Dark skills, Charge. Bind item, None. Name, Warty Toad. Owner, Inuzuka. Kiba. Category, Toad. Pokemon attributes, Water, Dark skills, Water Release. Iron Cannonball, Toad. Short Sword Slash. Toad. Oil item, None. Name, Slug Sage. Owner, Inuzuka. Kiba. Category, Split type. Pokemon attributes, Water, Fairy skills, Infinite Split, Healing Law, low level. Strong Acid Corrosion item, None. Upon reviewing the profiles of the 4 Pokemon, it appears that the Blue Serpent possesses the weakest capabilities among them. Akamaru, while exhibiting high explosive power, lacks endurance. whereas Warty Toad shows the strongest overall strength. As for the Slug Sage, it seems to be overlooked by Kiba, serving merely as a support type, necessitating further consideration for combat use. After spending several days at home, Kiba received a notification from Red to gather at the training grounds. As Red surveyed the assembled team, she announced their upcoming tasks. Due to Konoha's previous damage, substantial funds were required for repairs, leading to an increase in their assignments. Naturally, Kiba and his companions were assigned primarily simple D-rank missions, with occasional C-rank tasks. Once a day's mission concluded, Kiba approached Red. "Teacher, I wish to venture out for some training." "Really? Can't you gain experience by completing missions?" Red queried, perplexed by Kiba's desire to embark on a solo journey. Kiba knelt down, affectionately patting Akamaru's head. "I want to take Akamaru out to explore the world of ninjas. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself." Seeing Kiba's resolute demeanor, Red eventually acquiesced. "Very well, I respect your choice. After all, we are ninjas. However, your family must consent. I can apply for your village exit permit with the Hokage." "Thank you, Teacher Red," Kiba replied, a smile illuminating his face upon receiving her approval. Subsequently, Kiba sought out Hinata. As she gradually blushed, she shyly trailed behind him. Kiba playfully nudged Akamaru, who understood the cue and scampered home. Once the electric dog had departed, Kiba grasped Hinata's small hand. Her touch was cool and smooth, devoid of any calluses from training. Sensing his gesture, Hinata's face flushed deeper, and she grew increasingly stiff. Arriving at a park bench, Kiba sat down with Hinata, still holding her hand. "Hinata, I may be gone for some time for training." Initially taken aback by Kiba's endearing address, Hinata looked up at him, her shyness momentarily forgotten. You're leaving? For how long?" Kiba gazed at Hinata, gently ruffling her hair. "Perhaps 2 or 3 years. You must take care of yourself and eat well. You seem a bit underweight," he teased, pinching her cheeks lightly. "Your skin feels nice," he remarked with a playful grin. Originally despondent, Hinata felt her sorrow dissipate at the sight of Kiba's movements, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of crimson. I understand now," she stammered, lowering her gaze and lapsing into silence. As they made their way home, just moments before parting, Kiba seized Hinata, enveloping her in his embrace. He whispered softly into her ear, "Be good and wait for me." "Yes, take care," Hinata's gentle voice reached Kiba's ears. As they separated, Hinata watched Kiba's retreating figure, her expression gradually firming with resolve. "I too will strive to grow stronger, so that Kiba may witness my transformation." Upon returning home, Kiba swiftly tidied up and bid farewell to his family before obtaining a travel permit from Red. He ventured into a grove outside of Konoha with Akamaru, retrieving a black pass from his backpack. "Activate." At his command, the pass shimmered into starlight, conjuring a black vortex that drew both Kiba and Akamaru within. When Kiba reopened his eyes, he found himself amidst a desolate winter landscape, snowflakes cascading from the heavens. Shaking off the lingering grogginess, he glanced down at Akamaru, who had burrowed into the snow, and lifted him onto his shoulder. It appeared they had traversed into another world. However, its identity remained a mystery. Beep. Interdimensional mission triggered. Save the world besieged by corrupted Pokémon. Reward, Mega Evolution. Mega Evolution enables Pokémon to achieve Super Evolution through a key, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Mega Evolution indeed. If Swords Dance enhances a single attack, then Mega Evolution elevates overall strength, akin to Sage Mode in the Naruto universe. Yet, the lengthy cooldown time renders it usable only once per day. Regaining his focus, Kiba began to analyze the task ahead. A world under siege. Could it be that Pokémon had invaded? What, then, did the term corrupted Pokémon imply? As he pondered, Akamaru, perched on his shoulder, suddenly seemed to catch a scent. Woof woof. HM. You sense someone ahead. Following Akamaru's cue, Kiba hastened in that direction. There, he spotted a youth kneeling before another dressed as a samurai, seemingly pleading for something. Ju observed the supplicant with indifference, imploring for the life of his sister, who had turned into a demon. Having witnessed countless such scenarios, he knew all too well that none ended without the transformed kin devouring their loved ones. Stand up. What is your cowardice change? To protect your family, you must rely on your own strength. Ju's sudden outburst caught Tanjiro off guard, but he quickly sprang to his feet and charged at Ju. As Tanjiro lunged towards him, Ju sidestepped, the hilt of his blade colliding with Tanjiro's abdomen. inflicting excruciating pain that rendered him unconscious. After dealing with Tanjiro, Ju approached the demonized Nezuko when a whirling axe suddenly soared toward his head, embedding itself in the tree beside him, causing Ju's pupils to constrict in surprise. Gazing upon Tanjiro, who lay unconscious in the snow, I recalled the moment he had darted forth, obscuring my line of sight before hurling his axe. Just as Ju found himself momentarily entranced, Nezuko suddenly sprang into action, racing towards her fallen brother. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ju instinctively sought to intervene, but what unfolded before him left him agape with astonishment. To his disbelief, Nezuko, now transformed into a demon, spread her arms wide, shielding the unconscious Tanjiro behind her. Was she not supposed to be ravenous at this moment? Ju struggled to comprehend this anomaly, his gaze fixed upon the resolute Nezuko, and he made a decisive choice. In a flash, he appeared by her side, delivering a swift blow that sent her crashing down. As Ju prepared to take his next move, a figure approached him. "Hey, in this freezing cold, what are you planning to do to that girl? Surely, you're not contemplating something vile." The unfamiliar voice startled Ju. He turned, wary, to find a person clad in black casual attire, a black cap atop their head, with a small white dog perched on their shoulder, having seemingly materialized behind him. "Who are you?" Ju inquired, his vigilance waning as he discerned that this individual was not a demon. The newcomer, who had realized the realm they had entered, mused to themselves, "To think I have stumbled into the world of Demon Slayer. The polluted Pokémon mentioned in my mission must refer to those so-called demons. As for purification, it seems I must vanquish the Demon King. I am a traveler, merely passing through this area," the stranger replied. Ju cast a cold glance towards them before averting his eyes. "You would do well to leave this place. Man-eating demons roam here, and it is unwise for an ordinary person like you to linger." With that, Ju paid the stranger no further heed, not sensing any breath from them. He regarded the stranger as merely human. After composing a letter, he fashioned a muzzle for Nezuko to curb her biting instinct. Upon rising, he noticed that the traveler had not departed. "Since you remain, I entrust this letter to you. Please deliver it to this boy when he awakens." As he spoke, Ju recalled something important. "Ah, that girl with the muzzle is a demon. If anything seems amiss, flee immediately." With those words, he took his leave, while the traveler observed the unconscious Tanjiro and Nezuko, their gaze lingering on Nezuko. Entry: Name: Nezuko Kamadu. Classification: Demon Pokemon. Type: Dark Fairy. Ability: Bloodline Guardian. When a companion is attacked or afflicted by a status condition, her speed and attack significantly increase. Height: 1.53 m. Variable. Weight: 450 kilograms. Variable. Pokédex entry: a girl transformed into a demon by Musen Kibutsuji's blood miraculously retains human emotions and rationality, using a bamboo tube to suppress her urge to bite. Deeply valuing family, one can unleash astonishing power to protect his elder brother, Tanjiro. It is indeed true that even demons, transformed from humans, can be tamed. However, Ye has little interest in Nezuko. Despite the ability to alter size at will, Ye's current strength pales in comparison to the upper ranks. Before long, the unconscious Tanjiro and Nezuko awaken. Upon seeing Ye's sudden appearance, Tanjiro expresses his curiosity. Ye hands Tanjiro the letter entrusted to him by Ju, and upon reading its contents, Tanjiro resolves to seek out Sakanji Urokadaki, aspiring to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Only by enhancing his abilities can he strive to find a way to restore his sister to her human form. At this moment, Ye interjects, coincidentally, "I too am on my way to find Urokadaki. Let us journey together." Tanjiro nods in agreement, and together they set forth. Along the way, Tanjiro suddenly recalls that Nezuko cannot be exposed to sunlight, so he crafts a bamboo basket to safely carry her. After several days of travel, they arrive at an abandoned temple. Woof! Akamaru barks, detecting the scent of blood. Ye gently pats Akamaru's head. Tanjiro, intrigued, gazes at the little dog perched on Ye's shoulder. What is wrong with Akamaru? There's a smell of blood, be careful. Hearing Ye's words, Tanjiro's expression shifts as he approaches and catches the smell of blood wafting through the air. As they enter the temple, they observe a figure with its back turned, continuously gnawing on something from the ground. Suddenly, the gnawing ceases, and the figure slowly turns to face Ye and Tanjiro. Today is indeed fortunate. I did not expect 2 more guests to arrive. As if sensing something, the figure murmurs quizzically, Why do I detect the scent of other demons?" Upon curiously scanning the surroundings, its gaze eventually fixes upon the bamboo basket behind Tanjiro. Regardless, this is my territory, it thinks, and without hesitation, it lunges at Tanjiro. Yet, before the figure reaches him, a shadow darts past, striking the demon and sending it flying. The demon skids across the ground for several meters before crashing into the wall. Tanjiro, standing beside Ya, watches in astonishment as Akamaru, having left Ya's shoulder at some point, now stands in the center. That last strike was delivered by Akamaru, who had kicked the demon away. Yu observes the demon that Akamaru had sent flying, noting its lack of strength, far beneath even that of a low-ranking ninja. It merely possesses a unique physique. The demon gradually rises from the ground, glancing at the large dent in its chest. What just happened? Who struck me? It scans the surroundings and ultimately fixes its gaze on Akamaru. Could it be this little dog? The demon's expression fluctuates as it tentatively charges at Akamaru, wishing to confirm its suspicions. Akamaru, effortlessly dodging the demon's attack, swiftly retaliates with a flash of speed, sending the demon crashing once more. The ghost that had risen once more finally confirmed that it was the dog before him that had attacked him. Bewildered by the overwhelming strength of a mere canine, the ghost instinctively prepared to flee. Casting his gaze toward a particular direction, he seized the opportunity and dashed away. Upon escaping outdoors, a look of relief spread across his face. Yet, in the next instant, that smile froze in place. Akamaru had somehow appeared right before him. Realizing there was no escape, the ghost turned his attention to the two humans standing nearby. In that case, I shall take these humans as hostages. With this thought, the ghost swiftly pivoted and charged toward Inosuke and the others. But just as he reached Inosuke, a flash of cold light sliced through the air. His body was cleaved into several pieces. Inosuke toyed with the kunai in his hand, his gaze fixed on the dismembered ghost. The creature writhed on the ground in agony, only to begin healing almost immediately. Indeed, it seemed that only a special weapon could decapitate a demon. The ghost, now reconstituting itself, looked at Inosuke with terror. And then a realization dawned upon him. Haha, you're not a demon slayer, are you? Although you're strong, you can't possibly kill me. Upon hearing the ghost's taunt, Inosuke silently retrieved a pokeball. Come forth, blue serpent. A flash of red light erupted, summoning the blue serpent, who had been training in Miyaboka Mountain. Upon its arrival, the blue serpent gazed around in confusion, sensing that this place was unlike the world of Naruto. Noticing that the blue serpent had grown considerably, now approximately half the size of the great serpent, Inosuke pointed toward the ghost. Here, this is your snack. Hearing Inosuke's words, the blue serpent's gaze shifted to the ghost, and without hesitation, it opened its enormous maw. The ghost was paralyzed with fear at the sight of the colossal creature that had suddenly appeared, trembling and rooted to the spot. In its line of sight, a gaping, blood-soaked mouth loomed closer, plunging its vision into darkness. As the blue serpent devoured the ghost, Tanjiro, standing beside Inosuke, stammered, What is this? It's the blue serpent. My pet. No need to be too surprised. Inosuke then turned his gaze to the roof of the temple. How long will you hide? Having been concealed on the rooftop. Observing Inosuke and the others, Kanroji Mitsuri realized that Inosuke had discovered him and thus revealed himself. Faced with the enormous blue serpent, which measured at least 40 meters in length, a bead of cold sweat trickled down from beneath his mask. Inosuke returned the blue serpent to its pokeball and addressed Kanroji Mitsuri. You are the Kanroji Mitsuri that just sent us to find, aren't you? Kanroji Mitsuri nodded, initially intending to assess the capabilities of the two youngsters to determine their suitability for the Demon Slayer Corps. However, given the immense creature Inosuke had summoned, he felt that even the upper moons might struggle against it. Swallowing the non-existent saliva in his throat, Kanroji Mitsuri nodded again, affirming, Yes, I am Kanroji Mitsuri. After addressing the inquiries regarding Ya, Rengoku Sakanji expressed a hint of curiosity, inquiring, How did you summon such a colossal being just now? Though he felt it somewhat presumptuous, his intrigue about this remarkable ability was palpable. If this skill could be disseminated within the Demon Slayer Corps, the likelihood of successfully vanquishing demons would significantly increase. Oh, they are all my companions, thus I possess the ability to summon them. You may regard this as one of my unique talents. Upon learning that it was a personal ability of Ya's, Rengoku Sakanji felt a twinge of regret and nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards Tanjiro, as he was already aware of Tanjiro's circumstances from the letter sent by Ju. You are the Tanjiro mentioned by Ju, correct? If you wish to train under me, you must first pass my assessment. Rengoku Sakanji looked towards the sky, which shimmered with a hint of light. If you can keep pace with me and reach our destination before the sun sets, I shall consider taking you under my wing. With that, Rengoku Sakanji took the lead and began to run ahead. Witnessing this, Tanjiro immediately followed, while he maintained a leisurely pace, gradually making his way towards them. After a relentless chase, Tanjiro finally arrived at Rengoku Sakanji's abode, situated at the foot of Mount Kaguya-yama, just as the sun dipped below the horizon. Upon arrival, Tanjiro retrieved Nezuko from the bamboo basket on his back. She had been in a deep slumber without any sign of awakening. Observing this, Rengoku Sakanji explained, "It is likely because she has not consumed human flesh. Thus, she must rely on sleep to recover. There should be no cause for concern." With Rengoku Sakanji's reassurance, Tanjiro felt a slight sense of relief. The following day, Rengoku Sakanji commenced Tanjiro's training. The inquisitive Ya also ventured up the mountain to try his hand, finding it considerably less challenging compared to the world of shinobi. Rengoku Sakanji, witnessing Ya's prowess, regarded him with a glimmer of intrigue and imparted the water-breathing techniques to him. As he perused the intricacies of water breathing, he realized that by manipulating his breath, he could mimic the flowing techniques of water, which was indeed impressive. On that day, Ya approached Rengoku Sakanji once more. "I intend to visit the Demon Slayer Corps to confer with Kanroji Mitsuri regarding the eradication of Muzan." Rengoku Sakanji halted momentarily at Ya's candid declaration. Ya continued, "My mission here is to eliminate Muzan, and you should be able to discern that I am unlike the rest of you." Reflecting on Ya's previous feats, including mastering water breathing in merely half a day and summoning that enormous blue serpent, Rengoku Sakanji conceded, "Very well, I shall write a letter to inform my lord." Ultimately, the decision rests with him. Ya nodded in agreement. Soon after, Rengoku Sakanji received a response from Kanroji Mitsuri, expressing eagerness to meet this individual from another world. He shared the address with Ya, who meticulously stored it away, preparing to depart the following day. That night, Rengoku Sakanji prepared a sumptuous dinner, during which Ya informed Tanjiro at the dining table of his impending departure. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro felt a twinge of reluctance, for Ya had transformed from his sister into a demon, accompanying him until now. The following day, as usual, Tanjiro ascended the mountain for training, and Ya was prepared to set out. At the moment of departure, Ya seemed to recall something and addressed the watching Sakanji Urokodaki, saying, "Now you are the only one responsible for Nezuko. Do not indulge in any strange antics while Tanjiro is away." With that, Ya promptly turned and departed. Sakanji, taken aback by Ya's words, muttered a curse under his breath, pondering the peculiar thoughts that occupied the young one's mind, before turning back to his dwelling. The reason Ya suddenly thought of this was likely due to having seen different versions of Demon Slayer, where the plot lines were rather audacious, characterized by a constant push-and-pull dynamic between characters. Without concern for Sakanji's reaction, Ya joyfully made his way toward the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, accompanied by Akamaru. After several days of travel and a few meals provided by the Blue Serpent along the way, Ya finally arrived at the entrance of the headquarters. Upon handing over a letter to the gatekeeper, a member of the Hidden Corps escorted Ya inside. After navigating through a series of twists and turns, they arrived at a courtyard where several figures were already gathered. Observing their attire and recalling his memories of the original work, Ya recognized a few of them. Among them, the pink-haired and voluptuous Kanroji Mitsuri, adorned with a snake around her neck, was Shinobu Kocho, and the remaining were the strongest Hashira, Kyujiro Rengoku, Sanemi Shinazugawa, Ju Tomioka, Mitsuri Kanroji, Tenjin Yuzui, and Muichiro Takedo. Seeing all 9 Hashira assembled, Ya thought to himself that the preparations were quite commendable, as it was wise to be cautious when a stranger sought an audience with the highest leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. At the moment of Ya's arrival, the gazes of the other 9 Hashira shifted towards him. The love Hashira, Kanroji, blushed as she glanced at Ya, occasionally stealing glances at Shinobu beside her. "Oh, this newcomer is rather handsome, much like Shinobu," she mused. As the 9 Hashira scrutinized Ya, the figure of Kaneo, Sayuri, emerged. At that moment, his forehead was marred by the blemishes brought on by the curse. Though he appeared significantly better than in his first appearance in the original tale, his eyesight still intact. The instant Kaneo made his entrance, the other 9 Hashira immediately knelt in reverence. Noticing that Ya remained standing, the fiery-tempered Sanemi swiftly approached Ya, determined to compel him to kneel as well. However, before Sanemi could act, Ya swiftly delivered a kick that sent him flying. The sudden turn of events left the other Hashira momentarily stunned. Sanemi, propelled against the wall, was buried beneath a cascade of debris. When he finally emerged from the rubble, his expression was one of incredulity as he gazed at Ya, bewildered by the speed of Ya's response and the lingering pain in his chest from the powerful blow. Enough. Sanemi, be still, Kaneo said, directing a gentle smile toward Ya. They are all children, rather reserved. You must be the person referred to in the letter by Rentaki Sakanji. Yeah, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Ya nonchalantly remarked, it's nothing. I simply enjoy giving young ones a good thrashing. I have come to discuss strategies against Muzan. Upon hearing that name, the atmosphere fell silent. Kanroji Mitsuri paused for a moment before saying, everyone here wishes to eliminate Muzan. These children think about it constantly. However, Muzan's power is formidable, and without a flawless plan, achieving this goal will be exceedingly difficult. Upon hearing Ya's audacious claim to defeat Muzan, the injured Shinazugawa Sanemi scoffed. Do you truly believe you can vanquish Muzan with mere individual strength? How naive. Ya cast a sidelong glance at Sanemi. Perhaps you should train more. Your strength is lacking yet your words are abundant. You, Sanemi retorted, ready to spring to his feet, but was restrained by the hand of Kaijiro Rengoku beside him. Ya observed the defiance in their eyes, a playful smile gracing his face. It seems you are all quite indignant. How about a contest? I shall not bully you. If you can best the little dog upon my shoulder, I shall acknowledge your strength. With that, Ya turned his gaze to Kanroji Mitsuri. Hearing Ya's challenge, Mitsuri looked to the assembled Hashira, with the leader's tacit approval. Sanemi could no longer contain himself and stood up. You ought to stop underestimating people. The other Hashira also turned their attention to Ya and the small white dog perched on his shoulder. Ya dismissed them, saying, as of now, the only Hashira I regard with any respect are Sasuke and Shinjiro. What are you Hashira to me? Sanemi let out a cold snort and was the first to charge at Ya, uninterested in playing with a mere dog. Breath of the Wind. First form. Dust Whirlwind Cutter. A massive blade of wind surged toward Ya, who effortlessly sidestepped the attack. At that moment, Akamaru, the dog on Ya's shoulder, stretched lazily before leaping down and charging at Sanemi. In the blink of an eye, a flash of lightning struck, colliding with Sanemi's abdomen with such force that he was sent flying. The other Hashira stood in stunned silence at the sight before them. That dog is astonishingly fast. Ju, with his usual stoic expression, could not help but be astonished. When he first met Ya, he thought him an ordinary person. He never anticipated his dog possessed such incredible strength. Kaijiro's fighting spirit ignited, and he slowly drew his Nichiren blade. If it can send Sanemi flying, let us see how I fare. Breath of Flame. First form. Unknowing Fire. Kaijiro transformed into a blazing inferno, charging toward Akamaru. Woof! Akamaru barked, summoning a massive wave of water that surged toward Kaijiro. As the flames met the torrent, mist billowed, and Kaijiro was propelled several meters away, drenched. Soaked to the skin, Kaijiro's battle fervor only intensified. Ha! I did not expect you to wield such an ability. Let us continue. Kaijiro stepped back, flames coalescing once more. Breath of Flame. Fifth form. Flame Tiger. A colossal tiger, conjured from flames, lunged towards Akamaru with a ferocious roar. As Kaijiro charged again, Akamaru concentrated a massive water cannon at the front of his maw, unleashing it towards Kaijiro. The flaming tiger collided with the water blast, momentarily locked in a struggle before being extinguished and crashing heavily onto Kaijiro, sending him hurtling away. The impact felt akin to being struck by a speeding train. Kaijiro coughed up blood and only came to a halt after shattering a wall. Watching the unfolding scene, Tenga could only lament Kaijiro's misfortune, noting that even a 50-50 chance had allowed Akamaru to unleash his powers. Observing the other Hashira, Tenga urged, you should cease your probing and attack together. It will save time. Humph. Kobane scoffed before charging at Akamaru. Breath of the Serpent. First form. Serpent's Tail Slash. Kobane executed a peculiar slice aimed at Akamaru's neck. To his astonishment, the strike passed through merely an afterimage of Akamaru. As he turned to look, Akamaru had already appeared behind him, his fist raised and hurtling towards his face. Boom. A sonic punch landed squarely on Kobane's visage, propelling him away once more. With one Hashira dispatched, the others sprang into action. Breath of the Mist. Fourth form. Flowing Slash. Breath of Sound. First form. Boom. As a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, Michiro swiftly dashed toward Akamaru, while Tenjin brandished his dual blades, hurling explosive pills toward Akamaru. Boom, boom. Akamaru deftly evaded the incoming explosives, and at that moment, Michiro's silhouette emerged, silently slashing with his Nichiren blade towards Akamaru. Just as the blade was about to connect, Michiro was shocked to discover another afterimage before him. Akamaru's form appeared behind Michiro, delivering a swift and electrifying blow to his lower back. The searing pain rendered Michiro unable to stand. After incapacitating Michiro, Akamaru surged towards Tenjin. Leaping high, a spiraling orb began to materialize in his hand. Observing the scene intently, Kenroji Aya called out, "Tinga, tell them to stop." Hearing his name, Akamaru understood the command and redirected the spiraling orb, which was meant for Tengin's chest, downwards to the ground. Boom. Upon impact, the spiraling orb drilled into the earth, creating a vast, swirling pit that captivated everyone's gaze. Tenjin swallowed hard at the sight of the enormous crater, realizing that had his lord not called for a halt, such a blow could have been fatal, or at the very least, inflicted severe injury. Since the battle with Kaijuro commenced, Kenroji had sensed the situation spiraling out of control. The peculiar little dog wielded far too much power. Continuing this battle could leave all the Hashira around him incapacitated, significantly jeopardizing their mission to eradicate demons. Let Chiwan return to his side, as he gently stroked Chiwan's canine head. They had now come to a clear understanding of Chiwan's formidable strength. He called for Chuan Wu Ayai, who instructed Butterfly Shinobu to tend to the injured Hashira. Chuan Wu Ayai's wife, Amano, was present, pouring tea for ya. "I wonder what your plans are to eliminate Muzan," he mused, taking a sip of tea before continuing. "Muzan's strength poses no significant threat to me. However, I have learned that he commands a demon with a unique blood demon art capable of manipulating space, allowing Muzan to evade to a secure location." Pausing for another sip of tea, he added, "Thus, my sole concern is what would transpire if I engage Muzan in battle and he perceives the danger, retreating into hiding. Given Muzan's nature, such a retreat could last for centuries." Chuan Wu Ayai listened intently to Ya's account, his mind racing with potential strategies. "Do you have any viable plans?" he inquired. Ya shook his head decisively. "No, if I had a solution, I wouldn't be here seeking your assistance. I would have already dispatched Muzan myself." Chuan Wu Ayai's expression momentarily faltered before he broke into a resigned smile. "Indeed, it seems this matter requires meticulous planning. With your involvement, our prospects of vanquishing Muzan have significantly improved." As the conversation drew to a close, Chuan Wu Ayai curiously asked Ya, "Are you truly from another world?" Ya, without reservation, nodded in affirmation. In response to Ya's acknowledgement, Chuan Wu Ayai inquired with intrigue, "What is your world like? Are there man-eating demons?" After a moment's contemplation, Ya replied, "There are no man-eating demons, but there are plenty of madmen intent on reshaping the world, causing far greater havoc than Muzan's consumption of human lives." Chuan Wu Ayai fell silent, reflecting on the notion that no world is devoid of conflict. After their conversation concluded, Ya remained there temporarily. Noting the deteriorating condition of Chuan Wu Ayai's health, Ya summoned a slug-like creature. Chuan Wu Ayai gazed at the peculiar being with curiosity. "Master Ya." The little slug greeted upon its arrival. Ya gestured towards Chuan Wu Ayai's worsening affliction. "Is this sickly individual beyond help?" Hearing Ya's words, the slug slowly made its way towards Chuan Wu Ayai. Unperturbed, Chuan Wu Ayai maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of fear. The slug crawled onto his shoulder and, after assessing the situation, remarked, "This is a curse stemming from the soul's bloodline. It cannot be fully cured unless the source is eradicated, but I can alleviate his symptoms." As the little slug spoke, it began to split, producing another slug that climbed onto Chuan Wu Ayai's other shoulder. Feeling the presence of the two slugs, Chuan Wu Ayai suddenly sensed a slight relief in his condition. "You spoke up. These two slugs can ease your current symptoms, but there is no way to eradicate the curse." "Thank you," Chuan Wu Ayai replied. In the birthing room, Ao Yaozai revealed a smile, expressing gratitude to Ya. After leaving the birthing room, Ya seized the opportunity to visit the butterfly mansion. He still held a flicker of interest in the breathing techniques, thus engaging in a discussion with Shinobu Kocho. Observing the butterfly Hashira before him, Ya could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Is it truly all right to remain in a state of hatred?" Upon hearing these words, Shinobu's breathing suddenly grew erratic. She had always believed she concealed her feelings well. Noticing her reaction, Ye feigned ignorance while leaving a slug to assist her. This little creature possessed a remarkable affinity for both toxins and healing, and he suggested she might consider collaborating with it. Now, Ye appreciated the convenience of the slug. Even though he had previously summoned two at the birthing room, he could still evoke a new slug using a pokeball. Intrigued, Shinobu examined the slug, gently rubbing its soft, slippery body. Subsequently, Ye inquired about the training methods for the breathing techniques. Ding. Side quest triggered. Pokemon Professor's Data Collection. Assist the professor in gathering data on 9 elemental Pokemon. Quest reward, Elemental Core. Elemental Core can be forged into weapons, and the crafted weapons can integrate one's own power to unleash Pokemon skills. Upon hearing about the quest reward, Ye's eyes lit up. He had long been troubled by his inability to enhance Pokemon skills, and now he finally saw a solution. Shinobu, observing Ye's sudden elation, regarded him with bewilderment. Why are you so unexpectedly joyful? Of course, I am happy to see you. You replied impulsively, only to realize the inappropriateness of his words and laughed awkwardly. Haha, the weather is splendid today. By the way, could you demonstrate your breathing technique? Upon hearing Ye's request, Shinobu's cheeks flushed, and she nodded in agreement. As Shinobu executed her technique, Ye's quest progress reached 0.5. It appeared my assumptions were correct. The 9 elemental Pokemon correspond to 9 distinct breathing techniques. Yet completing this task seems it will not be a swift endeavor. In the time that followed, Ye traversed the residences of various Hashira, ostensibly training them and Akamaru to enhance their prowess. Time flew by, and finally, Tanjiro graduated from the Mist Mountain. As he cleaved a massive rock in two, he fulfilled the requirements set by Sakanji Urokadaki. Gazing at Tanjiro, Sakanji embraced him warmly. You have worked hard, my child. That evening, Sakanji and Tanjiro prepared dinner, while he presented a disaster mask to Tanjiro, readying him for the upcoming Demon Slayer core examination. Meanwhile, Ye persistently pursued his side quest, and his relationship with Shinobu began to grow increasingly intricate. In these moments, he often thought of Hinata. Sigh, little Hinata. Exceptional men will inevitably attract the attention of other women. You have no idea how much I endure. The crux of Ye's concern lay in his awareness of the fleeting nature of his time in this world. He did not wish to squander someone else's affections. If only parting were an option. Ye's gaze fell upon the little slug before him. Fortunately, Shinobu Kocho is currently focused solely on vengeance. Although she harbors a slight fondness for Tanjiro, the majority of her energy is devoted to her quest for retribution. It is uncertain how much time has passed. But as Akamaru once again bested Mitsuri, the notification for the completion of the side quest finally resonated. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro's face broke into a smile. Lying on the ground, Mitsuri gazed at Tanjiro's expression and thought bitterly, this guy is targeting me, while he visits the other Hashira only once a week. He comes to me every few days. Having acquired the elemental core, Tanjiro sought out Kanamori Oyazai, preparing to journey to the swordsmith village to forge his own weapon and infuse it with the elemental core. Just as Tanjiro arrived at Kanamori Oyazai's location, a flying Corviknight swooped in to report that numerous individuals had gone missing in Spider Mountain. Beep. Quest. Area Investigation. Purify the rampaging bug-type Pokemon. Reward. Certificate of the King. The Certificate of the King, when worn, it allows the user to freely utilize the skills of captured Pokemon. This reward arrives most opportune. But isn't the certificate meant for Pokemon? Unable to fathom this, Tanjiro chose not to dwell on the matter and redirected his focus to Spider Mountain. Upon hearing the news, Kanamori Oyazai's expression turned grave. Tanjiro then declared, just as well, I have no pressing matters. I shall take a look myself. Really? That would be a tremendous help. Tanjiro waved his hand dismissively and set off with Akamaru. It is worth noting that, after several years of growth, Akamaru had finally attained the size of an adult husky. Thus, Tanjiro no longer needed to travel on foot, as he could ride his canine companion. With Akamaru sprinting forward, Tanjiro soon arrived at Spider Mountain. As he surveyed the ominous landscape, he urged Akamaru onward, delving deeper into its shadows. Upon reaching a certain spot, Akamaru suddenly halted. Before them, a group of Demon Slayer swordsmen floated in midair, their bodies contorted in peculiar poses. Upon noticing Tanjiro's presence, one of the relatively lucid Demon Slayers exclaimed, Run! The demons here are formidable. Before he could finish, their bodies began to twist uncontrollably, and they plummeted to the ground, wildly brandishing their Nichiren blades towards Tanjiro. Akamaru. In a flash of electricity, he severed the threads binding them. With a powerful push against the ground, Akamaru darted forward, liberating those demon slayers ensnared by the webs. The survivors exhaled in relief, glancing at Tanjiro's silhouette, finally recognizing his identity as the Hashira with a unique standing within the Demon Slayer Corps. The dog Hashira. Nearby, a severely injured demon slayer lay beside him, hearing his comrades plea for endurance. In a weak voice, he uttered, "I can barely hold on. You must slay more demons for me." No, dog Hashira. I can't hold on." The speaker pointed at Tanjiro's figure. "I meant the dog Hashira." Listening to their conversation, Tanjiro couldn't help but twitch his brow. Damn it, which fool came up with this name? It couldn't possibly be that imbecile Mitsuri. Could it? Observing a group of gravely injured individuals on the brink of demise, you released the slug to aid in their recovery, then pressed deeper into the interior. Akamaru. Sniff out the source of the most potent foul essence. As you traversed, Tanjiro was already confronting the strongest adversary he had ever encountered, the fifth lower moon, Rue. Rue directed his gaze toward Nezuko, coercing her to become part of his family, only to be met with Tanjiro's staunch refusal. Enraged and humiliated, Rue resolved to eliminate Tanjiro and forcibly claim Nezuko. As the battle unfolded, Tanjiro found himself increasingly at a disadvantage, the tightening web of silk around him fueling his desperation. In a moment of clarity, memories of his childhood, particularly his father teaching him the fire god dance, surged into his mind. Regaining his focus, Tanjiro inhaled deeply. Water breathing. Ninth form. Flowing dance. He sprinted forward, executing his techniques without a moment's pause, as a water dragon emerged from his blade, severing the surrounding threads. Rue, noticing this, narrowed his eyes and unleashed his blood demon art, transforming the silk into crimson strands. The red threads became more resilient, their sharpness intensifying. Tanjiro's attempts to cut through the now formidable silk grew increasingly arduous. Suddenly, the water dragon in Tanjiro's grasp underwent a transformation. Flames flickered to life upon it, replacing the water dragon and effortlessly slicing through the previously resistant red strands. Tanjiro surged toward Rue, delivering a decisive strike aimed at his neck. Fire god dance. Circle waltz. A blazing arc of fire was unleashed, swiftly severing Rue's head from his body. Exhausted, Tanjiro collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. As he lay there recovering, his gaze fell upon Rue's decapitated form. An unsettling sensation crept from the depths of Tanjiro's heart. Despite the time elapsed since his beheading, Rue's body had yet to dissipate. To Tanjiro's astonishment, Rue's headless body suddenly rose, retrieving its severed head and reattaching it to his neck. With a mocking grin, Rue taunted Tanjiro, "Fortunately, I detached my head just before you struck. Now, prepare to meet your end." With that, Rue raised his arm, trembling as he manipulated the threads to eliminate Tanjiro. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Rue's vision, as if he were being consumed by something. A massive blue serpent appeared before Tanjiro. "Yeah? Is that you?" Tanjiro exclaimed, recognizing the familiar serpent. You emerged from the shadows, gazing at the beleaguered Tanjiro. "Of course it's me. Just in time to fetch a little snack for the blue serpent, right, Ju?" Ju, hearing Ya's words, stepped forward with a wry smile. He had been poised to intervene, but was taken aback by Ya's sudden action. However, the colossal serpent before them was utterly absurd, compared to the one belonging to Shinobu. This one was its progenitor. Just how many bizarre pets did this fellow possess? Ju silently mused, while Ya casually draped an arm over Ju's shoulder. The regional investigation into the rampant insect-type Pokémon has concluded, yielding the reward of the King's certificate. With all matters resolved and the task completed, Toya felt elated. Butterfly Shinobu arrived at the scene and was taken aback to discover that Tanjiro was accompanied by a demon on his mission, prompting her to consider eliminating the demon. At that moment, Toya interjected, urging her to refrain from action. "Hold on, I am aware of the situation. Rest assured, Nezuko does not harm humans." Shinobu regarded Toya with a hint of skepticism before gradually retracting her Nichiren blade. Meanwhile, information from the Demon Slayer Corps reached them, instructing Tanjiro to bring Nezuko to headquarters for an investigation. In a grand procession, Toya followed the logistics team tending to the injured. Eventually, after a considerable duration, Tanjiro and Nezuko were escorted to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Concurrently, within the Infinity Fortress, Muzan stared in confusion at the final moments of Rue's life. What transpired? I was on the verge of eliminating that individual adorned with the sun emblem, and yet everything suddenly went dark. Muzan was perplexed, according to his senses. Rue had been vanquished, yet the circumstances of his demise remained a mystery. All he knew was that the sensation transmitted from Rue suggested a complete consumption, leaving no trace behind. However, having lived for so many years, Muzan had never heard of such a terrifying entity's existence. What could it possibly be? Uncertain of Rue's death, the other lower moons fortuitously escaped their fate, unlike in the original tale where Muzan eliminated them. Nevertheless, he gathered them, enhancing their strength with a wave of blood and assigning them a task to investigate the appearance of mysterious creatures, as Muzan empowered the other lower moons. Tanjiro faced the judgment of the Hashira. Wind Hashira Sanemi glared menacingly at Tanjiro, seizing the box containing Nezuko. It's best to eradicate demons entirely. As for your claim that she doesn't consume humans, I find that utterly unconvincing. With that, Sanemi drew his Nichiren blade, lunging toward the box. In the next moment, Toya intervened, grasping Sanemi's wrist. Sanemi looked at Toya in confusion. Why are you stopping me? Toya replied, Akamaru mentioned wanting to train with you. I inquired if you had the time, but seeing you indulging in these trivial matters, it seems you have ample time to spare. Recalling the torment he had endured since Toya's arrival, Sanemi shuddered and subsequently released his grip on the box containing Nezuko, stepping back. I have no time for this. Once the meeting concludes, I must attend to my tasks. With a huff, Sanemi retreated to the ranks of the Hashira. As if the entire encounter bore no significance to him, Toya retrieved the box containing Nezuko and approached Tanjiro, placing it before him. Thank you, Toya. Toya nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Kanroji Mitsuri emerged from the building. Unlike in the original narrative, his affliction, though still severe, had improved significantly. At least he retained one eye, having previously lost both. Subsequently, the esteemed Kanroji Mitsuri read aloud a letter from Rengoku Kyujuru in the presence of the other Hashira. The letter spoke of Nezuko, who, as a demon, was under the protection of Rengoku and the water Hashira, Jutomioka, both of whom pledged their lives as a guarantee. They vowed that if Nezuko were ever to harm a human, they would slay her and commit seppuku as atonement. Upon hearing the contents of the letter, Tanjiro's expression reflected disbelief, yet his heart brimmed with gratitude for Rengoku and Ju. After Kanroji finished reading the letter, the other Hashira fell into a contemplative silence, tacitly accepting Nezuko's existence. Thus, Nezuko was successfully embraced by the Demon Slayer Corps. At the Butterfly Mansion, after recuperating, Tanjiro and his companions received a new mission to investigate a series of mysterious disappearances aboard a train. Eager with anticipation, the trio set off, encountering the Flame Hashira, Kyujuru Rengoku, upon their arrival at the station. Following a brief exchange, they boarded the train. Once seated, Inosuke excitedly marveled at the novel sights before him, while Zenitsu expressed his annoyance, urging Inosuke to quiet down. As the ticket checks concluded, a hushed tranquility enveloped the carriage. When Tanjiro regained consciousness, he found himself transported to a time when his family was unharmed. Gazing at his family, all alive and well, he struggled to discern reality from illusion. His younger brothers, noticing him standing in a daze, approached him, surrounding him with concern. Brother, what's wrong? Are you lost in thought? In response to their inquiries, Tanjiro lowered his head, succumbing to their gentle insistence to enter the house. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Tanjiro, the demon Taro had followed them, accompanied by Akamaru, and was now seated in another carriage. Ding! Side quest activated. Prevent the Pokémon from rampaging and destroying the train. Reward: Holy Sword. Holy Sword ignores defense, inflicting specific slashing damage that is guaranteed to hit. Upon hearing the familiar voice of the system, Taro knew he had arrived at the right moment. Suddenly, a strange aura began to permeate the carriage, causing all passengers to succumb to an unprovoked slumber. Taro too felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Truly, the power of Lower Moon 1 to induce dreams is impressive, albeit lacking in strength. As chakra flowed within him, the weariness dissipated instantly, while Akamaru, resting at Taro's feet, yawned in boredom. Observing the surrounding passengers in slumber, Taro chose to close his eyes as well. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed in his ears. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were gathered in the adjoining carriage. If we fulfill the tasks entrusted to us by the Master, can we truly indulge in sweet dreams? One of them voiced uncertainly. As they hurriedly departed, Taro slowly opened his eyes. The spectacle was about to unfold. Meanwhile, Tanjiro and his companions, still ensnared in their dreams, remained blissfully unaware that danger had already descended upon them. Those individuals approached Tanjiro and his friends, binding their wrists together, preparing to invade their dreams and shatter their dream cores, thus accomplishing the tasks assigned by their master. Seated in his designated position, Rengoku awaited in silence. Before long, a surge of intense energy erupted from the front carriage. The already slumbering Rengoku, sensing the imminent danger, instinctively sprang into action, seizing the individual beside him responsible for shattering the dream core. A profound sensation of asphyxiation engulfed him as he gazed in disbelief at the closed eyes of Rengoku, confounded by how this person, seemingly still in slumber, could still act with such agility. At that moment, Tanjiro finally awoke with the assistance of Nezuko. As Tanjiro surveyed the unfolding chaos, an unsettling feeling washed over him, prompting him to rouse Inosuke and Zenitsu. Rengoku, now awake, also became aware of the demonic presence, his expression laden with guilt. How negligent of me, as a Hashira, to have failed in detecting the presence of a demon beforehand. As Rengoku's words hung in the air, demons began to materialize within the carriage. Flame breathing. First form. Unknowing fire. Rengoku unsheathed his Nichiren blade, transforming into a blazing inferno as he decimated the demons before him. As he cleared the lesser foes, his gaze shifted towards another carriage, where 4 figures emerged. Upon recognizing them, Rengoku felt a twinge of concern. 4 lower moons. I did not anticipate their presence here. Lower Moon 2, Rokuro, wore a grave expression, surprised to encounter a Hashira. Previously, Lord Muzan had commanded them to seek out legendary beasts across the land. After deliberation, they intended to fortify their newfound strength by targeting this very train, unaware that they would soon confront a Hashira-level demon slayer. However, considering their numbers and enhanced powers, they felt little fear towards the Hashira before them. Lower Moon 3. Sickly Leaf cast a sinister glance at Rengoku. Ha! A Hashira, no less. How fortunate, for I have yet to slay one. If I can vanquish you, Lord Muzan will surely be pleased. Flame breathing. First form. Unknowing fire. Rengoku charged towards them, an inferno in his wake, prompting the lower moons to scatter. Lower Moon 3. Sickly Leaf barely had time to exhale before Rengoku appeared before him. Flame breathing. Third form. Flame Tiger. Rengoku swung his Nichiren blade, executing a circular slash that struck Sickly Leaf's neck. In the midst of the opponent's astonishment, Rengoku shifted his focus to the next target, the remaining 3 lower moons. Witnessing Rengoku's swift dispatch of Sickly Leaf felt a jolt of trepidation. How infuriating. This Hashira is immensely powerful, Rokuro muttered. Where has that fool, Dream, been all this time? Just then, an array of tentacles and lesser demons surged forth around them. Rengoku turned to Tanjiro and the others. I entrust the rest to you for now. I shall deal with the fiends before me. As Tanjiro observed Kaijiro confronting 3 lower-ranked demons, he solemnly nodded and then proceeded with Inosuke and Zenitsu to eliminate the tentacles and lesser demons that had appeared. During their endeavor, they stumbled upon Toga and Akamaru, their faces lighting up with surprise. Toga pointed upward, indicating that there was still one adversary left to deal with, entrusting it to them while he took care of the other matters. Upon hearing Toga's words, Tanjiro nodded and, along with Inosuke and Zenitsu, ascended to the roof of the train. At that moment, the figure of Enmu emerged, gazing upon the trio before him. He was taken aback that they had discovered his presence, and judging by their demeanor, they were likely the individuals that his master had emphasized needed to be eliminated. Enmu's gaze fixated on Tanjiro's ear ornaments, a twisted blush creeping across his face. Tanjiro maintained a serious expression and, in collaboration with Inosuke and Zenitsu, ultimately severed Enmu's head. Meanwhile, inside the train car, Kaijiro, having dispatched the final lower-ranked demon, was panting heavily. Facing so many adversaries at once proved to be a considerable challenge even for him. Suddenly, the speeding train jolted violently and then toppled onto the tracks, sliding for an indeterminate distance before finally coming to a halt. Tanjiro and his companions sustained significant injuries, and upon seeing them, Kaijiro approached. You all performed admirably. The passengers aboard the train are unharmed. Tanjiro, feeling embarrassed by Kaijuro's praise, waved his hand modestly. It was actually thanks to Toga. We encountered him in one of the train cars. Toga? I never expected that fellow to be here as well, Kaijuro remarked in surprise. At that moment, Toga emerged from within the train. Ding! Prevent the Pokémon from rampaging and destroying the train. Mission accomplished. Reward, technique, Holy Sword. Toga, having completed the task, was in high spirits, especially as it involved a skill of a similar nature. Just as Kaijuro was about to reminisce with Toga, his expression suddenly shifted as he gazed towards the nearby forest. There, an enigmatic figure was slowly making its way towards them, with striking pink hair adorned with blue tattoos. What truly unnerved Kaijuro were the numbers etched in its eyes. Upper rank 3. ID, name, Akaza, classification Demon Pokemon, type, Fighting Dark, ability, Fighting Spirit, increases the power of moves when facing a same-gender opponent. Tenacity, increases attack when afflicted by a status condition. Height, 173 centimeters, weight, 780 kilograms. Pokédex information, the most combative individual among the upper-ranking demons. It pursues pure strength, despising the weak, and actively seeks out strong opponents to engage in death battles. Its destructive techniques are renowned for their precise perception and prediction, capable of neutralizing the vast majority of attacks and delivering devastating counterattacks. Toga, glancing at the Pokédex in his hand, started to formulate a plan regarding Akaza. Since they had arrived in the world of Demon Slayer, why not capture a demon for amusement? At that moment, Akaza's gaze was firmly fixed on Kaijuro, his eyes brimming with the spirit of battle. You appear to be a Hashira, do you not? This is where your fighting spirit is at its strongest. Regarding the battle, Yuasawa did not perceive any significant fluctuations of fighting spirit emanating from his opponent. Rengoku stood resolutely before Tanjiro and his companions, unable to adjust his physical state in time. Breath of Flames. First form. Unknowable Fire. Rengoku launched an immediate assault on Yuasawa, but in the very moment he charged forward, Yuasawa deftly blocked his attack with a punch. Subsequently, Yuasawa retaliated with a blow aimed at Rengoku's abdomen. Breath of Flames. Fourth form. Raging Inferno. Rengoku swiftly swung his sword, conjuring a swirling vortex of flames that intercepted Yuasawa's fist. As their clash unfolded, Yuasawa's admiration for Rengoku deepened. Remarkable. You are indeed a worthy adversary. Why not join us and become a demon, Rengoku? Rengoku's gaze hardened as he resolutely rejected Yuasawa's proposition. I refuse to become like you. I will protect those I can with my own hands. Breath of Flames. Fifth form. Flame Tiger. Rengoku inhaled deeply, swinging his Nichiren blade once more, summoning a roaring tiger composed of flames. Sensing Rengoku's ferocious strike, Yuasawa's face lit up with excitement. Destruction Kill. Annihilation. A snowflake-patterned emblem appeared beneath Yuasawa's feet as he concentrated all his power into a single punch, aiming it at the oncoming flame tiger. Boom. The collision generated a tremendous shockwave, rendering Tanjiro and the others momentarily blinded. Incredible. This battle is beyond our capability to intervene. Indeed. I wonder how Rengoku-san is faring. He has lost, Ya whispered, already aware of the outcome. Upon hearing Ya's words, Tanjiro's eyes widened in disbelief, and he quickly turned to the battlefield. As the dust from the clash began to settle, Yuasawa's fist had been cleaved in two by Rengoku. Yet the remaining arm pierced Rengoku's abdomen. Yuasawa gazed at Rengoku, who was now so close, with a hint of regret in his eyes. Rengoku, become a demon. This way, you could continue to battle alongside me. The frailty of a human body is simply too limiting. Rengoku, though breathing heavily, maintained an unwavering expression. I will never become a demon. With that declaration, Rengoku summoned his final reserves of strength, preparing to strike down Yuasawa. Suddenly, a hand appeared, grasping Rengoku's arm, which was poised to unleash his ultimate attack. You need to practice more, and I am here as well. If you unleash your final move, I cannot guarantee your safety. As he spoke, a flash of cold light flickered, and by the time Yuasawa regained his composure, Ya had already transported Rengoku back to Tanjiro and the others. Yuasawa, staring at his severed arm, wore a look of confusion. When did this happen? Ya had severed the arm that was embedded in Rengoku's abdomen and summoned a slug to heal him. Fortunately, he had intervened before Rengoku executed his final attack. Had he done so while gravely injured, even the slug might have found it challenging to save him. Let Tanjiro and the others take care of Kaijiro. You cast a glance at Akamaru. You rest this time. I shall take over. With that, you twisted his neck, producing a cracking sound, and approached Akaza. Allow me to rouse you, to bring you back anew. Upon hearing Ya's words, Akaza felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Observing you before him, Akaza's curiosity piqued regarding how he had rescued Kaijiro moments ago. Yet, he soon deemed it unimportant. After all, the person stood right before him. And engaging in battle was all that mattered. What is your name? Yamamoto Baboji. Baboji? Are you a Hashira as well? Yet, why do I sense a lack of formidable energy from you? Akaza pondered, puzzled, while a smile graced Ya's face. Is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate. Suddenly, Ya's figure vanished from Akaza's sight. By the time Akaza regained his senses, he discovered that Ya had positioned himself behind him. At that moment, Ya held a blue orb in his hand, ready to strike Akaza's back. Spiraling sphere. The attack penetrated Akaza's back, causing his upper body to explode like clay. As his body gradually restored, Akaza's face bore an expression of disbelief. When did this guy? And that previous attack? Was it blood demon art? Now fully recovered, Akaza began to take the battle with you seriously. Destruction kill. Chaotic style. Akaza swiftly swung his fists toward you. Yet, you remained calm, leaving behind several afterimages as each of Akaza's blows landed on mere illusions. Water cannon. Just as Akaza's assault ceased, you unleashed a massive water cannon toward him, engulfing Akaza's body and subsequently crushing him under immense force. Fortunately, possessing the resilience of a demon spared him from a fate worse than death. Had he been human, he would have perished countless times over. Once again rejuvenated, Akaza's gaze toward you had transformed entirely. Haha, you are indeed powerful, but with just that, you cannot kill me. Akaza laughed maniacally before lifting his foot to strike you. Destruction kill, foot style, flashing light of the starry sky. Countless foot shadows descended upon you, striking his body. From a distance, Tanjiro and the others, witnessing you being hit, tightened their expressions in alarm. It's over. He has been struck. Only Akamaru, lying calmly on the ground, continued to watch you battle Akaza with an air of indifference. As Akaza's attack concluded, he turned to you, who had been struck, ready to speak, only to find that you had transformed into a piece of wood with a resounding thud. After battling so long, you couldn't even break wood. Your strength needs honing. Akaza had turned to face the voice of you. Baboji. Irritated, Akaza propelled himself from the ground, leaping toward Ya's position. Destruction kill, foot style, flying star thousand wheels. In midair, Akaza twisted his body, unleashing a multitude of leg shadows aimed at you once more. As the dense barrage of attacks approached, you glanced up at the moon. The moon tonight is rather splendid. I suppose I shall join in the fun. In the next moment, the aura surrounding you underwent a sudden transformation. His jet black hair elongated and gradually turned silver white. Upon activating the moonlight form, Ya's senses heightened once more, perceiving Akaza's attacks as if they were unfolding in slow motion. Effortlessly evading Akaza's strikes, you closed the distance. Sonic Fist. Before Akaza could react, his entire body was sent flying by Ya's blow. Seizing the opportunity, you approached the fallen Akaza, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. When you delivered his final strike, Akaza's form lay in tatters, resembling a discarded rag doll. As Akaza's body began to restore itself, the expression in his eyes when gazing at you grew increasingly intricate. The white figure in his mind became clearer. At that moment, you struck again, launching a Rasengan towards Akaza's head, obliterating it upon contact. With each passing moment of recovery, Akaza's memories from his time as a human surged forth. Ding. Task triggered. The path to redemption for Pokémon. Unlock the heart of Pokémon and achieve salvation. Reward. Heart Scale. Heart Scale fully possesses the abilities, moves, traits, and life essence of a Pokémon. Upon hearing the task announcement, you momentarily halted his actions. Akaza, now fully restored, stood frozen, as if lost in thought. Fragments of memories flooded Akaza's mind, causing him to clutch his hair in anguish, his pupils turning a shade of crimson. Damn it! Who is this guy? Who am I? Seeing Akaza on the verge of a breakdown, you unleashed another Rasengan upon his head. Tanjiro and the others watched the clash between Ya and Akaza with wide eyes, filled with disbelief. Ya is incredible, managing to bring an upper moon to this state. Struck again in the head. Akaza's recovery was not as rapid this time. Sensing the moment was ripe, You retrieved the luminous white orb he had received upon triggering the task from his backpack. Memory ball, specific task item, a portal to a specific moment in the past. The orb radiated light, enveloping both Ya and Akaza. When they regained their senses, they found themselves in a dilapidated shrine. Akaza surveyed his surroundings, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Upon seeing Ya, he immediately assumed an offensive stance. Ya, seeing this, spoke directly. I advise you not to make any hasty moves. Do you not wish to uncover the truth behind the images that have emerged in your mind? Upon hearing Ya's words, Akaza fell into contemplation, gradually lowering his aggressive posture. He could not fathom why. Despite the orders given to him by that esteemed figure to annihilate the Demon Slayer core, his desire for the truth of those visions now surged within him more fervently. Wearing this will grant you temporary immunity from sunlight's harm, but likewise, your power as a demon will vanish. Akaza stared blankly at the orb you extended toward him. You noticed Akaza accepting the orb from the system. Very well, I shall take my leave now. As you departed, Akaza was left with a mind swirling in confusion. After carefully securing the beads in his possession, Yuasa approached the entrance of the shrine, gazing upon the sunlight before him, and tentatively extended his hand. The anticipated pain and ashiness did not manifest. Instead, he stepped forward, fully embracing the rays of sunlight. Is this the sensation of standing in the sunlight? Just as Yuasa was reveling in the warmth enveloping him, a cacophony erupted nearby. Quick, capture that little demon. This time, we shall make him pay. A bruised figure darted into the shrine, and Yuasa felt an unsettling familiarity with this person. Kiba, instinctively retreating into the old shrine, planned to wait until his pursuers departed before stealthily returning home to tend to his ailing father. Suddenly confronted by Yuasa, Kiba was taken aback. Are you here to capture me as well? Yuasa regarded the little demon with a cold stare. I have no interest in capturing you. As the noise outside gradually subsided, Kiba promptly rose and dashed toward his home. Yuasa observed Kiba's departing figure, feeling an inexplicable urge to follow him. Inside the dilapidated house, Kiba skillfully prepared the medicine he had pilfered that day for his father. His father, emaciated and frail, watched his son with a loving gaze. Yet deep within his eyes lingered an unspoken guilt. Meanwhile, Kiba, engrossed in his task, remained oblivious, habitually massaging his father's stiff muscles. Standing outside the window, Yuasa coldly observed the scene, experiencing emotions he had never felt before: unrest, nostalgia, and confusion. Once Kiba finished his duties, he stepped outside to fetch water and noticed Yuasa standing by the window. What are you doing here? Kiba asked, a hint of wariness in his expression. I am merely curious about you, little demon. Is the person inside your kin? He appears to be on the brink of death. Absolutely not. I will do everything to restore my father. Humans are so fragile. Otherwise, I could transform you all into demons. That way, you would be free from such trivial concerns and could focus solely on becoming stronger. Upon hearing Yuasa's words, Kiba shook his head. Despite not fully understanding what a demon was, my father would never wish to become that kind of monster. After rejecting Yuasa's proposition, Kiba returned indoors. Days passed, and Yuasa observed Kiba returning home each day battered and bruised, prompting him to inquire, You endure such beatings daily. Do you truly not require my assistance? I can make you stronger. Kiba shook his head, resolutely adhering to his own path. One day, while lingering near Kiba's home, an image flashed through Yuasa's mind. Kiba's father hanging lifelessly. Alarmed, Yuasa rushed toward Kiba's house. Upon arrival, he beheld the gaunt figure of Kiba's father trembling as he stood, precariously balanced on a stool. Above him dangled a noose, already secured. With every ounce of strength, he hoisted himself onto the rope, his body swaying back and forth as it succumbed to the pull of the noose. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuasa was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable fury. In an instant, he dashed forward, standing before the father of Kobachi, who was hanging lifelessly, and swiftly lifted him down from the noose. What are you doing? Why would you so easily forsake your life? The abrupt intrusion startled Kobachi's father, but upon recognizing Yuasa's visage, a tender smile graced his face. I merely wish to cease being a burden to Kobachi. He deserves a brighter future, one that should not be tarnished by my existence. You self-righteous fool. Who told you that you were a burden to him? That child has never uttered such words. Have you considered how he would survive without you? Are you truly willing to leave him all alone? Yuasa's demeanor was fervently animated, a stark contrast to his previous self as a demon. Despite Yuoza's impassioned outburst, Kobachi's father remained serene, listening intently to his words. After venting his frustrations, Yuoza finally placed Kobachi's father back on the bed, then, with a disdainful snort, seated himself nearby. Soon after, a captured Kobachi returned home, astonished to find Yuoza in the room. "What are you doing in my house?" Yuoza ignored Kobachi's inquiry, rising to leave. As he passed by Kobachi, he remarked, "Take good care of your father. If you cannot even protect your own kin, you might as well let me transform you into a demon sooner rather than later." Kobachi, bewildered by Yuoza's words, only grasped their significance upon discovering the letter his father had penned before his attempted suicide. Realizing the truth, Kobachi began to question his father, receiving nothing but that loving smile in return. In the days that followed, although Kobachi continued to venture out, he found himself returning home more frequently. One day, Yuoza reappeared before him, tossing a bag at his feet. Kobachi gazed curiously at the parcel. "What is inside? Open it and see. It is for you. But it comes at a price. You must become a demon and serve as my subordinate." Upon opening the bag, Kobachi was astonished to find it filled with precious gold, silver, and jewels, treasures Yuoza had acquired from his recent exploits. Although he was currently unable to wield his demonic powers due to the jewels he wore, his martial prowess remained intact. Centuries of training had honed his skills to perfection, making the acquisition of wealth a trivial endeavor. Caught in contemplation over the riches before him and reflecting on his father's prior attempt at self-destruction, Kobachi ultimately chose to accept Yuoza's offer. Subsequently, he summoned a physician for his father, only to learn that his condition was dire. Even with medication, a complete cure was unattainable. It could only provide slight relief. Upon hearing this disheartening news, Kobachi felt disheartened, while his father, ever optimistic, reassured him with a smile, insisting that everything would be all right. During this time, Kobachi's father encouraged him to invite Yuoza to live with them, and thus, they began cohabitating. As the days passed, Kobachi's father's health continued to deteriorate. One day, after conversing with Kobachi, he beckoned Yuoza to approach. Gazing at the figure of Akaza before him, Kaneo's father's affectionate gaze was tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Akaza, thank you. I have cherished this time we spent together. Yet, I can only imagine how arduous your path must be. I am sorry for not being able to stay by your side." His voice dwindled until his eyes gently closed. Akaza looked upon the lifeless form of Kaneo's father, feeling as though a string within him had snapped. Ha! Akaza clutched his chest tightly, a profound sense of suffocation enveloping him. Though he had transformed into a demon, why did he still experience such a feeling? After Kaneo and Akaza buried his father, Akaza turned to Kaneo and inquired, "Where do you plan to go next?" Kaneo shook his head. "Father is gone, and I do not know where to go." Returning to the now solitary home, Kaneo gathered the remaining wealth Akaza had bestowed upon him. Subsequently, the two began to wander aimlessly together. Akaza followed closely beside Kaneo, inexplicably compelled by an inner voice guiding him to stay near. During their aimless wandering, they inadvertently arrived before a dilapidated dojo. Sulu Dojo. Kaneo read the name aloud and prepared to leave, yet Akaza seemed rooted to the spot, unable to move. Gazing at the dojo's name, Akaza felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as though something of great importance lay within. "What is wrong with you?" Kaneo noticed Akaza's peculiar demeanor, bemused. For usually this fellow displayed an indifferent attitude towards everything. Now, seeing a rundown dojo, he stood transfixed. "I want to go inside and take a look," Akaza replied, his voice trembling slightly, and without waiting for Kaneo, he stepped forward into the dojo. At that moment, Keizo, who was tidying up inside, paused upon hearing the noise from outside and looked up. "Ah, welcome you two. Are you here to join our Su-Lu martial arts school?" Akaza looked at the man in a white training uniform, a goofy smile plastered across his face, and once again felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity welling up within him. Yes. Eager to uncover the truth, Akaza nodded in agreement to join the dojo, and Kaneo, seeing Akaza's affirmation, also nodded in consent. Upon realizing that his dojo finally had new members, Keizo's smile grew even brighter. He began to introduce Kaneo and Akaza to his dojo, while also introducing them to his ailing daughter, Renyuki. As Akaza caught sight of Renyuki resting, tears he realized had accumulated in his eyes began to trickle down his cheeks. Bewildered, he stared at the droplets as they fell. uncertain of the reason behind his tears. Noticing Akaza's unusual behavior, Keizo, though unaware of the cause, reached out and gently patted him on the shoulder. In the days that followed, Keizo began to teach Akaza and Kaneo the fighting techniques of Sulu, entrusting Kaneo with the care of his daughter. What strikes Zanqing as peculiar is the transformation that seems to have occurred in Yuoza since that day he shed tears. Yet, Yuoza himself is unable to articulate this change. During their training sessions, Yuoza consistently declines, claiming he has fully mastered his skills. On this particular day, Zanqing and Komachi engage in training, and, as expected, Komachi is defeated by Zanqing. After exchanging respectful bows, Zanqing's gaze turns towards Yuoza, who is seated nearby. You should join us, after all. You are ostensibly a disciple of the Sulu. If you neglect your training, others might deem me an incompetent master. Upon hearing Zanqing's words, Yuoza slowly rises and approaches him. They assume their stances, and upon observing Yuoza's movements, Zanqing is taken aback. Yuoza's posture mirrors his own so closely, it is almost identical. Noticing Yuoza does not initiate an attack, Zanqing takes the first step. He advances towards Yuoza and employs the Sulu's boxing techniques, yet to his astonishment, Yuoza counters with the same precision. In an instant, their fists intertwine in a flurry of strikes, neither yielding an inch. It is only when Zanqing decides to halt that Yuoza follows suit. Gazing at Yuoza, Zanqing marvels at his prowess, tinged with a hint of confusion. How could one become so adept at the Sulu's techniques in such a short span of time? As the days gracefully unfold, Komachi dedicates his leisure moments to caring for Lianxue, while Yuoza remains seated outside the courtyard, refraining from intruding upon their time together. Under Komachi's attentive care, Lianxue's health gradually improves, occasionally exchanging nods with Yuoza, who responds with a mere acknowledgement. Komachi assists Lianxue in adjusting her position for comfort. Lianxue gazes at Yuoza seated in the courtyard, pondering, has he always been like this? Komachi glances at Yuoza, then resumes his massage of Lianxue's muscles. He is indeed a peculiar fellow, yet he treats me with great kindness. Though he struggles to express his feelings, Komachi has long regarded Yuoza as an elder brother figure. Not only did Yuoza rescue his father, alleviating his suffering in his final days, but he also brought Komachi to this place, granting him a sense of belonging. As time swiftly passes, Lianxue and Komachi mature, and during this period, Zanqing observes that Komachi increasingly resembles Yuoza. He jokingly remarks, could they possibly be long-lost brothers? Komachi chuckles at this suggestion, while Yuoza remains as stoic as ever. One day, Zanqing calls Komachi and Yuoza inside, where Lianxue, who has been anxiously waiting, sits poised. A faint blush of nervousness graces her cheeks. Zanqing directs his gaze at Komachi, broaching the subject of Komachi marrying Lianxue. Stunned by the revelation, Komachi can hardly believe his ears, yet, under Lianxue's anxious gaze, he nods in agreement. As night falls, Komachi takes Lianxue out, leaving Zanqing and Yuoza alone in the dojo. Zanqing approaches Yuoza, who is lost in thought, gazing up at the starry sky. It seems you harbor many unspoken thoughts. What troubles you? Shall I offer you some guidance? Zanqing said with a smile, half-jokingly. If, in the future, Komachi strays from the path, committing acts of cruelty against the weak and forgetting the tenets of Sulu, would you still be able to forgive him? Upon hearing Yuoza's words, Zanqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon his smile returned as he replied. I would rouse him from his slumber, and I trust my judgment. He will not let such a thing occur. Yuoza gazed at Zanqing, who continued. You're not contemplating mischief and intending to use Komachi's name as a pretext, are you? I tell you, despite your formidable strength, should you stray from the righteous path, I would risk everything to bring you back to your senses. After all, I believe you possess a fundamentally kind heart. Zanqing then rose and patted Yuoza on the shoulder. I shall retire for the night. My age prevents me from staying up too late. Yuoza watched Zanqing's retreating figure in silence, his gaze turned towards the starry sky. With his impending marriage, Komachi planned to return home to pay respects to his father and share the joyous news. He invited Yuoza to accompany him, yet to his surprise, Yuoza declined, insisting he would return alone. Though puzzled, Komachi nodded in agreement. As Yuoza observed Komachi's departing silhouette, his hands involuntarily clenched into fists. You wretches, this time, I will not allow you to shatter my happiness as you have in the past. I shall personally put an end to you. Since Komachi's departure, Yuoza sat alone in the courtyard. On that day, several shadowy figures stealthily scaled the outer wall and made their way towards the well in the yard. This is the place. Once we poison that detestable Zonching, this dojo will belong to us. Humph. Let us ensure he doesn't escape. Let him perish here. The conspirators whispered among themselves, producing a packet of white powder from their pockets, preparing to poison the well. Just as one was about to unleash the toxin, an inexplicable chill surged from behind. Why does it suddenly feel colder? Hurry, don't dawdle. Be cautious not to get caught, a companion urged, prompting the individual to nod and toss the poison into the well, only to be abruptly seized by a hand that emerged from the shadows. Yawazawa, gripping the poison packet tightly, wore an expression darkened by fury. The intruders, startled by Yawazawa's sudden appearance, fled in panic. Yawazawa watched them retreat without intervening, casting a glance towards the residents of Lianxue before slowly following in their wake. The assailants hastily returned to their martial arts school, exclaiming, "Damn, that was terrifying. Who would have thought there were still people in the courtyard at this hour?" Indeed, that fellow's expression was utterly dreadful. Just as their hearts began to settle, a scream echoed from outside. Moments later, several contorted bodies were thrown inside. At that moment, Yawazawa calmly entered the room, and none who crossed his path escaped unscathed. As the anguished cries gradually faded, Akaza emerged, covered in blood, his figure slowly disappearing into the night. The following day, news of this brutal murder spread like wildfire. When Takanori learned of it, an ominous premonition stirred within him. Eyewitnesses claimed to have seen an individual with pink hair enter the scene. Consequently, a manhunt for Akaza ensued, during which it was revealed that he had previously robbed wealthy merchants. With this revelation, the number of pursuers multiplied. Upon returning, Tanjiro was taken aback by the news. Unable to comprehend why Akaza had suddenly resorted to murder, Takanori and his companions believed in Akaza's innocence, yet faced with the evidence, all explanations felt futile. Even they were subjected to investigation, but fortunately, it was ultimately determined they were unaware of the circumstances leading to their release. The Soryu dojo returned to tranquility. In the aftermath, Tanjiro wed Koyuki. On their wedding day, amidst the blessings of their neighbors, a familiar pink silhouette seemed to appear. However, upon closer inspection, it vanished once more. "Are you not going to take a look?" Ya inquired, glancing curiously at Akaza. Akaza shook his head, directing his gaze toward the Soryu dojo. The joyous smile that adorned Koiki's face during the ceremony was indelibly etched in his heart. At that moment, he understood everything, in truth. His memories from his human days had awakened long before he laid eyes on Koyuki. Akaza turned to Ya. "Thank you for allowing me to amend my inner regrets. Although I could not bring happiness to Koyuki, this world as Tanjiro has succeeded. They will live happily ever after, like ordinary people." "Ever after? It seems you have forgotten someone." "Muzan?" A figure flickered in Akaza's mind, reminding him that Muzan would soon arrive in this village. With this thought, anxiety gripped Akaza, prompting him to return to the Soryu dojo, only to be halted by Ya. "Do you think I disappeared for so long to do nothing? The Muzan of this world has long been dealt with by me." Initially, Ya had discovered that this world belonged to a parallel universe of Demon Slayer, and sought to see if eliminating this world's Muzan would fulfill his ultimate quest from another realm. But the outcome was clear. He had failed, as the system seemed to recognize only the original world. Upon hearing that Ya had vanquished Muzan, Akaza gazed at Ya in astonishment, before regaining his composure. "It makes sense. Since you could bring me here, it is not surprising that you could eliminate Muzan." Mentioning Muzan's name without any discomfort, Akaza appeared to have liberated himself from his control. Ya perceived his thoughts. "It doesn't matter here, but when we return, you should temper your demeanor. Of course, if you serve under me, it will be of no concern. I can assist you." Acknowledging that Ya had helped him reconcile his inner turmoil, Akaza nodded. "Very well. Let it be my repayment to you." As the light of the recollection sphere faded, Ya and Akaza remained in their original position. Tanjiro observed the two with a puzzled expression. What has happened to them? A sudden flash flickered, and now he stood still. For Tanjiro and his companions, the experiences of Ya and Akaza seemed to last but a fleeting moment. Ding! The path to the redemption of Pokémon. Task completed. Reward: Heart Scale. Upon hearing the task was accomplished, a smile graced Ya's face as he retrieved a few Pokeballs and hurled one towards Akaza. A beam of red light shone, enveloping Akaza and drawing him into the Pokeball. After a few shakes on the ground, A triumphant ding signified the successful capture. Tanjiro and his friends stood in astonishment, watching as you tossed a crimson sphere, which subsequently contained the upper moon. You approached Tanjiro and his group. It's over now, let us depart. Upon returning to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, you recounted his capture of the Upper Moon 3 to Kanroji Mitsuri. Upon learning that you had indeed captured an Upper Moon, Kanroji expressed astonishment and mentioned the two demons he had previously tasked you to locate. I have found the demon named Tamayo that you asked me to seek. She is now at the Butterfly Mansion. Once she has conducted her research, we can begin planning the elimination of Muzan. The mere thought of a plan to eradicate Muzan sent tremors of excitement through Kanroji's body. The day they had long awaited was finally approaching. Within Infinity Castle, Muzan fidgeted uneasily. Moments ago, his connection with Akaza had inexplicably severed. How can I not perceive Akaza's presence? Has he escaped my control? Muzan's expression shifted between uncertainty and calculation. After sensing his control over the other upper moons and finding no anomalies, he exhaled a sigh of relief. At the Butterfly Mansion, you found Tamayo, the first demon to break free from Muzan's grasp, and he couldn't help but admire her resilience. Meanwhile, Yashiro observed you with a wary expression. I am aware you are analyzing Muzan's blood, which is why I brought someone to assist you. With that, you released Akaza, who, having been captured, was now free from Muzan's influence. Upon the sudden appearance of the upper moon, Tamayo's pupils constricted, but after Yu's explanation, she felt a measure of relief. After meeting Tamayo, you retrieved a heart scale from his bag. The previous one had been utilized with Akamaru, and as for this one, Yu's gaze wandered among his Pokemon before resting on the Pokeball containing the Great Slug Sage. With the use of the heart scale, you acquired all attributes of the Great Slug Sage. He had fully mastered infinite division, leading him to contemplate his previous thoughts. He had long desired to leave a mark in each world he visited, a means to return at will. Now, that dilemma was resolved. Each division of the slug was a reflection of himself, capable of shared consciousness, rendering it the most convenient ability for him at present. As for the lifespan of the Great Slug Sage, it could be set aside. After all, his own lifespan had been extended. Following the conclusion of this battle, Tanjiro and his companions became acutely aware of their inadequacies in strength. While recuperating from their injuries, they also commenced rigorous training to enhance their abilities. On one particularly mundane day, as they practiced, a figure approached them. Yuzui Tenjin cast his gaze towards the Butterfly Mansion, preparing to enlist a few logistical aides to assist him in his mission. His wife had gone missing while investigating demons in the Flower District, and concerned for her safety, Yuzui Tenjin promptly returned to seek assistance in uncovering any leads. A notification chimed. Investigate the missing Pokémon from the Grand Contest. Mission reward, Keystone. The Keystone, to facilitate a Pokémon's Mega Evolution. Upon hearing the mission announcement, Inosuke immediately stood up and declared to Yuzui Tenjin, I shall assist as well, for I am quite free at the moment. Ultimately, with Inosuke's suggestion and the voluntary commitment of Tanjiro and his friends, Yuzui Tenjin relinquished the logistical personnel and chose to accompany them instead. Upon arriving at the Flower District, Yuzui Tenjin adorned Tanjiro and his companions in disguises and sent them into 3 of the most suspicious establishments. Inosuke, observing that Yuzui Tenjin had dispatched them all, turned his gaze to Akamaru at his feet. Should we also dress up the dog and send him along? Yuzui Tengin's eyes fell on Akamaru as well, and he pondered the surprising strength of the seemingly unremarkable canine. Perhaps not. The patrons here have little interest in dogs, though Yuzui Tenjin insisted it was unnecessary. Inosuke took it upon himself to meticulously groom Akamaru, adorning his ears with red bows and applying a touch of blush to his cheeks. After completing the transformation, Inosuke felt a sense of pride in his handiwork and nodded in satisfaction. Akamaru, gazing at his own reflection, rolled his eyes in exasperation, silently lamenting. I am truly a dog, yet you may not truly be human. Despite Yuzui Tenjin's assertion that Akamaru need not participate in the operation, Inosuke insisted on having Akamaru accompany Tanjiro. Days passed, and each evening the group convened to share their findings. Under Inosuke's careful guidance, they ultimately focused their suspicions on a courtesan named Warabeheim. One evening, Zenitsu, upon hearing a commotion in Warabeheim's room, stealthily infiltrated to investigate. He witnessed a young girl, tasked with cleaning, accidentally shatter a vase inside Warabeheim's quarters, her expression filled with anxiety. At that moment, Warabeheim appeared, glancing at the broken shards on the floor, her countenance darkening as she lashed out at the girl. Incompetent! You cannot even manage this trivial task. As Warabeheim's tirade continued, the girl's face contorted in pain, blood trickling down her skin. Seeing this, Zenitsu rushed to Warabeheim's side, reaching out to halt her. Warabeheim, taken aback by Zenitsu's sudden intrusion, looked at his hand gripping her own. Such strength! Get away! With a forceful motion, Warabeheim flung Zenitsu away, sending him crashing against the wall, rendering him unconscious. Her eyes narrowing as she assessed him. This man is from the Demon Slayer Corps. Realizing she might have exposed herself, Warabeheim resolved to eliminate both the girl and Zenitsu. That night, as the group reconvened, they noted Zenitsu's absence. Yuzui Tenjin surmised that Zenitsu must have uncovered the truth about the demon's identity, thereby revealing himself. The investigation concludes here. This time, our adversary is likely to be an Upper Moon. For your safety, I shall take charge alongside Tenjin, and you should leave for now. Having failed to locate my own wife, and with one less ally, I must confront the courtesan known as Warabeheim directly to avert further misfortunes. By the way, have you forgotten that I have a dog? Initially, Tenjin found it peculiar. With Akamaru by his side, they could have simply let him track the scent, thus avoiding the convoluted process of stealth and inquiry. Upon hearing Tengin's remark, he was momentarily taken aback, primarily due to the overwhelming impact Akamaru had made upon their first encounter, causing them to subconsciously overlook the fact that Akamaru was indeed a dog. However, prompted by Tenjin's reminder, he leaned on Akamaru, ultimately pinpointing the location of his wife's disappearance. As Tenjin observed Akamaru halt, his gaze shifted to the ground. Breath of sound. First form. Boom. Tenjin raised his twin blades and struck the earth forcefully. A tremendous explosion ensued, creating a deep pit in the ground. Tenjin peered into the concealed cave below and leaped down. Upon entering, he discovered that this was, astonishingly, a place where the demon stored its food. Meanwhile, in another location, the Upper Moon, Daki, transformed into Warabeheim, was preparing to consume the courtesan before her when Tanjiro unexpectedly burst in. Witnessing the courtesan being ensnared by silk, leaving only her head visible, Tanjiro was initially taken aback, but swiftly drew his Nichiren blade and struck at Daki. Breath of water. Third form. Flowing dance. Tanjiro dashed towards Daki, his Nichiren blade shimmering with water as he aimed for her neck. The silks beside Daki danced, effortlessly countering Tanjiro's strike. As Tanjiro approached to attack, Daki regarded him with amusement, surprised that the Demon Slayer Corps had targeted her so quickly. However, she thought little of it, for she would soon leave this place. The silks around Daki surged forward, slicing toward Tanjiro with the speed of a blade. Breath of water. Second form. Water wheel. Tanjiro swiftly spun, wielding his Nichiren blade to fend off the incoming silk. Yet, the velocity of Daki's silks was formidable, despite Tanjiro's agile evasion. A crimson line marked his face. At that moment, Nezuko, who had been hiding within her box, emerged upon witnessing Tanjiro's injury, charging directly at Daki. The silks lashed out, severing Nezuko's legs, causing her to tumble to the ground. Daki, somewhat astonished, noted that Nezuko, a demon herself, dared to attack her. You too are a demon, yet you defy our master's orders. In that case, I shall eliminate you along with him. As Daki prepared to sever Nezuko into pieces once more, Tenjin suddenly appeared, blocking her attack. With a flourish of his Nichiren blade, he and Daki exchanged positions in a swift dance of combat. Yuzui Tenjin tightly gripped the Nichiren blade, turning to face Daki. He was astonished to find an Upper Moon present, albeit one whose strength seemed somewhat lacking. As his words fell, Daki's head slipped from her neck, leaving her gazing blankly at her own decapitated body, tears streaming from her eyes. "Ah, I have been beheaded. Brother, it hurts so much." Daki's wails echoed throughout the street. After dealing with the location where Daki stored her food, Yuzui Tenjin swiftly made his way towards Tanjiro. He had not anticipated that despite facing an Upper Moon, this one's power appeared rather ordinary. As Daki's cries filled the air, both Tanjiro and Yuzui Tenjin frowned simultaneously, realizing that despite being decapitated for quite some time, Daki's body had yet to vanish. Suddenly, her headless form began to writhe, and a frail, emaciated body detached itself from Daki's form. After Jitaro's appearance, he cradled his sister's head and gently placed it back atop her neck, reassuring her, There, stop crying. Brother will avenge you. Honestly, you should be more careful. Getting your neck severed like that is quite careless. Daki ceased her sobbing and nodded at Jotaro. Yuzui Tenjin, witnessing yet another demon materialize at the scene, noted that this one appeared significantly stronger than the previous foe. It seems you are the true upper moon, he remarked. Jotaro gripped his blood sickle tightly, casting a dark gaze upon Yuzui Tenjin. You bullied my sister, didn't you? If that's the case, you shall perish. With that, Jotaro lunged at Yuzui Tenjin with remarkable speed, catching him off guard. This guy is incredibly fast. In astonishment, a black orb materialized in Yuzui Tenjin's hand. Upon his throw, a precise slash followed. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, sending Jotaro's body flying. Seizing the opportunity, Yuzui Tenjin pressed on, leaving only Tanjiro and Daki behind. As Daki's head reattached to her body, a sinister grin returned to her face as she turned her gaze towards Tanjiro. Little boy, no one will come to save you this time. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Daki charged at Tanjiro, but suddenly, a massive blue serpent appeared, striking her and sending her flying. In the distance, Inosuke emerged atop a rooftop. I haven't arrived too late, he assessed, observing Yuzui Tenjin battling Jotaro below. He commanded the blue serpent to deal with Daki while his boar companion, Akamaru, rushed to assist Yuzui Tenjin. Blood Demon Art. Rampant dread, Jotaro hurled his blood sickle, launching it swiftly towards Yuzui Tenjin. The latter danced with his dual blades, deflecting the incoming sickle, yet still suffered a deep gash on his shoulder. As Jotaro retrieved his sickle, he licked the blade's edge with his tongue, a smile creeping across his face as he observed Yuzui Tenjin's wound. Heh, my blood demon art is toxic. Under these circumstances, how long can you endure? In a moment of arrogance, Jotaro was suddenly struck by Akamaru, who unleashed a sonic punch that sent him hurtling through the air. Crawling out from the rubble, Jotaro gazed at the unexpected appearance of Akamaru. Dog. Woof woof. Akamaru barked at Jotaro before vanishing from sight. By the time Jotaro regained his wits, Akamaru had already reappeared in front of him, launching a blue sphere that collided violently with his head. Jotaro's skull shattered like a watermelon under the force of the Rasengan. As he recovered, Akamaru's assault resumed with a powerful wave, propelling Jotaro's body once again. Meanwhile, Daki was not faring any better. The enormous blue serpent coiled around her, rendering her immobile. Each time her bones healed, they were crushed anew by the serpent's grip. The serpent's massive eyes locked onto Daki. Had it not been for the prior instructions from Yaiba, it would have swallowed her whole by now. Jotaro glanced toward his sister, noting her entrapment by the colossal blue snake. Just as he contemplated a rescue, Akamaru intervened, delivering a devastating blow that obliterated his head. Despite possessing demonic abilities that allowed for regeneration, the sensation of having his head smashed was undeniably unpleasant. At that moment, Yaiba approached and regarded Jotaro. I offer you a chance. Submit to me, and I shall spare your life. Jotaro, upon hearing Yaiba's proposition, let out a cold laugh. I am a servant of that great one. Do you truly believe you can compel me to betray? In response, Yaiba shrugged in resignation. If that is your choice, then I shall eliminate your sister first. It would be quite simple to dispose of you both. There is no need for the Nichiren blade. Allowing the blue serpent to consume you would suffice. Jotaro's heart trembled at the thought of losing his sister once more. Resolutely, he chose to acquiesce. Seeing Jotaro nod, Yaiba wasted no time and tossed a pokeball. As the ball enveloped Jotaro, Daki's form also transformed into a flash of red light, entering the pokeball. After a few shakes, Jotaro was successfully captured. Yaiba glanced at his backpack, now containing only an empty pokeball. Ding! The system has detected that the host now possesses 6 Pokemon. Any excess Pokemon will be transferred to storage, allowing for a daily change. With Jotaro captured, Yaiba's collection of Pokemon had unknowingly reached 6. Contemplating the abilities of his Pokemon, he recognized the need to organize them when time permitted. With the proof of his status, he no longer needed to worry about their skills. After securing Daki, Yaiba approached Tanjiro and the others. At that moment, the system's voice finally chimed in. Ding! Investigation into the disappearance of Pokemon complete. Reward, Keystone. Observing the newly acquired Keystone in his backpack, Yaiba anticipated that upon completing the mission in the Demon Slayer world, he would unlock the Mega Evolution forms of his Pokemon. Tanjiro and his companions, witnessing Yaiba once again entrapping a demon in that peculiar red ball, had grown accustomed to the spectacle. Only Yuzui Tenjin exhibited a hint of curiosity. How did you manage that? As for the demon, I have subdued him. Rest assured, he shall no longer cause any disturbance. At the moment when I subdued Jotaro, Muzan, within the confines of the Infinity Castle, halted his experiments. The connection with Daki has vanished? Muzan sought to delve into Daki's memories from her mortal life, only to be confronted by a chaotic void, unable to extract any semblance of reason, as though she had never existed at all. Losing yet another upper moon left Muzan perplexed and tinged with a subtle panic. Who could this be? Is there some entity capable of effortlessly vanquishing demons without my knowledge? Gazing at the potion before him, Muzan summoned Nakeim to gather the remaining upper moons. Soon, under Nakeim's direction, the last 4 upper moons appeared before Muzan. His formidable presence engulfed the entirety of Infinity Castle. After all these years, you have yet to uncover any leads on the cursed flower. What purpose do you serve? Faced with Muzan's inquiry, the upper moons remained silent in fear. Yoruichi then cautiously spoke up. Although we have not yet found any clues, it seems that I have stumbled upon traces of the swordsmiths, which may lead to before Yoruichi could finish. A severed head suddenly appeared in Muzan's grasp. If you have discovered them, then eradicate them all. You are to report any anomalies immediately alongside Hantengu. Yoruichi, upon hearing Muzan's command, promptly acquiesced. Meanwhile, back at the Butterfly Mansion, Tanjiro received word from Kaneo that the Nichiren blade he had commissioned from the Swordsmith village was complete, alongside the special weapon for Akamaru. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro prepared to depart, naturally accompanied by Tanjiro, for having the protagonist alongside ensures the success of any mission. Furthermore, Nezuko was nearing the point of overcoming her aversion to sunlight. It was high time to bait Muzan. Arriving at the Swordsmith village, Tanjiro observed the villagers adorned with unique fire masks. Guided by one of the villagers, Tanjiro and Akamaru made their way to the village chief. The chief presented the Nichiren blade, forged over several months. Incorporating the materials you provided proved quite a challenge, yet ultimately, it was successfully crafted, utilizing resources left by our ancestors. As the chief rambled on, Tanjiro accepted his Nichiren blade. The blade's body was predominantly black, while the hilt, at Tanjiro's suggestion, was shaped like a pokeball. The moment Tanjiro drew his Nichiren blade, it began to shimmer with an unusual hue before reverting to black, albeit a shade deeper than before. The chief watched in awe, having never witnessed such a phenomenon. As Tanjiro admired his Nichiren blade, his gaze shifted to the weapon Akamaru had created, which resembled a pair of clawed gauntlets. The sharp tips of the gauntlets glimmered ominously. Intrigued, Akamaru tried them on, swiftly darting around the room to test their fit before ultimately handing them over to Tanjiro for safekeeping. After bidding farewell to the village chief, he strolled through the forging village with Akamaru, fortuitously encountering Kenroji, who had just emerged from a hot spring. Kenroji warmly introduced you to the village's renowned hot springs, encouraging him to experience them when he had the opportunity. The following day, while wandering, you encountered Michiro at the training ground. Observing Michiro training with a puppet designed after Tsujikuni Yorichi, you could not help but suggest your training methods yield little effect, and this puppet has become quite antiquated. Perhaps you should seek something more effective. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Michiro turned to face you. You are here too. Shall we engage in a spar? He replied, dismissively adding, never mind, I lack interest. Your skills are far too feeble. Acknowledging the truth in Michiro's words, you remained silent. Recalling how he had never managed to push Michiro back even a single step during their prior encounters, Michiro's pet crow perched silently on a branch. Recalling the moment it had provoked you, only to be nearly ensnared by the sudden emergence of a colossal blue serpent. After Michiro departed, you approached the still active puppet, which, upon his approach, swung its blade toward him. Easily evading the attack, you delivered a powerful blow that shattered the puppet, revealing the long-hidden Nichiren blade within. You extracted the blade and presented it to the village chief, who was astounded upon seeing it and decided to study its significance. That night, ordinary jade vases appeared throughout the forging village. Some villagers curiously lifted the vases, peering inside. In an instant, a robust arm shot forth from one of the vases, seizing them and dragging their bodies within. Inside the village dormitory, Akamaru, resting, suddenly straightened up, barking and directing his gaze toward a certain area of the village. The scent of blood? It seemed the 2 upper moons had arrived. Preparations were necessary to eliminate the lesser foes. leaving the remainder to our protagonist, mounted Akamaru, traversing the village and dispatching the fish-like demons that appeared along the way. Meanwhile, Michiro and Tanjiro were sent flying by the sudden onslaught of the upper moon Hantengu. Struggling to maintain his posture midair, Michiro aimed for a stable landing. Just as he prepared to return to Tanjiro's side, a jade vase caught his eye. In the next moment, countless senbons shot forth, and Michiro swiftly wielded the Nichiren blade, deflecting each projectile, sparks flying from the collisions. After successfully defending against the barrage, Michiro turned to face the jade vase, from which a figure began to materialize. The upper moon, Hantengu, regarded Michiro with a malevolent grin. Ha ha ha. I never imagined I would encounter a Hashira. Allow me to showcase my artistry. As he spoke, Hantengu produced another jade vase. Blood demon art. Octopus hell. A massive octopus tentacle erupted from the vase, lunging toward Michiro. He raised his hand, invoking Breath of Mist. Third form, Mist of Blossoms. In an instant, dust swirled, enveloping the surroundings in a hazy shroud. Michiro's figure flickered within the mist, like a reflection in water, elusive and unpredictable. The contorted, writhing tentacles of the octopus struck nothing but air. Before they could retract, Michiro appeared before the jar like a phantom. The blade in his hand sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp sound as it aimed for the neck of the jar. In an instant, sensing the imminent danger, the jar's figure vanished, reappearing in another jar not far away. Realizing his strike had missed, Michiro turned to face the re-emerged jar, which wore a mocking expression. Huh, you cannot kill me. Your speed is far too slow, it taunted. Yet, the jar was oblivious to the subtle change that had occurred on Michiro's otherwise expressionless face. A silvery figure emerged from behind the jar, a flash of brilliance illuminating the scene. The jar felt its vision beginning to spin, just before fading to gray. It seemed to glimpse the silhouette of a boy riding a dog. Michiro saw Inosuke, who had arrived on his mount, Chocho. This is handled, there's still one left. Inosuke thought, initially intending to clear the village of fish demons before regrouping with Tanjiro and the others. However, he found that the fish demons were endless. Thus, he had Chocho bring him directly to the jar to resolve the issue. To his surprise, he found the jar facing away from him. Adhering to the principle that striking from the shadows is the hallmark of a true warrior, Inosuke easily beheaded the jar with the newly forged Nichiren blade. With the jar dealt with, Inosuke dashed toward Tanjiro's location. Meanwhile, Tanjiro utilized the breath of the sun once more, swiftly decapitating all the heads of the doppelgangers of the Hantengu. Panting heavily, he surveyed the severed bodies he had just felled, believing the battle to be over. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the bodies began to merge once again. A brand new demon emerged, Hantengu, striking a drum, and a wooden dragon roared forth, charging at Tanjiro. Confounded, Tanjiro pondered why, despite having severed all the heads before him, the demons still persisted. He dodged to the sides, evading the oncoming wooden dragon. Hantengu, seeing Tanjiro evade, manipulated the dragon to unleash a torrent of lightning upon him. Water breathing. Fifth form, String of Pearls. Tanjiro swiftly twisted his body, wielding the Nichiren blade to create a swirling vortex around him, deflecting the incoming lightning. Gasping, Tanjiro focused on regulating his breath, scanning his surroundings. If the previous demons were merely doppelgangers, then the true body must be hidden somewhere nearby. When Inosuke arrived, Tanjiro had already coordinated with Genya to locate Hantengu's true form. Upon realizing his true position had been discovered, Hantengu immediately obstructed their advance. Water breathing. Ninth form, Splashing Water Flow. Inosuke's figure suddenly materialized, wielding his Nichiren blade to strike at Hantengu's neck. Hantengu, unexpectedly decapitated, wore a look of shock before promptly reattaching his head to his body. Inosuke observed the demon's actions without interference. Seeing Inosuke, Tanjiro's face broke into a joyful smile. Inosuke, I'll handle this. You go take care of the true body. Tanjiro nodded, continuing his pursuit of the true form. As the fierce battle unfolded, Zhengpu Tian found himself obstructed by Ya's formidable presence, igniting a fury within him as he charged forward. Witnessing the oncoming wooden dragon, Ya wielded his Nichiren blade, the Sunlight Blade, eager to test his newfound breathing technique. Water breathing. Surfing slash, he proclaimed, seamlessly integrating the art of surfing into his breathing method. With a single, mighty strike, he unleashed a colossal wave, shattering the roaring wooden dragon into fragments. Zhengpu Tian gazed at Ye in astonishment. Is this fellow truly a water Hashira? Such power. Though he had encountered many Hashira, he had never faced one of such formidable strength. With Ye restraining him, Zhengpu Tian found escape utterly impossible. In a manner reminiscent of the original tale, at the crucial moment, Tanjiro successfully vanquished the true form of Hantengoku. In Hantengoku's dying moments, Muzan glimpsed Nezuko, who had conquered the sunlight. Within the infinite castle, Muzan stood in disbelief as he witnessed Nezuko overcome the sun's rays. At last, if I can consume her, I shall conquer the sunlight. Images of Ye battling Zhengpu Tian flooded his mind. The current water Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps possesses commendable strength. As you observed Zhengpu Tian gradually turning to ash, he understood that Tanjiro had triumphed. Woof. It is drawing to a close. This time, I shall rely solely on my breathing techniques. Even if Muzan sees me, he will perceive me merely as an ordinary member of the Demon Slayer Corps. The latest incursion by the Upper Moons had startled the villagers of the Swordsmith village, but thanks to Ye's assistance, the damages were not as severe as they could have been. Returning to the Demon Slayer Corps, Ye sought out Kanroji Mitsuri. At that moment, Kanroji had succumbed to blindness. Yet with the aid of the slug, his physical condition remained stable, albeit slightly weakened. I heard from Kocho Shinobu that Nezuko has now conquered the sunlight? Yes. The plan can commence. The bait has been cast. Now we must wait for Muzan to take the hook. In that case, I shall offer myself as the final bait. Upon hearing this, Ye looked at Kanroji, contemplating for a moment before speaking. I shall not interfere with your decision, but I must express that if I intervene, there should be no need for you to sacrifice your life to lure him. After reaching a mutual understanding with Kanroji, Ye departed from his residence. Once Ye left, Kanroji's wife, Amano, softly inquired, "Have you truly made your decision?" "Yes, I have a premonition that this time, you will succeed. I believe he can alter the future I have envisioned." Upon hearing this, Amano fell into silence, gently resting her hand on Kanroji's shoulder. In the days that followed, the demons seemed to vanish, and the Demon Slayer Corps immersed themselves in training, sensing an impending storm. Until one fateful night, Akamaru suddenly rose. Woof! Hearing Akamaru's words, Ye sprang to his feet. At last it has arrived. At that moment, within Kanroji's estate, a figure emerged, coldly beautiful, clad in a suit, gracefully advancing into the dwelling. Upon entering, Kanroji appeared as if he had been awaiting this arrival all along. "You have finally come, Muzan Kabutsuji." Muzan regarded Kanroji with indifference, his voice dripping with disdain. "How utterly repugnant you are. Everything in our family is all because of you." Upon hearing Muzan's words, Akaza scoffed dismissively. "Foolishness. Individuals like you ought to perish quietly. Why must you obstruct me? Throughout a year of calamities, how many lives have been lost? Where is your rebellion?" Akaza shook his head. "You do not comprehend, Muzan. It is not I who stands in your way, but the collective, those whose once splendid lives you have ravaged." Muzan let out a cold snort, gradually advancing toward Akaza. "I have no desire to engage in idle conversation. If I simply eliminate you, this so-called Demon Slayer Corps shall surely disband." As he spoke, Muzan approached Akaza directly. "What a lively scene. Allow me to join." Hearing the voice, Muzan turned to see a figure accompanied by a dog, having seemingly appeared out of nowhere beneath the moonlight. Tenjin. He recognized Tenjin's appearance from the perspective of the half-demon. Tenjin drew his Nichiren blade. Sound breathing. Sound wave slash. Whoosh. Tenjin swiftly executed a strike. And as he sheathed his blade, Muzan's head had already detached from his body. Muzan's pupils constricted. He had not even perceived Tenjin's attack. In the next instant, his headless body grasped his severed head and reattached it. Restored, Muzan looked at Tenjin with a hint of surprise, then remarked appreciatively, "Your strength is commendable. Would you care to join me? I can grant you immortality." Upon hearing Muzan's enticing offer, Tenjin disdainfully retorted, "What are you barking about, dog?" though meant as ridicule. For some reason, Muzan found himself captivated by Tenjin's words. When he regained his composure, he discovered that several vials had been injected into his body unbeknownst to him. These 3 vials were obtained by Tenjin from Tamayo, primarily to prevent Muzan from fleeing. Realizing something was amiss within his body, Muzan attempted to escape. Tenjin, noticing this, moved swiftly to intercept. Thud! The sound of a biwa echoed, and a door materialized beneath Muzan's feet. Simultaneously, Akaza and his wife plummeted downward. As Muzan fell toward the depths of Infinity Castle, he cast a cold glare at Tenjin and Akaza. Do you dare to confront me alone? Have you underestimated me? Due to the effects of the serums, Muzan found himself immobilized, one of the vials spreading through his body like thorns. While falling, Tenjin caught both Akaza and his wife, landing them safely behind him. Now, witness my prowess. Oh, I suppose you cannot see, but it matters not. This will all conclude shortly. Muzan, hearing Tungin's bravado, merely scoffed. Then commanded Nakeim to summon the remaining upper moons. Once again, the sound of the biwa resonated as countless demons residing in Infinity Castle surrounded Tenjin from all sides. And before Muzan appeared the final upper moons. Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo. Upper Moon 2, Doma. As for the character who transformed into an upper moon in the original story, Kaigaku, he was absent. Tenjin had previously warned Zenitsu to keep an eye on his senior brother, as he harbored intentions of becoming a demon. Initially, Zenitsu was skeptical of Tsubaki's words, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of unease within. Consequently, he began to pay closer attention to the whereabouts of his senior brother's missions. One fateful day, he unexpectedly encountered the newly transformed demon, Kaigaku. After a series of discussions, Zenitsu managed to slay him. Due to Zenitsu's timely intervention, Tenjin was unaware of Kaigaku's transformation into a demon. Upon returning to Tanjiro's residence, Zenitsu fabricated a tale, claiming that his senior had been killed by a demon. Tenjin mourned for quite some time before gradually regaining his composure. Observing his grandfather's slight recovery, Zenitsu rejoined the Demon Slayer Corps, fervently praying to Kanroji Mitsuri not to disclose the truth to Tenjin. Acknowledging that Zenitsu had dealt with Kaigaku, Kanroji complied with his request. Before him stood two upper moons alongside a horde of lesser demons. Tsubaki instructed Akamaru to remain by Kanroji's side, while he advanced towards the two upper moons. Doma wore a smile, his gaze fixed on Tsubaki. Oh dear, how unfortunate that you are a male. Otherwise, you would surely be delectable, he remarked wistfully, lightly tapping his iron fan. Kokushibo regarded Tsubaki with a cold stare. I'll leave him to you. If we were to engage together, it would be an unfair advantage, he stated. Doma, upon hearing Kokushibo's words, resignedly agreed. Very well, let me send him straight to his demise. Slowly, Doma drew his iron fan and charged at Tsubaki's position. As their forms intertwined, Tsubaki cast a fleeting glance at Doma before shifting his focus to Kokushibo. It is your turn. As Tsubaki spoke, Doma, caught off guard, incredulously touched his neck, which now felt eerily empty. His head fell towards the ground, having lost the support of his neck. How is this possible? Doma's incredulous gaze slowly turned to ash. At that moment, Kokushibo unsheathed his demonized Nichiren blade, having barely comprehended Tsubaki's actions. The power demonstrated in effortlessly dispatching Doma was sufficient to warrant his full attention. Noticing Kokushibo brandishing the demonized Nichiren blade, Tsubaki sheathed his own blade at his waist and drew forth the sword he had previously entrusted to the swordsmith village, forged by Jiyomi Ihimajima. The blade was now polished to a gleam. Kokushibo regarded the Nichiren blade in Tsubaki's hand, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Under Kokushibo's watchful eyes, Tsubaki retrieved the scroll containing the sealed Amaterasu flames, which he had previously acquired from Jiraiya. Upon opening the scroll, black flames surged forth, incinerating any demons unfortunate enough to come into contact with the sparks. Kokushibo, witnessing the sudden emergence of the black flames, felt an unexpected sense of peril. Tsubaki coated his Nichiren blade with the black flames, which swiftly enveloped the weapon. Breath of thunder. Lightning flash. Tsubaki's figure vanished from sight, and when he reappeared, Kokushibo looked down in disbelief at his chest, where two massive gashes burned with black flames. Instantly, the Amaterasu flames engulfed Kokushibo, reducing him to ashes. Without breaking stride, Tsubaki charged toward Muzan. Caught off guard, Muzan had not anticipated Tsubaki's immense strength, which had allowed him to eliminate both Kokushibo and Doma in a single exchange. Mizunoto. Sensing the threat posed by the black flames in Ya's hand, Muzan immediately prepared to instruct Nezuko to reposition herself. Ya, gripping the Nichiren blade tightly, hurled it towards Muzan, resembling a black spear. Whoosh! The Nichiren blade, ablaze with black flames, pierced through Muzan's chest. Sensing the scent of death, Muzan detonated his body, launching his head away while the remainder was consumed by the black flames along with the blade. Witnessing Muzan evade, Ye silently cursed his misfortune. However, he took solace in the knowledge that he had previously vanquished Muzan in a parallel world. In that realm, fortune favored him, as Nezuko had not encountered Muzan yet. After shattering Muzan's body, Ye commanded the blue serpent to devour the remains. As for this world, Ye drew his Nichiren blade, holy sword. With a strike that guaranteed 100% accuracy, he struck the fragmented flesh of Muzan. In defiance, Muzan was reduced to ashes. With Muzan's demise, the demons within Infinity Castle began to vanish one by one. At this moment, Tanjiro felt as though his body had been significantly lightened, as if the shackles binding his soul had been broken. In the next moment, those who had fallen into Infinity Castle returned to Tanjiro's room. When Ye reappeared, he was surrounded by the gathered Hashira. Observing their leader's return, several Hashira breathed a sigh of relief. Upon learning that Ye single-handedly dealt with both the Upper Moon and Muzan, expressions of incredulity adorned their faces. After all, while they had fought with great difficulty, Ye had effortlessly dispatched Muzan. Subsequently, Tanjiro's body recovered day by day, and his eyes gradually regained their light. Ding! Otherworldly mission completed. Reward: Super Evolution Form unlocked. With the mission accomplished, Ye gazed at the keystone in his hand and bound it, finally enabling his Pokémon to undergo Super Evolution. As Tanjiro's health improved, the Demon Slayer Corps announced its dissolution. After aiding Nezuko's transformation back into a human, Tamayo and Yashiro also took the medicine, successfully reverting to humanity. After bidding farewell, Ye prepared to embark on a journey to explore the world of Demon Slayer, accompanied by Shinobu Kocho. Learning that her sister's vengeance had been fulfilled, Shinobu bore no lingering attachments and joined Ye on his travels. One night, as Ye observed the peacefully slumbering Shinobu beside him, he rose and stepped outside. Before long, he returned indoors and lay down again. Sensing Ye's return, Shinobu, with her eyes slowly opening, closed them once more. Outside the village of Konoha, a figure gradually emerged. Ye, taking in the unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar surroundings, couldn't help but exclaim, I, Inazuki, have finally returned. Releasing Akamaru from the Pokeball, Akamaru joyfully dashed around a few times. Having split himself in the world of Demon Slayer, Ye had now returned to the world of Naruto. Arriving at the entrance of Konoha, he presented his identification and stepped into the village. It felt as though he had been away for ages. Yet the scenery of Konoha remained unchanged. Mother, I am home. Upon hearing the sound of teeth, Inuzuka Kiba emerged from the house and embraced the newcomer. You rascal. You've finally returned. Where have you been these past 3 years? Not even a word. Kiba chuckled awkwardly, surprised to realize that despite his lengthy absence in the Demon Slayer world, 3 years had already passed in the Naruto realm. By this measure, Naruto's return was imminent as well. After exchanging a few pleasantries with his mother, Kiba promptly set out. At the entrance of the Hyuga household, Kiba shouted inside, Hinata, I'm back. His voice echoed within, and soon after, Niji appeared. What do you want? Hinata is out. Upon learning that Hinata was absent, Kiba turned to leave. Oh, then farewell, my dear brother-in-law. Niji glanced at Kiba's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable annoyance at being addressed in such a manner. I must have a word with Hinata when she returns. Meanwhile, Hinata was wandering the streets of Konoha. She had heard from Tintin that Kiba had been spotted, prompting her to rush out of her home. However, despite her search, no trace of Kiba could be found. Just as she was about to give up, a voice called out to her from behind. Hinata, I'm back. She turned around and finally beheld the figure she had longed for in her dreams. Tintin, ever perceptive, discreetly faded into the background. Kiba dashed to Hinata, enveloping her in his arms. Feeling the softness against him, he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, what a treasure. Shyly, Hinata buried her head in Kiba's embrace. After a serene moment, Kiba led Hinata to a park bench. Did you miss me, little Hinata? Though bashful, Hinata nodded in affirmation. Not long after Kiba's return to Konoha, Naruto finally made his appearance as well. One day, Kiba received a summons from Tsunade, instructing him to come to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he was greeted by a familiar figure. Naruto had grown, radiating a vibrant, sunny aura. Hey, Kiba, long time no see. Indeed, it has been quite a while. Shortly thereafter, Hinata and Sakura also entered. Once everyone was gathered, Tsunade began to outline their mission. They had received a request from a witch in the land of demons, requiring their escort to the shrine in the land of Marsh. Kiba was appointed as the team leader. Upon hearing Tsunade's assignment, Kiba nodded in acknowledgement. The land of demons. It seemed they were approaching the arc of Naruto's demise. After obtaining the mission details from Tsunade, the group swiftly prepared for their departure. Kiba felt particularly elated at the prospect of undertaking this mission alongside Hinata, opting not to ride Akamaru for the journey. After a considerable trek, they arrived in the land of demons. The witch, Zihuan, seated atop her throne, expressed skepticism regarding their prowess upon seeing them. "You are the ninjas from Konoha? Your strength appears rather average." Feeling belittled, Naruto stepped forward to contest her judgment, while Zihuan maintained an indifferent demeanor. Ultimately, Kiba dispatched Akamaru to neutralize the palace guards, after which Zihuan acknowledged their capabilities. In the stands, Ziwans observed Naruto with a sense of familiarity and couldn't help but utter, "You will die." Naruto, upon hearing this, wore an expression of disbelief. At that moment, Kiba, curious, inquired, "What about me?" Ziwans glanced at Kiba, only to find herself unable to foresee his future, as if he were shrouded in a veil of mist. She quickly averted her gaze and looked back at Naruto, only to see that the once clear vision of the future had now become obscured. What could be the cause of this? Deeply astonished, Ziwans struggled to comprehend the nature of this occurrence. At that moment, her guardian, Suho, led Kiba and the others to a resting place, during which he disclosed Ziwans' abilities as a witch. Although Naruto remained skeptical, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Kiba, noticing Naruto's unease, jested, "Don't worry. I'm here, brother." Naruto turned away with a scoff. "Humph. I'm not scared." With their itinerary arranged, Kiba and his companions set off alongside the escort team, accompanying Ziwans to the shrine in the land of Marsh. Meanwhile, at a high cliff, four figures slowly emerged, observing Kiba's group. "It's them. Proceed as planned." Suddenly, the advancing team came to an abrupt halt, confronted by a stone soldier resembling a terracotta warrior that had appeared out of nowhere. As the soldiers charged forward, they quickly realized that this stone sentinel was not only impervious to their assaults, but also retaliated effectively, leading to mounting casualties among them. Hinata, utilizing her Byakugan, discerned the weakness of these stone soldiers, a core within their bodies that, if destroyed, would halt their movements. Kiba drew his Nichiren blade and leaped forward. Identified. Breath of lightning. Thunder flash. Kiba's figure darted around the stone soldier, each strike precisely targeting its core. Upon shattering the core, the soldier crumbled into dust. Observing the swarm of newly materialized soldiers, Kiba prepared to retreat with Ziwans. At that moment, the four figures appeared. Kiba recognized them as puppets controlled by a malevolent force. As they emerged, they charged directly towards Ziwans' carriage. Reacting swiftly, Naruto and Sakura rushed forward, engaging in battle to create distance. A foe appeared before Kiba, an adversary capable of manipulating stone, known as Tora. Tora slammed his hands onto the ground, causing debris to surge towards him and transform into a colossal stone giant. Raising his arm, Tora aimed a powerful strike at Kiba. Kiba leapt aside and hurled a pokeball. The figure of the blue serpent emerged, now nearly the size of one tie. Blue serpent. Impact and tangle. The blue serpent coiled and struck against Tora's descending attack, pushing him back and then ensnaring him tightly. Kiba soared above Tora. Spiral sphere. Kiba concentrated energy into the spiral sphere and brought it crashing down upon Tora's head. With a thunderous explosion, the rocks enveloping Tora shattered, revealing his battered form underneath. Injured and on the ground, Tora lay there, barely clinging to life. After you resolved the situation with the tiger, he retracted the blue serpent and hurried towards Hinata's position. At that moment, Hinata was utilizing her Byakugan, observing the techniques of her adversary. A black chain lunged at her once more, but Hinata swiftly evaded it. She then closed in for an attack. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams palm. Hinata unleashed a palm strike, only to have it interrupted by the black chain. After rebounding, the chain altered its trajectory and advanced towards Hinata again. Water breathing. Surfing slash. A massive water slash surged forth, severing the black chain, and continued its momentum towards Nan. Nan quickly manipulated the surrounding black chains, consolidating them to deflect the incoming strike. Just as he prepared to catch his breath, he found you standing before him. Sound breathing. Sonic slash. Whoosh. A white streak cut through the air as Nan stared in disbelief at you, a white mark appearing on his neck before his head fell from his body. With Nan dealt with, you approached Hinata. Hinata looked at you, questioning whether he thought she was useless. How could that be? You replied with a smile, gently ruffling Hinata's hair. Even Sakura herself does not think so. I merely intervened to save time. I believe that even if I hadn't, this fellow would not have posed a challenge for you. Upon hearing Ya's comforting words, Hinata's previously gloomy spirits lifted considerably. With both having dispatched their foes, they suddenly remembered Zihuan, who had been left behind, and promptly ran towards her carriage. When they reached Zihuan's location, they discovered the carriage was completely empty. Yo instructed Akamaru to search for Zihuan, and they followed Akamaru's lead. Meanwhile, Naruto, in the midst of battling an enemy, sensed something amiss and immediately returned. Upon arrival, he found that Zihuan had been abducted, prompting him to pursue. After catching up, Naruto rescued Zihuan, but accidentally fell into the water from the cliff edge. He dragged Zihuan to shore and tidied his damp hair. Sitting nearby, Zihuan gazed at Naruto's striking golden hair under the moonlight, momentarily entranced. As Zihuan regained her composure, a blush crept across her cheeks. Unaware of the underlying tension, Naruto readjusted his headband and turned to Zihuan, asking if she was all right. Zihuan shook her head, as if accustomed to such occurrences. Noticing her silence, Naruto gradually approached, and they sat by the riverbank, engaging in conversation. Observing this, Ya and Hinata also settled nearby, nestled together, admiring the moonlit sky. The following day, as Naruto prepared to escort Zihuan onward, Yo arrived with Hinata in tow. All right, let us continue our journey. As he was preparing to depart, Hinata tugged at his sleeve. Yeah, have we forgotten something? Upon hearing Hinata's reminder, Yo paused to reflect before responding. Oh right. Akamaru asked me to bring a specialty for my mother when I return. Hinata, with a hint of exasperation on her face, reminded him, Yeah, don't you feel that our team is missing someone? Missing someone. Is that so? You glanced around. Oh, it seems we are short one Sakura. Where is she? Observing that you had finally noticed, Hinata let out a resigned sigh. Sakura hasn't returned since yesterday. I hope nothing has happened to her. You shook his head reassuringly. Don't worry, Sakura's skills have improved significantly after training with Lady Tsunade for such a long time. Hinata nodded in agreement, and they resumed their journey towards the land of swamps. Meanwhile, Sakura, who was being discussed by Ya and Hinata, was struggling through her own challenges. After dispatching her opponent, she intended to return but found herself surrounded by numerous stone soldiers. As she fought them off while retreating, she finally managed to escape their clutches. Just as she was about to set off in search of Naruto and the others, she was surprised to see Kakashi and his team arriving. Sakura? What are you doing here alone? Upon hearing Kakashi's inquiry, Sakura briefly explained her circumstances. Kakashi analyzed the situation and suggested, let's head directly to the land of swamps. I suspect they are already en route, and even if they haven't arrived yet, we can meet them there later. The group continued on their way and eventually reached the shrine in the land of swamps. Upon arriving at their destination, Jiwon's eyes flickered with complexity. She glanced at Naruto before stepping inside. Outside the shrine, a multitude of stone soldiers surged forth, surrounding Ya and his companions. They immediately engaged in combat to fend off the incoming soldiers. Approaching Naruto, Ya voiced his concern. Aren't you going in to check? I noticed that Jiwon seemed to harbor thoughts of self-sacrifice. Naruto, feeling a twinge of unease from Ya's warning, nodded in response. Then I'll leave this to you. I'll go inside and take a look. Inside the shrine, Jiwon was engulfed in darkness. Having discovered the truth, she isolated herself. Just as the malevolent spirit was about to merge with her, Naruto rushed in, pulling Jiwon from her self-imposed solitude. Get a grip. I refuse to believe in fate. I will change it, just watch me. Jiwon gazed at Naruto, whose unwavering determination began to sway her thoughts. As Naruto shielded her, the dark entity, thwarted by his presence, unleashed massive black tendrils toward him. Shadow clone technique. Countless replicas of Naruto emerged, but the dark tendrils surged forth, piercing through his clones and dissipating them into smoke. As Naruto's real self hung in midair, he realized that all his clones had been vanquished. The dark tendrils twisted menacingly toward him. Just as they were about to pierce his chest, Jiwon, unable to bear it, closed her eyes. Water breathing. Water wave. A series of slashing strikes, reminiscent of ripples, surged forth from all directions, severing the ominous black tentacles that threatened to pierce Naruto's chest. Relieved, Naruto glanced at his savior. Yeah, you arrived just in time, he remarked. He cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, saying, after all, you are my subordinate. Naturally, I would come to your aid. Zhuang, witnessing Naruto's salvation, smiled. realizing that his fate had been irrevocably altered. In that instant, she understood why her vision of Ya had initially blurred. He was the very element that disrupted the future. Ya surveyed the ominous mass before him, surrounded by thrashing black tendrils. Zhuang, I may need your assistance along with Naruto's. To vanquish this creature, your power is essential. Upon hearing Ya's words, Zhuang moved to Naruto's side, grasping his hand and channeling her strength into him. Naruto felt the surge of Zhuang's energy, and soon, a colossal purple Rasengan coalesced in his palm, hurtling towards the looming specter. Countless tentacles lunged at Naruto, attempting to thwart his advance. Sensing the imminent danger posed by his attack, sound of breath, sonic slash, Yi swiftly maneuvered his body, delivering a flurry of strikes that severed the tentacles obstructing Naruto. Leave this to me. Focus on your attack. Naruto nodded resolutely, charging straight at the entity. As he unleashed the massive Rasengan, the specter's form twisted and dissolved. Having finally eradicated the foe, Ya's mission was accomplished. As they prepared to part ways, Zhuang looked at Naruto, inquiring whether he would visit her again. Naruto regarded her with a hint of confusion. If you need me, I will certainly come. After all, we are friends now. Hearing Naruto's naive response, Yi smacked him on the head. You fool. You should say that you would come to find her without needing her to ask. Huh? Naruto stared at Yi, perplexed by his words. A laugh escaped Hinata as she found amusement in Naruto's obliviousness, grateful that Yi was not as slow-witted. After bidding farewell to Zhuang, Yi and the others returned to Konoha. After resting at home for several days, Yi suddenly sensed that the great sage of the slugs was calling for him. He summoned a slug using a pokeball, and through reverse summoning, he arrived at the wet-bone forest. The great sage of the slugs regarded Yi. I summoned you to impart the sage techniques of the wet-bone forest. Our forest is recognized as one of the 3 great sanctuaries, alongside Mayaboku Mountain and the Dragon Cave, each possessing its own unique sage arts. Upon concluding his introduction, the great sage shared the training methods for these techniques with Yi. In the days that followed, Yi remained in the wet-bone forest, diligently honing his sage abilities. One day, he abruptly opened his eyes, astonished to find his body adorned with enigmatic black markings and a theatrical pattern gracing his face. As he felt the profound changes within him, he realized that the sage arts of the wet-bone forest had remarkably enhanced his healing capabilities. Even severed limbs could regenerate instantly, and his sensory perception had reached terrifying heights. As he gazed upon his reflection in the water, the visage of Senju Hashirama in sage mode surfaced in his mind. It appeared that the sage techniques employed by Hashirama were derived from the wet-bone forest. Otherwise, his formidable regenerative abilities could not solely be attributed to the Senju bloodline. The great Toad Sage, witnessing Yi's swift mastery of sage techniques, remarked with admiration, "You are the first to achieve this speed, aside from little Hashirama. Even Tsunade has only grasped the superficial aspects." After exiting sage mode and exchanging pleasantries with the great Toad Sage, Yi returned to Konoha. Originally intending to cultivate his relationship with Hinata, he was soon interrupted by a new mission from Tsunade. The Sand Village had sent a plea for assistance, as their Kazekage, Gaara, had been abducted. With other ninjas dispatched on various missions, only Kakashi and a few others remained in the village. Thus, Tsunade assigned Kakashi to lead a team consisting of Team 8 along with Sakura and Naruto to aid the Sand Village. The choice of Team 8 was influenced by Yi's instructor, Yuhi Kurenai, who was currently pregnant and limited in her capabilities. The culprit behind the turmoil was none other than Asuma, who had been humiliated by Akamaru's water release technique. Once again embarking on a mission alongside Naruto, the group navigated the route to the Sand Village with familiarity. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by Gaara's sister, Temari, who guided them inside. At that moment, Chio was at Kankaro's bedside. He had sustained severe poisoning while pursuing the enemy and lay unconscious. Upon their arrival, Sakura promptly intervened, purging the toxins from Kankaro's body. In the process, she discovered a fragment of clothing tightly clenched in his hand. Suspecting it belonged to the assailant, Yu instructed Akamaru to track the scent, and the group set forth towards the enemy's location. Meanwhile, within a cavern, Gaara's body floated suspended in midair, the power of Shikaku being gradually siphoned away. Suddenly, one of the assailants opened his eyes. A figure with violet ripple-patterned pupils spoke, "Whoever can intervene, do so now. The end is nigh." Uchiha Itachi and Kisame then began forming hand seals, summoning 2 shadow clones that exited the cave. As Ya and his companions pursued, two figures appeared, blocking their path. Ya smiled upon recognizing them. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you again. Itachi, upon encountering Ya, couldn't help but express his surprise. I didn't anticipate running into you, little brat. Kisame, equally astonished by Ya's presence in the pursuing team, voiced his disbelief. Without further ado, Kisame beckoned Ya to follow. Eager to teach this young one a lesson, Ya gladly complied, mounting Akamaru and giving chase. Hinata and Shino exchanged glances, promptly following in Ya's footsteps. Itachi, however, remained behind to confront Naruto, Kakashi, and Sakura. Arriving at an open clearing, the dry persimmon Kisame grasped the samahata tightly in his hand, revealing a sinister smile upon his shark-like visage as he gazed at Ya. You little brat, I let you slip away before. But this time I shall teach you a lesson, he declared. Water style, water shark bomb technique. A colossal water shark surged forth, hurtling toward Ya. Breath of water. Ripple slash. Ya unleashed a series of wave-like slashes, cleaving the approaching water shark in two, with subsequent strikes aimed directly at Kisame's position. Kisame raised his weapon to defend, the immense force propelling him several steps backward. Acknowledging the recoil, Kisame couldn't help but marvel. This little brat possesses considerable strength. And this technique is rather intriguing. I have never encountered it before. Just as Kisame sought to catch his breath, Ya's assault reinitiated. Breath of thunder. A flash of lightning. Ya's figure darted forward, striking at Kisame. Kisame's eyes narrowed in surprise at Ya's swiftness, even as he reacted and attempted to block with his weapon. A gash was still carved across his chest. Noticing the dwindling chakra within his body, Kisame cast a resigned glance at Ya. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Next time, I shall truly give you a proper lesson. No sooner had Kisame spoken than Ya launched another attack. A blue orb materialized in Ya's hand, hurtling forcefully toward Kisame. The impact sent Kisame soaring several meters, his form embedding into the ground. As the clouds of dust settled, it became evident that Kisame was no longer present. Ya, realizing this, was not taken aback. He had long anticipated that this was merely a shadow clone sent to impede them. At that moment, Hinata and Shino finally arrived, witnessing that Ya had dealt with the opponent, prompting their return together. Meanwhile, Naruto, having finally dispelled a Jinjutsu cast by Itachi Uchiha, discovered that the figure before him was merely another of Itachi's clones. Upon Ya's return, they found that Naruto had just concluded his battle as well, leading them to follow Akamaru once more until they ultimately located the cave that contained the sealed entity. Inside the cave, the extraction of Gaara's tailed beast chakra had already been completed. When Ya and the others pried open the door, they found Gaara's lifeless body sprawled on the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Upon seeing this, Naruto felt the power of the nine tails within him stir restlessly, his crimson fox eyes gleaming as they fixated on the two figures within the cave. Deidara, wearing a broad smile, released a massive clay bird, seizing Gaara's corpse and preparing to depart. Realizing this, Naruto immediately turned to pursue him, accompanied by Kakashi and Ya from Team 8. During their chase, three figures emerged to block their path. Ya gazed at the three individuals before him, astonished to find them identical to him. Are these the clones that Guy and the others encountered in the original story? He pondered, leading him to strike first. The opposing clones mirrored his attacks perfectly. After several exchanges with the clone of himself, Ya lost interest, realizing they were merely white Zetsu-esque copies, rather dull. With that, he drew his Nichiren blade. Breath of sound. Sonic slash. The blade swiftly sliced through the copy before him, cleaving it in twain before it could react. With the doppelganger dispatched, Ya cast his gaze towards the retreating Naruto and Kakashi, then turned to make his way towards the cave. Upon arrival, he found Chio and Sakura at a distinct disadvantage. Observing Sasori's relentless assault, Ya noted several moments where he could have neutralized Chio, yet the puppets he commanded hesitated inexplicably. Lacking emotions, the only force capable of influencing these puppets was their handler. After repelling Sakura once more, Sasori noticed Ya standing at the cave entrance and directed his puppets to attack him. Drawing forth his Nichiren blade, he unleashed the thunder-breathing technique. In a flash of lightning, Ya darted through the puppets, closing in on Sasori's true form amidst his astonished gaze. Just as Ya reached Sasori, thrusting the Nichiren blade towards his core, a cascade of iron sand fell from the air, interrupting his strike. Instinctively, Ya recoiled to evade the onslaught of the iron sand. Observing his evasion, Sasori continued to manipulate his puppets to assail Ya. Shadow clone technique. Ya swiftly moved, leaving behind multiple afterimages. Sound breathing. Sonic slash. With the afterimages still lingering, Ya propelled himself off the ground, launching towards Sasori once more, his Nichiren blade aimed directly at Sasori's core. Ultimately, to Sasori's astonishment, Ya's blade penetrated his chest. Gazing at the proximity of Ya, Sasori slowly uttered the location of his rendezvous with Orochimaru, the Tenchi Bridge. Chiyo, witnessing her deceased grandson, felt a pang of sorrow. With his prodigious talent, he could have succeeded the Kazekage, yet the loss of family led him down a dark path. At that moment, Naruto and the others returned, bearing the lifeless body of Gaara. Naruto, upon seeing Gaara's lifeless form, wore a sorrowful expression. Upon returning to Sunagakure, the villagers were engulfed in despair upon learning of Gaara's demise. It was then that Chiyo spoke. "Do not worry. I possess a means to bring Gaara back." Naruto's face lit up with surprise at her words. "Really?" Chiyo nodded, stepping forward to kneel beside Gaara's corpse. Life rebirth technique. A vibrant green light coalesced in Chiyo's hands, and you could distinctly feel her vitality channeling into Gaara's body. As Chiyo concluded her incantation, Gaara slowly opened his eyes. Overjoyed, Naruto rushed to his side. "Wonderful. Gaara, you're awake." Gaara, just regaining consciousness, appeared bewildered, his memories still trapped in the moment of the Akatsuki's assault on the village. While the villagers of Sunagakure rejoiced at Gaara's return, someone finally noticed Chiyo's peculiar state. She had collapsed to the ground, as if fallen into a deep slumber. When someone tentatively checked on her, they discovered that Chiyo had lost her life force. Upon the revelation that Chiyo had sacrificed her life to save Gaara, a somber expression crossed the faces of all present. After attending Chiyo's funeral, Kiba and the others returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. In the Hokage's office, Kiba relayed the intelligence he had acquired from Sasori to Tsunade. After contemplating the information, Tsunade finally declared, "In that case, let us investigate further. Kiba, you will join Naruto and the others on this mission. It would be splendid if you could bring Sasuke back. However, if that proves impossible, ensure you keep a close watch on Naruto." Having received an overview of Kiba's abilities from the Great Sage of Slugs, Tsunade felt assured that with Kiba's presence, along with Yamato, they would be able to manage even if Naruto were to lose control. Thus, Kiba stepped in to fill the role originally designated for Sai and Naruto's team. Kakashi had intended to lead Naruto and the others, but due to his excessive use of the Mangekyo Sharingan to retrieve Gaara's body, he found himself weakened and confined to a hospital bed. After preparing for their journey, Yamato set out with Kiba, Naruto, and Sakura. Under the cover of night, Yamato surveyed the expansive terrain around them and clapped his hands together. What style? 4 rooms and a hall technique. The ground trembled suddenly, and a magnificent wooden structure materialized before Kiba and his companions. Kiba marveled at the sight. Acknowledging the convenience of Yamato's wood style, had he been in his original world, he would undoubtedly be a billionaire. After resting, the group resumed their journey the following day. Upon reaching the bridge of heaven and earth, Yamato used wood style to create a replica of Sasori, placing it on the bridge to await their target. The team concealed themselves in the nearby woods, patiently observing the bridge. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged, and Kiba recognized it as Kabuto. Kabuto approached the puppet, and before he could utter a word, a kunai slipped from his hand, swiftly aimed at the puppet before him. Boom! The wooden puppet shattered in an instant, revealing an activated explosive tag within. Kabuto's expression shifted to one of shock as he was engulfed by the blast. Meanwhile, Yamato, concealed nearby, exchanged glances with Kiba. Initially, Yamato had planned to hide within the puppet to extract information from Kabuto, but Kiba had cautioned him that their disguise would surely be detected. Instead, he had suggested placing explosive tags inside to catch Kabuto off guard. Ultimately, Yamato heeded Kiba's advice and incorporated the explosive tags, not expecting them to be utilized so effectively. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, a disheveled Kabuto emerged, his demeanor darkening as he surveyed the wreckage of the puppet. At that moment, Naruto charged forward. "You, hand over Sasuke right now." Upon seeing Naruto's arrival, Kabuto sneered. "It's not that we refuse to give Sasuke to you. Rather, it is Sasuke's own choice." In response to Kabuto's words, Naruto gathered chakra into a Rasengan and lunged at him. Kabuto swiftly evaded Naruto's attack with agility. Observing Naruto's impulsive assault, Kiba mounted Akamaru. allowing him to track Sasuke's location by scent. As Naruto engaged in combat with Kabuto, Orochimaru made his appearance at a certain location. Upon seeing Orochimaru, Naruto could no longer contain the power of the Nine Tails within him, and it erupted forth uncontrollably. Kiba and Akamaru traversed through the forest, ultimately locating Orochimaru's concealed base. Inside, several sound ninja detected Kiba's presence and launched an assault, only to be effortlessly dealt with by him. Upon entering a particular room, Kiba found Sasuke seated upon a bed. "Well, it's been a while, Sasuke," Kiba remarked. Sasuke glanced at him indifferently and replied in a flat tone, "I didn't expect you to find this place. Are you planning to take me back?" Kiba shrugged. "I have no personal intentions. It's primarily a certain fool who can't seem to let you go and wants to bring you back." Sasuke understood that Kiba was referring to Naruto and rose to his feet. "I have no desire to engage you. You should return and tell him that he would be better off training than wasting time here." "It seems I must remind you of your past," Kiba retorted, cracking his knuckles and drawing the Nichiren blade from his waist. Upon hearing Kiba's words, a flicker of disdain crossed Sasuke's face. "Do you still believe I am the same as before?" With that, Sasuke vanished in a blur, charging towards Kiba. In a flash of lightning, Sasuke was astonished to discover that Kiba moved even faster than he could, his blade already slicing towards him. Reacting swiftly, Sasuke raised his weapon to defend. The clash of their weapons resonated through the dim room, igniting sparks that illuminated the surroundings. Sasuke felt the tremendous force from Kiba's strike, causing him to stagger back a few steps. As they separated, Sasuke regarded Kiba with newfound respect, his previous arrogance dissipating. "I didn't expect your strength to have grown significantly over the years." "Likewise," Kiba replied. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, the three tomos spinning slowly. His weapon began to crackle with electrical energy. "Raikiri!" Sasuke charged at Kiba once more, his sword shimmering with lightning as it swung towards him. Water breathing. Water wave. Multiple waves of water slashed forth, while Sasuke deftly maneuvered his weapon to counter, reducing the surrounding walls to rubble. Amidst the ruins, both Sasuke and Kiba stood facing one another. Sasuke's Sharingan bore into Kiba's gaze. Sensing a faint mental disturbance, Kiba immediately activated his perceptive abilities. A circle of pale yellow light radiated from his pupils, dispersing the encroaching mental energy. Realizing that Kiba had dispelled his Jinjutsu, Sasuke's expression shifted to one of surprise. "You actually broke my illusion?" Over the years, he had developed considerable confidence in his Sharingan, and to have it so easily undone by Kiba was unexpected. "Humph. Even your brother's Mangekyo had little effect on me, let alone your three tomo," Kiba remarked. Upon hearing Kiba mention that man, Sasuke's grip on his weapon tightened. "I will personally take him down." Chidori Sharp Spear. Sasuke conjured a bolt of lightning in his hand, launching it swiftly at Kiba. Shadow Clone. The Chidori pierced through Kiba's afterimage, creating a deep crater in the ground behind him. "Feeling flustered, are we?" With a mocking grin, he unleashed a relentless series of attacks. Breath of Sound. Sonic Slash. He moved with remarkable speed towards Sasuke, who skillfully evaded the strike by swiftly tilting his body. "This guy is astonishingly fast. Thankfully, I have awakened the three tomo Sharingan. Otherwise, I would have been unable to react in time to his strike." Yeah, surprised that Sasuke managed to dodge. Noted that no one had successfully evaded this move until now. Just as the two prepared to continue their confrontation, Naruto's voice rang out. Sasuke, Naruto, brimming with excitement after escaping Orochimaru, rushed towards them, only to find that you had arrived first. Realizing that further combat was futile upon Naruto's arrival, Sasuke said, "Let us return with us." To Naruto's request, Sasuke responded nonchalantly, "You would be better off using this time to train. Just look at Ya's current strength compared to your own." With that, Sasuke swiftly closed the distance, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "See, you couldn't even react to my movements. I could easily kill you right now." As he spoke, his weapon aimed menacingly at Naruto's back. Suddenly, Ya intervened, blocking Sasuke's attack. Sasuke shrugged off Ya's arm with a disdainful huff, preparing to depart. At that moment, Naruto, having regained his composure, summoned the chakra of the Nine Tails, desperate to keep Sasuke from leaving. Noticing Naruto's unusual behavior, Sasuke turned back, his Sharingan spinning ominously. In an instant, he found himself within Naruto's inner world. Before him stood the Nine Tails, formed entirely of chakra. Sasuke raised his hand, and the Nine Tails dissolved into mere illusions before him. Exiting Naruto's inner realm, Sasuke rejoined Orochimaru. Naruto could only watch helplessly as Sasuke departed with Orochimaru, clenching his fists in frustration. Sasuke, you attempted to console him, saying, "Do not worry. I believe Sasuke will return, for he still cares for you." The group returned to Konoha, yet the mission to bring Sasuke back remained unfulfilled. Meanwhile, Sasuke, now with Orochimaru, arrived at a hidden base. Kabuto observed Orochimaru, whose current body had reached its limits after the clash with Naruto. Kabuto, fetch Sasuke. This body can scarcely endure much longer. Kabuto nodded and prepared to summon Sasuke, but encountered him just as he stepped outside. Sasuke? Sasuke cast a cold glance at Kabuto, then proceeded into Orochimaru's chamber. Upon Sasuke's arrival, Orochimaru transformed, his serpentine form lunging towards him with a hair-covered snake head. Unfazed, Sasuke activated his three-tomo Sharingan, unfurling his mental defenses as Orochimaru coiled around him. Haha, let us merge into one, Sasuke. Despite being ensnared, Sasuke maintained his calm demeanor. You know nothing of my strength. Did you truly believe I would come here without any means of support? As Sasuke's words fell, Orochimaru was astonished to find that his body was rendered immobile. The Kusanagi sword in Sasuke's hand flickered with lightning, and he subsequently obliterated Orochimaru's serpentine form. With Orochimaru vanquished, Sasuke's consciousness returned, and he exited the chamber. Waiting just outside was Kabuto, who instinctively lowered his head upon Sasuke's emergence. Congratulations, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru is dead. That man will no longer exist. With that, Sasuke continued onward without pausing. Kabuto watched Sasuke's departing figure, lost in contemplation. Had Lord Orochimaru truly failed? Sasuke did not hastily leave the premises. Instead, he sought out several individuals within the base. One was Suigetsu, who had been confined. Another was the source of all cursed seals, Kinshiki. And the last was the remarkable healer, Karen Uzumaki. Together, they formed Team Hawk. Emerging from the base, Sasuke gazed skyward. At last, this day has come, Itachi. I shall personally end your life. He then began to investigate Itachi's whereabouts, preparing to confront him. Meanwhile, Naruto, having returned to Konoha and recognizing his inadequacies, commenced his training to bolster his strength. Kakashi suggested that Naruto seek out Asuma, as he had adeptly mastered the manipulation of wind-based chakra. Following this advice, Naruto approached Asuma to inquire about the application of wind chakra. After several days of instruction, Asuma received a mission from the Temple of Fire and set off with his team. Upon hearing this news, Kiba expressed his desire to join, ostensibly for training. The reason behind Kiba's request was the resurgence of a long-absent system task. Ding. Investigate and thwart illegal trading of legendary Pokémon. Reward, skill Flame Burst. Flame Burst, an attack that unleashes fierce flames upon an opponent, occasionally inflicting a burning status. Upon the emergence of this task, Kiba deduced that it pertained to the Akatsuki organization, likely involving Kakazu and Haiden in illicit dealings. This mission with Asuma presented an opportunity to potentially save him and alter the future of his teacher, who remained a widow. As for Asuma's students, he had no objections to Kiba accompanying him, and thus they embarked on their mission together. Upon arriving at the Temple of Fire, Asuma discovered that his close friend, Kurai, had been abducted. Armed with this information, he swiftly headed in the direction of Kurai's captors. Soon, two figures clad in black robes adorned with red clouds came into view. Shikamaru, lying in ambush, was the first to strike. Shadow Imitation Jutsu. A dark shadow spread from beneath Shikamaru's feet, advancing towards the two assailants. As the shadow ensnared their feet, their bodies abruptly became immobilized. Asuma and his team then revealed themselves, confronting the two. Your attire resembles that of Uchiha Itachi. Are you affiliated with the same organization? Faced with Asuma's inquiry, Kakuzu remained silent, while Haiden arrogantly declared, How dare you ambush me? I shall offer you to the Lord of Evil. In response to Haiden's audacity, Asuma swiftly launched several shurikens, which pierced through the heart regions of both Haiden and Kakuzu. That resolves the issue, Shikamaru remarked, releasing his control over the shadow imitation technique. The two men, now devoid of control, collapsed to the ground. Just as the group prepared to depart, Haiden's voice echoed once more. Oh, it hurts. I must deliver you to the Lord of Evil. Haiden rose to his feet, and Kakuzu, who lay on the ground, also stood up. Asuma, witnessing the two seemingly unharmed despite the heart penetrations, bore an expression of astonishment. How is this possible? They should have perished from that. Ignoring Asuma's disbelief, Haiden raised his scythe and charged at him. At that moment, Kiba interjected, "Let me handle this one." He produced a pokeball and declared, "It's you, Yozo." Upon Yozo's emergence, he directed his gaze towards Kiba. "This one is yours." Nodding, Yozo focused on Haiden. Haiden, taken aback by Yozo's sudden appearance, hesitated briefly before swinging at him. Destructive kill. Annihilation. Yozo swiftly swung his fist towards the attacking Haiden. Haiden evaded Yozo's strike. But even as some blows landed, he remained unfazed, slashing a deep gash across Yozo's chest with his scythe. Unperturbed by the wound, Yozo retaliated with a punch that sent Haiden hurtling away. Haiden skidded several meters along the ground before coming to a stop. Observing Yozo's blood on his scythe, he brought it to his lips and licked the blood. Suddenly, Haiden's body began to transform, darkening and adorned with mysterious white stripes. Hee. Haiden excitedly traced a complex pattern on the ground before stepping into it. "Ha! I shall offer you to the Lord of Evil." Yozo, perplexed by Haiden's actions, stomped the ground and launched himself at Haiden once more. Destructive kill. Airstrike. Yozo charged forward with a powerful punch aimed at Haiden, who calmly raised his pointed weapon and pierced his own thigh. Blood dripped from the weapon onto the ground. Haiden, with a sickly grin, looked at Yozo, who now bore a matching wound on his leg. The sudden injury caused Yozo's attack to veer off course, striking the ground and creating a crater. Upon landing, Yozo's leg wound had already healed, and he resumed his assault on Haiden. Haiden, taken aback by the rapid recovery, exhibited a moment of shock on his otherwise twisted face. Meanwhile, with Haiden preoccupied by Yozo, Asuma and the others directed their efforts towards Kakuzu. One heart has already been destroyed, and Kakuzu has manifested several other hearts, each launching an assault of its own. Asuma felt a sinking sensation within as he witnessed Kakuzu's ability to split into 3 additional monstrosities. What manner of creature is this before me, capable of wielding every type of chakra ninjutsu and exhibiting such formidable strength? Haiden, observing Yagura's recovery, tightened his grip on the sharp spike in his hand and thrust it toward his own heart. "I refuse to believe that you can recover after piercing your heart." With a sickening squelch, the spike penetrated Haiden's heart, coinciding with the destruction of Yagura's heart within. Yet apart from a brief moment of pain, Yagura experienced no further discomfort. Before Haiden's disbelieving gaze, Yagura had already closed the distance between them. Destructive killing final style, Azure Silver Chaos. Yagura swiftly unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike resembling a needle raining down upon his surroundings. Haiden's body was battered and torn under the onslaught, mirroring the state of Yagura's own form. However, as soon as Yagura ceased his assault, his wounds miraculously healed back to their original state. Haiden, propped up by his battered body, stared incredulously at Yagura. "Why? How can you recover even after your body has been so ravaged?" Haiden pondered, unable to comprehend the situation. Could it be that Yagura, too, is a follower of the Dark God? Meanwhile, Kiba, noticing that Yagura could hold Haiden at bay, redirected his attention to Kaku. At that moment, Kakuzu was engaged in combat with Asuma, while his 3 other incarnations faced off against Shikamaru and his companions, creating a precarious balance on the battlefield. Kiba unsheathed his Inuzuka blade and swiftly approached Ino, who was on the verge of collapse. The monstrous foe before her relentlessly employed lightning techniques, and despite her evasive maneuvers, she had sustained significant injuries. Just as another bolt of lightning was about to strike, Kiba arrived. Breath of the lightning. Electric flash. Kiba moved with unparalleled speed, his blade slicing towards the lightning-infused monster. With a decisive blow, he shattered the creature's mask and, employing his keen perception, located its heart. Breath of sound. Sonic piercer. Kiba raised his Inuzuka blade and charged forward, delivering a piercing strike that penetrated the heart of the lightning creature. Not far away, Kakuzu, engaged in battle with Asuma, sensed yet another heart had been destroyed, a pang of urgency coursing through him. Damn it! Are these brats truly so troublesome? What on earth is Haiden doing? Kakuzu glanced towards Haiden, only to find him sprawled on the ground, his body a patchwork of wounds, with barely any flesh remaining, while his opponent stood unscathed, as if Haiden had been utterly crushed. Cursing Haiden's incompetence, Kakuzu realized with dread that yet another of his hearts had been obliterated. He turned his gaze toward the spot where his heart had been destroyed, watching as Kiba finished off the foe and sprinted toward the location of his last remaining heart. Kakuzu's heart raced as he swiftly summoned his last heart back, affixing it to his shoulder. This heart, imbued with the essence of fire, surged with power as Asuma returned to the body of Kaku. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Kakuzu wielded both wind release and fire release, launching a dual assault upon Asuma, wherein the two elements intertwined, amplifying their destructive force. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, head hardening. Combined ninjutsu, blazing inferno. The fiery tempest, enhanced by the wind, surged towards Asuma. He swiftly evaded, yet his body still bore the marks of extensive burns. This adversary was indeed formidable. Yagura arrived at Asuma's side. Big beard, you're in trouble. Water breathing. Water cannon strike. A colossal sphere of water coalesced on Yagura's Nichiren blade and hurtled toward Kakuzu. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A ferocious storm barreled towards Yagura's water sphere, but to everyone's astonishment, the tempest was shattered by Yagura's strike, crashing down toward Kakuzu. With a thunderous boom, a vast crater formed, yet Kakuzu narrowly escaped at the last moment. Observing the young warrior before him, Kakuzu was taken aback by his prowess. Seeing his attack evaded, Yagura stomped the ground once more. Thunder breathing. Flash of lightning. He charged at Kakuzu like a bolt of lightning. Upon reaching him, Yagura altered his technique. Holy sword. His Nichiren blade shimmered with a golden radiance, delivering a swift strike that pierced Kakuzu's chest. After landing the blow, Yagura quickly retreated, gazing at the fallen Kakuzu, who was now left with but one heart. Once the heart was replaced, Kakuzu gradually rose to his feet. At this moment, thoughts of retreat began to creep into Kakuzu's mind as he glanced towards Haiden, who, despite his battered state, was still entangled in battle with Akaza. Haiden's greatest advantage, his immortality, seemed ineffectual against Akaza. Realizing that his curse was futile against Akaza, Haiden resorted to his martial prowess to continue the fight. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of punches and scythe strikes. Each time Haiden severed Akaza's limbs or inflicted grievous wounds to his torso, Akaza would promptly restore himself, unfazed. Conversely, Haiden, though undying, was besieged by pain and the inability to heal, gradually succumbing to the tide of battle. Witnessing Akaza's relentless regeneration after being decapitated for the umpteenth time, Haiden felt the true challenge of immortality for the first time. Damn you, Haiden seethed. In contrast, Akaza remained remarkably composed in the face of Haiden's fury. His opponent was undeniably powerful, the strongest he had encountered aside from Yagura, and seemingly impervious to death, which invigorated Akaza's spirit in combat. It was only against such formidable foes that Akaza felt his own vitality surge. Once more, Akaza lunged at Haiden. Destructive kill. Annihilation style. Akaza's assault descended upon Haiden, their figures intertwining in a flurry of movement. Haiden, battered and weary, ultimately found himself unable to withstand the relentless onslaught, collapsing to the ground. Witnessing Haiden's defeat, Kakuzu recognized that Haiden was no longer a reliable ally, and his gaze shifted. Fire release. Head hardening. Flames surged forth, racing towards Kakuzu, who seized the moment to sprint in the predetermined direction. It seemed that Ino had anticipated Kakuzu's intentions. As he prepared to escape under the cover of the flames, he discovered a dog had positioned itself defiantly in his path. Kakuzu glared at the obstructing Akamaru. A good dog does not block the way. Move aside. Kakuzu swung his arm, conjuring countless black tendrils of resentment that lunged towards Akamaru. In a flash, Akamaru utilized Shadow Clone Jutsu to evade the oncoming assault and then unleashed a spiraling sphere, hurling it towards Kakuzu. Taken aback by the dog's unexpected display of ninjutsu, Kakuzu was caught off guard and struck by Akamaru's attack. It was at that moment, with Akamaru's intervention, that Ino arrived. Finding his escape route obstructed, Kakuzu cast a glance at Ino, ready to gamble everything. If escape was impossible, then Kakuzu's body began to split, seams in his form tearing open as he transformed into a grotesque creature adorned with writhing tendrils. Ino swung his Nikko blade, surveying the encroaching earthbound resentful spirits. Beast transformation. Ino's aura surged forth, akin to a blade unsheathed. Sensing the intensity of Ino's presence, Kakuzu heightened his vigilance. Ino brandished his Nikko blade. Water breathing. Water wave slash. He executed multiple slashes, severing the advancing tendrils, then propelled himself off the ground, darting towards Kakuzu like a released arrow. Sound breathing. Sonic thrust. In the blink of an eye, Ino materialized before Kakuzu, his Nico blade piercing through Kakuzu's heart. Kakuzu, gazing at Ino, slowly transformed his initial shock into acceptance. After all this time, he felt a weariness wash over him. With Kakuzu dispatched, Ino reverted from his transformed state. Ding. Mission to prevent illegal Pokémon trade completed. Reward, Flamethrower. At that moment, Haiden approached, dragging the remnants of his own form. Upon witnessing Kakuzu's defeat, Haiden's previously boisterous bravado diminished significantly. You actually managed to take him down. After all this time as my partner, now he falls before me. It seemed this fellow was not easily killed. Haiden glanced at Ino and casually dropped Haiden's remains. Asuma, Shikamaru, and the others soon joined them. Observing Ino, Asuma expressed, "It appears that Kurenai has taken on a remarkable disciple. I never anticipated your growth to be so extraordinary." Ino, receiving Asuma's praise, recalled Haiden into his pokeball and affectionately patted Akamaru's head. It's all good. I look forward to training with Asuma-sensei again. It seems Akamaru's water style has improved recently. At the mention of Akamaru's training in water style, memories of the past rushed back to Asuma, causing a warm flush to rise on his face. After teasing Asuma, Ino turned his attention to the fallen Haiden, summoning the blue serpent to devour Haiden whole. The onlookers were taken aback as he permitted his summoned beast to consume a human. Unperturbed by their expressions, he retracted the blue serpent into its pokeball after it devoured Fadewan. Having feasted on so many demons during the ghost extermination, and now Fadewan, one could only speculate the transformations that awaited the serpent. A foreboding sense lingered in Yu's mind. He suspected that if the blue serpent continued this gluttony, it would soon undergo some extraordinary metamorphosis. Upon returning to Konoha, the group reported their mission to Tsunade. Meanwhile, in the Rain Shinobi village, a figure slowly emerged from the ground, clad in attire reminiscent of a carnivorous plant. Strangely, his appearance bore the stark contrast of black and white. Pain, along with Fadewan and Kakuzu, had perished. Upon receiving this news, the individual known as Pain turned, his violet eyes swirling with intrigue. They are all dead? He mused, surprised. He then commanded, in that case, expedite the capture of the tailed beasts. Zetsu, disseminate the information regarding the tailed beasts and hasten their retrieval. Zetsu nodded slightly before sinking back into the earth, as if he had never existed. Simultaneously, Sasuke continued his search for Itachi. On this day, he finally encountered an individual clad in the same attire as his brother. Without hesitation, he confronted him. Deidara, who had been soaring on his clay bird, was interrupted by the sudden appearance of someone resembling his most detested adversary. "You are affiliated with that guy, Itachi, aren't you?" Sasuke declared, hovering in the air. His gaze icy. "Where is he? Tell me." Caught off guard by Sasuke's inquiry, Deidara momentarily faltered before replying. "Are you also from the Uchiha clan?" Sasuke nodded and insisted. "Reveal Itachi Uchiha's whereabouts." Upon learning that Sasuke identified himself as an Uchiha, a knowing smile spread across Deidara's face. "Oh really? Since you are also one of the Uchiha, then prepare to die," he exclaimed, unleashing C1 clay spiders that scurried towards Sasuke. Realizing the imminent danger, Sasuke swiftly retreated to evade them. Boom! The thunderous sound of two explosions echoed as Sasuke plummeted to the ground. Once on solid ground, he activated his Sharingan, the three tomos spinning slowly in his eyes. Confounded, he wondered why he was attacked for merely asking about Itachi's location. From his perch atop the clay bird, Deidara, seeing Sasuke evade the attack, extended his palm, a mouth forming that voraciously consumed clay. C1 clay centipede. Two massive clay centipedes materialized and descended towards Sasuke. Drawing his Kusanagi sword, which crackled with lightning, Sasuke severed the approaching centipedes. However, just as Deidara prepared to detonate them, he discovered that the clay centipedes could not explode due to the lightning release. Gazing down at Sasuke, Deidara hastened to feed more clay into his mouth. C4 Garuda. As Deidara's form began to swell, resembling a creature in the throes of fermentation, he advanced with colossal strides towards Sasuke. Perceiving the imminent danger, Sasuke immediately took flight. As the enormous clay Deidara drew closer, his body expanded to its limits, gradually dissipating into the air. Countless invisible nano-clay spiders floated randomly, while some unsuspecting birds that inhaled them disintegrated into ash. In the midst of his frantic escape, Sasuke too began to fade away after inhaling the particles. Witnessing Sasuke's dissolution, Deidara could not help but smile. Huh, damn Uchiha. At last, I have vanquished you. However, his grin was short-lived as a figure materialized behind him. Sasuke, unharmed and appearing seemingly out of nowhere, positioned his Kusanagi sword against Deidara's throat. Realizing the illusion he had just experienced was merely a trick, Deidara was filled with disbelief. How could this happen? I crafted these glasses specifically to avoid Jinjutsu. He could not fathom why he had fallen prey to Sasuke's illusion. Sasuke, observing Deidara's self-doubt, calmly stated, before my eyes, nothing escapes my perception. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Deidara was transported back to the moment he first tasted defeat at Itachi Uchiha's hands. His fury reached a boiling point. You wretched fool. Die. CO self-destruct. Deidara concentrated all his chakra into his heart. Sensing the danger, Sasuke leapt away. The next instant, a colossal explosion, reminiscent of a starburst, engulfed the surrounding area for miles. As the dust settled, a massive serpentine creature emerged, and Sasuke clumsily stepped out from its maw. At that moment, the other members of Team Hawk arrived. Sasuke glanced at the deceased Manda, recalling how he had summoned the serpent at the last moment to evade Deidara's self-detonation. Meanwhile, far away in Konoha, Naruto was thrilled to have further refined his Rasengan. Overjoyed, he sought out Kiba to share his success. Upon learning of Naruto's achievement, Jiraiya, who had just returned, smiled in satisfaction before seeking out Tsunade. After a casual exchange with Tsunade, Jiraiya resolved to investigate the organization he suspected. Meanwhile, Kiba had arrived at Mayaboka Mountain, training alongside Futon and the Blue Snake. Suddenly, he noticed that Fukasaku and Shima had been summoned. Puzzled, Kiba turned to Futon and asked, what happened? Why were these two sage frogs called away? Futon casually replied, Jiraiya must have encountered some trouble, otherwise, he wouldn't have summoned the sages for assistance. Upon hearing this, he suddenly recalled something and immediately turned to Wentai, exclaiming, quick, use reverse summoning to send me there. Jiraiya may be in danger. Wentai responded promptly, I cannot summon you directly to Jiraiya, but I can inform Lord Shinsaku, who will then notify Jiraiya to perform the summoning technique and subsequently bring you over. At that moment, Shinsaku, perched on Jiraiya's shoulder, abruptly sensed something amiss. A shadow clone revealed that Jiraiya had been pierced through the abdomen by a sudden attack from the Azura path, wielding an iron rod. Reacting swiftly, Jiraiya gathered a massive Rasengan in his hands. Sage Art. Supergiant Rasengan. The colossal sphere crashed into the Azura path, utterly obliterating it. Taking the opportunity to distance himself, Jiraiya clutched his wounded abdomen and gazed at Shinsaku on his shoulder. What's wrong, Lord Shinsaku? The battle has taken a sudden turn. Feeling a pang of guilt for Jiraiya's unexpected injury, Shinsaku spoke. I received a message from Wentai, urging you to use the summoning technique. Use the summoning technique? Jiraiya sensed the looming danger. Although unaware of Wentai's intentions, he complied, biting his fingertip, swiftly forming hand seals, and slammed his palm onto the ground. Boom. As the smoke cleared, Ya's figure emerged. Ding. Rescue the trainer besieged by Pokémon. Reward, close combat. Close combat. Abandon defense. Charge at the opponent with full force. Your own defense will diminish post-attack. A smile spread across Ya's face upon hearing the mission. What a fortuitous arrival. Observing the scene before him, he realized that had he arrived even a moment later, he would have been left to collect Jiraiya's remains. Jiraiya, astonished by Ya's sudden appearance, exclaimed, What are you doing here, you little rascal? This is no place for you. I'll cover you. You must retreat at once. He glanced at the severely injured Jiraiya. Perverted sage, the times have changed. In this world, one relies not solely on strength, but on influence. What good is mere power? You're a small-time crook. With that, he produced 6 Pokeballs, summoning all his Pokemon to his side. It's decided, you are the ones. He declared. Boom. 6 streaks of red light burst forth, instantly filling the already cramped underground entrance. Wentai, the Blue Serpent, the Slug, Awazawa, Daki, and finally, Akamaru, all materialized at the scene. The Pain Bodies, recognizing the sudden influx of summoned creatures, noted that their numbers far exceeded those of the beast's path. The Deva Path Pain, with a cold glare fixed on Ya, declared, Since you all have gathered here today, I shall annihilate each of you, so you may understand the consequences of offending the divine. The Hell Path restored the Azura Path, which Jiraiya had previously damaged, returning to the battlefield beside the human path. The hungry ghost path struck first, targeting the closest Daki. In an instant, Daki was sent flying, crashing into the nearby rubble. The Azura and human paths joined the fray, with Owazawa engaging in fierce combat with the Azura path. Domain expansion, destructive kill, chaos style. With a swift motion, Yawazawa unleashed a barrage of punches towards the Azura path before him. In response, the Azura path raised its fist to counter, and Yawazawa was astonished to discover that his attacks were effortlessly blocked by this adversary. While Yawazawa momentarily stood in disbelief, the Azura path suddenly extended its arm, releasing several missiles that sent Yawazawa hurtling away. Wentai glanced at the human path before him, drawing a short blade from his waist and lunging to strike. Suddenly, a disturbance from behind prompted him to instinctively leap aside. Boom! A hidden chameleon appeared, its tongue darting out like a blade. Aiming for the spot where Wentai had just stood, Jiraiya observed the re-emergence of the chameleon with curiosity. He had distinctly thought he had defeated it earlier. How could it return so swiftly? Wentai engaged in a fierce struggle with the reappearing chameleon, while the blue serpent charged towards the human path, opening its gaping maw to bite down. The human path swiftly evaded, leaving behind a massive crater where the blue serpent had struck. Whoosh! A white laser shot forth as the Azura path aimed down at the blue serpent's position, piercing its body with a devastating laser blast. Yagami surveyed the battlefield, witnessing the Pokémon being overwhelmed by Pain's 6 paths. It was evident that they needed to bolster their strength. Otherwise, they would be unable to contend even against the 6 paths before them. After a moment of contemplation, Yagami's gaze fell upon Shikamaru, from which he produced a colorful stone resembling a Magatama. Shikamaru. Mega Evolution. The colorful Magatama gleamed brightly, enveloping Shikamaru in a radiant light. As the brilliance faded, a transformed Shikamaru appeared before everyone. Now, Shikamaru had reverted to its werewolf form, sporting claws that shimmered like crystal and piercing golden eyes that surveyed the surroundings with an air of superiority, surrounded by a sparkling dust akin to stardust. In an instant, Shikamaru vanished from the ground, reappearing above the Azura path. With a swift motion, Shikamaru extended its claws and plunged down towards the Azura path. Sensing the impending attack, the Azura path attempted to evade, but still, half of its body was obliterated by Shikamaru's strike. Following this successful assault, Shikamaru continued to move, reappearing before the human path. Shikamaru lunged with its sharp claws aimed at the human path's neck. Suddenly, a whooshing sound echoed from behind Shikamaru as the presence of the hungry ghost path emerged, delivering a powerful punch towards its back. Shikamaru, sensing the assault from behind, evaded with a swift motion, employing shadow clone technique, causing the hungry ghost path's attack to pass harmlessly through Shikamaru's afterimage. With the attack having missed, Shikamaru retaliated, launching forward like a bolt of lightning with tremendous force. Boom! The sheer power sent the hungry ghost path flying, and Shikamaru opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames directed at the human path. The fierce inferno engulfed the human path in a sea of fire. Yagami's gaze shifted to the highest point, where the Deva path Pain stood. "It's my turn to warm up," he declared, as an aura erupted around him, transforming his short black hair into a flowing mane as he entered a state of frenzy. In a fleeting moment, Yahad appeared before Tendo. Observing Ya's sudden presence, Tendo displayed no surprise, merely raising his hand with calm composure. Shinra Tensei. A formidable repulsive force surged forth, sending Ya's body hurtling away. He skidded across the ground for several meters before regaining his footing. At that moment, Jiraiya had already exited Sage mode, dragging his injured body to Ya's side. "Little brat, I'll hold them off. Seize the opportunity to escape and take the intel with you." With that, Jiraiya produced a scroll. Ya cast a glance at Jiraiya. "This is better left to you." Having spoken, a shift in Ya's aura transpired, as black streak-like patterns emerged across his form. Jiraiya gazed in astonishment at the transformation. "Is this Sage mode?" Once Sage mode was activated, Ya's power intensified once more. With a resounding boom, he charged toward Tendo, condensing a blue orb in his hand. Rasengan. Shinra Tensei. Just as he was about to strike Tendo with the Rasengan, the overwhelming repulsive force struck again. This time, after a brief struggle, he was flung back by Tendo's might. Drawing his Nichiren blade, he proclaimed, "Breath of fire." Flame slash. Flames entwined around his blade, and a colossal fiery slash descended upon Tendo's position. In that instant, it felt as though the very space was cleaved in two. Tendo evaded, yet the edge of his garment was singed by the flames. When Tendo glanced back to Ya's location, he found that Ya had vanished, along with the summoned beasts that had appeared earlier. At that moment, Conan approached Pain's side. Jiraiya-sensei has escaped. Tendo remained silent, turning to lead Conan back to their base. Outside the Rain Village, Ya, supporting the heavily wounded Jiraiya, summoned the slug on Jiraiya's shoulder to assist in his healing. Upon returning to Konoha, Tsunade learned of Jiraiya's grave injuries and immediately commenced treatment. Though the wounds were severe, they thankfully posed no threat to his life. Ding. Mission accomplished. Save the trainer besieged by Pokémon. Reward, close combat. Upon hearing the notification of the completed system task, you realize the inadequacy of his Pokémon's strength following the brief encounter with Pain in the Rain Village. Thus, aside from Wenta, he entrusted them all to the Wetbone Forest for training under the Great Slug Sage's guidance, while he himself set out with Akamaru to seek traces of new missions. Ding. Side quest, investigate the disturbed space. Completion reward, Firestone. The Firestone, upon use, it allows Pokémon to evolve into a new fire form. In that moment, Ya's mind pondered the events tied to time and space within the world of Naruto. And he suddenly recalled that near Sunagakure lay a hidden ruin known as Lulan, which was said to harbor the Dragon Vein, possessing the power to traverse time and space. With this thought in mind, you began searching around Sunagakure, and after several days of effort, he finally stumbled upon a rather peculiar location. As he entered, he discovered an extraordinary luminescence shimmering within. Just as he contemplated his next action, the peculiar radiance suddenly expanded, engulfing his figure. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself lying beside a riverbank. At that moment, Chiburu also stirred, letting out two soft whimpers towards Ya. I too feel quite dizzy. I have no idea where that light has transported us, he remarked. With a hint of sarcasm, Ya rose to explore the surroundings alongside Chiburu. As they strolled along the riverbank, Ya was taken aback to find a massive boulder obstructing the flow of water. Just as he pondered this anomaly, a small toad leaped forth from behind the rock. Ya gazed at the creature adorned with a necklace around its neck, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He promptly retrieved his Pokédex. Upon reading the entry for the diminutive toad, he realized why it seemed so recognizable. It was none other than Toadmaru, and a notably small one at that. Toadmaru regarded Ya with a curious expression. Its dreams had not featured Ya, as it had remained in this very spot awaiting the arrival of two destined individuals. Just then, two figures appeared. Yui and Yumura had been following the river in hopes of resolving the water shortage in their village, only to stumble upon the enormous stone blocking the flow. As they approached, they noticed that they were not alone, and upon the stone sat a small toad. Ya, sensing the presence of the two, turned his gaze in surprise. Surely, these two must be Yui and Yumura? Yumura, noticing Ya's unfamiliarity, realized he was not from their village. Though intrigued, he chose not to inquire further, assuming Ya was merely a visitor from another village. Yumura then addressed Toadmaru. Our village is facing a water source issue, and I believe this stone might be the cause. Would you kindly move aside? I need to remove this boulder. Upon hearing Yumura's request, Toadmaru promptly leapt to the ground. Yui stepped forward and struck the massive stone with a powerful blow, shattering it. With the matter resolved, Yui and Yumura prepared to depart, when Toadmaru interjected. The world is indeed being eroded. If you do not take action, it shall soon face annihilation. Yui was taken aback by the small toad's proclamation. Annihilation of the world? Precisely, for that tree is absorbing the earth's vitality. Once it has drained the land of its power, our world will inevitably descend into ruin. Yui turned to the direction indicated by Toadmaru and recognized that the tree in question was the sacred tree revered by their mother. Understanding their skepticism, Toadmaru continued. You may return to investigate for yourselves and ascertain the truth of my words. Yui and Yumura, though doubtful, departed, leaving behind only Ya and Chiburu. Toadmaru's gaze shifted towards Ya. You must be an outsider. I have not encountered you in my dreams. Ya was astonished that Toadmaru could discern he did not belong to this realm, yet he felt no need to deny it. Indeed, I arrived here by accident. Toadmaru leaped before Ya. In that case, follow me. The Toad Sage transported Ya to the primordial Maiboka Mountain. Would you be willing to assist me? Although dreams foretold of success, ultimately leading to the sealing of Kagaya Otsutsuki by Yui and Yuzuru, it was prudent to enlist Ya's aid as a precaution. Upon hearing the Toad Sage's request, you hesitated. Assisting in Kagaya's sealing posed a formidable challenge, particularly considering Ya's current strength. Sensing Ya's predicament, the Toad Sage offered, I shall aid you in augmenting your abilities. I can sense a latent sage energy within you, and I possess another form of it that you may wish to explore. In the ensuing days, you remained by the Toad Sage's side, diligently training. Meanwhile, upon returning to the village, Yui and Yuzuru began to focus on their mother and the divine tree. One day, Yui noticed a girl he harbored feelings for approaching the sacred tree, and he hurried to her side. However, upon arriving, he discovered that everyone who had come to serve the tree had vanished. After searching the vicinity, he found those who had been ensnared like mummies, suspended from the branches. When he cut one down, he was horrified to find it was a villager who had previously come to honor the tree. With a sense of foreboding, he continued to search until he finally located the girl he cherished. Gazing upon her lifeless form in his arms, Yui's heart was engulfed by profound sorrow and rage. In that moment, his eyes underwent a transformation. Upon returning, Yui conveyed his discoveries to Yuzuru, and together they set out to find the Toad Sage. Upon learning of their newfound belief in him, the Toad Sage commenced their training. You could distinctly perceive their rapid ascent in strength, akin to the trajectory of a rocket. In just a few days, they reached heights he himself could scarcely fathom. With preparations complete, Yui opened his eyes to discover his brother Yuzuru was missing. The Toad Sage had previously gifted Yui a talisman, stating, "This talisman will prove useful in critical moments. This is the extent of my assistance." At that moment, Yu approached. Having fused the sage arts of Myaboka Mountain and the Land of Rain after days of rigorous training, with all his abilities activated, he was poised to reach the level of a Kage. Upon returning to the village, Yui faced Kagaya Otsutsuki, who regarded him with cold disdain. "My son, you dare betray me?" Upon hearing his mother's words, Yui realized their plan had been uncovered, and he spotted his brother Yuzuru standing vacantly behind her, resembling a marionette under Kagaya's influence. At Kagaya's signal, Yuzuru advanced towards Yui in an attack. As he evaded his brother's strikes, Yui desperately sought to awaken his consciousness. Yet, despite his fervent calls, Yuzuru showed no signs of revival. Ultimately, in a moment of despair, Yui pierced through his brother's chest. And it was then that Yuzuru's awareness returned. Cradling his brother's body, Yui was consumed by grief and fury. "Use the talisman the Toad Sage gave you quickly, or he shall perish." A voice resonated from behind Yui, prompting her to immediately comply by tearing the talisman in her arms. A verdant light surged forth from the torn paper, mending Yu Xiuen's wounds. Hui turned towards the source of the voice, astonished to see a youth he had never encountered before standing before him. With his injuries healed, Yu Xiuen rose to confront their mother alongside his brother. At that moment, Hui also stood, casting a displeased glance at his two sons. "How could you betray me? I am utterly disappointed." Yu met Hui's gaze with unwavering determination. "Mother, cease this. That divine tree threatens to annihilate our world." In response, Hui lunged at his sons. Ya, standing nearby, unleashed his full transformation. Berserk mode. Engage. Sage mode. Activate. Super evolution. Commence. His long black hair, untouched by wind, flowed dramatically as his aura reached its zenith, even causing the rubble beneath him to levitate in midair. Noticing the powerful presence emanating from Ya, Hui cast a startled glance in his direction. Meanwhile, Maru let out a fierce roar, instantly entering super evolution mode. Hui forced Yu and Yu Xiuen back, focusing on the approaching Ya. In that moment, Ya drew the Sun Wheel Blade. Breath of Fire. Extreme Flame Slash. The originally crimson flames had transformed into an icy blue hue, with hints of purple flickering within. Hui swung his arm, launching several gray bones towards the oncoming flames. The two forces collided, igniting a shower of sparks. A black hole materialized before Hui, into which he stepped. When he re-emerged, he stood behind Ya, sending two gray bone spikes hurtling towards his back. Maru reacted swiftly, unleashing a stream of flames that obliterated the gray bones. Ya charged at Hui. The close-quarters combat commenced, with a flurry of punches and kicks that left Hui momentarily defenseless. Seizing the opportunity, Ya landed a decisive blow, sending Hui careening through the air. Gasping for breath, You acknowledged the effectiveness of the close combat, though it was excessively taxing on his stamina. Maru positioned himself in front of Ya, allowing him a moment to regain his strength. Hui, having steadied himself after being thrown, displayed a flicker of anger. He raised his palm, gathering chakra. 80 Gods Airstrike. A colossal wave of chakra surged towards Ya, as if the very fabric of space were being torn asunder. Ya, observing the impending shockwave, realized that even with his shadow clone technique, he could not evade its reach. Fortunately, Yui appeared just in time, her Rinnegan swirling as a transparent protective barrier formed before her. The explosion was tremendous. After shielding against the blast, Yui was propelled several meters away. Now somewhat rejuvenated, Yi approached Yui's side. Chimaru and I will handle the distraction. You find an opportunity to seal her. Without waiting for Yui to respond, he charged forward once more alongside Chimaru. Chimaru, shadow clone. Rushing before Kaguya, Akamaru swiftly maneuvered, creating several afterimages that materialized before her. Similarly, Kiba employed the shadow clone technique, and in an instant, the silhouettes of Kiba and Akamaru enveloped Kaguya, with a cold gaze fixed upon them. Kaguya ultimately focused on Kiba's true form. As Kaguya's eyes shifted towards him, Kiba felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. In the next moment, Kaguya made her move. She flicked her flowing white hair, sending countless strands shooting forth like a torrential downpour towards Kiba and Akamaru's position. Realizing the peril, Kiba promptly retreated with Akamaru. The myriad strands of hair pierced through their afterimages, but Kiba reacted swiftly, evading the onslaught. He instructed Akamaru to cover him while he commenced his sword dance. Woof! Akamaru utilized "look at me" to divert Kaguya's attention, but it was only a fleeting moment before she regained her focus. Once more, she unleashed an 80-god airstrike towards Akamaru. Akamaru immediately bolted, dodging as the ground erupted in a series of craters. Meanwhile, Kiba had completed the layering of his sword dance. Breath of lightning, a flash of brilliance. Breath of water, water cannon. Kiba moved with remarkable speed, swiftly arriving at Kaguya's rear, where he gathered a massive water sphere atop his raised sunwheel blade, hurling it towards her back. As Kaguya turned to face the incoming water sphere, she raised her hands in defense, conjuring a transparent protective barrier. Boom! The water cannon collided with the barrier, producing distinct cracks before shattering it, sending Kaguya crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment, Yui and Yumura emerged from the shadows, each extending a hand to touch their mother. In the next instant, the ground erupted with debris, encasing Kaguya's form. At the last moment, Kaguya swung her arm, a mass of black liquid surreptitiously seeping into the crevices of the earth unnoticed. With Kaguya finally sealed away, Kiba collapsed to the ground, panting heavily as he released all his states. At this juncture, Gamakichi appeared, leaping before Kiba, while Yui and Yumura approached. "Thank you, Kiba. Without you, we might not have succeeded." Kiba attempted to gesture humbly, only to realize he lacked the strength to lift his arm. With matters concluded, Yumura bid farewell to his brother Yui, preparing to journey to the moon to safeguard their mother and ensure the seal remained intact. Yui watched his departing brother with a tumultuous heart. Upon returning to Maiboka Mountain, Kiba sensed a repulsive force surrounding him, as if he were on the verge of being expelled from this realm. Beside him, Gamakichi noticed Kiba's unease. "Are you leaving? I wonder if we will meet again." Kiba turned to Gamakichi, then tossed his last pokeball to him. "Consider this a keepsake. We should be able to meet again, if you miss me. Just look at it." With those words, Kiba vanished before Gamakichi's eyes. After this period of companionship, Gamakichi felt a profound loneliness as a solitary frog on Maiboka Mountain after Kiba's departure. The toad sage gazed at the pokeball in his hand. "Aya." As his eyes opened once more, he found himself back in the place consumed by the strange light. The once shimmering area had now turned dull and gray. Ding. Investigate the turbulent space. Mission complete. Reward, Firestone. With the mission accomplished, you felt a profound sense of satisfaction from this bounty. And under the guidance of the Toad Sage, his strength had experienced a remarkable transformation. Truly, he was worthy of being the mentor of the Sage of Six Paths. Unbeknownst to Ya, Konoha was already ensnared in an unprecedented crisis. Shortly after he and Jiraiya fled the Rain Village, Pain ordered the Akatsuki organization to hasten the capture of the tailed beasts, while he personally set out for Konoha to seize the Nine Tails. Jiraiya, recuperating in the hospital, learned of the Akatsuki's intentions. Upon seeing Naruto, he advised him to train in Mount Myaboku, both to evade capture and to strengthen his own abilities for self-preservation. On that day, the Deva path hovered high above Konoha, surveying the village below. With arms outstretched, a chilling glimmer flickered in his violet eyes. In this sinful world, allow me to bring forth change. Shinra Tensei. An overwhelming repulsive force erupted as he gestured, tearing apart the ground in a radius of hundreds of meters. Buildings within the range crumbled as if ravaged by a colossal bulldozer, the land and structures being flattened into a vast crater. Having completed this devastating act, the Deva path descended slowly, surveying the destruction with a blank expression. In Konoha, the instant the attack commenced, the Umbu responsible for intelligence rushed to report to the Hokage's office. Tsunade, recalling the tremors that had just occurred, was astonished by the extent of the devastation, and she immediately directed the Umbu towards the Deva path's location. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, still confined to his hospital bed, was fortunate to be at a safe distance from the destruction wrought by the Deva path. Otherwise, he might have been caught in the chaos. Upon learning of the Akatsuki's assault, he sat up abruptly and hurried to the scene. The Deva path stood silently, and before long, Tsunade and Jiraiya arrived at the site. Jiraiya's gaze fell upon the lifeless body of Yahiko, and a complex mix of emotions washed over him. From their previous encounter, he surmised that all he faced were corpses, and the one orchestrating this macabre display must be Nagato. "Stand down, Nagato," Jiraiya called out, and the Deva path showed no sign of surprise at the mention of his true name. "The last time, I let you escape. This time, you will not be so fortunate. I shall eradicate the evils of this world and create a new one, a world devoid of war. Therefore, surrender the Nine Tails to me." Upon hearing Nagato's words, Jiraiya realized that the man before him was no longer the disciple he had once guided. "I will not hand Naruto over to you." Seeing Jiraiya's refusal, the Deva path wasted no further words. "In that case, I shall eliminate you all and see how long he can hide." With that declaration, several other pain bodies manifested beside the Deva path. As Kakashi and his companions gradually arrived, their gaze fell upon the architect of Konoha's impending destruction. Kakashi was the first to strike, launching an assault towards the formidable Shura path. Lightning Cutter. Unveiling his concealed Sharingan, Kakashi's hand crackled with electricity. Just as he was about to make contact, a figure interposed itself before him. The hungry ghost path extended its hands, conjuring a transparent barrier that shielded the Shura path. Upon colliding with the barrier, Kakashi's lightning cutter dissipated entirely. The Shura path raised its fist and delivered a powerful blow to Kakashi's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air. Clutching his midsection, Kakashi gasped in pain, the searing agony prompting a sharp intake of breath. These adversaries, reflecting on the peculiar abilities he had just encountered, Kakashi found the situation to be rather daunting. The other seasoned Jonin had also assembled, each launching their attacks against Pain. The beast path slammed its hands onto the ground, summoning colossal summoning beasts that charged towards the ninjas, plunging the scene into chaos. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was gathering chakra, preparing to enter Sage mode. However, the Deva path had already discerned Jiraiya's intentions. Having witnessed the intricacies of Sage mode during their previous encounter in Amigay Cure, the Deva path offered no opportunity for Jiraiya this time. Raising its hand towards him, it unleashed Universal Pull. A tremendous force gripped Jiraiya, drawing his body inexorably towards the Deva path. Despite his grievous injuries and valiant struggle, he was helplessly pulled closer. Noticing Jiraiya's peril, Tsunade sprang into action, rushing towards her comrade. As Jiraiya approached, the Deva path extracted a black rod, piercing Jiraiya's abdomen, and then pinned him to the ground with it. Tsunade, arriving just in time, concentrated her chakra into her fist and struck at the Deva path's head. Almighty push. The overwhelming repulsive force sent Tsunade flying, as though her very insides might shatter. As she regained her footing, a trickle of blood escaped her lips. Damn it, Jiraiya is in danger. After repelling Tsunade, the Deva path turned its attention towards Jiraiya, who lay impaled on the ground. Teacher, observe closely how I shall cleanse this sinful world. As the battle stalemated, the forces of Konoha found themselves at a disadvantage. The enormous summoning beasts summoned by the beast path were formidable, and combined with Pain's diverse abilities, none could match them. Soon, the human path, having extracted several souls from Konoha's ninjas, finally discerned Naruto's whereabouts. So he has ventured to Myaboka Mountain? It seems that his emergence will require the assistance of teacher Jiraiya. Pain's gaze shifted once more to Jiraiya, who seemed to anticipate the Deva path's next words. Promptly rejecting the notion, I will not inform Naruto. You shall not obtain the Nine Tails. Seeing Jiraiya's unwavering resolve, The Deva Path murmured softly. In that case, I shall obliterate Konoha and see if anyone can summon the Nine Tails. As Nagato tightened his control, the attacks from the pain became increasingly ferocious. Kakashi, breathless, gazed at the Azura path before him. Previously, he had obliterated most of its body with Kimui, yet it now stood before him, seemingly unscathed. Could it be due to that summoning beast? Kakashi's gaze shifted to the enormous creature lurking behind Pain, its head resembling a giant skull, marked with the character for hell. Before Kakashi could ponder further, the Azura path launched another assault. Several missiles fired rapidly from its arms toward them. Choji swung the iron rod in his hand, repelling the three-headed dog before him, but was suddenly struck in the back by a chameleon that had appeared unbeknownst to him, inflicting a grievous wound. With missiles looming perilously close, Kakashi summoned the last remnants of his strength and activated Kimui once more, distorting the missiles into the void. After this exertion, Kakashi found himself utterly drained. The Deva Path's gaze fell upon Kakashi, witnessing him neutralize the Azura Path's attack yet again. It drew an iron rod and hurled it toward Kakashi's chest. The black rod whistled through the air, hurtling toward Kakashi's heart. He attempted to move, but his body felt as if it were beyond his control, leaving him to helplessly watch the rod approach. Just as despair enveloped him and he closed his eyes, a figure appeared, deflecting the incoming rod. To his surprise, amidst the chaos, a familiar voice resonated. I didn't expect such a commotion in my absence. I hope I'm not too late. The crowd was drawn to the sudden voice. Turning to behold Kiba, a grin spread across his face as he leaned against Akamaru. Kiba, Hinata exclaimed, her heart racing as she spotted him among the throng. Kiba acknowledged her with a smile and a nod before shifting his focus to the Deva Path. To think you would return again, the Deva Path remarked, his expression unflinching. I am the god who shall create a new world. This one is decayed. I will destroy it and rebuild, Kiba declared, his tone earnest yet tinged with a hint of bravado. Unable to contain himself, Kiba burst into laughter at the Deva Path's dramatic monologue. Perceiving Kiba's laughter as mockery, the Deva Path raised his hand in response. Shinra Tensei, a powerful force surged, drawing Kiba toward the Deva Path, who made no effort to resist, propelling himself forward. As he neared, Kiba unsheathed his Nichiren blade, swinging it toward Pain. Holy Sword. A golden arc of energy surged forth, prompting the Deva Path to instinctively raise his hand. Shinra Tensei. The overwhelming repulsion sent Kiba hurtling away. Yet the golden slash did not dissipate like previous attacks. Instead, it pierced through directly toward the Deva Path's chest. As the strike cut across, a wound appeared on his torso. The Deva Path looked down in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this adversary had managed to injure him. Kiba, having been repelled, steadied himself and glared at the Deva Path. Your assault has concluded. Now it is my turn. Frenzy. The aura of you transforms in an instant as he strides firmly onto the ground, charging toward the nearest realm of the living. Breath of thunder. A flash of lightning. In an instant, a lingering shadow is left behind as you appears before the realm of the living, his Nichiren blade descending swiftly toward its neck, cleaving the body in two. A howling sound emerges from behind. He leaps aside as several missiles race toward him at high speed. He sidesteps to evade. Yet the missiles seem to possess a homing instinct, altering their trajectory to pursue him relentlessly. Shadow clone. Ya's figure darts swiftly, multiple afterimages manifesting, as the missiles collide through the phantoms, erupting in a series of explosions. Emerging from the tumultuous smoke, Ya charges toward the realm of Azura. Breath of fire. Flame slash. Scorching flames ignite upon Ya's Nichiren blade as he accelerates, leaving behind a trail of fire. Whoosh. As the flames sweep across the Azura's form, his body ignites, fracturing into countless pieces scattered across the battlefield. Meanwhile, the other Pain members regain their composure, with the beasts of the realm summoned forth to assault Ya. In response, Ya retrieves two Pokeballs. Two beams of red light flash, and the figures of Wentai and the blue serpent materialize on the scene. Wentai wields a short blade, his presence considerably more formidable than before, exuding an oppressive aura that even Jiraiya, pinned to the ground, struggles to recognize. As for the blue serpent, two bulges have formed atop its once smooth head, hinting at a transformation toward that of a dragon. These summoned beasts are yours. Let me witness the fruits of your training. With those words, Ya's aura shifts once more. Sage mode. Activate. The energy emanating from him transforms again, where it was once wild and unbridled, akin to a mindless beast. It now embodies the essence of a creature imbued with wisdom and self-control. This is Sage Mode. Why does it differ from my own? Jiraiya perceives that Ya's Sage Mode carries the essence of Mount Myaboku, yet it is not entirely so. It possesses an additional vitality. And the dark stripes now adorning Ya's form resemble those seen when Tsunade dispels a seal. Could this boy have fused the techniques of Mount Myaboku with those of the Wetbone Forest? Jiraiya dares not imagine, while Ya prepares to strike. Sage Art. A flash of lightning. Ya's velocity surges once more, and when he materializes, he stands before the realm of hell. At that moment, he observes his summoned beasts restoring the fallen realms of the living and Azura. Caught off guard by Ya's sudden appearance, the Hell Realm is clearly taken aback. To think he could move so swiftly even before the Rinnegan? Behind it all, Nagato, the orchestrator, senses a flicker of unease as he abruptly stands before the realm of hell. This fellow, it cannot be. I am a god. I am the strongest. Nagato dispels his inner turmoil and prepares to unleash his ultimate technique. Standing beside Nagato, Conan sensed a wave of concern and interjected, Nagato, you have already employed that attack once. If you use it again. Nagato interrupted her. I am aware, but I must eliminate this wretch. Only by locating all the positions can our plan succeed. Seeing Nagato's resolute expression, Conan chose not to speak further. In front of the Hell Realm, Naruto conjured a Rasengan in his palm and struck it forcefully against the enemy's head. The immense power of the Rasengan obliterated the upper half of the Hell Realm's body. After executing this move, Naruto brandished his Tachi and directed his attack towards the summoning beast, King Enma. Senjutsu. Water Wave Slash. Multiple water pattern slashes erupted continuously, cleaving the summoning beast into several pieces, along with the still repairing Azura and human realms. At that moment, the hungry ghost realm charged at Naruto, who, smiling, raised his hand and delivered a punch towards it. The hungry ghost realm instinctively attempted to catch Naruto's incoming fist, subsequently beginning to absorb the chakra from his body. Naruto, seeing this, did not resist, but merely observed. As Naruto's chakra flowed into the hungry ghost realm, its body rapidly petrified, expanding before erupting into countless tiny fragments. Once everything was resolved, the animal realm's Akamaru was left to manage the situation while the summoning beasts were entrusted to Fumita and his allies. The Deva Path's gaze fell upon Naruto. Must you obstruct me? Or perhaps you would join us in creating a new world. Naruto shook his head in response. I have no interest in living in your false world. I find comfort in this current existence. Upon hearing Naruto's refusal, the Deva Path slowly raised his arm. Then I shall crush you all. The Deva Path forcefully stomped the ground, launching himself like an arrow. Seeing this, Naruto met him head-on, and they collided, engaging in a battle of martial arts. Facing the Deva Path's onslaught, Naruto opted for close combat. Empowered by Senjutsu, he gradually forced the Deva Path down. With a charged fist, Naruto struck the Deva Path squarely in the chest, sending him flying. Watching the Deva Path soar away, Naruto murmured, "This punch carries the strength of 20 years. What will you use to block it?" The Deva Path tumbled several times on the ground before struggling to rise. His once stylish black attire was now tattered. Nagato, who had been secretly controlling the Deva Path, no longer held back. A black particle materialized in the Deva Path's palm, which he hurled towards Naruto. Planetary devastation. Upon seeing the black particle, a sudden rush of alarm surged through Naruto. He sensed a perilous aura. Immediately, he prepared to retreat. But he noticed the others still present at the scene. Damn it! How unfortunate! Gripping his Tachi tightly, Naruto declared, Super Evolution. His aura intensified once more as he swung his Tachi towards the black particle. Holy Sword. The golden slash collided with the black particle, sending it hurtling away. However, a formidable suction emanated from within, propelling it towards the direction of the black particles with an involuntary force. Immediately thereafter, the ground below began to fracture, and countless fragments of stone surged upward towards the black particles. He found himself obstructed by the myriad of stones, becoming ensnared within the colossal stone sphere that was gradually forming. As the suction diminished, a massive sphere, reminiscent of a miniature planet, floated in midair, coming into view for all to behold. Having finally dealt with Ya, Tiandao's gaze shifted towards the inhabitants of Konoha. Well, he has been resolved. Now it is your turn. Since you refused to surrender Uzumaki Naruto, Prepare to meet your demise. With that proclamation, Tiandao spread his arms, ready to unleash another Shinra Tensei. Suddenly, from a distance, Nagato, who was controlling the situation, involuntarily coughed up blood. The recent use of the Daidara's Earth Explosion Star had drained a significant portion of his vitality. Meanwhile, trapped within the Earth Explosion Star, you attempted to break free from within, only to discover the futility of his efforts. As the space around him constricted further, he found it increasingly difficult to mount any form of attack. Is this how it ends? Am I truly to perish here? You glanced at the pokeball at his waist and retrieved the fire stone he had previously acquired from the system. When one of the pokeballs indicated it was ready for use, his eyes lit up. It can be used? Then it is decided. Wentai, seeing you ensnared, called out to the still battling blue snake. You go and find a way to rescue you. I will hold them off here. The blue snake nodded in response to Wentai's words and dashed towards the location of the Earth Explosion Star. As Nagato regained a semblance of composure, he spotted a gigantic blue snake charging towards the Earth Explosion Star. To preempt any potential threat, Tiandao raised his hand towards the blue snake. Universal pull. A powerful suction drew the blue snake closer, and Tiandao hurled a black rod, piercing through the creature's body. Quite formidable. You will make an excellent summoning beast for the animal path. I shall eliminate you now. Tiandao launched another black rod towards the blue snake's head. Just as it appeared poised to penetrate, an extraordinary surge of energy enveloped the blue snake. In an instant, its form was engulfed in flames, incinerating the black rod lodged within its body. The final black rod, still en route to the blue snake's head, was reduced to ashes before it could make contact due to the intense heat. Observing this unexpected turn of events, Tiandao felt a flicker of unease within. As the flames dissipated, the transformation of the blue snake was nothing short of astounding. A colossal serpent, shimmering in deep crimson, with veins of magma coursing between its scales, emerged into the sight of all. Name, Blue Snake, Infernal Flame Serpent. Type, Serpent Fire Ability, Fire Immunity, immune to Fire-type damage, when struck by Fire-type moves. Its own Fire-type moves increase in power by 50. Exclusive skill, Infernal Breath, Power 95. With a 30 chance of inflicting burn and lowering the opponent's special defense upon hitting. The blue snake, once adorned with azure scales, now bore deep red scales, leaving a trail of flames in its wake with every movement. The once azure eyes now transformed into a molten golden hue, their slitted pupils resembling fiery fissures. As the heavens marveled at the blue serpent's metamorphosis, a tremor resonated from above, where the Earth Explosion Star stirred. Crack! Boom! A crisp sound accompanied by a violent roar heralded the reappearance of Ya, who had undergone a peculiar transformation. His formerly raven locks had ignited into a fiery crimson, and his entire form seemed to be enveloped in flames. Trapped within, Ya wielded the flame stone against the blue serpent, and unsurprisingly, both the serpent and Akamaru attained new forms. Furthermore, Ya harnessed the blue serpent's power to unleash purgatory breath upon the stone sealing him. Under the intense heat, the stone before him began to crystallize, prompting Ya to cease the Inferno's assault and deliver a decisive blow, shattering it and emerging anew. Tiandao gazed at the re-emerged Ya with a hint of astonishment. He had never witnessed anyone breach the seal of the Earth Explosion Star, a technique that had once confined even the Ten Tails. Feeling the surge of newfound strength coursing through him, Ya dove down from the Earth Explosion Star, swinging the Sunwheel Blade. Shinra Tensei. A repulsive force emanated from Tiandao, deflecting the incoming strike. Ya landed atop the blue serpent's head. Blue serpent. Purgatory breath. Sage art. Spiraling bullet. Combined ninjutsu. 9 pearl dragon play. Multiple spiraling spheres, infused with scorching flames, were hurled towards Tiandao's position. Tiandao employed Shinra Tensei to deflect the initial projectiles. However, the subsequent ones, having cooled, could not be repelled and forced him to evade. Each spiraling sphere, laced with intense fire, detonated upon impact, leaving massive craters that blazed with searing flames. Tiandao struggled to dodge, ultimately being struck by 2 spheres, his body crashing into the earth and instantaneously engulfed in flames. Cough. From a distance, Nagato spat blood anew, sensing his control over Tiandao severed, indicating the destruction of Yahiko's body. Yahiko. The remaining animal path was still entangled with Akamaru, prompting Nagato to swiftly command the animal path to hasten towards Tiandao's location. Upon arrival, The sight of Tian Dao's battered form was stark. His body lay in tatters, charred in places, with some areas even carbonized. The animal path summoned a bird-like summoning beast to carry away Tian Dao's lifeless body, then mounted the creature, preparing to depart. Ya, observing the retreat, made no attempt to impede them. As they neared disappearance, he relinquished his transformation, now astride Akamaru. Akamaru, pursue. Mounted on Akamaru, the others from Konoha stood in stunned silence as you chased after them. It was Tsunade who first regained her composure, rescuing Jiraiya, who had been pinned to the ground. The gravely injured Jiraiya leaned against Tsunade, watching as you pursued into the distance. He pondered whether this young man could successfully persuade Nagato. Had you been privy to Jiraiya's thoughts, he would have cast a scornful glance in his direction. Persuade? Persuasion is a futile endeavor. Yagura possesses self-awareness, unlike Naruto, who wields infinite verbal prowess. Soon, Akamaru, guided by scent, located the hiding place of Nagato, as he beheld the colossal tree composed of countless paper fragments. Yagura rode Akamaru directly into its depths. Upon entering, Konan anxiously regarded Yagura's approach. I cannot believe you managed to find this place. Nagato's feeble voice echoed in Yagura's ears. Yagura's gaze fell upon the elevated platform where Nagato, emaciated and riddled with black rods, resided. You appear truly pitiable. Have you come to grant me release? With that, Yagura dismounted Akamaru and drew the Nikko blade. Observing this, Konan instinctively positioned herself protectively in front of Nagato. Yet, Nagato continued, undeterred, do you not perceive the filth that envelopes this world? It is rife with war and deceit. Yagura, adjusting his ears, replied with an impassive demeanor. Can you truly guarantee that the new world you create will be as beautiful as you envision? Indeed, for I am a god. Nagato resolutely answered Yagura's inquiry. Yagura was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond to this delusional youth. Forget it, we are not of the same ilk. I merely wish to live a tranquil life here. Breath of water. Water blade strike. Yagura initiated the assault, unleashing several water blades towards Nagato, only to have them intercepted by Konan's paper technique. Recognizing that his attack had been thwarted, Yagura decided to eliminate Konan first. Breath of fire. Flame slash. The crimson flames ignited upon Yagura's Nikko blade, illuminating the entire space. Konan unfurled her paper-like wings, and as she flapped them, a multitude of paper fragments surged forth, rushing towards the approaching inferno. However, it took only a moment for her to falter. She watched helplessly as the flames consumed her paper, advancing towards her. Swiftly, she evaded Yagura's oncoming strike. Seeing his opportunity, Yagura pressed the attack against Konan. Just as their battle raged, the void behind Nagato suddenly warped. A figure adorned with an orange spiral mask materialized behind him. The moment Nagato sensed movement behind him, darkness engulfed him as his Rinnegan was forcibly extracted. Hearing Nagato's muffled groan of agony, Konan swiftly turned to look, witnessing the horrific act. You fiend. Paper jutsu. Paper spear. Countless paper fragments coalesced into a massive spear, hurtling towards the masked man. However, upon impact, it became evident that the masked figure was but a mere illusion. The spear passed through him, striking the wall behind. Having accomplished his objective, the masked man cast a fleeting glance at Yagura and Konan before his form twisted and dissolved before their eyes. As the masked figure disappeared, Konan rushed to Nagato's side. At that moment, Nagato's eyes were vacant, yet instinctively, he grasped her arm as she approached. Yagura also approached, observing Nagato's dire state. The previous battle had severely drained Nagato's vitality, and now with his Rinnegan extracted, he felt his body had reached its limits. Grasping Konan's hand tightly, he spoke in a weakened tone, I may not fulfill Yahiko's wish. You must live well. With those final words, Nagato breathed his last. Konan, already in tears, felt the warmth of sorrow streaming from her eyes. Unable to bear the sight, Yahiko knelt before Nagato, lamenting. It's all my fault for being too soft-hearted. I don't even know if this will help you. He then administered the energy fragment he had obtained to Nagato. Noticing Yahiko feeding Nagato something, Konan instinctively inquired, what did you give him? A medicine that can bring the dead back to life, Yahiko replied. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise illuminated Konan's face. Really? But this is meant for dogs. I wonder what will happen if a human consumes it. At this remark, the smile that had just blossomed on Konan's face froze. Ignoring her expression, Yahiko turned his attention back to Nagato. Miraculously, after consuming the energy fragment, Nagato's once withered body began to swell, as if inflated, though his hollow eyes remained pitch black. Seeing Nagato awaken and in much better condition, Konan smiled brightly and immediately expressed her gratitude to Yahiko. After experiencing a brush with death, Nagato's obsessive desire to change the world had dissipated, especially now that he had lost the Rinnegan, leaving him with no power to alter anything. He resolved to take Konan back to the humble abode where they had once lived with Yahiko, with a plan forming in his heart. Nagato cautioned Yahiko, "The one who took my eyes was also a member of the Akatsuki." He referred to himself as Uchiha Obito, and he may pose a threat to the shinobi world. That's all I can share. Now I intend to lead a normal life with Konan. Seeing Nagato's desire to retreat, Yahiko refrained from further comment, recognizing that this outcome was indeed favorable compared to the original fate. As he watched Nagato and Konan depart, Yahiko returned to Konoha. Jiraiya, ever concerned about the outcome, approached Yahiko as soon as he returned, despite his own injuries. Yahiko recounted all that had transpired to Jiraiya and Tsunade, including the information Nagato had revealed about the masked man's identity. Although Yahiko was aware that the masked man was not truly Uchiha Obito, but rather Tobi in disguise, he deemed it unnecessary to clarify, preferring they believe it to be Obito for the sake of vigilance. Indeed, Tsunade's demeanor shifted gravely upon hearing the name Uchiha Obito, a formidable figure from her grandfather's era, now re-emerging in the shinobi world. Jiraiya, upon learning of Nagato and Konan's retreat, displayed a complex expression, as he had always considered Nagato to be the prophesied child. The damage inflicted by Nagato's assault left Konoha with a third of its structures in need of reconstruction. Time has allowed both Kiba and Hinata to nurture their relationship. Meanwhile, in another location, Sasuke, who has been seeking Itachi's whereabouts, has finally found him. Kisame Hashigaki glances at Itachi. "Are you truly certain of this, Itachi-san?" he inquires. "I hope you can assist me one last time," Itachi responds. Kisame, silent upon hearing this, quietly departs. Before long, Sasuke arrives with his eagle team. Kisame positions Samahata before them, baring his sharp teeth as he proclaims, "Only Uchiha Sasuke may enter here. The rest must remain outside." Unfazed by Kisame's declaration, Sasuke strides forward without hesitation, leaving Suigetsu and the others behind. Suigetsu gazes at Samahata, a hint of longing in his expression. "Samahata, one of the 7 ninja swords, is also something I wish to possess," he muses. Kisame turns his attention to Suigetsu. "Are you of the Hozuki clan?" he asks. Suigetsu nods, explaining that since Zabuza's demise has yet to occur, he has not yet acquired a 7 ninja sword. Seeing Suigetsu's acknowledgement, Kisame swings Samahata with a grin. "In that case, let me test your mettle." Meanwhile, Sasuke enters the shrine, where Itachi sits in the center of the hall. Confronted by the one he has pursued and longed to eliminate, Sasuke makes his move. Lightning release. Chidori sharp spear. He gathers lightning in his hand and thrusts it toward the seated Itachi. The lightning pierces through Itachi's form, and in an instant, Itachi transforms into a crow, scattering into the air. When the crow reassembles, Itachi is once again seated. He slowly rises and gazes at Sasuke. "You remain so naive. This time, I shall take your eyes," he states. With that, Itachi vanishes, reappearing behind Sasuke, kunai in hand, plunging it into Sasuke's back. However, upon contact, Itachi's pupils constrict as he realizes that Sasuke has morphed into an illusion. When did this happen? A sound of air slicing through the space behind him reaches Itachi's ears as Sasuke's figure materializes, swinging his Kusanagi towards Itachi's neck. With a swift motion, Itachi's form dissolves into a mere shadow. Genjutsu? Sasuke's expression fluctuates between confidence and uncertainty. Inside the shrine, ever since Sasuke's entrance, he and Itachi have refrained from physical confrontation, instead engaging in a battle of Genjutsu through their Sharingan. Time passes, and Sasuke trembles slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In the earlier clash of illusions, he had been slightly outmatched by Itachi. At last, Itachi rises from his seat, shedding his Akatsuki robe. Both swiftly form hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Fire release. Great fireball technique. 2 colossal fireballs roar as they collide, instantly raising the temperature in the vicinity. As the flames dissipate, several kunai pierce through the remnants of fire. Aiming for Itachi, with a single hand, Itachi deftly deflects the incoming kunai. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke advances, wielding his Kusanagi in a fierce strike toward Itachi. As Itachi continues to evade, Sasuke unleashes another great fireball, propelling it skyward. The fireball shatters the roof, soaring into the heavens above. Itachi, filled with a tinge of confusion, initially believed that Sasuke's attack had merely missed its mark. His gaze shifted toward Sasuke as the Mangekyo Sharingan began to rotate slowly. Sensing impending danger, Sasuke swiftly leaped from his position. In the next moment, a surge of black flames erupted, hurtling towards him. As Sasuke sprinted, he evaded the scorching onslaught. And after a brief interval, the eerie black fire dissipated. Itachi, clutching his weeping Mangekyo, gasped for breath. Noticing Itachi's fatigue, Sasuke seized the opportunity to gaze skyward. Lightning release. Kirin. The intense heat from the previous great fireball ascended into the heavens, causing a tumultuous clash of hot and cold, which culminated in a gathering of thunderclouds. At that moment, guided by Sasuke's will, colossal bolts of lightning descended, roaring towards Itachi like a world-ending beast. A thunderous crash illuminated the previously somber surroundings. As the lightning receded, Itachi's figure emerged, encased in a crimson skeletal structure, which had absorbed Sasuke's earlier assault. Despite the attack being thwarted, Itachi coughed up a mouthful of blood, gradually advancing towards Sasuke. Finding himself unable to overcome Itachi, and with his chakra depleted, Sasuke instinctively recoiled in fear. Suddenly, the cursed seal left by Orochimaru on his neck began to stir, unleashing a torrent of white substance that coalesced into an 8-headed white serpent. Itachi, observing Sasuke's transformation, seemed to have anticipated this turn of events. The crimson framework encasing Itachi rapidly expanded, with ribs elongating into a complete, massive skeleton, soon enveloped by burgeoning muscles. Orochimaru manifested within the serpent's maw, casting a glance at Itachi. Itachi commanded the fully formed Susanoo and charged towards the formidable Yamada no Orochi. Orochimaru directed the serpent's heads, unleashing a surge of energy towards Itachi's Susanoo. In response, the Susanoo raised its circular shield, deflecting the incoming attack, and then wielded its longsword, delivering a decisive blow that cleaved the serpent in half. In Orochimaru's moment of shock, the severed body surged towards the gourd at Itachi's waist for sealing. Having sealed the Yamada no Orochi, Itachi, with his weary form, gradually approached the now rejuvenated Sasuke. At that moment, despair enveloped Sasuke as he watched Itachi draw closer, fear propelling him to retreat until his back met the wall, leaving him immobile. Itachi slowly advanced towards Sasuke, the Susanoo encircling them both, inching closer. Upon reaching Sasuke, Itachi gently raised a finger, tapping Sasuke's forehead, and then pressed his forehead against Sasuke's. "Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time." Sasuke, bewildered, stared at Itachi, who lay lifeless in his embrace, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind Itachi's final words. The battle concluded, and from the shadows, Obito and Zetsu, who had been covertly observing the events, made their move. The space beside Sasuke warped, and Obito's figure emerged at his side. "Curious about Itachi, are we? I can reveal the truth to you." Sasuke gazed at the sudden apparition, recognizing the one Sharingan visible beneath Obito's mask. Within the confines of a secret chamber, Obito divulged all that had transpired concerning Itachi to Sasuke. Upon learning of the myriad sacrifices Itachi had made on his behalf, Sasuke's inner hatred was reignited. But this time it was directed towards Konoha. Meanwhile, Tobi remained oblivious to Sasuke's turmoil, and even if he were aware, he showed little concern. Naruto returned from his training at Mayaboka Mountain, having not only mastered the nature transformation of the Rasengan, but also gained the ability to utilize Sage Mode. Jiraiya, observing Naruto's remarkable growth, felt a sense of satisfaction and couldn't help but ponder whether Naruto was indeed the prophesied child spoken of by the Sage of the Six Paths. With Pain's disappearance, Tobi took command of Akatsuki and continued the relentless pursuit of the tailed beasts. Currently, only the 8 tails and 9 tails remained uncaptured. As the tailed beasts were systematically seized, the Kage of the 5 great villages began to sense the growing threat. Consequently, a summit was convened to discuss strategies against the Akatsuki organization. Unlike in the original narrative, Tsunade was not incapacitated by Pain's assault, and thus took the initiative to attend the meeting. However, unbeknownst to her, Danzo, who had been lurking in the shadows, began to stir with intent. In the root headquarters, Danzo sat at the center, listening intently to reports from his subordinates. "Has Tsunade departed?" he inquired. "What of the Inuzuka clan's investigation?" When pain attacked, he had hoped to benefit from the chaos and ascend to the position of Hokage. But his plans were thwarted by Kiba's intervention. The extraordinary ability Kiba exhibited, summoning multiple summoning beasts simultaneously, piqued Danzo's curiosity. His subordinate, responding to Danzo's inquiry, stated, "We infiltrated the Inuzuka clan's headquarters, but found no evidence of any secret techniques enabling them to summon various beasts at once." Danzo, rubbing his cane, narrowed his eyes in contemplation before continuing. "What of the captured Inuzuka Hana? Have we extracted any information from her?" The subordinate shook his head. "We employed all means of interrogation, but it appears she is unaware of her brother's capabilities." As was customary, Kiba returned home after a date with Hinata, feeling the villagers' newfound warmth towards him for having withstood pain's onslaught. Upon entering his home, he immediately sensed something amiss with his mother. "What troubles you, mother?" Inuzuka-tsum, visibly anxious, replied, "I've been trying to contact your sister. The hospital informed me she returned home several days ago." A sense of dread washed over Kiba at his mother's words, an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart. He mentally rifled through the events he had previously known. Yet despite his efforts, he could not recall any narrative involving Hana's abduction. Could it be the result of my butterfly effect? Observing his mother's distress, Kiba reassured her, "Leave it to me. I will ensure my sister returns safely." With that, he departed, accompanied by Akamaru. On the way, Kiba retrieved some of his sister's belongings from home, handing them to Akamaru. "Use this scent to locate Hana. We need to ascertain whether she is still in Konoha." Akamaru sniffed the items and then set off, darting through the village in search of Hana, first arriving at the hospital where her scent was most potent. After searching the hospital with Akamaru, he failed to find any trace of his sister. Subsequently, Akamaru led him to a concealed entrance. He looked up, his face shadowed with foreboding. This appeared to be a stronghold of the root. "I hope that fool doesn't T-court death." With that thought, he charged in with Akamaru by his side. Along the way, he encountered members of the root, swiftly incapacitating them as he delved deeper. Eventually, Akamaru paused at a doorway. Without hesitation, he kicked the door open. Inside, Inuzuka Hana was imprisoned in an iron cage, unconscious. Upon hearing the commotion, the root members responsible for her interrogation turned to face Ya. "Who are you?" In a flash, he was upon one of them, gripping his throat and lifting him off the ground, tightening his hold. With a crack, the man's neck snapped, his face frozen in disbelief as he gazed at Ya. After dispatching the root member, Ya discarded the body like refuse and approached the cage holding his sister. Seeing Inuzuka Hana, battered and barely clothed, a wave of anguish washed over him, swiftly followed by a surge of murderous intent. The unconscious Hana seemed to sense something, groggily opening her eyes. When she saw Ya, her weak voice held a hint of urgency. "Ya, what are you doing here? Run. They want to experiment on your spirit beast." Ya gently stroked Hana's head, reassuring her, "It's all right, sister. Rest easy. You will be safe when you wake." Exhausted from her injuries and interrogation, Hana succumbed to unconsciousness once more before she could finish listening to Ya's words. Ya removed his jacket and draped it over Hana. Turning to Akamaru, he instructed, "Stay here. If anyone approaches, eliminate them." With that, he stepped out of the room. At that moment, alarms blared through the root facility. Upon hearing of the intrusion, Danzo's expression darkened. When he learned that it was Ya, he commanded, "Perfect timing, capture him. You need not bother. I have come myself." Ya's voice resonated as he tossed several corpses at Danzo's feet, those he had encountered on his way to confront him. Danzo's countenance grew even more sinister as he gazed at the lifeless bodies. "Seize him," he ordered, and countless root members surged forward towards Ya. As he observed the oncoming tide of adversaries, a cruel smile spread across Ya's face as he slowly drew the Nichiren blade from his waist. "Very well. Let me repay the torment inflicted upon my sister tenfold." With a roar, his aura became ferocious, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Breath of thunder. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene as Ya's afterimage darted among the root members. Each time he passed, a new crimson line appeared across their necks. Witnessing the continuous fall of his members, Danzo waved his hand. "You two go assist." Tawanzo commanded his guards, Yunukijin and Yamanaka, to assist in capturing Ya. Upon receiving Tawanzo's orders, the duo rushed towards Ya in the arena. Mind transfer technique. Yamanaka formed hand seals and directed the technique at Ya. Sensing impending danger, Ya's figure vanished in an instant. Shadow clone. A multitude of Ya's residual images appeared, rendering Yamanaka unable to pinpoint the real one. Ya activated his perception, a faint golden halo emerging in his eyes, and upon identifying Yamanaka's location, his figure materialized behind him. Just as you prepared to strike and seize Yamanaka, a swirling cloud of purple mist enveloped him. Breath of fire. Flame slash. A massive fire slash erupted, cleaving through the purple haze and creating a significant gap. Yunukijin positioned himself protectively in front of Yamanaka. Observing this, he elevated his state once more. Super evolution. His darkened hair began to flow as if caught in an invisible wind, an overwhelming aura resonating around him. Faced with Ya's presence, Yunukijin and Yamanaka felt the weight of his oppressive energy. With a thunderous stomp, Ya propelled himself towards the two like a human cannonball. Yunukijin swiftly swung his arm, summoning countless nano-poison insects that coalesced into a purple mist barrier before him. Flame eruption. The searing flames surged towards the poison insects, incinerating them instantly. Breath of sound. Sonic slash. A flash of white light passed, leaving a white mark on Yunukijin's neck. Without pause, you advanced to Yamanaka. Water cannon. A colossal water sphere manifested in his hand, crashing down towards Yamanaka. Boom. A deafening roar echoed as water droplets splattered around. Yamanaka was engulfed in the crater left by the impact, his body shattered. Witnessing his subordinates fall so effortlessly, Tawanzo rose from his seat in alarm. He looked up, declaring, "Now it's your turn." With that, his figure vanished, charging towards Tawanzo. Tawanzo sensed the dire situation as you appeared before him. He swung the sun-wheel blade, retreating clumsily to evade, yet the bandages partially concealing his face were severed. Observing Tawanzo's predicament, you remarked nonchalantly, "You truly are in a pitiable state." Seemingly incensed by Ya's words, Tawanzo removed the bandages from his arm, revealing a multitude of Sharingan embedded within. "You little brat, I was merely curious about your abilities. Now, I offer you a chance to join Konoha and serve me, otherwise, death awaits you." "Humph," you scoffed, twirling the sun-wheel blade in his hand. Breath of water. Wave slash. Countless water wave slashes cascaded towards Tawanzo, who swiftly dodged, leaving behind a landscape marred by the strikes. Tawanzo formed hand seals. Wind release. Vacuum wave. He unleashed a blade of wind directed at Ya. Shadow clone. The wind blade passed through Ya's form, but he reappeared right before Tawanzo. Holy sword. The sun-wheel blade plunged into Tawanzo's neck, pinning him against the wall behind. The neck was pierced, and Danzo found breathing to be a strenuous endeavor. In the next instant, his body vanished only to reappear elsewhere, yet one of his Sharingan had closed. To Ya, this was hardly surprising. Flame mode. Boom. A searing wave of heat enveloped the entire space, startling Danzo at the sight of Ya. The strength of this young boy. Initially, Danzo had believed Ya would be easily manageable, but he was astonished by the sheer terror of his power. Ya did not waste words with Danzo, ablaze with flames. He charged towards him. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Several blades of wind surged towards Ya, but he merely swayed his body, leaving behind a flickering afterimage like a blazing inferno. Breath of fire. Hashigaki. Ya transformed into a burning fireball, evading the wind blades and crashing into Danzo. Summoning technique. Boom. The Dream Eater. A peculiar creature with an elephantine trunk manifested before Ya, intercepting his attack. The Dream Eater howled in pain, its trunk swinging as a powerful suction emanated from its nostrils. Wind release. Vacuum wave. The suction from the Dream Eater restricted Ya's movements, allowing Danzo to seize the opportunity and unleash wind blades toward him. Breath of fire. Extreme. Flame slash. The intense flames filled the space, and in this fiery state, the potency of fire-based techniques surged by 50%. The originally orange flames transformed into a deep blue. A massive blue crescent slash surged forth, meeting Danzo's wind blades. The blue crescent momentarily hesitated before slicing toward Danzo. Under Danzo's astonished gaze, the colossal blue slash cleaved him in two, igniting the nearby Dream Eater in the process. The severely injured Dream Eater ultimately dissipated into smoke, returning to the summoning realm. Shortly thereafter, Danzo re-emerged, his expression darkened by the sight of his closed Sharingan. Damn it, how is this brat so powerful? Observing his root members being mercilessly slaughtered by Ya, a flicker of despair crossed Danzo's gloomy eyes. Once he had cleared away the insignificant obstacles before him, he lifted his gaze to the reappearing Danzo, a grin curling at the corners of his mouth. "I'm truly delighted that you can keep using his Anaji. It allows me to kill you several more times and relieve my frustrations. Ya's form flickered once more, leaving behind a blaze of flames. His fiery red hair dancing in the air. Danzo felt a surge of heat from behind him, realizing Ya had already appeared. How many more times can your eyes be used? Although the heat radiated from behind, Danzo's heart plummeted into an abyss of ice. Ya extended his right hand, fingers curling into claw-like shapes, entwined in flames. Crack! 5 scorching claw marks, deeply etched, tore from Danzo's shoulder down to his abdomen. The searing pain coursed through Danzo's entire being, prompting him to gasp in shock. Wood release. Numerous exploding wood. With great difficulty, Danzo extended his hand, and his arm, infused with Hashirama's cells, began to swell and twist. Countless sharp wooden spikes erupted from his arm, spreading outward as if to consume everything around. Seeing this, he promptly retreated, wielding his Nichiren blade to sever the menacing wooden spikes that threatened to ensnare him. In an instant, Danzo's body was consumed by the rampaging cells, leaving behind a colossal tree in its wake. When Danzo reappeared, he bore an expression of growing anxiety. The Sharingan implanted in his arm was being relentlessly drained by Ya. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene. As soon as Danzo materialized, Ya charged at him without granting a moment's respite. His palm pierced through Danzo's heart, and with a tightening grip, crushed it completely. Time and again, Danzo emerged only to be ruthlessly slaughtered by Ya, each encounter weighing heavily on his heart. Gazing at the lone Sharingan remaining on his arm, Danzo resolved to act without hesitation. As Ya surged towards him once more, Danzo opened the closed Sharingan. Kodoame Tsukumi. A surge of mental energy invaded Ya's mind, conjuring images that felt as if they had transpired long ago. Ya's assault halted, his being frozen in place, his eyes losing their luster. Witnessing the success of his technique, Danzo relaxed and approached Ya. He had intended to reserve this move for a more critical moment, yet he had not anticipated Ya's formidable strength. Nevertheless, it mattered not. With Ya by his side, his subsequent plans would likely unfold with ease. Danzo murmured to himself, then turned his gaze towards Ya. At that moment, Ya remained stationary, the visions that had flashed through his mind deepening with each passing second. Lost in his thoughts, Ya stared blankly at the scene before him. I am the most loyal subordinate of Lord Danzo. Time passed, and eventually, the spark returned to Ya's eyes as he looked towards Danzo. Danzo, Lord? A sneer graced Ya's face. Before Danzo could react, he seized his throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Danzo, grasped by Ya's vice-like grip, flailed helplessly in midair, his face growing increasingly flushed from asphyxiation. At that moment, he could not comprehend why his Kodoame Tsukumi had proven ineffective against Ya. Observing Danzo struggle in his grasp, Ya silently acknowledged the narrow escape he had experienced. Fortunately, having previously bound himself to the heart scale and the great slug sage, even as his mind was ensnared by Kodoame Tsukumi, the sage's mental energies surged in, restoring his clarity. As for why Choji had refrained from interfering with his mental influence, it stemmed entirely from Choji's unwavering trust in Ya. Anything that Ya endorsed would be unconditionally believed by him. With Ya's grip tightening, a brittle snap echoed as Danzo's neck shattered. Discarding Danzo's lifeless body aside, Ya turned to face the final incarnation of Danzo. It appears your time has come to an end. The re-emergent Danzo, his mind a tempest of uncertainty, began to devise an escape plan. He had already dispatched his subordinates to secretly notify the higher-ups of Konoha, urging them to bring reinforcements. If he could merely stall for a moment, salvation would be within reach. With this thought in mind, Danzo addressed Ya. Surely, we must have some misunderstandings. Why must we escalate to this point? Moreover, my actions are driven by the desire to elevate Konoha. If the unique summoning jutsu you possess could be mastered by our village, the strength of Konoha would undoubtedly experience a transformative leap. Upon hearing this, Ya's expression turned to one of disdain. A misunderstanding? Is it a misunderstanding to have secretly captured my sister for interrogation? Is it also a misunderstanding that you covet my abilities? The more Tuanzong spoke, the more Ya's anger intensified. The thought of his sister being captured and subjected to torment ignited a fury within him, causing him to stomp the ground, which shattered like a spider's web. In an instant, he charged at Tuanzong, his body propelled forward like a cannonball. Breath of fire. Unknowable fire. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. Tuanzong swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a colossal air cannon towards the advancing Ya. Boom. Ya did not evade. Instead, he wielded the Nichiren blade. forcefully colliding with the oncoming air cannon. Water cannon. A massive water cannon emerged, crashing into the air cannon, resulting in a mutual annihilation. With droplets of water cascading down from the explosion, Ye continued his relentless assault, swiftly reaching Tuan Zhang's vicinity. Breath of water. Wave slice. Ye deftly swung the Nichiren blade, each strike grazing Tuan Zhang while deliberately avoiding any fatal wounds. With each slash, Tuan Zhang was left bloodied and in excruciating pain, his gaze dark and vengeful as it fixed upon Ye. Ye approached Tuan Zhang slowly, lifting his foot to deliver a powerful kick to Tuan Zhang's face, sending him soaring like a deflated ball. Do you not still possess the last of your Sharingan? Why not use it? Are you reluctant? Ye's cold voice echoed in Tuan Zhang's ears. Indeed, that precious Shursui I was something Tuan Zhang hesitated to waste unless absolutely necessary. For it could silently alter a person's thoughts, an incredibly terrifying Jinjutsu. Although it had a long cooldown, Tuan Zhang considered it a trump card. Seeing Tuan Zhang remain silent, Ye slowly swung the Nichiren blade. Since you are so unwilling, then perish. Purgatory breath. A torrent of searing flames erupted, slicing through the air toward Tuan Zhang's position. At that moment, the higher-ups of Konoha finally arrived, with Koshun and Minyan leading the Umbu, just in time to witness Ye's strike aimed at Tuan Zhang. Stop! Upon hearing Koshun's call, Ye did not pause in his actions. The flames engulfed Tuan Zhang's figure entirely. After Ye's attack, Koshun immediately instructed the Umbu behind him to assess the situation, while a portion moved to Ye's side. You have finally arrived. Tuan Zhang's voice emerged from a nearby location. At the last moment, he had expended the Sharingan in his eye. Koshun felt a sense of relief upon seeing Tuan Zhang emerge unscathed. Tuan Zhang approached Koshun, directing his gaze towards Ye. This individual has launched a sudden attack on the route, killing numerous members. He can no longer remain in Konoha. Minyan, hearing Tuan Zhang's words, looked at Ye. Previously, it had been said that Ye had saved Konoha from destruction. However, that was merely a minority. After all, on the day of Pain's assault, only a handful of ninja and a few villagers nearby were aware of the attack. Had Inuzuka resolved the situation a tad more swiftly, perhaps no one would have known that Konoha was under siege. They would have assumed a monstrous apparition had wreaked havoc upon the village. Let us first have the Umbu apprehend him, and we shall deliberate further upon Tsunade's return. Upon hearing Minyan's words, Danzo's countenance flickered with displeasure. He had slain so many from root, and yet they opted for temporary confinement? Noticing Danzo's dissatisfaction, Koharu contemplated offering some words of consolation, but Inuzuka spoke up slowly. Excuse me, have you misunderstood the gravity of this situation? Do you truly believe I am beholden to your whims? Are you aware of the hierarchy? If not, allow me to elucidate. I am the esteemed, while you are the base. As he spoke, his aura intensified, and he swiftly entered sage mode. Today, Danzo, your demise is certain. No one shall stand in my way. Mark my words. With a thunderous blast, a powerful wave erupted from Inuzuka, forcing the Umbu standing beside him to stagger back several paces. In an instant, a red flash propelled Inuzuka directly before Danzo. Such speed. Before Danzo could collect his astonishment, a fist struck his chest with tremendous force. Sonic punch. The overwhelming impact sent Danzo hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the base's wall. Koharu and Minyan were rendered speechless, astonished that Inuzuka dared to strike at this juncture. After propelling Danzo away, Inuzuka coldly regarded Koharu and Minyan. What now? Do you intend to protect Danzo? Koharu and Minyan, shaken by Inuzuka's formidable presence, found themselves at a loss for words. Inuzuka disdainfully glanced at them before vanishing from sight. Danzo, struggling to rise from the ground, coughed up a mouthful of blood, pain radiating from his chest. Damn that wretch! Before he could utter further curses, a heavy force bore down upon his head, slamming it violently into the ground amidst scattered debris. Inuzuka's right foot pressed down upon Danzo's head with relentless force. Are you calling out? Let us see who dares to come to your aid today. Humiliation and agony coursed through Danzo's entire being. He had never endured such indignity since his days as a ninja. Koharu and Minyan, previously subdued by Inuzuka's overwhelming aura, finally regained their composure and commanded the Umbu they had brought along. Go capture that brat. Obeying Koharu's directive, dozens of Umbu surged forth to encircle Inuzuka. Sensing the commotion around him, Inuzuka wielded his Nichiren blade with swift precision. Breath of fire. Purgatory. Flame dance. Several fiery slashes erupted, slicing through the encroaching Umbu before they could react, cleaving their bodies into multiple segments. Koharu, witnessing the swift annihilation of the Umbu, trembled as she pointed a shaking finger at Inuzuka. You dare to. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, a burst of flames surged forth, severing her outstretched finger, which disintegrated in the air, consumed by the searing heat. Everything unfolded with alarming rapidity. By the time Xiaochun comprehended the situation, an excruciating pain surged through her hand. Beside her, Minyan reacted in kind, his gaze shifting from Xiaochun, who was wailing while clutching her mutilated fingers, to Ye with a mixture of fury and a hint of trepidation. How dare you lay a hand on us? Minyan instinctively aimed to point at Ye, but the grim image of Xiaochun's plight made him retract his outstretched finger. Upon hearing Minyan's accusation, Ye dismissed him with indifference, redirecting his attention back to the fallen Tuanzo, who was finally rising, blood covering his face. Seemingly aware that his demise was inevitable, Tuanzo met Ye's gaze with a flicker of determination. If I am to perish today, I shall take you down with me. Sealing technique. For symbol seal. Tuanzo's body began to expel black ink, which enveloped the surroundings. Seeing this, Ye swiftly leaped out of the sealing range, but before departing, he swung his Nichiren blade, severing the legs of both Xiaochun and Minyan, sending them towards Tuanzo. As Tuanzo's sealing technique gradually consumed Xiaochun and Minyan, Ye exited his augmented state. I am indeed benevolent, allowing you to die in unison. Having accomplished this, Ye returned to Akamaru, carrying his unconscious sister back home. Upon their arrival, Inuzuka rushed over, her expression filled with concern. What happened to Hana? It's nothing serious. I have treated her, but she will need time to rest. Upon hearing that his daughter was unharmed, Sum breathed a sigh of relief. However, noticing the scent of blood on her son, she furrowed her brow. It's nothing, Mom, merely dealt with a few lowly foes. Seeing her son's reluctance to elaborate, Sum chose not to press further. At that moment, the 5 Kage summit convened. Obito appeared with an already awakened Sasuke, announcing to the gathered Kage that the 5th Great Ninja War had officially commenced. Sasuke, filled with an overwhelming hatred, directed his wrath towards Tsunade. However, he was intercepted by Jiraiya, who had accompanied her. After a series of exchanges, Sasuke ultimately succumbed and was rescued by Obito. Upon returning to the base, Obito replaced Sasuke's eyes with Itachi's, enabling him to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. When Tsunade returned to the village, she received a report from the Umbu. As she perused the recorded details, she fell into contemplation and subsequently declared, I am aware of this matter. Announced to the public that the Elder Council was ambushed by rogue ninjas, resulting in their demise. Understood. The Umbu nodded and then vanished before her. Tsunade destroyed the document in her hand and gazed out the window. You have truly given me a task, but perhaps it is for the best. I shall no longer be under the Elder's oppressive thumb. Soon, the battle ignited. With the assistance of Orochimaru, Obito assembled the Impure World Reincarnation Army, engaging in conflict with the ninja alliance formed by the other 5 villages. During the skirmish, Naruto was taken by Killer Bee for training. The previously silent system resonated once more in Ye's ear. Ding. Ultimate mission. Capture the legendary cosmic Pokémon. Completion reward. Dimensional Cube. The Dimensional Cube, each time it is charged, it will open a portal to other realms. Upon hearing the task of capturing a Pokémon, Ye was taken aback, realizing that he seemingly had no Pokeballs left. Ding. Otherworldly task. Breakthrough in techniques. Create your own Z-move. Completion reward. 10 Pokeballs. Note. This task is an otherworldly mission. The host must enter alone and cannot bring Pokémon. How fortuitous, thought Ye, as he had just been contemplating his lack of Pokeballs, only to have the system graciously present him with a task. Well done, system. Ye muttered a remark about the system, then sent Akamaru home, retrieving the temporary otherworldly pass from his backpack. As the familiar black vortex appeared, Ye stepped directly inside. Before him lay a lush forest. Regaining his composure, Ye attempted to summon his Pokémon, but discovered that while he still felt a connection with them, he could not harness their powers. Had their abilities been completely sealed? Puzzled, Ye reflected that although he couldn't utilize his Pokémon's strengths, he still possessed ninjutsu and breathing techniques. So he wasn't overly anxious. As long as he wasn't in a particularly formidable world, he was confident he could survive. Just as he pondered his next move, Two figures approached, one male and one female, strolling together. Upon noticing Ya, they greeted him with familiarity. "Hello there. You seem lost. Did you just leave the village?" Ayasu inquired warmly. Ya, seizing the opportunity, sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "You caught me. I am indeed lost and don't know which way to go. We're heading to the imperial capital. Are you going there too? I can take you along. You remind me of my good friend who also got lost after leaving the village. We temporarily parted ways." The imperial capital? Upon hearing Ayasu's words, you felt a sense of familiarity with the name. At that moment, Shiura tugged at Ayasu's sleeve. "Is it really wise to bring a stranger along? Didn't the village teach us to be cautious when venturing outside?" Ayasu replied nonchalantly, "It's fine. I trust my instincts." Thus, you accompanied Ayasu and Shiura towards the imperial capital. As they journeyed, the three engaged in conversation, and you learned their names. He found their names oddly familiar, yet couldn't recall where he had encountered them in any anime. Before long, under Ayasu's guidance, they arrived at the imperial capital as he had described. Observing the attire of those around him, you noted it bore resemblance to that of the Naruto world, though the individuals he saw appeared to be ordinary, with no particularly powerful beings in sight. By the time they reached the imperial capital, it was already afternoon. After a leisurely stroll, nightfall approached swiftly. They entered a restaurant, where they casually dined on a few dishes. In the end, a pained expression crossed Ayasu's face as he paid the bill, which was, after all, the fare given to them by the village chief. Ya gazed quietly at Yaez as he paid, finding the fellow before him rather intriguing. The trio exited the restaurant, and as night had fallen, Yaez, eager to save money, suggested they find a place to rest by the roadside. Shiyu voiced no objections, considering their funds had dwindled significantly after the meal. They inquired with Ya, who nodded in agreement. After all, as ninjas, who would be concerned about their sleeping arrangements? As the three settled on the roadside, preparing to rest, a splendid carriage approached them, halting not far away. From within, a figure emerged, assisted by guards, gradually making her way towards them. It was a girl clad in an exquisite white princess gown, her adornments radiant, who walked towards Ya and the others. "Are you newcomers to the imperial capital?" Yaez, taken aback by the beauty of the girl, other than Shiyu, felt a rush of excitement. "Why yes," he stammered. Upon hearing his response, the girl, Alia, furrowed her brows slightly. "You seem to have nowhere to go. Would you like to rest at my home?" Yaez's expression grew anxious at Alia's words, while Shiyu regarded her with a hint of wariness. "Is that appropriate? There's no need for concern. I often assist newcomers to the capital, as they are unfamiliar with their surroundings. It is merely an act of kindness," Alia replied with a warm smile, then turned her gaze to Shiyu. "This sister is truly lovely, especially her hair, so lustrous and black, it makes me envious." Suddenly flattered by Alia's compliment, Shiyu felt a wave of bashfulness, but eventually, persuaded by Alia, the three decided to accompany her. As they boarded the carriage, faint whispers from the guards reached their ears. "Miss Alia is truly kind-hearted. She aids these newcomers. Indeed, this is the third time this month." Ya, upon hearing the guards' conversation, felt a twinge of suspicion, although Alia had shown nothing but goodwill. Her fleeting glance at Shiyu's hair, masked well but tinged with jealousy, did not escape Ya's notice. Soon, Alia led them to her grand castle. When Yaez disembarked and beheld the opulent estate, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. He had not anticipated such grandeur, nearly rivaling the size of their entire village combined. Seeing Yaez's astonished expression, Alia chuckled softly. "I apologize for the surprise. Let me show you inside." She then guided Ya and the others into the mansion. Upon entering the grand hall, they encountered a middle-aged man seated in a position of honor, alongside a beautiful woman who bore a striking resemblance to Alia. Alia's father beamed upon his daughter's return. "Welcome back, Alia. By the looks of it, you've brought home those in need of assistance again. Alia is truly compassionate." Her mother chimed in playfully. Upon hearing this, Elia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shyly exclaimed, "Oh dear parents, please do not tease me." After sharing a light-hearted jest with his daughter, Elia's father turned his gaze toward Ya and his companions, his tone laced with a warning. "Elia possesses a kind heart and is always ready to assist those in need, yet I implore you not to engage in actions that could harm her, otherwise I shall unleash all my might to ensure you deeply regret your existence in this world." Elia, observing her father's stern demeanor, quickly stepped forward. "Oh father, you are far too serious. Please do not take it to heart," she said, glancing at Ya and the others. You must be quite fatigued after today. Shall I have someone escort you to rest? Iez nodded in agreement, and under the guidance of a servant, the three were led to their quarters. Ya and Iez were assigned to share a room. As Iez reclined on the bed, he reflected on the day's extraordinary events with a sense of disbelief. What do you think of Miss Elia? He found it curious when you suddenly posed the question. Miss Elia? She is delightful, a kind-hearted and beautiful young lady, he replied, casting a glance toward the windowsill. Indeed, I share your sentiments, you concurred. Shortly thereafter, both succumbed to slumber. Once assured that they were asleep, a guard, who had been discreetly stationed nearby, quietly departed. At that moment, Ye opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. The following day, Elia warmly welcomed Iez and his companions, inviting them to accompany her on a shopping excursion. After a bustling day, Iez, feeling somewhat weary, rubbed his back and mused. Accompanying a lady on her shopping ventures is truly exhausting. As night fell, Elia hosted Ya and the others for dinner. The evening's feast was particularly lavish, and Iez found himself salivating at the sight of the sumptuous spread before him. Elia's family beamed with joy as they regarded Ya and his companions. Today, Elia mentioned that you spent the day with her, assisting her in carrying items and running errands. Thus, we have prepared this special treat for you. You observed the smiles on their faces, sensing an unsettling resemblance to the expressions of hunters gazing at their prey ensnared in a trap. In response to Elia's father's words, Iez waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. It was merely a small favor. After all, Miss Elia assisted us as well and provided us with lodging. Thus, amidst laughter and merriment, they commenced their meal. During dinner, you deliberately scrutinized Elia and her family, discreetly discarding the food that was offered to him when they were not paying attention. Iez continued to stuff his mouth with food, but soon felt a sudden heaviness in his eyelids. Why do I feel so unexpectedly drowsy? He muttered, perplexed. Moments later, with a thud, he collapsed onto the dining table, while nearby, Xiaoyu also began to feel her vision blur, her body gradually succumbing to unconsciousness upon the table. Noticing that both had fainted, Ye feigned unconsciousness as well, resting his head on the table. Elia, witnessing the three unconscious at the table, revealed a smile that had never before graced her face, a sinister grin. Hee, these country folk are truly akin to swine. Once again, I shall continue my experiments. Alita gazed at the unconscious Xiaoyu, her eyes lingering on her lustrous black hair. How dare this lowly commoner possess such stunning hair? I shall pluck it out, strand by strand. Upon overhearing her daughter's words, Alita's mother chuckled and said, let us take them to the laboratory in the warehouse. We shall experiment at our leisure. Meanwhile, the pretentious unconscious Ye finally comprehended the world she had entered. To her astonishment, she had arrived in the realm of slaying sisters. And the names of these two individuals seemed oddly familiar. They were indeed childhood friends of Tasmi. The three were carried by guards to a location where their weapons were confiscated and carelessly discarded upon the ground. Shortly thereafter, Alita entered, instructing the guards to bind Ya and the others securely. Alita took her seat before them. Time passed, and eventually, Yeaz and Xiaoyu awakened. While Ye feigned a gradual return to consciousness, Yeaz felt utterly drained, staring at Alita, still bewildered by the unfolding events. Miss Alita, what is happening? A smile graced Alita's face, yet as Yeaz beheld her expression, an inexplicable chill swept over his heart. You wretched peasants are truly naive. Did you genuinely believe I brought you to my home to assist you? I merely seek to exploit your existence for my experiments. Just look around you. Upon hearing Alita's words, Yeaz and Xiaoyu turned their heads to survey their surroundings. They beheld numerous naked corpses suspended in the air, and on a nearby table lay remnants of dark crimson stains. These. Yeaz struggled to grasp the horrific sight before him. These are commoners like you, brought from the outside. After I seized them, I utilized them for my experiments, thus contributing to my own endeavors. Gazing at Alita's sinister grin, Yeaz perceived her as a demon, unable to fathom the darkness that enveloped the so-called imperial capital. Having just arrived, he found himself already ensnared in this grim fate. Yeaz glanced at Xiaoyu, his eyes filled with concern, then turned to Ya, feeling a pang of guilt for involving him in this predicament. I'm sorry, Ya. If I hadn't brought you to the capital, perhaps you wouldn't. What does that have to do with me? Besides, one could argue that it is uncertain who truly bears the misfortune of encountering us, Ya remarked with a knowing smile. At this moment, Alita ceased her banter with Yayas and rose from her chair, striding towards Xiaoyu. How dare this commoner possess such radiant hair? It incites my envy. I shall pluck every strand from your head and present them to the guards, just to witness the expression that crosses your face. With this thought, an uncontrollable thrill flickered across Alita's countenance. She approached Xiaoyu, her hand gliding over the silky strands before seizing them with a firm grip. A sudden wave of pain surged through Xiaoyu, causing her to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. Yet, she refrained from uttering any words of surrender, instead choosing to quietly close her eyes and await the torment from Alita. After a prolonged period of waiting, Xiaoyu noticed that the hand gripping her hair seemed to loosen, followed by an absence of pain emanating from her body, which left her feeling somewhat perplexed. Gradually, she opened her eyes. To her astonishment, she witnessed Ya having somehow freed herself from her restraints and now stood before Alita, seizing the latter's golden locks and forcefully dragging her down to the ground. It seems you take great pleasure in pulling others' hair. Tell me, how does it feel? Ya's gaze was icy as she regarded Alita, who was now sprawled on the floor. Alita's face was etched with terror. Unable to comprehend how Ya had broken free despite her precautions, she had instructed her guards to bind them tightly and had even laced their food with a sedative, ensuring that even if they awoke, they would be utterly incapacitated. Alita's cries of pain drew the attention of the guards stationed outside. As they burst into the warehouse, they were met with the sight of Alita beneath Ya's foot. One of the guards regarded Ya with suspicion. What are you doing? Have you forgotten how kind Miss Alita has been to you? Ya's expression turned scornful upon hearing the guard's words. Kind? If she is so kind, why don't you take her place and die for her? With that, Ya intensified the pressure of her foot against Alita's head. Alita screamed as her face scraped against the ground, pain coursing through her as blood began to seep out, staining the floor. The guards, witnessing this scene, hesitated to act, their eyes darting toward the still-bound Yayas and Xiaoyu. If you do not release Miss Alita immediately, we will kill your two companions, one guard threatened, unsheathing his sword and rushing toward Yayas and Xiaoyu. However, before they could reach their target, the scene around them began to swirl and darkness enveloped them. Ya withdrew her foot and gazed down at the grotesquely contorted bodies of the guards beneath her. What made you think you could reach them before I dealt with you? Approaching Yayas, Ya untied him and Xiaoyu. Weak from the poison, they leaned against each other for support. As Alita realized the foot that had been crushing her head had vanished, she swiftly attempted to flee. Yayas, noticing Alita's escape, urgently warned Ya she is running away. Ya cast a glance at Alita's retreating figure. It matters not. They all shall meet their end here today. Yayas, startled by Ya's words, looked at her in disbelief. What? You still find this cruel? As Yayas prepared to argue that the others were innocent, he noticed Xiaoyu tugging at his clothing. Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu looked up at Yayas and shook her head. After a brief glance at both Yayas and Xiaoyu, Ya turned away to retrieve her Nicaran blade, then headed toward the courtyard. At this moment, due to Alita's plea for help, all the guards rushed towards the warehouse. Ya glanced at the approaching guards and slowly drew his sunblade. Breath of thunder, a flash of lightning, 5 consecutive strikes. Unable to utilize Pokémon moves, Ya began to employ breathing techniques, merging them with the chakra within him to simulate his most suitable attack. With a crackle, Ya's figure seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning, weaving through the oncoming guards. When Ya's form reappeared, the tip of his sunblade was dripping with crimson droplets of blood. The assailing guards, in disbelief, clutched their necks, where a thin line of red had manifested. After dispatching these guards, Ya continued in the direction where Elia had fled. Meanwhile, Elia was frantically running. Upon reaching the hall, her parents stared in shock at the bloodied and disheveled Elia. Elia, what happened? Elia's mother was the first to approach, steadying the staggering girl. With a panicked tone, Elia struggled to catch her breath before urgently exclaiming, That guy is after me. They've broken free from control. After a series of fragmented explanations, Elia's parents finally grasped the meaning behind her words. Upon hearing this, Elia's father snorted dismissively. Humph. So what if they escaped? With so many guards here, do you think we cannot capture those 3? No sooner had he spoken than several figures were tossed into the room. The Elia family gazed in astonishment at the lifeless bodies of 2 guards that appeared before them. Ya slowly entered, his sun blade now smeared with blood. Elia's parents locked eyes with Ya's cold gaze, momentarily rendered speechless by fear. It was only after a brief daze that Elia's father, nervously, managed to speak. You need to calm down. I am an official, an important minister of the state. If you impulsively kill me, you and your family will also face dire consequences. How about this? You leave now, and I will pretend this incident never occurred. What do you say? You waved his sun blade, and a playful grin appeared on his face. Are you threatening me? No, no, no. I am not threatening you. Merely advising you to remain calm. In moments of impulsiveness, one often makes regrettable decisions. You are still young. Do not ruin your future over a moment's folly. Listening to Elia's father's counsel, you suddenly remarked, Are all you officials so eloquent? I shall offer you a choice. There are 3 of you, but I can only allow 2 to survive. What do you think? Ya's gaze fell upon the Elia family of 3, as Elia's father prepared to respond. A glimmer of cold light flashed past him. He felt something brush against his ear, followed by a sharp pain radiating from his left ear. He reached up to cover the area, only to find that his ear had vanished without a trace. I shall grant you 3 minutes to make your choice. Should you fail to decide, then you 3 may as well embrace death. With that, he drew a chair from the side and seated himself, awaiting the decision of Elia's family. Elia's father, stifling his pain, turned to his wife and daughter. In the exchange of glances, he was on the verge of action, only to be overtaken by a sudden pang in his chest. Elia's father gazed in astonishment at Elia, who had rushed before him, clutching a finely crafted dagger, an exquisite gift he had bestowed upon her. Elia, what? With a firm grip on the blade, Elia plunged the remaining length deep into him. Her visage shone with resolute determination as she looked at her father. Father, for the sake of your beloved daughter, you must make this sacrifice. My mother and I shall forever remember you. Ultimately, Elia's father succumbed to breathlessness, his resistance yielding to despair. Having dealt with her father, Elia turned to Ya. Now that my father is gone, may we be spared, my mother and I? Ya stroked his chin, feigning contemplation. No. The previous conditions were set by your father and me. Should the roles be reversed, it would only allow one to survive. Upon hearing Ya's alteration of terms, Elia's expression twisted into one of fury. Are you toying with us? Toying with you? Do you believe you are worthy of such regard? Ya scoffed at Elia's outburst. I shall grant you 5 more minutes. Should you fail to decide who remains, then you shall all perish together. Elia, upon receiving Ya's final warning, suppressed her fear and turned to her mother. Mother, I do not wish to die. Elia's mother, upon hearing this, gazed at her daughter. Elia, dear. Slowly, Elia's mother approached her, arms outstretched, enveloping Elia in an embrace. It shall be all right, my dear Elia. Allow mother to make the sacrifice for you. As she spoke, one hand gently caressed her daughter's head, while the other, unbeknownst to Elia, had clenched a dagger, which she swiftly drove into Elia's back. With a sickening sound, blood spattered. Elia's mother stared in shock at the dagger embedded in her own chest. Just as she was about to succeed, Elia, whom she had embraced, had suddenly crouched down, seizing her hand that gripped the dagger and thrusting it deeper into her own heart. Elia clutched her mother's hand, forcing the blade into her chest. Mother, I knew it all along. It was all a facade. In the face of danger, I knew you would choose to abandon me. If that is the case, then you shall join father in death. Ultimately, Elia's mother, in her own unwillingness, drew her last breath. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of mocking applause echoed as Elia turned to Ya. Having personally dispatched her loved ones, Elia found herself momentarily engulfed in confusion. Indeed, your decisiveness is commendable. Now, there remains but one final task. Once accomplished, I shall release you. Accompany me to the place where you keep your riches, and upon laying eyes on the wealth, you may depart. Upon hearing that you desired gold instead of prolonging her torment or ending her life, Elia felt a sense of relief wash over her. Thus, she led you to her family's vault of treasures. Once the vaults were opened, you gazed upon the wealth within. Your family truly possesses great fortune. The gold here could sustain an ordinary person for several lifetimes. Elia chose to ignore Ya's taunt and inquired, Now that you have your money, may I leave? Ya nodded in response. Yes, you may go. Hurry, depart swiftly. Should we cross paths again, I shall not be so lenient. Upon hearing Ya's concession, Elia dashed towards the exit. Elia, hearing her name called from behind, she instinctively turned to look at Ya. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel flashed past. Elia felt an immense force seize her, followed by a sharp pain in her chest. Her body was pinned to the wall by Ya's sunwheel blade. Staring at the weapon embedded in her chest, Elia cast a sorrowful gaze at Ya. You approached her slowly, lamenting, I warned you to be cautious. I would kill you upon our next encounter. How fortuitous it is that we meet again so soon, don't you think? Blood spilled from Elia's lips as she glared at you with fierce intensity. You, monster. You stepped closer. Withdrawing the blade from Elia's body, observing her lifeless form on the ground. I thought you enjoyed toying with others? Why the discontent when the tables are turned? Truly, a woman's thoughts are inscrutable. You began to gather the gold before exiting the room. Upon reaching the courtyard, Yeaz and Shayu approached, supporting one another. As they surveyed the scene of carnage, disbelief etched on their faces. Their gazes towards you shifted. Do you find me cruel? Shayu spoke first. No. It's merely a shock to witness so much death at once. These individuals receive their just deserts. The real tragedy lies with those who perished at their hands. Surprised by Shayu's response, you had anticipated a different reaction. What do you plan to do next? Upon hearing Ya's question, Yeaz and Shayu exchanged glances, uncertainty clouding their expressions. Initially, they intended to join the Imperial Army upon arriving in the capital, earning money to aid their village. However, the darkness of the capital had taken them aback. If one official was so corrupt, the others would likely be no better. Seeing their silence, he continued, I plan to establish a shop in the capital. If you wish to stay, you may assist me. What? Yeaz and Shayu looked at Ye in astonishment, then readily agreed. That sounds wonderful. They had initially resolved to return to the village upon finding Tasmi, seeking alternative methods to support their community. Now, the prospect of remaining in the capital filled them with joy. Soon, you found a suitable location in the capital city and, upon the recommendation of others, arrived at the storefront. Upon learning that you intended to purchase his establishment, the owner displayed a hint of hesitation but ultimately advised, this shop is indeed well located. However, it has become increasingly difficult to operate due to the frequent visits from soldiers who come merely to indulge in food and drink. If you are truly intent on acquiring this establishment, be prepared. Upon hearing the owner's caution, you appreciated his thoughtfulness, acknowledging, rest assured, I will be cautious. With the transfer of responsibilities completed, you finally possessed his shop in the capital. He had long contemplated what type of business to establish. He would create a sandwich shop. The sandwich recipe he had previously acquired lay dormant in the system, and now was the perfect opportunity to enhance his proficiency. You shared his entrepreneurial aspirations with Yeaz and Shayu, assuring them that he would personally handle their wages, which would align with the standard pay for shop employees in the capital. Once business flourished, they could revisit the topic. In no time, Ye's sandwich shop was beautifully refurbished. He named it Akamaru Sandwich, a name that cleverly sounded like finished eating. You felt like a true genius at naming. While the trio busied themselves with the shop's preparations, Tazumi finally arrived in the capital. Upon his arrival, he caught the attention of Rianai, who was seated nearby, indulging in drink. Under Rianai's deceptive charm, Tazumi found all his funds swindled away. Left penniless, he stared vacantly at the pitch-black night sky. That scheming woman has deceived me. As Tazumi contemplated spending the night on the roadside, a figure approached him. The man drew near and quietly inquired, Are you new to the capital as well? Tazumi, feeling puzzled, nodded in response. You seem to lack a place to go. Would you care to accompany me? I can take you to a safe haven. I was once in your position and wish to assist those who find themselves lost, just as I was. Confronted by this sudden stranger, Tazumi felt a surge of caution. Thank you for your kindness, but I believe I will remain here. Having been deceived once, he had learned his lesson. The man persisted in his persuasion, but upon realizing Tazumi's steadfast refusal, he ultimately departed. Not long after the man left, a plainly dressed girl rushed to Tazumi's side. Brother, did that man just offer to take you somewhere? Tazumi, surprised by her words, looked at her, puzzled as to how she was aware of their prior conversation. Sensing his confusion, the girl explained, I've seen him before. He always approaches solitary individuals, inquiring if they need assistance. But each time he takes someone away, I never see them again. Tazumi's heart raced upon hearing her words, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him for not having followed the man. The girl observed Tazumi, seemingly deep in thought. Tazumi noticed the little girl's unusual demeanor and inquired, What troubles you? You appear quite distressed. The girl hesitated, then replied, I believe the older brother seems to be a good person. I am contemplating whether to take you to our base, where newcomers to the Imperial City gather. Everyone is kind and supportive, and whenever we welcome new members, we assess each other. Upon hearing her words, Tazumi felt a stirring within. If he could join them, perhaps he could expedite his search for Yeaz and the others, and maybe even discover a way to enter the guard. With this thought, he pointed to himself and smiled gently. Do you think I might be allowed to join you? The little girl, observing the smile gracing Tasmi's face, found him increasingly peculiar and even shifted away in fear. Noticing this, Tasmi's heart raced, and he earnestly said, Please, help me. I assure you, I'm not a bad person. It is my first day in the Imperial City, and I have already been swindled out of my money. The girl, seeming to empathize with Tasmi's plight, pondered for a moment before nodding her agreement to lead him to their base. Thus, Tasmi followed her as she guided him deeper into the shadows. However, he remained oblivious to the strange smile that had replaced the innocent look on her face, as if she had successfully baited a fish. Navigating through a series of twists and turns, the girl eventually led Tasmi underground. The vast, dimly lit space was damp and echoed with the occasional drip of water. She halted and turned to face Tasmi, declaring, This is far enough. What? Tasmi exclaimed, glancing around, only to find himself surrounded by a group of armed mercenaries. Realization dawned upon him. He had been deceived yet again. However, he struggled to comprehend the little girl's motives for luring him here. As Tasmi voiced his confusion, the girl pointed upwards. Above us lies the hospital for saving lives, while down here is a shadowy organ trafficking den. We are responsible for processing those brought here and delivering their organs above. Why explain so much? They are pressing us for time. Let us deal with this one quickly and see if we can lure more unfortunate souls in, a voice called out. And Tasmi recognized it as the man who had earlier urged him to follow. So, you are all in cahoots, Tasmi thought, realizing that regardless of whether their goals aligned, they had a backup plan. Slowly, he drew a dagger from his back, eyeing the circle of mercenaries. The mercenaries charged at him, weapons raised. Be careful with your strikes. Do not damage his organs, the girl cautioned from the side. As Tasmi dodged the incoming attacks, he began to devise an escape. With a flash of cold steel, he dispatched several mercenaries, but he too bore the brunt of their assault, sustaining a deep cut across his body, once again forcing back the mercenaries before him. Tasmi gasped for breath as he surveyed the multitude of adversaries. Cursed fate! Am I to perish in this place today? I have yet to fulfill my grandfather's last wishes for our village, and I remain oblivious to the fate of Ias and the others. Gritting his teeth, Tasmi swung his weapon once more, confronting the onslaught of mercenaries. As the wounds on his body multiplied, his vision began to blur. And just as he felt himself about to collapse, he suddenly found himself enveloped in a warm embrace. Riona gazed down at the unconscious Tasmi, who lay against her chest. What a coincidence! The boss had tasked me with investigating the illicit organ trade in the imperial capital, and here I find you once again. Gently, Riona laid the unconscious Tasmi on the ground, then turned her gaze toward the mercenaries. Her eyes finally settled on a small girl. So, it appears you are the mastermind behind all this. The girl recognized Riona's identity. You are a member of Night Raid? How dare you? Why are you here? Panic surged within her as she realized she was being targeted by a member of Night Raid. Without hesitation, she turned to flee the scene. I leave this to you. With that, the girl prepared to depart. Beast King Transformation. Lion King. A radiant glow emanated from Riona's waist, and as the light dissipated, her physique became more robust. Feline ears sprouting from her head, her hands transforming into claw-like appendages, and a beastly tail swaying behind her. Moments later, anguished screams echoed through the underground space as the transformed Riona swiftly dispatched the mercenaries before her, even eliminating the small girl who had attempted to escape. Returning to Tasmi's side, Riona reverted to her original form and looked down at the fallen youth. Though I may incur the boss's wrath, I shall take you back. Thus, Tasmi was brought back to the headquarters of Night Raid. Meanwhile, on a street in the imperial capital, Ya's sandwich shop finally opened its doors. Sayo managed customer orders while Ya and Ias handled the production. Ya delegated the simpler tasks of kneading dough and tending the fire to Ias while overseeing the process. Utilizing the sandwich recipes from the system, Ya quickly crafted a variety of flavorful sandwiches. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing passers-by to pause and inquire with Sayu about the availability for purchase. After a day of bustling activity, Ias rubbed his sore arms, astonished by the unexpectedly high volume of business. His hands had scarcely rested from kneading the dough. Ya tossed 2 bags of gold coins toward Ias and Sayu, who stared in disbelief at the dozens of coins in their hands. Do not refuse this. It is your due for today. You have witnessed the success of our business. I, myself, have profited even more. Upon hearing Ya's words, Aias swallowed the retort that had risen to his lips. He felt that Yu was genuinely trying to assist them. Otherwise, with his skills, he could easily hire cheaper labor to manage these tasks. Aias and Xiaoyu exchanged a glance. An unspoken gratitude nestled within their hearts. With the booming business at the sandwich shop, some individuals began to set their sights upon it. One day, a group of Imperial guards arrived at the entrance of the shop, led by the captain of the security team, known as the infamous Oka. Oka directed his gaze towards Xiaoyu, the one responsible for collecting payments. "Are you the proprietor of this establishment?" Xiaoyu sensed the unfriendly intent, but replied nonetheless, "No. I am merely an employee. Summon your manager," he commanded. Just as Xiaoyu hesitated, Ya, alerted by the commotion, emerged on his own. "You seek me?" Oka regarded the young man before him, a sinister smile creeping across his fierce countenance. "You are the owner of this shop. I have come to collect the business tax. Every establishment in the Imperial City is required to pay, and the initial fee is 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins. Aias, who had also stepped out, looked astonished. Their business had been thriving, yet they earned only 20 gold coins a day. How could this man demand 100 coins at once? Indeed, 100 gold coins. Do you have any objections? Without retort, Ya produced his pouch and tossed it towards Oka. Upon receiving it, Oka weighed the pouch in his hands. Here are 200 gold coins. Consider the excess as my treat for your brothers. Upon hearing Ya's words, Oka's smile grew even brighter. It had been some time since he encountered such an enterprising shop owner. Excellent. It appears you possess a natural talent for business. I have high hopes for you. With that, Oka and his subordinates prepared to depart. By the way, should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out. I shall assist you in matters I can resolve. After Oka had distanced himself, Aias, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, remarked, Why should we part with 200 gold coins? It will take us ages to earn that back. Ya cast a glance in the direction Oka had taken before turning back towards the kitchen. After all, he is a man nearing his end. Why bother quarreling over such trivialities? Hearing Ya's words, Aias finally fell silent and returned to help in the kitchen. The brief incident soon faded, but unrest began to brew in the Imperial City. During this time, innocent souls were inexplicably beheaded, with rumors circulating of a perverse individual deriving pleasure from murder. As the day's business came to a close, Yu realized he was short on supplies needed for the next day, prompting him to venture out for replenishment. After exchanging farewells with Aias and Xiaoyu, he set off towards his usual source for ingredients. As night descended, a figure appeared atop a rooftop, fixated on a solitary woman below. A wicked grin spread across his face before he vanished from sight. The woman sensed something amiss, her heart racing, and she quickened her pace homeward. Suddenly, a figure blocked her path, prompting her to look up in confusion. There stood a tall man, adorned with an eye-catching headpiece. And as she beheld the enormous scissors in his grip, terror coursed through her veins. She realized she had encountered the notorious maniac responsible for the recent beheadings in the Imperial City. Zank approached the woman with a sinister grin, relishing the expression of his prey in that moment. Fear, terror, trembling, ultimately, despair, he reveled in it all. The woman, filled with dread, recoiled and turned to flee, only to be seized by Zank, who lifted her effortlessly as if she were a mere chick. The woman, powerless to resist, displayed a face of utter hopelessness, while Zank brandished a pair of scissors, poised to cleave her head in twain. Just as he prepared to strike, a shadow darted past, deflecting the scissors from his grasp. Puzzled, Zank turned to discover that the object that had thwarted him was, astonishingly, a potato. He scanned his surroundings, intent on locating the interloper. Thunder breathing. First form. Thunderclap. Sensing the sound of slicing air above him, Zank retreated swiftly, yet the next instant, a cold glint slashed toward the arm with which he held the woman. Instinctively, he relinquished his grip to evade the blow. The woman regained her freedom, her instincts propelling her to flee with all her might. Zank, displeased by his prey's escape, glared at the figure that had appeared before him. You little brat, how dare you let my prey slip away? For that, you shall pay with your life. Yagyu set aside the vegetables he held and slowly drew his Nicaran blade from his waist. I must dispose of you quickly. I have ingredients to prepare. Yagyu's derisive tone ignited a surge of fury within Zank. Damn you, little imp. Die. He swung the giant scissors toward Yagyu's position. Water breathing. Flowing water. Yagyu swiftly danced with his Nicaran blade, parrying Zank's assault. At that moment, the ornamental piece on Zank's forehead, resembling an eye, began to glow. Yagyu felt the scene before him shift, as though he had returned to a previous world. He found himself seated, while the teacher instructed the class to close their books and write from memory. With each word that flowed from the teacher's lips, Yagyu realized he could not write a single one down. Just as he hesitated, contemplating glancing at his neighbor's answers, the teacher's large face loomed suddenly before him. Whoa! Startled, Yagyu instinctively swung his arm, delivering a resounding slap to the teacher's face. In the external world, it was anticipated that the use of the Imperial artifact, the Omniscient Observer, would reveal Yagyu's deepest fears, providing Zank the opportunity to strike and behead him. However, to their astonishment, Yagyu, seemingly unscathed, had abruptly raised his arm and slapped himself. The fiery pain on his face ignited Zank's rage, while Yagyu finally emerged from the illusion. Gazing at the suddenly reappeared Zank, Yagyu quickly retreated to create distance. Phew, that was close. I couldn't use my insight and nearly fell victim to that illusion. How terrifying to relive the experience of memorizing English words. Zank, unwilling to accept Yagyu's escape from the illusion, huffed in frustration before continuing his assault. Flame breathing. Unknown fire. In a swift motion, Yi charged towards Zank, who seemed to anticipate the attack, evading to the side with premeditated ease. With a flick of his scissors, he aimed to strike at Yi's body. Yet, Yi swiftly pivoted, raising his Nichiren blade to parry the assault. The two combatants momentarily separated, and Zank sneered at Yi. Before my Imperial tool, all your attacks are futile, for I can discern your innermost thoughts. Is that so? Upon hearing Zank's taunt, a knowing smile graced Yi's face as he lunged at Zank once more. Breath of thunder. Lightning flash. He propelled himself forward, while Zank preemptively wielded his scissors to counter Yi's strike. I see it now. Your next attack will target my chest. Zank confidently raised his scissors to guard his heart, only to discover Yi's blade aimed at his thigh instead. A crimson line appeared on his leg, and the unexpected pain left Zank in disbelief. Why? He pondered, bewildered. I clearly intended to strike at the chest. Why did he target my leg? Before he could comprehend the situation, Yi's onslaught continued. This time, it was directed at his leg. With a swift cut, a deep gash marred Zank's chest. Why? Zank gasped, collapsing to the ground, clutching his wound. Yi regarded him with a look of disdain, as though he were a fool. Simpleton. Just deceive yourself, and let your body act freely. What is there to be astonished about? Zank, upon hearing Yi's nonchalant remarks, felt a sense of despair wash over him. Curse it. Is this bastard even human? Can such a thing be done so casually? Left with no choice, Zank resorted to the final ability of his Imperial tool, Foresight, which allowed him to momentarily glimpse his opponent's future moves. Each power of Zank's Imperial tool bore a lighter burden upon its initial use. Yet continuous reliance on the same ability would exacerbate his physical strain, diminishing its effectiveness compared to the first instance. This was why Zank refrained from reusing his illusion after Yi had unraveled it. With Foresight aiding him, Zank managed to reciprocate Yi's attacks, though he soon found himself in a state of shock. The Yi he had been battling suddenly split into two, both manifesting corporeal strikes. Even with Foresight revealing Yi's forthcoming moves, Zank found himself unable to evade, accumulating more wounds with each passing moment. Enough of this game. One Yi engaged Zank in combat, while the other conjured a blue orb in his hand. Spiral Sphere. Yi unleashed the swirling energy, striking Zank squarely in the abdomen. Boom. The tremendous force disrupted Zank's core, sending him spiraling away, dispersing his shadow clone. Yi felt a surge of gratitude for having learned various ninjutsu during his time as a ninja. It seemed prudent to discuss with Kai upon his return, to see if he could master the 8 Gates technique as well. With these contemplations in mind, Yi approached the Zank he had just sent flying. At that moment, he expelled a copious amount of fresh blood from his mouth, mingled with fragments of his innards. As he lay on the brink of death, he envisioned all those he had decapitated encircling him, ultimately perishing in terror. Yi crouched down to remove the Imperial artifact from Zank's head. This artifact was rather intriguing. He decided to keep it for potential future use. After dispatching Zank, Yi retrieved the vegetables he had previously placed against the wall and made his way back to his shop. Shortly after Yi's departure, several figures appeared before Zank's lifeless body. Someone has actually dealt with him? Judging by the injuries, it seemed he had been struck by some force that caused his internal organs to rupture and lead to his demise. Could it have been the people from the Imperial capital? No, it appeared that Zank was deliberately released by them. Tasmi and Akame fell into contemplation. The newcomers were none other than Akame from Night Raid and the recently joined Tasmi. After Leo Nai brought Tasmi to Night Raid, he ultimately joined under the persuasion of their leader, Nageshidan. This time, under Akame's guidance, they sought to eliminate the recently emerged decapitating demon, Zank, only to find that someone had already taken care of him before they could arrive. After surveying the area, Akame returned to the Night Raid headquarters to report the situation to Nageshidan. Once the minor incident had passed, you resumed normal operations, having received Oka's gold coins. The past few days had been quite stable, with no one seeking trouble with him. Yet, human greed is insatiable. Having obtained 200, they desired 400. When one is too accommodating, they become easy prey, and you found himself in such a predicament. This time, the members of the security department who approached you bore no sign of Oka, only his subordinates. Upon entering the shop, they immediately grabbed the sandwiches from the counter and devoured them. Chewing away, they spat out food remnants while saying, "We are just here for our routine patrol, checking if you have any troubles. After all, you are among those our boss has instructed us to protect. We must take this seriously. It's exhausting for us." My brothers, Yer emerged and, seeing the security personnel before him, retrieved a handful of gold coins from his drawer and tossed them over. "Here is a drink on me." The leader accepted the coins with a grin and exchanged pleasantries with you before taking his leave. At that moment, Shayu approached with a look of concern. "This is already the third wave. If this continues, our shop may not survive. I suspect that previous fellow is behind this. Since he opened his shop, business had thrived, inevitably attracting envy. Some powerful merchants sought to either purchase Ya's establishment or acquire his recipes, all of which Ye had firmly refused." The man had left with a knowing glance, and since then, members of the security department had been coming around every few days, ostensibly to ensure their safety. But in reality, it was merely to extort money and disrupt their business. "Don't worry, today I will handle this. The previous funds can simply be considered deposits with them. Today, I shall reclaim all of it." Yeaz and Shayu discerned Ye's intentions. "Are we to take action?" Ye glanced at the two individuals. In the original narrative, it is revealed that Yeaz and Shayu are not devoid of strength. They merely fell victim to the deceit and cruelty of Elia upon their arrival in the imperial capital. "Very well, let me afford you the opportunity to witness the true essence of the capital. Here, take this and see if you can make use of it." You recalled that Yeaz possessed a particular talent for archery, and if this artifact could complement his skills, it should enhance his prowess. As Yeaz observed the eye-like ornament you extended towards him, curiosity compelled him to place it upon his forehead. As for Ye's reluctance to wear it, it stemmed from both disdain and the ornament's utter lack of aesthetic appeal. The moment Yeaz adorned himself with the artifact, he felt the world before him transform. Not only could he perceive distant objects with clarity, but Yeaz's face flushed crimson, and he hastily shut his eyes. You recognized the cause of Yeaz's reaction with a knowing glance. Shayu, puzzled, questioned why Yeaz's face turned red while attempting to test the artifact's capabilities. He must have activated its X-ray vision and glimpsed the young women on the street. Bang! Before you could finish his sentence, Shayu delivered a swift punch to Yeaz's head. Rogue. Yeaz cradled his head, casting a mournful look at you. "Why did you have to say that?" As night descended, you set forth with the prepared Yeaz and Shayu. Yeaz now bore a longbow upon his back, while Shayu secured a slender sword at his waist. "We shall divide our paths. You two will eliminate that merchant while I deal with Oka." With that, you hastened toward the location he had uncovered, and after exchanging glances, Yeaz and Shayu proceeded toward their destination. Soon, they arrived at an opulent palace of song and dance, observing the throngs at the entrance. They opted to infiltrate through a less conspicuous entry. Ultimately, they ascended to an attic where they spotted the merchant from earlier. Unaware of the impending danger, he was nestled between two songstresses, merrily conversing with someone across from him. "Ha! Rest assured, I have bribed the entire security department. That sandwich shop will soon be out of business, and you shall remain the most prosperous establishment on that street." "Ha! Thank you, Lord Tucker." Listening to the exchange below, Yeaz and Shayu exchanged knowing glances, finally grasping the reason behind the targeting of their shop. It was all due to that scoundrel. How ridiculous that he would undermine them despite the unpalatable and overpriced nature of his own offerings. As Yeaz and Shayu prepared to seize an opportunity, commotion erupted outside. There's been a murder." Upon hearing the cries of violence, Yeaz and Shayu exchanged bewildered looks. "Let us act." We may not have time to spare. Agreed. They exclaimed as Ias and Xiaoyu descended from the attic, employing the artifact to cast illusions upon their unsuspecting foes. Xiaoyu swiftly drew his slender sword, brandished it, and then sheathed it back at his waist. Two crimson streaks appeared upon the necks of their adversaries. Having completed their task, Ias was preparing to depart when Xiaoyu called out to him. Do not leave just yet. Ias looked at Xiaoyu with confusion, unable to comprehend why she would detain him now that their mission was accomplished. Search them for any money, she instructed. Spending ample time alongside Ye had gradually instilled in Xiaoyu this prudent habit of thoroughly looting every target to ensure not a single coin went to waste. Upon hearing her words, Ias cast a surprised glance at Xiaoyu, but complied with her request, beginning to search the bodies. Before long, he found himself holding 2 heavy bags filled with gold coins, estimating there were at least several hundred. Wow, you really know your stuff, Xiaoyu. If it weren't for your reminder, we might have missed this. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ye's gaze fell upon Oka, who was emerging from a nearby entertainment venue. A smile adorning his face, flanked by his security detail. Seizing the opportunity, Ye approached, feigning a chance encounter. Sure enough, Oka spotted him. Oh, ISNT this boss ya? Have you come here for a bit of entertainment as well? Oka teased, prompting laughter from his subordinates behind him. Ye looked up at Oka, his face feigning surprise before he awkwardly replied, I came here because I heard there was someone important inside. I wanted to meet him to help resolve some issues. As for the payment, that can be arranged. Oka seemed to grasp the troubles he was facing. Given that someone had previously provided him with a substantial sum to create disturbances at Ye's establishment. However, this did not deter him from seeking further benefits from Ye. Feigning eagerness, Oka responded, Trouble? Why didn't you come to me? Didn't I tell you that you could always seek my help if you faced any issues? I truly admire your spirit, brother. Umyu appeared somewhat hesitant and glanced around before quietly saying, It seems inappropriate to discuss such matters here, understanding Ye's implication. Oka led him back to his stronghold. In a nearby corner, a figure slowly emerged, watching as Oka and his entourage escorted you away. A look of frustration crossing their face. Damn it, if only I had waited for that guy to be alone. This sudden intrusion has ruined everything. No, I must see if there is still a chance. I cannot abandon this so easily. With that thought, they swiftly followed in Oka's wake. Upon arriving at the security department's stronghold, aside from those off-duty or out on patrol, only Oka and the individuals who had just exited the entertainment center remained. He surveyed the dozen or so people in front of him, a smile breaking across his face. Oka, puzzled by Ye's sudden grin, felt a twinge of discomfort and remarked, Speak up. What is it you need? If I can assist, I certainly will. But you know I cannot have my men working for free. Ye nodded in acknowledgement. I am well aware. Rest assured, I will compensate you appropriately. As he spoke, Ye slowly drew the Nichiren blade from his waist. By the way, I have heard others refer to you as the demon Oka, but I find that somewhat misleading. How about I assist you in truly becoming a demon? Oka sensed something amiss about you before him. Frenzy, breath of thunder, lightning flash. With the onset of frenzy, Ye's form flickered, and when he reappeared, he had already positioned himself behind Oka. Oka turned, his gaze filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been completely oblivious to Ye's speed. Gulp. Oka attempted to utter something, yet blood bubbles formed in his mouth, and his hands instinctively clutched his neck, where a crimson gash had been inflicted unbeknownst to him. Defiantly, Oka collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. The other members of the security department present were equally startled by this sudden turn of events. However, Ye offered them no time to react. Swiftly moving among them once more. Breath of thunder, lightning flash, sixfold. The extreme velocity, imbued with the might of wind and thunder, allowed you to gradually grasp the embryonic forms of his techniques. As he swung the blade, blood splattering from the Nichiren, he dispatched dozens in the vicinity, leaving only one still breathing before him. You approached that individual, placing a foot upon his chest. From now on, refrain from speaking while eating. It wastes food and splatters everywhere. With that, you increased the pressure of his foot, crushing the man's heart. Having dealt with the adversaries, you relinquished his frenzied state and commenced a search within. In a sweeping manner, he finally unearthed the gold coins hidden by Oka and his companions. Gazing upon the glimmering treasure, you couldn't help but contemplate closing the sandwich shop. Indeed, such endeavors brought wealth swiftly, while running a shop was laborious and yielded slow returns. Though he merely voiced a complaint, he returned to diligently operate the shop, for his original intention was not profit. He sought merely to transition through the imperial capital and test whether he could fathom his techniques amidst an ordinary life. As he had heard that the great figures of the past often concealed themselves within the mundane. After securing the plundered gold, you cast a glance toward a specific spot on the rooftop before departing. Once you had moved far away, a figure emerged from the rooftop. Tazumi felt a shiver of fear. That individual had undoubtedly detected him, yet inexplicably chose to ignore him. As the figure disappeared into the distance, Tazumi cautiously approached the security department. Upon witnessing the scene of countless corpses strewn across the courtyard, he was rendered speechless in astonishment. At that moment, he heard a commotion nearby and promptly vacated the premises. Seiryu, accompanied by his biological artifact, Kobe, was patrolling the area when Kobe caught the scent of blood, leading Seiryu to this location. Upon realizing that they had stumbled upon the security department's base, a wave of unease washed over Seiryu. As he apprehensively ventured inside, he encountered the bodies of the security members scattered across the floor. Faced with this grim sight, Seiryu numbly continued deeper within, ultimately discovering the lifeless form of his mentor. Teacher. Seiryu wept as she ran forward, embracing the lifeless body of her teacher, now cold as ice. How despicable! Who could it be? Who would dare to commit such a cruel act against a member of the capital's security department? The following day, news of the murder of the security department member spread like wildfire. Within the imperial palace, ministers and the emperor speculated that it was the work of a rebellious organization known as the Night Raid. Upon hearing the minister's words, the young emperor's face flushed with indignation. How infuriating! I have granted them such a splendid life, and yet they remain unsatisfied, seeking to overthrow my rule. Nearby, a minister was vigorously tearing into a chicken leg, the sound of his chewing echoing through the palace. The young emperor was right. These people are utterly ungrateful. Every time they incite turmoil, I am left to find a solution, causing my weight to increase out of indecision. While continuing to munch on the chicken leg, the minister remarked, however, this time, the rebellion is exceedingly outrageous. I believe we must enlist the expertise of professionals to deal with them, such as generalist death. The young emperor, upon hearing the minister's suggestion, fell into contemplation and subsequently concurred. Very well, let us summon generalist death back. I shall entrust this matter to you. Haha. I am most willing to serve your majesty. The other individuals in the palace began to murmur amongst themselves at the mention of his death's return. It is over. The goddess of death is coming, and we do not know how many lives will be lost this time. Indeed, indeed. The young emperor seemed oblivious to the commotion below and, after a brief pause, ordered their dismissal. At the Chiyumaru sandwich shop, after a fruitful night, Iez and Sayu presented the gold coins they had collected to you. You looked at the two with curiosity. This is what you have rightfully earned. Do not give it to me. Besides, this is far too little. I am not interested. As he spoke, you revealed his own spoils. Iez and Sayu were dazzled by the golden glimmer before them. They had never seen so much wealth in their lives. Look at this, you may keep your meager share. Seeing Ya's bounty, Iez and Sayu did not hesitate. They had already sent back the coins he had given them to their village, where the village chief received them and wrote to inquire about their well-being, urging them to stay safe while away. Aside from the fact that they had yet to locate Tazumi, everything else was going well. Thinking of Tazumi, Iez and Sayu exchanged worried glances, concern for his fate evident in their eyes. Noticing their sudden despondence, you surmised they were once again thinking of the Tazumi they had yet to reunite with. The boy you mentioned, Tazumi, I believe I have seen him before. He should have joined an organization. You need not worry. He seems to be doing quite well. Upon hearing Ya's mention of Tazumi, Iez and Sayu were filled with excitement, particularly relieved to learn that he was faring well, alleviating some of their inner concerns. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Tazumi was reporting at the headquarters of Night Raid. What did you say? Perched above, the Night Raid leader Najeshiden appeared somewhat astonished upon hearing Tazmi's account. One individual single-handedly eliminated all members of the security department, while they possessed the capability. Achieving such a feat with utter stealth was beyond their reach. It seems the imperial capital may harbor allies unknown to us. Resting her chin on her hand, Najeshiden contemplated briefly before stating, let us set this matter aside for now. I have received word that that individual is returning to the imperial capital. A fleeting image of a blue silhouette emerged in her mind. Isteth, a woman of terrifying power. Subsequently, Najeshiden provided a brief introduction to Isteth. preparing her members for what lay ahead. Unbeknownst to them, the plans of Night Raid remained a mystery to Ya, who, along with Ayasu and Shiyu, continued their daily routine of running the shop after dispatching the security department personnel. On this day, a customer entered the sandwich shop. Sairu, accompanied by Little Bai, casually selected a seat. She turned to the approaching Shiyu and inquired, "I heard my master often dines here for sandwiches. Which flavor does he prefer? I would like to try it." Sairu's demeanor was somber, as if she had yet to recover from the crushing news of her master's demise. "Who might your master be?" Shiyu asked, her sympathy piqued for the young girl before her. Oka, the captain of the security department, was also my master. Upon hearing the name, Shiyu felt her compassion wane, replaced with a sudden indifference. "Oh, him. He frequently indulged in the barbecued flavor. Then I shall have one as well." Sairu appeared oblivious to the shift in Shiyu's tone, remaining lost in her sorrow. Soon, a steaming sandwich was delivered by Shiyu, placed before Sairu. As she beheld the warm sandwich, tears streamed down Sairu's face. Reflecting on her moments with her master, she tearfully consumed the sandwich, her fists clenched tightly. "Rest assured, master. I shall uncover the one who took your life, and ensure you find peace." Standing nearby, Shiyu couldn't help but scoff at Sairu's words. After finishing her meal, Sairu left money on the table and departed with Little Bai. Shiyu began to tidy up, glancing at the money left behind. Oh, this time she actually paid. This little girl has some spirit. Days of tranquility passed until suddenly, the streets buzzed with excitement, as if welcoming a notable figure's return. Death rode atop her steed, smiling at the jubilant crowd surrounding her. This return offered a chance for a brief respite, perhaps even a romantic interlude. Death mused internally as she made her way toward the palace. Upon arriving at the palace, Death exchanged pleasantries with the young emperor. "Arise, General Death, you have finally returned." The young emperor beamed at her. "I have heard you have successfully eradicated the northern rebel forces. You have truly worked hard. Your rewards will soon be delivered to your residence." Esther rose, a smile gracing her face as she turned to the young emperor and said, "In truth, those rewards matter little to me. If your majesty insists on bestowing something, would it not be more fitting to find me a partner? I wish to experience the joys of romance." As Esther's words echoed through the grand hall, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Romance? The ministers exchanged incredulous glances, their astonishment palpable. The minister beside the young emperor halted his chewing of the chicken leg, unable to fathom what he had just heard. The emperor was the first to regain his composure, directing his gaze towards Esther. "Well, since General Esther desires to pursue romance, please share with me the qualities you seek in a partner, so I may assist you in this endeavor." "May I?" interjected one of the ministers. The emperor turned to him, a look of discomfort crossing his face. Just as he was about to speak, Esther preemptively remarked, "I do not fancy ministers such as you." With that, she conveyed her criteria for a suitor to the emperor. Curiosity piqued, the emperor wondered what kind of individual Esther truly sought. As he glanced at the note in his hand, a sense of exasperation washed over him. Strong, youthful, possessing independent thoughts. The emperor mused that merely being strong would attract a multitude of candidates, but to impress Esther, one must possess extraordinary strength. "Understood. I shall assist you in this matter." "Thank you, your majesty. I shall take my leave now." With that, Esther departed from the palace. Upon returning to her residence, Esther felt a desire to explore, having not visited the imperial capital in quite some time. As she strolled aimlessly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, causing her steps to pause. She turned her gaze towards the source of the enticing scent. Akamaru sandwich shop? Intrigued, Esther entered the establishment. The receptionist, Sayu, was immediately struck by Esther's formidable presence as she entered, as if a fearsome beast, long deprived of sustenance, had crossed the threshold. Esther chose a seat at random. Although taken aback by Esther's overwhelming aura, Sayu approached and presented the menu to her. After casually perusing the images of the delectable offerings, Esther decided, "I shall have a hamburger-flavored sandwich." "Certainly, please hold on a moment," Sayu replied, taking the menu back and placing the order with the kitchen. Moments later, a freshly prepared sandwich, steaming and fragrant, was placed before Esther. The delightful aroma elicited a gasp of appreciation from her. Indeed, it was enticing. Picking up the sandwich, she took a delicate bite, the crispy exterior yielding to a rich, flavorful filling that made her eyes narrow in delight. Once she finished the sandwich, Esther felt intrigued and stood up, intending to meet the chef. If possible, she wished to invite him to her home. ensuring that she could savor this delicious creation again in the future. Seeing Esther approach the kitchen, Sayu quickly rose to intervene, but was rooted in place by a single piercing glance from Esther. How terrifying! Shayo's heart raced wildly, as if with just one more step, she might meet her demise. After casting a glance at Shayu, Esteth withdrew her gaze and continued towards the kitchen. Upon entering, she beheld Aiya's diligently kneading dough, while he was slicing the freshly baked bread, preparing it with an array of ingredients. Noticing someone had entered, he turned his head. Upon spotting Esteth for the first time, you recognized her instantly due to her attire and the commanding aura she exuded. Esteth, what brings her here? Does she know we killed the members of the security department? No. If she were aware, she would have acted already. Her calmness suggests otherwise. Esteth, upon her initial glance at you, found herself somewhat captivated by his refined features. He appeared to be a younger brother, though she was curious about his true strength and character. In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through her mind, while Ye feigned ignorance, furrowing his brow. Who are you? This is the kitchen. Guests should dine in the front hall. Upon hearing Ye's words, Esteth's smile blossomed even more radiantly. I was merely marveling at the exquisite flavors of the sandwiches, and I wished to meet the chef. I didn't expect you to be so young. At this moment, Aiya's had already ceased kneading the dough. Excuse me, do you not see me? Am I not youthful? Working alone in a place like this must be arduous. Would you consider coming with me? I only ask that you prepare a meal for me, and I assure you, the compensation will far exceed what you currently earn from running this establishment. Aiya's interjected. Am I not a person? You felt as though he were being courted by a wealthy benefactor and suddenly lost the desire to strive further. Yet, in the end, he shook his head. Never mind. I prefer running my shop. If you enjoy the food, feel free to visit often. Upon hearing Ye's rejection, Esteth remained unperturbed. In that case, we shall meet again. I will certainly return. She did not press Ye, for good things often arrive later, but they do eventually come, do they not? After Esteth departed, Shayu entered, casting an apologetic glance at Ye. I'm sorry, I let her in. Ye exhibited no particular reaction. That's quite normal. After all, that individual is a general of the imperial capital, possessing formidable strength. It's not unusual to feel intimidated in her presence. What? That person is actually the general of the imperial capital? Aiya's exclaimed in astonishment, realizing the significance of the individual they had just encountered. He had thought she was merely the daughter of a wealthy merchant. As Esteth exited Ye's sandwich shop, despite being turned down, her spirits remained high. The night raid members were soon informed that Esteth had returned to the imperial capital. Nageshidan gathered the members of Night Raid and relayed the mission at hand. I have received orders from the organization to assist in the assassination of those corrupt officials in the imperial capital. Therefore, this time, Main and Hill shall form a team, while Tasmi and Leona will partner together. Exercise utmost caution while executing the task. The 4 individuals, summoned by name, nodded in acknowledgement. Through the execution of several missions, Tasmi had gradually become accustomed to the night raids. During the day, you may first scout the imperial capital to facilitate our actions at night, added Nageshin. The following day, Tasmi and Leonai arrived in the imperial capital, where Leonai guided Tasmi to the slums. Here, Tasmi observed that Leonai possessed an exceptional rapport with the locals. Just as he intended to commend her, a group of individuals approached, demanding money from Leonai. In her attempt to evade them, Tasmi and Leonai became separated. Alone on the street, Tasmi felt a sense of helplessness. Sigh, Leonai, really. I suppose I should head to the mission location and wait for her. As he contemplated the mission site, Tasmi suddenly realized he was unfamiliar with the area. Just as he was about to inquire for directions, he fortuitously encountered Selu. At that moment, Selu was patrolling the imperial capital with a small companion, and upon noticing Tasmi hesitating alone by the roadside, she rushed over. Are you facing any difficulties? Do you need assistance? I am a member of the Imperial Capital Guard. Tasmi gazed at the enthusiastic young woman, and the memory of that fateful night when the guard was slaughtered flashed through his mind. I'm lost and unsure of how to get to this place. To avoid raising any suspicions, Tasmi mentioned a location. Selu, upon hearing this, eagerly took Tasmi's hand. I know that place. Follow me. Selu led Tasmi swiftly towards their destination, but paused along the way upon catching a whiff of a familiar sandwich aroma. Tasmi also perked up at the delightful scent. Wow, that smells amazing. What is it? Hearing Tasmi's words, Selu beamed with delight. I was just thinking of having some too. Let me take you to try this sandwich. It's the best I've ever encountered in the imperial capital. With that, Selu pulled Tasmi towards the Akamaru sandwich shop. At that moment, Sayu politely urged the departing customers to take their time while tidying the tables. Just then, Selu and Tasmi arrived at the shop entrance. This is the place. The flavor is superb, and I highly recommend the steak variety. It's exquisite. With that, Selu stepped inside first. Sayu, same as always. Upon hearing her name, Sayu glanced towards Selu and, recognizing her, nodded in acknowledgement. All right, Selu, have you finished your errands for today? As Selu frequented the shop more often, Sayu had grown familiar with her, gradually understanding that Selu possessed an unwavering sense of justice, to the point of fervor. Yes. Just one last task to complete before I can head home. The delightful aroma lured me in. As she spoke, Selu remembered Tasmi. At that moment, Tasmi also entered, and upon seeing Sayu, he froze in place. Sayu, Tasmi, do you two know each other? Selu inquired, intrigued by their mutual recognition. Sayu was the first to respond, saying, Yes, we were from the same village. I never expected to encounter him here. Tasmi, hearing Sayu's explanation, chose not to interject, silently affirming her words. Is that so? What a remarkable coincidence that you can reminisce together. Well, I shall engage in conversation with Sayu here. As for my destination, I shall have Sayu guide me later. I can manage on my own. Upon hearing Tasmi's words, Saryu cast a worried glance in his direction. Will you be able to find it? At this moment, Sayu interjected. Rest assured, if it comes to that, I shall accompany him. We are about to close soon. Very well. I shall take my leave then and see if there is anything else I can assist with on the way. With that, Saryu, sandwich in mouth, hurriedly took the small boy by the hand and departed. Seeing Saryu leave, Tasmi expressed his concern. Are you both all right? What about Yaez? Sayu felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Tasmi again and promptly called out to the approaching Yaez. Upon meeting Tasmi, Yaez joyfully embraced him, exclaiming, Wonderful. Tasmi, at last. We meet. Indeed. I was beginning to wonder where you had gone. I searched high and low for you in the Imperial City and found not a trace. During this time, Tasmi had been tirelessly seeking news of Yaez and Sayu, even reaching out to Night Raid for assistance. Yet, he had received no word. And some within Night Raid speculated that his two childhood friends might have met with misfortune, although they refrained from voicing such conjectures. At that moment, Ya, who had concluded his tasks for the day, emerged. Observing the joyful reunion of the two, Tasmi released Yaez and, upon seeing Ya, pointed in astonishment, You are the one from that night. Ya scratched his ear, responding, My hearing is quite acute. Please lower your voice. Once Tasmi settled down, he began to catch up with Yaez and Sayu. Upon learning that they had been saved due to Ya's intervention, Tasmi expressed his heartfelt gratitude, stating that without Ya, he might never have reunited with his dear friends. Soon after, when he heard that Sayu and Yaez had already sent a portion of their gold to the village, he stood up in excitement, exclaiming, What? You have already given money to the village chief? That means I am the only one left who has not contributed. What should I do? I currently have no money. Tasmi, wholly absorbed in his work with Night Raid, was utterly oblivious to the concept of finances. I will return and inquire with the boss about whether Night Raid members receive salaries. Otherwise, I shall be utterly overshadowed by Sayu and Yaez. In frustration, Tasmi grasped his hair tightly, his mind racing with thoughts of potential solutions. Noticing the three engaged in cheerful conversation, you decided not to intrude further. You continue your reminiscence. I shall procure ingredients for tomorrow. With that, you departed. Shortly after his exit, Tasmi suddenly recalled his mission and declared, Let us conclude for today. Knowing you are safe brings me peace. I still have tasks to complete. Upon learning of Tasmi's intention to fulfill his mission, Yaez, somewhat worried, urged, Perhaps you should reconsider your involvement with Night Raid and remain here with us. I can speak with Brother Ya. It should be feasible. Tasmi, however, shook his head in response to Yaez's suggestion. Having made my decision to join, I shall not waver. And it is indeed time for someone to overthrow this decaying empire of the imperial capital. Yaez had more to say, yet was halted by Sayu. You may go, Tazumi. Regardless of the circumstances, both I and Yaez shall support you. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to us. We will undoubtedly assist you. Very well. Yaez observed Tazumi's departing figure, his gaze still laced with concern. Sayu, do you think Tazumi will face danger? After all, he has joined such a revolutionary organization. This is Tazumi's choice, and as friends, we must respect it. Forcing a change upon him would only lead to his discontent, Xiaoyu replied thoughtfully. Tazumi sprinted onward, finally arriving at the designated meeting place agreed upon with Leona. After a brief discussion, they commenced their infiltration, aiming to confront an official residing within the estate. Meanwhile, on another front, Hill and Main had successfully identified their target. Main set up her imperial device, the romantic cannon, and aimed it at their objective. With a single shot, she pierced the target's skull. Task accomplished, the duo swiftly retreated, but the guards surrounding the target quickly reacted and charged towards Hill and Main's position. Among them, the captain of the guards exhibited remarkable speed, soon closing in on them. Hill gripped the enormous scissors in her hand, an imperial device known as the Severing Soul. As the guard captain lunged towards them, Hill swung her colossal scissors, and in an instant, the pursuing captain's body was cleaved in two. The remaining guards were left dumbfounded at this sight, while Hill continued her relentless advance, efficiently dispatching the guards before her. Just as Hill believed the ordeal had concluded, gunfire erupted. Clink, clink. Reacting swiftly, Hill raised her scissors to shield herself, deflecting the incoming bullets. Ha ha ha. At last, I have found you. I knew this band of rats would not remain still. This time, I shall avenge my fallen mentor. As the voice echoed, the figure of Selly finally appeared before Hill and Main, leading a transformed Chobi, whose face bore a sinister grin. Chobi, devour them. At Selyu's command, the once adorable Chobi rapidly expanded, morphing into a muscular canine giant. Now in its monstrous form, Chobi charged at Main, while Selyu raised her weapon, continuing to fire at Hill. Hill wielded her scissors, parrying incoming bullets as she steadily approached Selyu. As Hill closed in, Selyu began to falter, with each swing of Hill's scissors. A new wound appeared on Selyu's body, yet she displayed no signs of panic. Heh, if this continues, your companion will surely perish. Upon hearing Selyu's words, Hill instinctively glanced towards Main, only to witness Chobi cornering her. With a massive paw raised, Chobi prepared to strike Main. Swish! A cold glimmer flashed by, and Xiaobi's arm, which was poised to strike Main, was severed. In an instant, Hill appeared before Main, neutralizing Xiaobi's assault. Although Xiaobi's arm lay severed, it miraculously regenerated in the next moment. Silu, seizing the opportunity to breathe, wore a maniacal grin. Ha ha! Futile. As long as Xiaobi's core remains intact, it cannot perish. Xiaobi, enter a state of frenzy. At Silu's command, Xiaobi's once bulging muscles turned crimson, as if they had solidified once more. With a swift motion, Xiaobi swung its arm again, moving with a speed surpassing its previous strike. Hill reacted immediately, wielding the enormous scissors in her hand to sever the descending limb, yet Xiaobi's onslaught continued unabated. Upon losing both arms, it opened its mouth filled with sharp teeth and lunged at the two before it. Hill instinctively prepared to evade, but remembered Main standing behind her. In a decisive act, she pushed Main aside, only to be caught by Xiaobi's bite on her left side, blood gushing from her arm. Hill glanced at Main, signaling her to flee. Reluctance etched on her face. Main attempted to raise her cannon, but upon seeing Hill ensnared, she lowered it once more. If she unleashed her attack, not only would she lack the strength to escape, but Hill would also be endangered. Witnessing Hill's unwavering determination for her safety, Main gritted her teeth and turned to leave. At that moment, Silu cast a glance in their direction, raising the gun in his hand. Heh, none shall escape. Seeing Hill in Xiaobi's grip, she clenched the giant scissors tightly. X-ray beam. A blinding light erupted, causing both Silu and Xiaobi to instinctively shut their eyes. As the brilliance faded, Main had vanished without a trace. Silu, upon realizing this, ceased his pursuit and taunted, Heh, your companion has abandoned you to flee. In that case, you shall become Xiaobi's meal. With that, Xiaobi seized Hill's arm and hurled her towards its gaping maw. Breath of thunder. Rapid strike. In a flash, Xiaobi found it peculiar that the food it had awaited had disappeared from its grasp. Hill had initially resigned herself to a quiet demise, but feeling an absence of sensation, she instinctively opened her eyes. She found herself gazing at an unfamiliar figure. Her curiosity piqued. Did you save me? After uttering these words, the severely injured Hill succumbed to unconsciousness. He sighed in resignation, contemplating how every time he ventured out for groceries, he encountered such chaos. Perhaps next time, he would send Yeas to fetch the supplies. After all, he could use the exercise. Gently, he set Hill down, placing the groceries beside her. Sensing movement behind him, he formed hand seals. Silu, consumed by rage, fumed at the missed opportunity to avenge his master by eliminating these foes, only to have one rescued. He commanded Xiaobi to pursue, directing it toward Ya's location. As moonlight cascaded down, a figure emerged slowly from behind the trees, and upon seeing his visage, Silu was momentarily taken aback. So handsome. The transformation technique had turned Ya into a mature Sasuke, even donning the attire reminiscent of Orochimaru's base, with a garment that provocatively exposed his chest, evoking a sense of allure. Observing the stunned expression on Seryu's face, you appeared to have anticipated this reaction. Fortunately, Seryu quickly regained her composure. Are you one of those individuals? She inquired. Indeed, with such beauty and righteousness, you can kill without hesitation in front of Hill. Yet you seek to inquire with me. I am not one of them. Upon hearing Ya's cold response, Seryu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Then step aside. I must deal with the individual behind you. He belongs to a nefarious organization and poses a significant threat. Seryu explained as she approached the position behind Ya. In a swift motion, Ya placed himself before Seryu, leaning down to whisper in her ear, though I am not one of their ranks. The members of the security department are those I have slain. A chilling sensation enveloped Seryu upon hearing Ya's words. Why? She stammered. Ya continued softly. Because they do not embody true justice. Is your notion of justice indeed correct? If you believe it is, then harbor hatred for me. Straightening up, Ya barely evaded a punch from Kobe, which struck the ground with such force that it created a massive crater. At that moment, Seryu was overwhelmed with tears. Why? They were my most revered mentor and my caring colleagues. Why did you kill them? She cried. Kobe, tear him apart. She commanded, hearing his master's order. Kobe charged at Ya with the ferocity of a cannonball. Ya unsheathed the daybreak blade. Breath of flame, purgatory, chakra surged along the blade, and a torrent of fire erupted. A flash of flames consumed Kobe, cleaving him in two, igniting him in a blaze. Amidst the inferno, Ya's shadow flickered in Seryu's vision. As Kobe's wounded form began to heal, Ya chose not to strike Seryu, merely casting a cold glance her way. Strive to hate me, when you gain strength. We shall meet again, and I shall anticipate your revenge. With that, you retreated into the woods, lifting Hill while ensuring he held onto the vegetables, and returned to his shop. Seryu clenched the ground with her hands, her face a mask of despair. Meanwhile, Kobe, having been scorched and split in two, finally restored to his adorable puppy form, approached Seryu, nudging her leg in a gesture of comfort. Seryu looked down at Kobe and gently stroked his head. Do not worry, Kobe. I will regain my strength. Next time, we shall confront that man together. With renewed determination, the image of Sasuke lingered in her mind. On the other side, Ya dispelled the transformation technique, reverting to his original form, and brought the gravely injured Hill to his shop. Awaiting Ya's return at the sandwich shop, Yaez and Sayu approached him immediately upon seeing Hill, bloodied and battered. Who is she? What happened to her? Ya placed her on the table, a green luminescence enveloping her hands as she employed her healing magic on Hill. Yaez and Sayu watched in astonishment as the wounds on Hill's body gradually mended. They were aware of Ya's formidable strength, yet they had not anticipated her possessing the ability to heal others. Noticing Hill's condition had stabilized, Ya withdrew her magic, opting not to completely heal her wounds in one go. Once Hill was treated, Ya spoke. She belongs to the same organization as Tasmi. I happened to witness her in distress while shopping for groceries and decided to lend a helping hand. Upon hearing that Hill was affiliated with Tasmi's organization, which indicated she was also a member of the Revolutionary Army, Sayu resolved to take her away that night. The following day, Hill awoke languidly, finding herself in an unfamiliar environment, and immediately became alert. Memories of the previous night flooded her mind. It seemed she had been rescued at the last moment. You are awake? An unfamiliar voice emerged from beside her, prompting Hill to turn her head. She saw a stranger standing before her, Sayu, who smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. I am a friend of Tasmi. Please rest here for now. When Tasmi arrives, I will bring him to you. Given the current chaos in the capital, I advise you to remain here for the time being. Unbeknownst to Sayu, on the night before, Tasmi and the others had engaged in significant activities. And as of this morning, strict searches had commenced throughout the capital, particularly at the city gates where entrance and exit were meticulously scrutinized. Hill, heeding Sayu's caution, pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. She had no doubt regarding Sayu's allegiance to the capital. After all, had she intended to kill her last night? There was little reason for such theatrics. The person who saved me yesterday, that was our store manager. You were fortunate indeed to encounter our manager while she was out procuring supplies, Xiaoyu remarked before exiting her room to return to work. She informed Ya that Hill had awakened, to which Ya merely nodded, showing little further interest. At the night raid headquarters, silence enveloped the room as everyone absorbed Main's account. Tasmi was the first to erupt. Damn it, I will avenge Hill. At that moment, Brand struck Tasmi across the face. Calm down. If you rush to the capital now, what good will it do other than getting you captured? After receiving the blow, Tasmi finally regained his composure, his hands clenched tightly. A visage of frustration etched across his face. Damn it, Nijihidin gazed down at the team members, silently drawing from the cigarette in his hand, exhaling a plume of smoke. He spoke. I share your sorrow regarding Hill's sacrifice, but our time is limited. I have received intelligence that officials in the capital are using our name to purge those who oppose their will. Therefore, we must act to thwart this and ensure their protection. Subsequently, Nijihidin arranged the mission, instructing the team members to form pairs and proceed to 3 different locations to safeguard the officials. Tasmi was assigned to accompany Brand on a mission to protect the target aboard a luxury cruise ship. A 3-day cruise? Ya gazed in astonishment at the cruise tickets presented by Yeaz. You won such a prize from a mere raffle? Yeaz scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. I never anticipated my luck would be this fortuitous, to win the grand prize, and 3 tickets at that. Observing Yeaz's joyful demeanor, Ya felt a twinge of curiosity. Yet he dismissed it, considering the opportunity to enjoy a little excursion. Shall we proceed then? What did Hill say? Ya inquired, glancing at Xiaoyu. Her injuries had nearly healed, and recent searches were gradually returning to their former state. She would likely rejoin her organization soon. Oh, let us not worry about her. Let us indulge ourselves, she replied. At the estate of Esther's, he sat in his chair, attentively listening to the reports of his subordinates. Has the delivery arrived? Indeed, as per your instructions. I feigned that his employee had won, and subsequently handed him all 3 cruise tickets. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile graced Esther's face. In that case, I shall prepare myself for a chance encounter aboard the cruise. This notion arose after hearing his 3 beast warriors report their mission aboard the vessel, prompting him to invite Ya, albeit with trepidation of being too forthright and facing rejection. Once Ya and his companions finished their preparations and closed their establishment, the trio arrived at the cruise ship. Yeaz gazed at the colossal vessel, feeling a wave of sentiment. Even the typically composed Xiaoyu exhibited a look of awe. After presenting their tickets, they boarded the ship one after the other. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their embarkation, Tatsumi also arrived aboard. Awestruck by the immense ship, Tatsumi began to search for his mission target amidst the bustling crowd. Stop looking around so conspicuously. Your intentions are too obvious. Brand's voice startled Tatsumi, who turned in surprise. Huh, bro? Yes, I'm right beside you, currently in stealth mode. Tatsumi felt a pang of envy at Brand's ability to remain undetected. As Tatsumi patrolled the area, he suddenly recognized a few familiar figures. Yeaz? He approached Ya and the others, astonished to find them there. What brings you here? Yeaz, equally surprised, replied. We won tickets to enjoy a cruise, so we decided to come together. Xiaoyu then regarded Tatsumi with scrutiny. You aren't here on a mission, are you? Noting Tatsumi's expression of being caught off guard, she refrained from pressing further, knowing it was his own undertaking. I guessed correctly. Do carry out your mission diligently. Should you require our assistance, do not hesitate to seek us out. After exchanging pleasantries, Tatsumi departed, cognizant that his task might involve confrontation with individuals from the imperial capital, and he preferred not to involve them. Shortly after Tatsumi left, the distinct sound of high heels echoed in the air. The sound of approaching footsteps grew increasingly distinct, prompting Yet to divert his gaze from the ocean's surface. Isteth? He pondered the unexpected appearance of Isteth in this location. Earlier, upon Tasmi's arrival, Ye had surmised the forthcoming narrative, presuming it to involve Brand's sacrifice and Tasmi inheriting his imperial arms. However, with Isteth's presence, it seemed implausible for the current Tasmi and Brand to prevail against Isteth's formidable 3 beasts. Shaking off these thoughts, Ye dismissed the concern. After all, it hardly pertained to him. Isteth approached Ye, her confident smile unwavering. I didn't expect to see you again, she remarked. Ye looked at her, inquiring, did you provide the tickets for this voyage? The surprise flickered across Isteth's face upon his immediate deduction, though it quickly transformed back into a smile. I must say, you are quite perceptive. Indeed. It was I who instructed my subordinates to deliver them to you deliberately. Nearby, Iea squinted, contemplating his own fortunate circumstances. I knew my luck was exceptional. Isdeth stood beside Ya, her gaze direct as she boldly proposed. Shall we embark on a romantic escapade? Both Xiaoyu and Iea exchanged incredulous glances at Isdeth's audacity, while Xiaoyu turned her attention to Ya, curious about his reaction. Ya, taken aback, had initially thought Isdeth still favored Tasmi. He was astonished to find himself the object of her interest. Unable to comprehend the rationale behind this shift, he regarded Isdeth. First, her appearance was undeniably striking. Second, her physique was equally captivating. Very well, he acquiesced without much deliberation, readily accepting Isdeth's invitation. Isdeth, momentarily taken aback by his decisiveness, smiled and took his hand. Since you have consented, let us explore this place together. With that, Isdeth led you away, venturing into the surroundings. Observing the pair depart, Iea and Xiaoyu exchanged astonished looks, both recognizing the unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, Tasmi diligently searched for their mission target, and at that moment, Brand returned to his side after conducting an investigation. I've inspected the cabin. There are no notable anomalies, he reported. Suddenly, a melodious flute tune resonated throughout the ship, causing Tasmi to feel a sudden heaviness enveloping his mind. He shook his head vigorously, and when he glanced around again, he found that the passengers who had once stood on the deck were now sprawled unconscious on the floor, leaving only himself, Iea, and Xiaoyu awake. What on earth is happening? Tasmi questioned, still bewildered, when Brand's voice broke through the confusion. Be cautious, it seems enemies have appeared. Instantly alert at Brand's warning, Tasmi's demeanor shifted. It appears that you pesky little mice have finally shown yourselves. 3 figures gradually emerged onto the deck. Upon recognizing one of them, Brand's expression shifted to one of surprise before he activated his invisibility. General Riva? Why have you become the lapdog of the imperial capital? As Li Hua beheld Brand, memories of the past flickered in his eyes, before he fixed his gaze resolutely upon him. I have not become a mere servant of the imperial capital. My allegiance lies solely with General Isdeth. Brand, upon hearing Li Hua's response, remained bewildered. It seems we are destined to clash. With that, Li Hua raised his hand, summoning 4 pillars of water to rise from the sea. He lifted the ring adorning his finger and declared, "This is my imperial arm, Water Dragon Reliquary. It grants me mastery over liquids." As he spoke, the 4 water pillars surged towards Brand. Brand swiftly wielded his weapon, dispersing the oncoming water dragon, narrowly evading the attack. Meanwhile, Tasmi, having witnessed the confrontation between Li Hua and Brand, turned to the 2 remaining adversaries. One, a burly figure wielding dual axes, charged towards him. Ha! The Night Raid jesters. Prepare to taste my axe. The axes sliced through the air, and Tasmi immediately retreated, the axes crashing into the deck and splintering wood in their wake. Just as Tasmi evaded the assault, the foe unexpectedly hurled one of the axes in his direction. The spinning axe aimed for Tasmi's neck, prompting him to once again evade by bending low and bracing himself against the ground. The axe barely grazed his face. As Tasmi straightened, ready to counter, he heard a whooshing sound from behind. Startled, he turned to find the previously thrown axe hurtling back towards him. What is happening? Can that axe curve? Didos, watching Tasmi's desperate dodges, wore a sinister grin. Ha! My dual axes are imperial arms. The longer the attack persists, the greater their power becomes. Soon, you shall find yourself cleaved in 2. Ignoring Didas's taunts, Tasmi continued to evade the incoming dual axes, contemplating how to counter the onslaught. Suddenly, a sharp pain sliced through his arm as one of the axes grazed him, the speed of the attacks escalating. As Tasmi prepared to lift his sword to defend against another strike, a swift arrow struck the axe head, momentarily deflecting it. Didos retrieved his axes, his gaze fixed on the location from which the arrow had come. Another ally? At that moment, Yeaz, adorned with an imperial arm, stood with a relaxed bowstring in hand. Seeing the assistants, Tasmi glanced over and was relieved to recognize Yeaz. Yeaz. The 2 advanced towards Tasmi and faced Didos. Are they your targets? Tasmi inquired. Indeed. They have come to assassinate officials, while we are here to protect them. After Tasmi provided a brief explanation, Yeaz and his companion understood the situation. Although they were not concerned with the affairs of the imperial capital, they could not stand idly by while their friend was under attack. As 2 more allies appeared, Nyo, who had been spectating, gradually approached the scene. To my astonishment, A multitude of you have arrived this time, perfectly allowing me to ensnare all of you at once. Upon realizing that Yaez was mistaken for a member of Tasmi's organization, he opted not to clarify, instead swiftly drawing another arrow from behind him. Neo placed the flute to his lips. The sound emanating from it could manipulate the opponent's nerves, inducing paralysis or slumber. As the melody resonated, Yaez employed the imperial tool upon his forehead, conjuring an illusion to counteract the effect. It was at this moment that Tasmi noticed the peculiar object adorning Yaez's head. Is that an imperial tool? You possess an imperial tool? A twinge of envy coursed through Tasmi, for despite his tenure with Night Raid, he had yet to wield such power. Yaez ensnared Neo with his illusions, while Didos brandished his double axes once more, hurling them toward Tasmi's position. Xiaoyu unsheathed the slender sword at her waist, joining forces with Tasmi. Tasmi, distract the axes. I will seize the opportunity to close in and eliminate him. Understood. Tasmi positioned himself protectively in front of Xiaoyu, deftly maneuvering his weapon to engage in a stalemate with the axes. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu sought her moment, dashing past Tasmi toward Didos. Upon witnessing Xiaoyu's advance, Didos attempted to summon his axes back, only to realize their movement was hindered by Tasmi's interference. Xiaoyu reached Didos, her slender sword slicing through the air, leaving white streaks across his body, crimson lines surfacing in their wake. Nearby, Brand, having noted the assistance Tasmi received, finally felt at ease to confront the looming threat of Leva. A colossal water dragon roared forth, and Brant swiftly maneuvered his weapon, dispersing the creature with a single strike. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, both panting heavily as they stared at one another. While their fierce battle raged on, two observers stood at a distance, witnessing the unfolding drama. I did not expect your subordinate to possess such strength, Esteth remarked, her ice-blue gaze fixated on the combatants, her tone cool and detached. Not bad, I suppose, Ya replied flatly. Esteth's attention shifted to Ya, her curiosity piqued. Your subordinates are quite formidable. It appears you are not so simple yourself. Are you a member of that rebellious organization? A flicker of displeasure crossed Esteth's features. She had not anticipated that Ya might be affiliated with the rebels. If necessary, she contemplated employing force to retain Ya by her side, compelling him to sever ties with the insurgents. No, I have little regard for them. Although life is harsh now, who can guarantee that the common folk would fare better under their rule? Thus, I have never been concerned with such matters, nor do I fight for them. I merely act as I see fit when displeased. As he spoke, Ya's voice gradually diminished. Ding. Understanding of Z skill, 80. Observing the system's taskbar rise once more, Ya recognized he was nearing completion. Upon hearing Ya's words, Esteth fell into contemplation, surprised that he would express such sentiments. Her regard for Ya deepened with newfound appreciation. Meanwhile, the battle in the arena escalated to a fervent climax. Xiaoyu approached Didos, her fierce assault forcing him to retreat repeatedly, causing even the distant imperial apparatus under his control to falter. Meanwhile, Neo found herself overwhelmed by ideas, but ultimately unleashed her ultimate technique, enhancing her own body as she surged toward Aias with determination. On the other hand, Riva engaged in a back-and-forth battle with Brand, both sustaining varying degrees of injury. At that moment, Riva ceased to manipulate the surrounding seawater and instead wielded his own blood as a means of attack. Upon being struck by Riva's blood, Brand sensed something was amiss. His movements became increasingly sluggish, and his vision began to blur. Poison? Is there poison in your blood? Realizing the truth, Riva could no longer suppress a cough of crimson. Indeed, had I not resorted to this, I might not have stood a chance against you. Brand's expression grew grave. If this continued, peril was imminent. With that thought, he resolved to muster all his strength to eliminate Riva swiftly, then seek an opportunity for Tasmi to escape. All right, it can come to an end now. The voice of his death resonated, drawing the attention of all three beast warriors. Your strength disappoints me, Riva. With his death calling his name, Riva shamefully lowered his head. The three ceased their attacks, and Yaya directed his gaze toward Aias and the others. You should halt as well. Complying with Yaya's words, the two ceased their onslaught. Tasmi approached the injured Brand. Concern etched across his face as he observed the latter's incessant coughing of blood. With both sides no longer engaged in battle, Brand addressed the malevolent spirit that clung to him. Exhaling deeply, he looked toward Yaya. Are they all your friends? Tasmi nodded. Yes. He is the proprietor of my friend's establishment, And that fellow is the person I mentioned last time. Brand's gaze shifted to Yaya. Is that so? Still, I worry. For that individual has also arrived. His attention turned to his death, fully aware of her formidable prowess. Seeing both parties at a standstill, Isdeath regarded Yaya. I have commanded my subordinates to cease their actions, but this mission cannot simply conclude without resolution. And what does that entail? Yaya questioned, puzzled by Isdeath's intentions. We shall engage in combat. Should you lose, you will obediently return with me. And if you lose? Yaya inquired. Me? I could never lose, Isdeath replied confidently, her powerful aura radiating around her. Yaya raised an eyebrow, intrigued. With that, Iez and the others were instructed to withdraw. As Yaya and Isdeath positioned themselves on the deck of the ship, Isdeath slowly unsheathed the rapier at her waist and then swiftly charged toward Yaya. He propelled himself backward, keenly observing the sword aimed at his chest while managing the distance between them. As he retreated behind the ship's structure, Yaya extended a hand to deflect Isdeath's blade, casting her weapon aside before launching a kick with his right leg. Sensing the force behind the strike, Isdeath was taken aback, yet her combative spirit ignited, causing her smile to widen with wild exhilaration. Sensing the lethal assault from Ya, Isdeath swiftly raised her left arm in defense. In an instant of contact, she was propelled backward by an overwhelming force, skidding several meters across the deck. The three beast warriors, witnessing Isdeath's unexpected retreat, displayed expressions of incredulity. In their memories, they had never seen their general being forced back. Shaking her numb left arm, Isdeath's demeanor grew serious. She raised her hand, summoning ice shards that shot rapidly towards Ye's position. At that moment, she finally drew the Nichiren blade from her waist. Breath of fire, dance of flames. A fiery ring was unleashed, melting the incoming ice shards. With another sweep of her arm, a colossal ice pillar emerged, extending towards Ya, gripping the Nichiren blade tightly. Ya exhaled a breath of determination. Breath of fire. Infernal tiger. A tiger made of flames surged towards the ice pillar, creating a mist of melting ice in its wake. Isdeath, mastering the ice, shattered the fiery tiger, enveloping the area in fog. Suddenly, the mist swirled, and Ya dashed forward, appearing before Isdeath. With a look of astonishment, she felt Ya grasp her shoulder and fling her away. Let us change our venue. I fear this place may sink if we continue. As he propelled Isdeath outward, he continued to rush toward the ship's edge. The moment Isdeath hit the water, an ice platform formed beneath her feet, while Ya stood effortlessly atop the surface. Locking eyes with her, Isdeath's interest in Ya deepened. He appeared youthful, possessed intriguing thoughts, and, most importantly, demonstrated formidable strength. Is your ability also an imperial tool? Isdeath inquired. Curiosity piqued. Just moments ago, Ya had exhibited a fire-based ability, and now he stood upon the water's surface, leaving Isdeath bewildered about the nature of his powers. Ya shook his head. He couldn't reveal the intricacies of chakra manipulation to her, nor explain how his special Nichiren blade transformed chakra into flames and lightning. He surmised that even if he tried to explain, she would not comprehend, so he opted for silence. Noticing Ya's denial, Isdeath chose not to linger on the matter. Then let us continue. Be cautious from here on. Isdeath prepared to unleash her full potential, as she had been unable to do so aboard the ship. Ice Gale General. Isdeath swung her rapier, conjuring countless ice-sculpted knights that surged toward Ya, transforming the sea into a frozen expanse in their wake. Upon witnessing this maneuver, Ya too steeled himself. Frenzy. He entered a berserk state, clutching the Nichiren blade firmly. Breath of fire. Purgatory. His chakra surged violently, channeled into the Nichiren blade, coalescing into a searing flame. Ya charged towards the approaching ice sculptures, transforming into a jet of fire, leaving a trail of burning flames in his wake. Before the ice sculptures could even touch him, they began to melt and evaporate. Ya pressed onward, relentlessly advancing towards his death. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance. As the searing heat enveloped her, a fiery glow marked Isdeath's visage. Boom. The intense temperature vaporized the surrounding ice and ocean surface, sending billowing mist into the air, from which a figure emerged. Isdeath adjusted her posture mid-flight, conjuring ice blocks to stabilize her form. At that moment, the high temperature had singed parts of her white military uniform, rendering her appearance akin to one who had just burst forth from a blazing inferno. The scorching sensation coursing through her body only intensified the enigmatic smile upon her face. How intriguing, truly fascinating. I never anticipated your prowess to be so formidable. In that instant, Isdeth felt as if she had returned to her childhood, hunting formidable and perilous beasts alongside her father. The sensation that the creature before her exuded was both dangerous and captivating. With a powerful thrust of her legs against the ice beneath, she shattered it into countless fragments that cascaded through the air. As she charged once more toward her opponent, the intensity of her gaze was piercing, her ebony hair dancing freely in the wind. As Isdeth drew nearer, her adversary prepared to unleash a strike. But the blade of the rising sun suddenly altered its course, slicing to the side. Boom! The ocean erupted into towering waves, while Isdeth opened her arms, enveloping her foe in a tight embrace. Had it not been for the strength of her opponent, the force of the impact could have sent them flying. The opponent's face was pressed deeply into Isdeth's bosom. This move is incredibly powerful. I can barely catch my breath, she thought to herself, grumbling internally. Just then, Isdeth lifted her opponent's face and kissed her fervently. Observing this from the cruise ship, Tasmi and the three beasts were rendered speechless, with Iez even turning his head away. What splendid weather it is today. The cruise mission concluded amidst the warmth shared between Isdeth and her adversary. Upon returning to the imperial capital, her opponent remained busy at the sandwich shop. After Isdeth returned to her estate, she turned to her subordinates, the three beasts, her gentle demeanor vanishing entirely. Your performance this time has disappointed me. You couldn't even deal with those two from Night Raid. Even with the assistance of the shopkeeper, you cannot be this inept. Isdeth was already aware that her opponent was not a member of Night Raid, and thus, her employees were likely unrelated as well. Before parting ways, she had inquired of her opponent whom she would assist if she found herself at odds with Night Raid. The reply she received was curious. Aren't you my woman now? Naturally, I would assist you. Even if you sought to obliterate this world, I would stand by your side. Upon hearing these words, a flush of excitement spread across Isdeth's face. Little did she know that her opponent spoke with utmost sincerity. Once she regained her Pokémon powers, there would indeed be no one capable of standing against her. Contemplating the strength of her subordinates, Isdeth sought out the young emperor, intent on assembling a specialized unit to confront Night Raid. With the swift assistance of her ministers, she soon gathered her personnel, officially naming them the Hunters. Meanwhile, Night Raid was greeted with promising news. When Tasmi and Brand returned, they were astonished to find that Hill had indeed come back. "Hill, you're alive?" Tasmi exclaimed. Beside him, Maine struck Tasmi on the head with a fist, reprimanding him. "You fool! How could Hill be dead if he is standing right here?" Hill then recounted his experiences to everyone. Tasmi nodded in understanding, realizing that it was the manager who had lent a helping hand once again. However, Brand continued. "What we are about to discuss also pertains to this manager." He then detailed their encounters aboard the cruise ship. After listening, Najeshigan felt a twinge of melancholy. If what you say is true, and that manager named you possesses such formidable strength, his alliance with Isdeth may pose the greatest obstacle to our efforts to overthrow the rule of the imperial capital. Soon after, Isdeth initiated a purge against Night Raid. Having found someone she favored, she was resolute, devoting herself entirely to the eradication of Night Raid, aside from occasional visits to Yu's establishment. As the day drew to a close, Yu was preparing to return to his residence when four figures suddenly appeared, blocking his path. The gazes of the four were scrutinizing, as if they were assessing an intriguing specimen. "Is this the one the minister wanted us to bring back? The pretty boy favored by Isdeth?" They mocked. "Looks like Isdeth is having her fun. I wonder if I can measure up." The others chuckled at Zhu Tian's words, but then, unexpectedly, a splash of crimson, imbued with a searing liquid, hit their faces. Stunned, they turned to see Zhu Tian, who had just been standing beside them, now cleaved in two, his innards spilling out onto the ground. Yu's eyes narrowed coldly at the remaining three. He despised trash and loathed the mockery that accompanied it. Without needing to look closely, he recognized that the four before him were the infamous four demons of the original tale, subordinates of the minister. Their arrival was unmistakably aimed at using him as leverage against Isdeth. Sensing Yu's formidable prowess, the trio attempted to retreat, but Yu was quicker. Breath of thunder. Flash of lightning. In a swift motion, like a thunderbolt descending from the heavens, the three merely caught a glimpse of a blinding white flash before their vision distorted. In their final moments, all they could see were their own headless corpses. Having dispatched the nuisances before him, Yu lifted his gaze toward a particular direction, the location of Minister Onest. Since someone had come to summon him, it would be quite impolite not to respond. With that thought, Yu made his way to the minister's residence. At that moment, Minister Onest reclined in an ornate red chair, attended by two exquisitely dressed maidens on either side. A man adorned with peculiar patterns on his face turned to the minister and inquired, "Father, what are your plans now that you've captured Estetha's favored one?" The minister opened his mouth, taking a bite of the chicken leg offered by one of the maidens. "Humph. What I am doing is merely a prudent preparation for the future. Meeting that fellow ahead of time is ideal. If he proves useful, splendid. However, if he is too proud to recognize my worth, I possess ample means to ensure he heeds my commands. I cannot fathom how that Esther's could possibly be enamored with a sandwich shop owner from the imperial capital. I am not lacking in merit myself." Shira cast a glance at her father, remaining silent. While they awaited developments, a commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance, causing some discontent among the indulged ministers. Observing the disturbance, Shira spoke up, "I shall investigate." With that, she stepped outside. After a while, one of the ministers, noticing his son's prolonged absence, mumbled in irritation, "What a worthless fool, he has been gone for so long." Just as he spoke, a spherical object was hurled into the room, rolling to a stop at the minister's feet. Looking down, he was horrified to discover it was Shira's severed head. Her eyes were wide open, as if she had endured some unspeakable terror. The minister, sensing the grave situation, immediately rose from his recliner. He advanced step by step into the hall. Fixing his gaze upon the minister, "Onest, I hear you were seeking me?" Onest, confronted by Y's murderous intent, felt a jolt of fear, his mind racing to devise an escape from this peril. "Yes, I have heard that Esther seems quite fond of you, and I wish to invite you to my residence for a meal. After all, Esther's and I are partners, closely allied." You cast a dismissive glance at the minister. "You, this corpulent swine, presume to invite me?" The minister's face flushed with suppressed anger at Yu's words. "You insolent brat, do not overstep your bounds. While Esther's may favor you, this is my domain. With a mere snap of my fingers, countless guards will seize you." "Oh," a playful smirk danced across Yu's lips. "Then why not try snapping your fingers?" The minister, sensing the ominous undertone in Yu's smile, felt a deep foreboding but, defying his instincts, clapped his hands together. To his horror, silence reigned outside. He called out desperately, "Bring me assistance." Yet, in response to his cries, there was not a single reply. As if the entire estate housed only him and the four maids who had been attending to him. Finish calling for help? To clear the guards within. Ye had indeed wasted considerable time, during which Shira's son had even appeared, intending to showcase his imperial weapon, only to be swiftly dispatched by Yu's blade. Unless one were to utilize their abilities to their utmost, Yu regarded them with utter disdain. He could easily eliminate them before they even wielded their imperial weapons. The minister, now beaded with sweat, instinctively retreated a few steps, as though Yu were a fearsome beast. Observing the minister's actions, Yu wore an expression of confusion. "You summoned me. Now that I am here, what are you afraid of? What do you intend?" The minister, resigned to his fate, realized he was no match for Yu. Yet subtly, his hand crept behind him. Yu noticed the minister's movement, but paid it no mind. "I desire nothing but to rid myself of you, for you have become utterly repugnant to me." Upon hearing Yu's words, the minister swiftly withdrew his hand from behind his back, revealing a magnificent pistol. Bang! Flames erupted from the muzzle as a bullet hurtled toward Yu's head. Clang! With a casual flick, Yu deflected the incoming projectile. Undeterred, the minister continued to fire until the magazine was empty, yet Yu remained unaffected. Slowly, Yu approached the minister. "Is the commotion over? Now it is my turn." With that, Yu swung the daybreak blade, and the minister felt a sharp pain in his right arm before it severed, flying off to land some distance away. The nearby maidens, witnessing this horrific scene, screamed in terror. Yu frowned slightly as he turned his gaze toward them. "Get lost." At his command, they scrambled toward the exit in panic. Suddenly sensing something, Yu sighed in resignation. He twisted his body and unleashed a slicing blow behind him. One of the maidens, who had stealthily approached with a dagger, was abruptly cleaved in two by the unexpected strike. The others who had fled outside met a similar fate. If one of them dared to risk an attack, the remaining three were likely no better. They could seek reinforcements at any moment, complicating matters further. Besides, they had seen his true form, so it was prudent to eliminate them all. The minister, witnessing the gruesome sight of the maiden cut asunder, was consumed by dread, his body instinctively retreating despite the pain from his severed arm. You mustn't come closer. Don't kill me. I can give you anything. Ya's face remained impassive as he steadily approached the minister. Pathetic. You are even more pitiable than the man I killed before. For at least he sought to enhance his strength. And you? Utter rubbish. With that, Ya swung the daybreak blade, severing the minister's head. After completing his grim task, Ya searched the minister's estate, discovering a treasure trove amassed through years of corruption. Gazing at the mountain of gold and silver, he sighed softly. What a substantial endeavor this is. It seems I must find a place to relocate it all. If only I possessed spatial abilities. As dawn broke, Ya concluded the transfer of the treasures and returned to his residence, informing Iez and the others that the shop would remain closed for the day, before collapsing onto his bed for some much-needed rest. Having finally secured a day off, Iez and Xiaoyu exchanged glances and decided to explore the capital. Upon reaching the streets, Xiaoyu sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere, as if something significant had transpired. A few inquiries revealed that the minister had been murdered the previous night, with not a single survivor from his household. This familiar pattern led Xiaoyu and Iez to immediately recognize Ya's handiwork. No wonder he needed to rest. He must have been quite busy, Iez murmured. Meanwhile, within the palace, the young emperor wore a grim expression. Surrounded by none of the ministers who typically stood by his side, he gazed down at the assembly below. Last night, the minister was assassinated, and the rebel forces have grown increasingly audacious. I am determined to eradicate them all. Generalist Death, when can we eliminate these insurgents? In response to the young emperor's inquiry, Death wore a relaxed smile. We have located the headquarters of the rebels' nighttime assaults and anticipate launching a full-scale attack tomorrow to capture them all. Excellent. I want all of them to accompany my loyal ministers to their graves. At this moment, within the rebel headquarters, upon learning of the minister's murder, Naruto, who had returned from the headquarters, contemplated and said, I have already informed the headquarters, and they are preparing for the major offensive. We need to delay his death and her forces, allowing our people to capture the young emperor. The others nodded. We had finally reached this pivotal moment. On the eve of the decisive battle, Death sought out Ya and did not return that night. The following day, Iez emerged with dark circles under his eyes, encountering the similarly fatigued Xiaoyu. Should we consider relocating to a different place? This is too tormenting. Xiaoyu nodded, having had a sleepless night. Meanwhile, the culprit, Ya, had awakened feeling refreshed, glancing at the bedside to find Death's absence. It seems today will be anything but peaceful. I should take a stroll. Suddenly, the imperial capital began to tremble. Confused civilians rushed out of their homes, witnessing a towering giant rise from the center of the palace. Ya murmured, has it begun? He immediately sprinted toward the center, with Iez and Xiaoyu following closely behind. At the heart of the imperial capital, the night raid and the hunters clashed fiercely. Naruto's imperial weapon, Susanoo, was engaged in combat with Death, while Akame faced her sister, Hirom. Others had similarly found their opponents. Suddenly, a booming sound resonated, causing everyone to halt and look up at the colossal imperial weapon. What is that? Tasmi gazed in disbelief at the giant before him. Is this also an imperial weapon? The young emperor, commanding the supreme imperial weapon, directed his gaze at the night raid members below. You all shall perish. The giant raised its hand, a radiant light glowing upon it, and then unleashed a laser beam toward the position of the night raid, carving a deep ravine in its path. The group swiftly dodged, as the imperial capital seemed to be cleaved in two. Exhausted from battle, the fighters looked up at the giant, seeing their attacks evaded. The young emperor gathered his power once more, conjuring a massive projectile intended to annihilate them all. Hey, is this guy really planning to eliminate us completely? Leibach exclaimed, astonished by the incoming laser while glancing back at the residents, torn within himself. Flame breathing. Purgatory flame slash. A tremendous wave of searing flames surged forth, colliding with the young emperor's laser, generating a powerful shockwave that obliterated surrounding buildings. The young emperor stared at the newly arrived Ya. So it's you rascal? Previously, the minister had mentioned Ya, as his death had already chosen her beloved. Out of curiosity, the young emperor sought information on Ya, only to discover that Ya's strength was formidable enough to withstand his supreme imperial weapon's assault. Standing atop the roof, Ya gazed at the young emperor. You and that minister share the same disposition, relishing in your own world. Upon hearing Ya's words, the young emperor quickly grasped the implication. Did you kill the minister? You did not deny it. Indeed, I also dealt with the security department earlier. If you do not intervene, the officials in the imperial capital would likely meet their end at my hands. At this moment, Seiryu, overhearing Ya's declaration, turned to him in astonishment, her body trembling. Is it him? How could it be him? Seiryu struggled to comprehend how someone who was once another had now transformed into this, the beloved of her leader. Ya's gaze flickered to Seiryu, softly inquiring, "Do you now harbor enough hatred for me?" Seiryu's body shivered. "It's you. You wretch. Shab. Roar." Beside Seiryu, Shab rapidly transformed, his fury igniting, charging towards Ya. Breath of thunder. Thunderbird. A flickering bolt of lightning morphed into a colossal blue bird, soaring towards the oncoming Shab. Zap. The electric energy enveloped Shab, rendering him immobile. Ya did not even glance at the charging Shab, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Seiryu below. "Do you understand what justice is now?" Ignoring Ya's words, Seiryu bit into her own arms, revealing modified firearms within. Die. Bang. 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 The guns erupted with fire, bullets hurtling towards Ya. With an expression devoid of emotion, Ya swung his sun-wheel blade, deflecting the incoming projectiles. In a flash, he appeared beside Seiryu, gently patting her head. At this moment, Seiryu's eyes were vacant as she stared at Ya, murmuring, "Why? Why can't I kill you?" Ya leaned down, meeting her gaze. "Thus, your feelings for me remain insufficient. I await your execution of justice." With that, Ya turned his attention away from Seiryu and faced the immense supreme imperial weapon before him. His death cast a glance at Seiryu. Meanwhile, a smile illuminated Ya's face. He had perfected his ultimate technique. "Having been here for so long, allow me to showcase my cultivation." The young emperor, filled with hatred, recognized that the man before him was the murderer of his most cherished minister. "You shall die?" Controlling the supreme imperial weapon, energy converged in his hand. A colossal lightsaber gradually forming on his right arm, then slashing towards Ya. Unfazed by the approaching blade of light, Ya felt a thrill of excitement. He looked towards his death. "Watch closely, his death." This technique was born from our connection. Taking a deep breath, a stream of white mist slowly escaped Ya's lips as his chakra surged violently within him. Annihilation. A blade of light cleaved through the air, seemingly transcending the confines of time and space. The colossal sword of radiance appeared to halt momentarily before gradually dissipating into motes of luminescence. The young emperor, in a daze, gazed at the unfolding scene, slowly raising his arm to touch his forehead, where a crimson line marred his skin, piercing through his very being. With a thunderous roar, time seemed to resume, leaving the onlookers astounded by the spectacle before them. The grand imperial apparatus appeared to be cleaved in twain by an unseen force, with the young emperor, who manipulated it from within, caught in the same fate. Notification: Z move complete. Reward: 10 Pokeballs. The technique, Annihilation, required the practitioner to synchronize their breath and unleash their full physical strength in a decisive strike. Note: Special Z move, usable once per day. Forced repeated use may result in irreversible consequences. The severed imperial apparatus teetered ominously, on the verge of crashing down upon the structures below. Yet, several ice pillars emerged, encasing the massive imperial device in a crystalline embrace. With the demise of the young emperor, chaos engulfed the imperial capital as the revolutionary forces surged forth. Esther stood silently, refraining from instructing her subordinates to resist as she observed the encircling revolutionary army. At this moment, Nageshitan approached, accompanied by other members of Night Raid, her gaze laden with complexity as it fell upon Esther. "The reign of the young emperor has concluded. What are your intentions henceforth?" Esther offered no reply but shifted her focus to Ya. Ya, standing beside her, suggested, "Let us remain here to continue operating our sandwich shop, and perhaps witness how the capital transforms under your governance." Upon hearing Ya's words, Esther nodded and continued, "My subordinates are not to be apprehended. Should they wish to join you, I have no objections, but you shall not impede their departure." Before Nageshitan could interject, a revolutionary officer nearby voiced, "You must recognize your position. We have emerged victorious, and you are all now our captives." Nageshitan's expression shifted upon hearing this. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Indeed, in the next instant, a ferocious aura erupted around Ya. It seems that every organization harbors its own perilous elements. Before Nageshitan could utter a word, the individual beside her was cleaved in two by Ya's blade. The other members, witnessing Ya's audacity, drew their weapons in alarm. Nageshitan swiftly raised her hand. "Enough. All of you, cease at once." Some of the higher-ups, perplexed by Nageshitan's command, approached her. "What do you mean by this?" with a grim countenance. Nageshitan recounted the events and disclosed the prowess of Ya and his companions. Upon hearing this, the officer's expression shifted, and he commanded his subordinates to stand down. Seeing their inaction, Ya, with a hint of regret, sheathed his sunblade. Such a pity. I had hoped for more action. Under Nageshitan's mediation, he resumed his business at the sandwich shop, with Esther assisting at his side, while Yeaz and Shayu also lent a hand within the establishment. Under the influence of Ya, Sai Lu sought to understand the true essence of justice. Thus, she rejoined the Revolutionary Army to observe how they governed the imperial capital. Tasmi continued his role within the revolutionary forces and, as he aspired, became the captain of the security team, overseeing the law and order of the capital. One night, Ye gazed at the moon above, realizing it was time to depart. As he completed his mission, the seal of Pokémon power within him was lifted, allowing him to sense the 6 Pokémon he had previously captured. Employing the splitting technique of the Slug Sage, another version of Ye materialized before him, and he smiled as he regarded this reflection of himself. Each encounter bestowed a peculiar feeling akin to gazing into a mirror, an enchanting sensation, despite the fact they were one and the same. Subsequently, Ye opted to return, while the other version remained in this realm. It's late. You should come back and rest. Esthes's voice resonated within the house. Ye smiled, then entered, and as the number of worlds increased, he isolated the thoughts of his other selves to avoid confusion, maintaining a lack of awareness of them unless he chose to connect. Ye returned once more to the world of Naruto, confronting a landscape both foreign and vaguely familiar. Uncertain of the current state of the ninja realm. Oh well, I should head home first, he mused, pondering the progression of the ninja world. Upon arriving in Konoha, he noticed an increase in guards, their forehead protectors altered to bear the character for ninja. Has the great ninja war begun? When Chuyun saw Ya's return, his expression shifted, and he promptly approached Ya, recalling the orders from the Hokage to summon him to the designated battlefield upon his return. After Chuyun relayed the situation, Ya learned of the current circumstances within the ninja realm. To his astonishment, they had already reached the time of the Edo Tensei War. I can't believe I lingered in the world of slaying sisters for so long, he thought, retrieving a pokeball from his pocket. With a resounding pop, a brilliant red light enveloped the area, revealing a massive, silver-furred wolf dog. A nostalgic smile graced Ya's face as he beheld the creature. Akamaru, it's been too long. Woof. Woof. In contrast to Ya, Akamaru felt no sense of time lost during Ya's absence, yet the longing for his master propelled him forward. Meanwhile, in the midst of the ninja army, Inuzuka Hana, witnessing Ya's sudden disappearance, instinctively knew her brother must have returned. Ya mounted Akamaru, and with the wolf dog's guidance, they surged toward their destination. At this moment on the battlefield, the resurrected Uchiha Madara had already dealt with the 5 Kage and, upon arriving, eliminated Obito, successfully acquiring the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. Surveying the ninja alliance before him, Madara wore a disdainful smile. Heh, who among you can still provide me with a modicum of amusement? His gaze swept around, noting the absence of any worthy adversaries. Even the resurrected Hashirama was no match for him at present. After exchanging glances, Kakashi and his comrades charged toward Uchiha Madara, with Guy ultimately unleashing the 8th gate. The overwhelming aura shattered the clouds above, piquing Madara's interest. At this moment, Guy radiated a crimson steam, his pupils clouded. Kakashi, this technique was originally reserved for you. But now allow me to demonstrate the final 8 gates. Kakashi, standing behind Guy, felt a tremor within as he heard Guy's words. The intensity of this aura was formidable. And to think it was meant for me. I am truly grateful, Guy. Kakashi silently lamented, yet before him, Guy charged towards Madara. Evening Elephant. Guy's speed was so extraordinary it seemed to warp space itself, rendering Uchiha Madara immobile, ensnared by the ferocious gusts generated with each of Guy's punches. After having confined Madara, Guy pressed his feet against the ground, gathering his strength, and a blood-red dragon head materialized behind him. Night Guy? Guy unleashed a powerful kick at the immobilized Uchiha Madara, his overwhelming force obliterating much of Madara's form. As the remnants of the attack dispersed, Guy's body had transformed into charred remains. Uchiha Madara, now reduced to a mere fraction of his former self, coughed up blood, yet a wild grin adorned his face. Ha! So close to defeating me. I acknowledge your strength. With that, Madara brandished the staff in his hand, launching a truth-seeking orb towards the severely injured Guy. Just as the orb was about to strike, a golden figure appeared, intercepting it with a swift kick. Naruto and Sasuke materialized on the scene. Naruto crouched beside Guy's scorched body, applying pressure to stabilize his injuries. Then he turned his gaze towards Uchiha Madara. Madara, astonished, regarded the two, not expecting them to stand before him once more. Now empowered by the strength granted by the Sage of Six Paths, the duo advanced to confront Madara. As the three engaged in battle, the atmosphere thickened with tension. With the aid of the tailed beasts, Naruto seized the opportunity to bring Madara crashing down to the ground. Rising from the earth, Madara glared at Naruto and Sasuke, his eyes flickering with intrigue. The strength of these two. At that moment, Kagaya's manifestation slowly approached Madara. I actually possess another method to deal with them. Upon hearing this, Madara's brow furrowed as he inquired, what method? Why it is. Thud. Kagaya's hand pierced through Madara's chest, revealing a sinister smile. Of course, it involves reviving my mother. After speaking, Kagaya withdrew his arm, leaving Madara astonished, unable to comprehend the betrayal of his own consciousness. Madara felt his power spiraling beyond his control, his body rapidly swelling, when suddenly, a figure descended. Am I late? A voice abruptly echoed, drawing the attention of all present in the ninja world to a person riding a dog. Kiba, Hinata exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the sight of Kiba. Hearing Hinata call his name, Kiba looked towards her, while Niji, standing beside Hinata, merely scoffed. Possibly influenced by the presence of his teeth, Niji did not, as depicted in the original narrative, sacrifice himself to save Hinata. Instead, it was Hinata who demonstrated her own prowess by deflecting the projectiles launched by the Ten Tails. Having just regained her strength, Kagaya cast her gaze upon the figure of Ya, the familiar visage resurfacing in her mind. It's you again. She seethed with fury. For this individual had conspired with her two sons to seal her away. In another realm, the Sage of Six Paths sensed Ya's presence, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Ya? If he is here, then perhaps there is hope for the shinobi world. Much like years past, when he had joined Yui and Yumin in sealing Kagaya, he now stood alongside Naruto and Sasuke to confront her once more. At this moment, Ya comprehended the ultimate objective of the Pokémon system. The last legendary Pokémon to be captured was undoubtedly Kagaya herself. Dismounting from Akamaru, he slowly unsheathed his Nico blade. Very well, this time, I implore you to submit to me. Transformation. Lunar Radiance Mode. His black hair transformed into shimmering silver, billowing freely in the air. In a flash, Ya appeared before Kagaya. Thunder Slash. A bolt of lightning surged forth, aimed at Kagaya's chest. She countered with a sweep of her arm, a fierce gust deflecting Ya's attack. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, both beginning to assist Ya in the assault. For they recalled the instructions from the Sage of Six Paths. They must cooperate to seal Kagaya once more. As Kagaya repelled Ya, her gaze shifted to the attacking Naruto and Sasuke, summoning a black hole that ensnared them within. With her adversaries confined to another dimension, Kagaya turned her attention back to Ya, preparing to launch another assault as she completed her sword dance. With renewed speed, Ya seemingly teleported directly before Kagaya. Close quarters combat ensued. A relentless barrage of strikes descended upon Kagaya like raindrops, the familiar onslaught awakening her latent fears. As she parried Ya's attacks, her brow furrowed slightly. Divine Void Strike. Kagaya charged her palm, unleashing a powerful wave of chakra that sent Ya hurtling through the air. It felt as though he had been struck by a speeding locomotive. His feet dug into the ground, carving a long trench. Exhaling a cloud of stale breath, Ya realized that this state was insufficient to overcome her. Sage Mode. Activate. Super Evolution. Engage. Instantly, Ya maximized his enhancements, propelling himself skyward like a cannonball toward Kagaya. In her astonished gaze, he swiftly closed the distance, gathering a blue orb in his hand. Spiral Sphere. The spiraling attack struck Kagaya in the abdomen, launching her away. Regaining her balance midair, Kagaya's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as she regarded Ya. A smile spread across Ya's face. Despite Kagaya's formidable power, her lack of combat experience was evident, or she would not have been successfully sealed by her own sons. Once stabilized, Kagaya assessed Ya, sensing a significant increase in his strength since their last encounter. Breath of Thunder. Thunder Flash. Boom. As if struck by lightning, Ya appeared before Kagaya, unleashing a sonic punch. The sound of air being split resonated as he delivered a powerful punch to Kagaya's abdomen, sending her flying once more. The force created a ripple in the air, and she crashed heavily to the ground. With great effort, Kaguya rose from the pit she had created, swinging her arms as several gray bone spikes shot toward you. Gray bone, together we kill. A golden iris materialized as you deftly evaded Kaguya's assault, firmly grasping the sun-wheel blade. Allow me to demonstrate my technique. A plume of white mist was exhaled slowly by Ya, his gaze sharpening with intent. Extreme slash. A beam of white light seemed to pierce through the very fabric of the shinobi world. In disbelief, Kaguya felt her body struck by the slash. A massive wound extending from her shoulder to her side. She attempted to heal herself, only to discover that a peculiar force hindered her from mending the injury. You approached Kaguya, his presence imposing. You have lost. What do you say? Will you join me and remain in this world? Kaguya tilted her head, puzzled. You produced a pokeball. Do not resist. You will understand soon enough. As he tossed the ball, a red light enveloped Kaguya, drawing her in. Tick. The pokeball ceased its rotation, signifying Ya's successful capture of Kaguya. Beep. Ultimate mission completed. Obtained the dimensional cube. Beep. Host detected at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. It is recommended to embark on adventures in other realms. Ya paused, taken aback by the system's voice, before murmuring. Speak your purpose. You must have absorbed some essence from the previous worlds. His words were laced with an inexplicable curiosity. Are you afraid to answer me? Then I shall languish in the Naruto world. Beep. Affirmative. The system then began to divulge its origin. It revealed that this Pokémon system was a fusion of the essence of the Pokémon world and Arceus, created to save the nearly collapsing Pokémon world. Through Ya's prior ventures into various worlds, the system had secretly traded with the essences of those realms to acquire the necessary power to restore its own world, successfully salvaging the Pokémon realm from impending doom. Now, the system needed to return to the Pokémon world to maintain it. Hence the notification of Ya's completion of the ultimate mission, while simultaneously encouraging him to assist other worlds to gather more essence for the restoration of the Pokémon world. Upon hearing the system's full explanation, Ya responded calmly, What benefits will I receive? Once the Pokémon world is restored, you shall become a deity within it. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, it continued, Beep. Redemption of the world. Complete the redemption of the Pokémon world. Reward. Become the deity of the Pokémon world and fully integrate with the Pokémon system. Understanding the entire situation, Ya nodded. He had suspected that such systems were merely facades. Ultimately, he agreed to the proposal. With the turmoil of the Shinobi World War concluded, You encountered the Sage of Six Paths once more. The sage looked at you with a smile, saying, From the moment I first saw you, I sensed your extraordinary potential. I never imagined your strength would reach such heights. From now on, the Shinobi world shall be entrusted to you. Please refrain from placing undue blame upon me, as I am unable to bear it. The subdued Kaguya unleashed the 10 tails within her, which subsequently fragmented into 9-tailed beasts. While Naruto and Sasuke were also released from her alternate dimension. Shortly thereafter, Kiba and Hinata celebrated their wedding, while the disruptive Shino was dealt with by Kiba, who had preemptively resolved matters on the moon. After enjoying a leisurely stay in the Hidden Leaf Village for a time, Kiba retrieved the dimensional cube from his system. He utilized a splitting technique to create another version of himself, instructing this duplicate to hold the dimensional cube. After contemplation, Kiba deduced that it would be prudent to remain in the Hidden Leaf, given that those who might later appear there were formidable. Thus, it was the split version of himself that would embark on adventures in other worlds. Were it not for the limitation that the cube could only transport him to one world at a time, he would have considered creating several duplicates to traverse together. Activate. The cube in Kiba's hand levitated and began to spin autonomously, generating a black vortex that consumed his duplicate. When Kiba reopened his eyes, the sound of car horns reached his ears. Intrigued, he surveyed his surroundings. Cars. Buildings. Have I arrived in the modern era? Ding. Eliminate the invaders of this world. Reward. Mastery of Pokémon moves. Oh, Kiba distinctly sensed that this reward was unlike any he had encountered previously. It encompassed the moves of all Pokémon. Still bewildered, Kiba decided to explore his vicinity. Invaders? Could there be others in this world besides myself? As Kiba wandered, he found the world to be rather normal. People were going about their daily routines, and he soon discovered a park. A figure caught Kiba's attention. Sitting alone on a park bench was a solitary individual. Her light gray hair cascaded naturally, and she wore an oversized white shirt that could not conceal her alluring form. What captivated Kiba most was the red Tai Chi-like symbol on her forehead. Filled with curiosity, Kiba approached slowly, and Aki Tsukasa, sensing someone before her, gradually lifted her gaze. Kiba? Upon hearing Aki's words, Kiba recalled the world he had entered. To his astonishment, he had arrived in this realm, which, if memory served, was from a harem anime. In essence, this world featured 108 unique warrior maidens, known as Chidori, who descended into human society. They must seek out and bond with Kiba through kisses and other forms of mucosal contact, subsequently engaging in deadly competition to protect him. The last surviving pair of Chidori and Kiba would gain dominion over the fate of the world. As for the figure before him, if Kiba was not mistaken, she was the so-called scrap Chidori, designated as number 07, Aki Tsukasa. Kiba stepped closer, bent down, and directly kissed her. Since he had arrived in this world, it was only fitting to adhere to its customs. With the Chidori presenting herself so readily, he initiated the bonding process. Aki's eyes widened in surprise as she felt a powerful chill emanate from her body, though it paled in comparison to the strength of his death. Pure white wings manifested from Aki's back, signifying that she had completed her transformation. Kiba straightened up and affectionately ruffled Aki's hair. "All right, let us go." Knowing the nature of this world, he understood where to head next. Shortly after his departure, as twilight descended, a figure approached. At that moment, the park lights illuminated the newcomer's visage. Clad in the commonplace attire of a high school student, with tousled black hair, he scanned the surroundings. I distinctly recalled that the incomplete wagtail was supposed to be here. How could it be absent? After a perplexed search, the individual, growing agitated, departed. Meanwhile, Ya had guided the transformed Akatsuki to their destination, the Izumo Manor. A smile graced Ya's face as he beheld the estate. This was indeed the place, the sanctuary of the wagtail. In the original narrative, the protagonist sought refuge here after being evicted from his rented quarters. Ya and Akatsuki entered the compound, and just as they did, Asuma Misa, who was preparing to rest indoors, sensed the presence of strangers and promptly emerged into the yard. As he gazed at Misa, his eyes crinkled with a smile. "My wagtail and I have nowhere to go. Might we impose upon you for lodging?" Upon hearing Ya's request, Misa's gaze shifted to Akatsuki. "This wagtail. Very well, but I must caution you. No unruly behavior is permitted in my abode." Ya nodded in agreement. And under Misa's guidance, he temporarily took up residence in the Izumo Manor. As he strolled through the corridor, Ya suddenly lifted his gaze towards a corner, only to quickly avert his eyes as if nothing had transpired. Hidden in the shadows, a pair of eyes observed all that unfolded in the Izumo Manor. When those eyes met Ya's on the surveillance screen, they were taken aback, feeling the heat of the wagtail's mark upon their skin. Could this individual be my Waya? The following morning, Yo awoke and stretched leisurely, having slept soundly in Akatsuki's embrace the previous night. Akatsuki was already prepared, standing quietly behind him. Exiting the room, you encountered a figure clad entirely in black, their face obscured by a mask, with silvery hair nearly concealing their eyes. Was this individual Hano, the wagtail whose internal energy was unstable and who decided their gender based on Wayas? Curious, you scrutinized Hano, who seemed to recoil at his gaze, hastily retreating from sight. In the living room, as breakfast was being prepared, you also encountered the 10th-ranked Tanjo. Tanjo nodded at you in acknowledgement before hastily finishing breakfast and departing. After the meal, you took Akatsuki outside, as the current state of the narrative remained uncertain. And more importantly, they needed to uncover the identity of the intruder. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the air. Without a moment's hesitation, you rushed towards the source of the commotion, with Akatsuki trailing behind, silently lamenting the speed of her Waya, which made it challenging to keep up. Soon, you arrived at the scene, witnessing two figures unleashing bolts of lightning upon their intended target. The one under attack is undoubtedly the heron. Her golden locks cascade down as she raises her hand, unleashing a formidable wave of water. However, in this 1-against-2 scenario, she finds herself outmatched by her assailants. Yagami observes the unfolding scene and deduces that it must be Hikari and Kitsuya attempting to capture the isolated heron, while the one currently being assaulted is the 9th-ranked Tsukuyomi. As Yagami ponders this, another figure rushes into the fray. Everyone's attention shifts to the struggling Tsukuyomi and the two attackers. How infuriating. Is the timeline amiss? Why has Tsukiyomi only now made her appearance? This should have been my harem. Despite being transported to this harem world, I find myself utterly exhausted. This current Yagami is, in fact, a transmigrator who finds himself inexplicably thrust into this realm. Yet upon his arrival, a smile graces his face. This world poses no danger to him, especially given his status as the protagonist. As in the original narrative, after forming a contract with the harem, that very night he attempted to claim her. However, just as he was on the verge of success, a sudden awakening of Ketsuki's consciousness struck him, delivering a blow to the nape of his neck that rendered him unconscious. This incident remains a source of great frustration for him. Despite her being his harem, a mere kiss was permissible, yet any attempt to advance further was thwarted. Undeterred, he made several attempts thereafter, none of which bore fruit. Thus, feeling dejected, he ventured out with Ketsuki, only to stumble upon Tsukiyomi's battle. Ding. Contract established with a harem. Reward, water manipulation. Ketsuki. Ate her. I must elevate her. Desire ignites in Yagami's eyes, especially upon hearing the mission from his system, stirring excitement within him. Not long after arriving in this world, he awakened his system, and by fulfilling its tasks, he could enhance his abilities, which bolstered his confidence. I refuse to believe that if I cannot claim Ketsuki, I cannot succeed with another harem. Yagami noticed Yagami's presence the moment he arrived. Yet he felt there was some disparity between him and the character he had seen in the anime. The usually dull protagonist's eyes now brimmed with desire. Without further contemplation, Yagami reached out to pat Akatsuki's head. Go, bring that water-wielding harem over, and be careful not to get hurt. Understood. Akatsuki nodded and charged into battle. In the meantime, Yagami swung his fist towards Hikari, who was attacking Tsukiyomi. Sensing the incoming assault, Hikari swiftly dodged, while Kitsuya immediately unleashed a bolt of lightning towards Yagami. Reacting quickly, Yagami evaded, and the lightning struck the ground, creating a crater. Akatsuki had a clear objective, dashing straight towards Tsukiyomi, having just caught her breath. Tsukiyomi noticed Akatsuki approaching and prepared to counterattack, conjuring several water spears that shot towards him. However, Akatsuki remained unfazed, raising his hand to freeze the incoming projectiles. Just as Tsukiyomi intended to proceed with her next move, she realized that her body had become immobilized, her legs inexplicably frozen in place. Autumn approached Yuahai, deftly hoisting her onto his shoulder and bringing her to Ya's side. Nearby, Jiren, witnessing that Jia was still entangled with Guangxiang, shouted at him, "Are you an idiot? Yuahai has already been taken away. What are you still fighting for?" At the sound of Jiren's roar, Jia trembled, and Guang seized the opportunity to kick him away. Observing Jiren's attitude towards Jia, you felt an intensified sense of unease. This fellow, could he be a time traveler? With this thought, a smile crept upon Ya's lips. If that were true, this journey would not be dull after all. At that moment, Autumn had already brought Yuahai over. Unaware of the unfolding events, Yuahai struggled desperately on Autumn's shoulder. "Let me go, you rascal." As she fought against him, her gaze fell upon Ya. "Are you her Weya? I tell you if you want to." Before Yuahai could finish her sentence, Ya leaned down and captured her lips in a kiss. In this world, words were unnecessary, a kiss sufficed. Furthermore, with Ya's formidable strength, the risk of being backfired by the waiters was non-existent. Even if he faced 108 of them, he felt no pressure at all. From a distance, Jiren, witnessing Ya's audacity in claiming the waiter that rightfully belonged to him, yelled in fury, "What are you doing? That's my waiter." As Ya broke the kiss with Yuahai, a slender silver thread inexplicably connected them. At that moment, Yuahai was in a state of bewilderment. Oblivious to the wings that had manifested on her back, she only felt a warm sensation enveloping her. Ya tilted his head towards Jiren. "Your waiter? Did it bear your name? Do you still have any pride left? Why don't you claim that all waiters belong to you?" "You." Jiren was at a loss for words, stung by Ya's retort. How infuriating. Who is this person? Why had he never appeared in the original narrative? Just then, the battle-weary Jia approached Jiren, appearing as though he had made a grave mistake, bowing his head in apology. Jiren glanced at Jia, silently contemplating his next move. Preparing to leave. "Did I give you permission to leave?" Jiren looked at Ya in confusion. Suddenly his pupils constricted as he realized Ya had appeared before him. Just as Jiren was about to speak, Ya's hand clamped around his throat, forcefully driving him down to the ground. Boom. Gagging, Jiren's body contorted under the immense pressure, and he coughed up a pool of blood. Realizing the situation, Jia immediately prepared to intervene, but Ya, without even glancing at him, raised his hand toward the approaching Jia. Water cannon. A colossal sphere of water surged toward Jia, sending her flying in astonishment. Jiren's gaze was now filled with terror, unable to comprehend why Jia had resorted to violence, questioning whether such power could belong to a mere human. You looked down at Jiren, pinned to the ground. You are not the original protagonist, are you? At Ya's words, Jiren's pupils widened in shock, and noticing this expression, you no longer needed to hear Jiren's response. As the fingers tightened around the throat of the victim, a sharp crack echoed, and the neck was crushed. Just when it seemed that the ordeal was over, the figure slowly rose. Suddenly, an extraordinary force enveloped the surroundings, and it appeared as though time had reversed. The slain victim rose from the pit in the ground. Their injuries healed, returning to their original position, as if everything reverted to the moment before the figure approached them. Once everything came to a halt, the victim gazed at the unexpectedly reappeared figure in shock. What the hell? When did you arrive here? The victim stared at the figure before them, startled, and for some inexplicable reason, felt a chilling sensation around their neck. The figure observed the unfolding events, seemingly unaffected while everything else reverted to the time before they had dealt with the victim. How intriguing, worldly protection. No, this world exists for me to resolve it. Which implies there must be something within the victim that safeguards them, perhaps a system? As the victim pondered the figure's oddity, the voice of the system echoed frantically in their mind. Ding! The task of transmuting the waiter has failed. Interference from an unknown force detected. Ding! Deducting 10 years from the host's lifespan to restore system functionality. Ding! The host is urged to diligently complete the task to earn rewards. Failure will result in a deduction from lifespan. Upon hearing the system's words, the victim's expression darkened. The system had not been like this at the outset. Why had it now transformed into one that deducted lifespan for task failures? Observing the victim's panicked demeanor, another character approached, intending to offer comfort, but was brusquely pushed away. Damn it, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could my task have failed? Faced with the victim's outburst, the character was too frightened to respond. Clearly, the victim had not been like this during their initial encounter. Why had they changed so drastically overnight? Terrified, the character lowered their head in silence. Recently transmuted. Another character could no longer tolerate the scene and shouted at the victim, Your temperament is truly vile. Why not treat your waiter properly? The victim scoffed dismissively, ignoring the aggrieved outburst. The figure watched as the victim turned away. Since it was not yet possible to eliminate the victim, it would be best to play along. After all, the outcome would remain unchanged in the end. Having discerned the objective of this world, the figure leisurely returned to Chuyun Manor with the others. At that moment, Meizai, who was sweeping the courtyard, glanced up upon their return. Mr. Ya, you truly are remarkable. Just a brief outing and you have transmuted again. Facing Meizai's somewhat sarcastic remark, the figure smiled. I shall have the opportunity to transmute Miss Meizai as well. With a snap, the broom in Meizai's hand broke, and she gazed at the figure with a smile, a faint shadow of Ashura appearing behind her. Mr. Ya certainly knows how to jest. If you continue like this, I might just get angry. The figure innocently shrugged, then led Akatsuki and the others into the room. In the corridor, the sensation of being watched returned once more. Ya raised her head to glance in the direction of her observer, then extended her hand and gave a gentle wave. At that moment, hidden in the partition and gazing at the screen, Song was taken aback to see Ya greeting her. She murmured to herself, has he truly noticed me? That evening, all the guests residing at Shuyan Villa had gathered, and it was during this time that Meizai happened to introduce Ya and her wagtail to everyone. Ya turned her attention to a stranger seated at the table, wearing glasses. You are the one who has been secretly watching me, aren't you? Upon hearing Ya's candid remark, Song froze momentarily. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Song lowered her head, realizing that her covert observation had been discovered. Ya smiled and extended her hand. Let us get acquainted. My name is Inazuki Ya. Song, in a daze, reached out to shake Ya's hand. I'm Song. The wagtail from 02, she stammered, though her gaze remained fixed on Ya. Meanwhile, Tsukiyumi, who had been observing the two, suddenly pulled Ya into her embrace, her eyes narrowing with suspicion as she glared at Song. What are you up to? Are you trying to steal my Inazuki Ya?